Chapter 1. I get it, Joffrey, you hate the cold, but can you please just shut your damn mouth? Said a teen with wild black hair and bright blue eyes that had a certain radiance to them. He wore a finely made black outfit with a golden-orange cape over his left shoulder. He was well-muscled and stood at around 5 foot and 8 inches. Strapped to the hip was a short sword around 2.5 feet in length. The blonde teen beside him scoffed at insult. "You can't speak to me like that, Naruto. I am your older brother and crown prince," Joffrey said back to his fellow prince. Naruto just laughed as he went further ahead of him. "Brother, I'll tell mother about this, Naruto. You know how she hates it when you pick on me," Joffrey said to Ho's younger brother, who rolled his eyes and rode away from the fuming blonde. "Crown prince of my ass," Naruto muttered to himself as his horse galloped far ahead of everyone else. Gods, he could already hear his father screaming his drunken head off as he charged towards Winterfell on his own with a large smile on his face when he spotted a small boy looking at him from atop a tower. Looking around, he couldn't help but admire the scenery as he approached the castle. It was a profound change from being stuck in the red keep all day and night for the last 3 years. Makes me miss Konoha sometimes. Despite being alive and well in Westeros for over 15 years, he always knew this wasn't his original home. At night, he would remember pieces of a life that he had never lived. When he looked in a mirror, he saw himself with golden hair and whiskers. He thought he was going mad at first, but then even his body began to change. As he grew older, he got stronger and much faster than any human before him. At an early age, he could best even veteran knights in a duel. His most amazing ability, however, was his magic, or his other self had called chakra. The more he dreamed, the more he remembered. By day, he was Naruto Baratheon II, son of King Robert Baratheon. At night, however, he relived the life of Naruto Uzumaki. He now remembered everything up until his death shortly after releasing his old world from an illusion. He had spent many days contemplating the nature of who he really was. In the end, he decided that he was both and to not be bothered by it. All his experiences from both lives made up who he was now, both from his time as a prince and as a shinobi. "I only wish I got to keep all the powers I had back then," he muttered to himself. This body just wasn't made like his old one. The people of this world didn't typically have chakra systems when born and were naturally weaker. On top of that, he didn't have Kurama with him anymore since he was born. He had, however, reacquired most of his old jutsu, but a few still remained impossible due to the chakra needed to use them. Well, he was happy that he at least got to keep some of his powers. His horse's whine knocked him out of his thoughts as they arrived at Winterfell. Passing the gate, he was met with the entire Stark family. Prince Naruto, the eldest of the Stark men, sat bowing before him. "Gone ahead of the pact, I see." The Lord of Winterfell joked. Naruto laughed loudly. "I missed you, Ned," he said, bringing the older man into a hug which was returned. "Sometimes I wish I could have stayed here instead of returning to King's Landing. Damn place is filled with assholes," Naruto claimed as the two separated. At a young age, he had been sent by his father and mother to learn from Ned, who fostered him. He had spent 8 years in the north, from the age of 4 until he was 12. Naruto, the Baratheon heard just before someone tackled him into a hug. It was in fact a young girl around 11 years old with brown hair tied back into a bun, wearing a dress fit for the north. "You're back, Arya, it's been forever." "How's my favorite Stark?" he yelled as he returned the embrace. "Have gotten any better with a sword?" Naruto asked as the two separated from each other. Arya had known Naruto since she was born and spent the first 8 years of her life trailing him all over Winterfell. He had been the first person to show her how to use a sword, and even went as taught her the basics of swordplay and archery, much to her mother's dismay. "Careful, Naruto, my sister still hasn't even had her first blood yet," an older teenager said, stepping forward with a wide smirk on his face. Arya gave the older Stark a glare at the mention that she had yet to reach womanhood. "It's been a while, hasn't it, brother? That is Hazrab," Naruto said as the two locked arms, grinning. Like their fathers before them, the two had become sworn brothers over Naruto's stay in North. "Are you and Jon ready to continue your losing streak against me? Or have you each had enough already?" Naruto teased, knowing that his Herculean strength and speed easily overpowered anyone in single combat. "Speaking of Jon," He started looking for the bastard who was behind the rest of the Starks. "Get over here, you idiot," Naruto said as he walked past everyone and pulled Jon Snow closer to everyone else. "Don't mind him too much," Theon said, smirking. "He's mourning the loss of his dear hair." The Greyjoy said, much to the amusement of the prince. "You never change, do you, shorty?" Robb responded, using Naruto's long-hated nickname. When he was younger, he was considered short, and that seemed to stick even after he grew up. The other Starks held back their laughter at the Baratheons' expense. Had this been anywhere else, the small folk would have been terrified for their lord's son who had insulted a prince, but after years of this, they had grown accustomed to Naruto's informalities. "So, is your brother every bit of a prick as we've heard?" he asked. "Joffrey?" Naruto asked, earning a nod. "Gods know I hate the brat sometimes. Seriously, I don't understand why Mother coddles him so much. My little lion, she calls him. Blah to hell with both of them." He said, much to the amusement of everyone, except for a certain redhead who had been smitten with his older brother, or rather the idea of his brother. Ned chuckled on how Naruto sounded like a younger Robert at times. "You shouldn't talk about Prince Joffrey like that, Naruto," she scolded, much to Naruto's annoyance. "Just wait until you meet him, Sansa," Naruto said to the redhead grimly. She had the most distinct Tully features out of all of Ned's children, with striking auburn hair and blue eyes. After living with him for the last 3 years, I can tell you he is one of the most despicable people I have ever met. Don't waste yourself on him," Naruto said before hearing the rest of his group arriving. The entire Stark family lined up with the small folk behind them. Naruto stood beside them as the rest of his family rode into the area. He almost gagged at the look Sansa was giving his brother, a look he shared with Robb. Then came in his father, a large man with shoulder-length brown hair and a wild, thick beard. The man walked up to the Starks and motioned for Ned to get up. "You Grace." "Ned said you got fat," was the first thing he uttered. Naruto could barely contain his laughter as Ned gave Robert a confused look while looking at the much bigger king. His mother had sent him a glare from her spot, as if telling him not to embarrass them. The moment was broken when the two old friends started to laugh with each other. "Cat," he said as he hugged Catelyn, "Your Grace." Cat greeted, 9 years I haven't seen you, where the hell have you been?" Robert asked his old friend as he turned his attention back to Eddard. The two looked happy to see each other after such a long time. Naruto could tell that despite everything that happened between they two, they were still close to each other after so many years. "Guarding the North for you, Your Grace." "Winterfell is yours," the Lord Paramount of the North claimed. "Where's the imp?" Arya asked, much to his amusement and Sansa's annoyance. Robert moved down the line, greeting the rest of the Starks before the Queen made her way over to them. "My Queen," Ned said, kissing her hand, while Cat repeated it and curtsied. "Take me to the crypts, I want to pay my respect," Robert ordered, wanting to mourn his long-dead love. Naruto sighed, knowing that no matter how many years past Robert was, and would always be in love with Ned's sister Lyanna regardless what his mother would do. "We've been riding for a month, my love, surely the dead can wait," Cersei said, only for Robert to call for Ned, who apologized and left with the king. "Where's the imp?" Arya asked his mother, who looked rather annoyed between her husband, leaving to mourn another woman, and the mention of her less than lived brother Tyrion. He could help but be thankful to be back in the North. With Robert and Ned, the two had just finished talking about the circumstance of Jon Arryn's death, as well remembering their fond experiences together with the man when they were younger. "I need you, Ned, down in King's Landing, not up here where you're no damn us to anybody," he said seriously to Ned. "Lord Eddard Stark, I would name you the Hand of the King," he proclaimed. Ned kneeled before Robert. "I'm not worthy of the honor," Eddard stated. "I'm not trying to honor you. I'm trying to get you to run my kingdom while I drink and whore my way to an early grave," Robert said truthfully with mirth in his voice. "You helped me win the Iron Throne, now help me keep it. If your sister had lived, we would have been bound by blood," Robert said bitterly. He could never forgive the Targaryens for what they had done to not only him, but his best friend's family. "But it's not too late," he said in a moment of realization. "I have 2 sons, you have 2 daughters. We'll join our houses," he declared to Ned. "Arya is too young to marry," Ned claimed as Robert turned and walked towards Lyanna's grave. He knew that his youngest daughter had a good relationship with the second prince, but she was still too young. And Naruto will probably refuse until she is of age. He has your sense of honor, you know, Robert said, smiling at the thought of the second son. How he wished he had been born before Joffrey. Naruto was everything he wanted in a son. A natural-born Baratheon, strong, determined, and passionate. Even with his magic, he was worthy of become king. Nothing like his firstborn, who had been coddled by his mother since birth. He used to ride through the north saving villages from bandits and capturing deserters. The small folk adore him, Ned said. Naruto was a true champion of the people. His mere presence inspired high moral among even the lowest people. The mountain once raided a village. Tywin Lannister claimed that they had failed to pay taxes to his house. Robert said, looking slightly angry, that one of his knights could do such dishonorable things, such as attacking defenseless people. When Naruto found out, he rode straight into battle alone. Cersei tried to stop him, saying that it was far too dangerous, but he didn't care. When he returned, he brought back 10 head and Sir Gregor Clegane with his armor in pieces and 100 new scars. Robert said joyously. His son was only 14, and yet he could best one of the strongest knights in the realm. Flashback. Robert's eyes were wide as Naruto walked back into his throne room, with Gregor Clegane being dragged in by 2 members of the City Watch. Naruto himself didn't have a single tear in his clothing, yet he was bathed in blood. Robert couldn't help but conclude that none of it belonged to his son, but rather the men who raided the village with Sir Clegane. Cersei had to avert her eyes at the sight of the mountain. There wasn't a part of his body that hadn't been cut. It was as if he had been trapped in a storm of swords. His armor had been decimated. Unlike Naruto, who was covered in the blood of others, he was drenched in his own. Joffrey, who was with his parents, looked on in morbid fractionation at the sight of the crushed mountain of a man. The mountain that rides had been reduced to dirt under his brother's feet. It almost made him feel jealous of the power his dark-haired brother held. Beside him, Sandor couldn't help but grin at his bleeding brother. Serves him right, he thought to himself. Is this what a knight of West is mother? Naruto asked, disgusted by who his grandfather had allowed under his command. The 2 City Watch guard flinched from the anger in their prince's voice. I'll spare him this time. But next time he does this, even if under grandfather's orders, I'll remove what makes him a man, and force him to take the black. If not, I'll send him his head. Naruto stated furiously. Enough, Naruto. Robert said, as he motioned for the City Watch to take Gregor to a Meister to be healed so he didn't leave this world. As horrible of a man he was, Sir Gregor Clegane was still one of the most powerful knights in the Seven Kingdom, and his father-in-law's favorite knight. What of the rest of the men with him? The king asked, almost fearing the answer, but at the same time he couldn't help the bud of pride blooming in him. His son, his blood, had charged into battle on his lonesome, and defeated not just the most feared knight in the realm, but several of his men, all without a single cut upon his clothing. Ned sure taught him well. Robert thought at the amazing warrior his son turned out to be. Naruto took out a scroll and opened it on the floor. In a plume of smoke, 10 heads appeared before them. Here, Naruto said, revealing the severed heads of the men he had slain for their crimes. He could easily feel the dark emotions coming from his mother. He knew the 10 men he had killed also served House Lannister, and those were her father's subjects, and she knew he would not be happy. Your grandfather won't be happy, Naruto. Cersei warned, knowing that her father wouldn't like the fact that her son had killed so many of his men, and had left the mountain in a hospital bed for an extended stay. They got what they deserved, mother, he said. Flashback end. Good. Ned said, not being particularly fond of the man. After the events of the sack of King's Landing, he was been one of the people who, in the eyes of the Stark, should have been killed for forced to take the black. He was happy that Naruto shared the same sentiment as him. What Gregor had done to Aaliyah Mardell and her children was horrible. It almost ruined his friendship with Robert when the man pardoned the mountain for his actions, since it was against the Targaryens. With Naruto, come on Arya, you need to be faster, Naruto said as he sparred with the youngest Stark girl. Looking on were Jon Snow and Robb Stark. They couldn't help but wince when their sister took a heavy hit to the side of her abdomen when she left herself wide open for Naruto's attack. Never let your guard down. he said before lowering his sword with the intent of ending their match, seeing as Arya was sweating bullets. "Come, let's take a break." He said only to be hit on the back of the head by a stick. "I win," Arya declared with a wide smirk on her face as she claimed victory. "An enemy can attack you even after the battle is over. That's what you said last time," the Stark said, earning her laughs from her brother and half-brother. Naruto smirked and rubbed the top of her head, messing up her hair. "I guess this makes it what? 50 wins for me and 1 for you?" Naruto questioned, while reminding her of how many times she had challenged him and lost. Then turning to Rob, Naruto couldn't help but smirk. "And should you really be laughing? After all, I don't think you have even a single win against me, Rob." Naruto gloated, shutting Rob up. "I still haven't seen the imp," Arya stated. A sigh escaped Naruto's lips. "My uncle is probably off hunting at the moment," Naruto surmised, knowing of Tyrion's preference in hobbies. If it wasn't for his sharp mind and blonde hair, Naruto would have assumed that he was Robert's brother with all his drinking and whoring. "I'm sure that he will turn up eventually." "Well, I better go find my foolish brother. Make sure that the bastard isn't doing anything stupid. I swear Joffrey is half mad. Let's all go hunting before the feast," Naruto said as he walked away from the Stark children. Finding his brother walking with their mother and Sir Sandor Clegane, Naruto decided to make himself known. Picking up a small rock, he tossed it at the back of his brother's head. Joffrey nearly fell forward from the sudden hit to the back of his skull. "Who dares?" he yelled out in outrage, while Sandor drew his sword ready to lop off someone's head. "Just your daring younger brother Goldilocks," Naruto said as he walked up to the two of them. Seeing as it was the prince who had threw the stone, the hound sheathed his blade, since he couldn't attack the Baratheon even if Joffrey ordered him to. "Sandor, you're looking well. Taking care of my shit of a brother, right?" Naruto said, laughing, earning a grin from the knight. The two had always had a relationship built upon respect. Sandor respected Naruto for his unbelievable strength and how he had brought his brother to heel without issue. Naruto likewise respected him for his strength, but also because he, unlike his brother and a few others, had some sense. "Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you not to speak to your brother like that?" Cersei said, scowling at her second-born son. It had become a common thing between the two of them ever since Joffrey had tried to impress their father by gutting a cat. Naruto had nearly shattered Joffrey's teeth with an anger-filled punch upon the sight, and yet Robert allowed it. He's Robert's son after all, she thought. A smirk formed on Naruto's face before swinging his arm around Joffrey's neck. "Oh, come on, mother, we're just having some brotherly fun." "I mean, if I can't jest with Joff here, then who can I?" Naruto claimed, defending his actions. Letting go of his brother, Naruto picked up an apple from a food cart and flicked a gold dragon to the man in charge. "I'm going hunting later with Rob and John. Care to join us, Joff?" Naruto offered. Joffrey gave him a questioning look. "Why? So you can embarrass me? No, thank you." Joffrey responded bitterly. Unlike his brother, he had little experience with hunting and wasn't as skilled with weapons. "Joffrey has to get ready for the feast tonight, and you should too instead, Naruto. I would appreciate it if you didn't embarrass us by coming in dressed in dirt and blood," the queen said to Naruto, who laughed and waved her off, much how Robert did to her. "You will make a proper appearance," she said, putting her foot down. "It'll be fine. Besides, father already said we could go, so it's not like I need your permission," Naruto told her, dismissing her order. Gods, he hated how his mother was at times. "How dare you!" Cersei cried out as she slapped Naruto across the face, her face contorted in fury. This drew the attention of the small folk working around them. For a second, Sandor feared that Naruto would draw his blade and kill the queen. If he had decided to do so, no one would have been able to stop him from doing so. However, he knew that the prince was a lot of things, but not a kinslayer. Even on his worst days, he wouldn't kill his own family. "I'll let that one slide since I was being a bit of an ass," Naruto said as he started to walk away from his two blonde relatives. "But do it again, and you can expect a prank coming your way. Maybe I'll cover you in fish guts," Naruto said, grinning like a fox. Sandor let out a sigh of relief that Naruto had a much better temperament compared to his brother. Later, Naruto ran after a bear that had survived a shot from Jon's bow and turned towards Winterfell. "Shit, shit, shit, shit." Naruto yelled as he sprinted to catch up to it before it got too close to the village outside the castle and killed anyone. Pulling out a kunai, the Baratheon channeled his wind chakra through it and threw it through one of its hind legs. The bear fell forward as its leg gave out. Catching up to it, Naruto drew his sword and decapitated it. "Made it," Naruto said, taking in a breath of air. Rob and John rode over to him. "I still can't believe you can outrun a horse," Rob said as he dismounted. Naruto grinned as he sealed the bear away in a scroll for later use. "Man, you almost screwed up Riley Snow," Rob said as he leaned against a tree. They had been hunting for about 3 hours, and the sun was starting to get low now. "I'm going to miss this, you know. One say we'll become like our fathers. Naruto will be some nobleman in King's Landing. I'll be Warden of the North, and John will shivering away on the wall," Rob lamented. "I still can't believe you're going there, John," Naruto said to Ned's bastard. John gave Naruto a slight glare, causing the prince to sigh at how bullish his friend was being. "Look, I know you see going to the wall and taking the black as a way for you to bring honor to yourself, even as a bastard, but I've been there, John. It's not a nice place to live," Naruto said, remembering everything he had experienced when Ned took him there once to do a quick check. "It's colder there on any given day than the worst day here. Half the people there are either old and dying, criminals, or those who had no choice but join or starve. Even with Cat treating you like she does, your life here is peaches compared to that," the former shinobi warned. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I've already made up my mind," Jon Snow said, staying true to his conviction. "You're an idiot, Jon," Naruto sighed as they began to walk back to Winterfell, with Jon and Rob leading their horses by the reins. "To be honest, I'm happy that Ned is going to King's Landing. I may actually be able to keep my sanity there now," the second prince said to the two. In his opinion, Ned was the type of leader that the Seven Kingdoms needed at the moment. "Yes, I'm back. So what did you all think of this new fic? Good, bad? I got really into Game of Thrones over the last few weeks, so I got inspired to make this after reading a few other stories on the site. I still haven't decided if I'm gonna keep this as just a Naruto/Arya more romantic things. Won't happen, she's a bit older, obvious reasons. What do you guys feel I should do? Anyways, make sure to leave a review behind, since those tell me what I should fix, or if I'm doing a good job." Later's Chapter 2, the feast had begun with great fanfare. But outside, Naruto and Jon were training with one another. Their training swords clashed with one another as the two tried to get the upper hand over the other. Jon grit his teeth as his stamina began to wane, while Naruto looked like he could go for another 3 rounds. Jon knocked Naruto's sword to the side and tried to tackle him down, only for Naruto to catch him with his open arm and throw him back. Steadying himself, Jon charged at the prince once again with a wide swing. Naruto ducked under the swipe and stabbed forward, hitting Jon the stomach. "Dead," Naruto said as the two separated. "You've gotten better, Jon," Naruto said as he put the training sword back on its holder. "But still not as good as you," Jon said, slightly bitter that he still couldn't beat Naruto. While the prince was one of his greatest friends, he still hoped to one day defeat him at least once. It was then that the two heard galloping coming towards them. Looking at the gate, they saw Jon's Uncle Benjen ride in on his horse. "Uncle Benjen," Jon yelled as the man got off his horse and embraced his nephew. "Jon, it's been too long. Look how big you've gotten," the older Stark said before turning his attention to Naruto. "Naruto, I see you're doing well," Benjen said to the young Baratheon, who smiled and locked hands. "Why aren't either of you at the feast?" he asked the two, earning a sour look from Jon. "Lady Stark didn't want to insult the royals with my presence," Jon answered, as if he had to swallow poison. Out of all the people in Winterfell, she had always been the harshest with him. A part of him couldn't blame her for feeling that way, but it never stopped hurting. "Foolish old women," Naruto muttered. Benjen sighed, knowing that Catelyn would never accept Jon into her family, despite what his brother may say. He was a symbol of Ned's betrayal. Living proof that he had slept with another woman. "There is always a place for you in the Night's Watch, Jon," Benjen offered his nephew. While it was viewed a prison to most of the Seven Kingdoms, in the North it was seen as a great honor to join the Night's Watch. "Well, I might as well join the party before my mother sends the hound after me," Naruto said, excusing himself as he walked towards the entrance to where the feast was being held. Stopping, Naruto turned around and looked at John. "Feel free to join in. Tell your mother it was a command from the prince himself if she bitches about it. We could always use more Starks," he said before passing through the door. John smiled when Naruto called him a Stark instead of a Snow. Unlike others, he didn't care for his status as a bastard, and would happily bash a head in if they talked down to him. Gods know he nearly drove Catelyn crazy sometimes with his demands. "He's a good friend," John said to his uncle, who nodded before they continued to talk. The feast, Naruto walked through the crowd and saw his father making out with an attractive tavern wench. At the high table, he saw his mother and Catelyn sitting making some small talk while watching over the events of the party. Looking over, he saw his brother sitting among some other noble folk. "Oh, come one, Joffrey, enjoy yourself," Naruto yelled as he picked up 2 cups of wine and handed one to him. "Of course you would like it here," Joffrey growled at this younger brother who was sipping away at his wine. "Everyone here are savages," he said, glaring around the room as people danced and drank the night away. Joffrey looked over at Sansa and gave her a smile, which she returned with a bashful look. Naruto noticed this and smirked as he yanked his brother to his feet. "What are you doing?" The blonde yelled as he was dragged over to the table where the Stark girls were sitting. Instead of making googly eyes at a girl, why not grow a pair and talk to her in person? Naruto whispered to him as he pushed his way through the crowd. He didn't like the brat, but as far as he cared, bringing him and Sansa together would either make her realize how much a shit he was, or actually make him less of a bastard and push him to be more of a man. "Hey, may we sit here?" Naruto asked the two. "Yeah," Arya said as the 2 princes sat down with them. The youngest Stark woman looked at Joffrey, who looked a bit out of place at the party. "So are you as strong as Naruto? I heard he can beat 10 men on his own." Arya asked the crown prince, who scowled. "No," he said bitterly, having to admit that. "Why is that?" Arya asked the blonde innocently. "You're both brothers, so should you have the same skills that he does?" She asked him, much to Naruto's amusement. He could already see Joffrey turning red in the face in anger. The young Stark had inadvertently hit one of Joffrey's weaknesses, comparing him, in terms of strength, to Naruto. "Enough, Arya," Naruto said, not wanting his brother to cause a scene in the middle of a celebration. Gods know what their father would do to them if they interrupted him and his merrymaking. "I can't believe I'm going to leave this place again for that crummy Red Keep. I'd rather be up here," Naruto said. "But the South is AHH," Sansa started before Arya flicked some food onto her face. Naruto barely held back a laugh as the redhead recoiled at the sudden attack from her sister. "Arya," she yelled out in anger, "why can't you behave like a lady for once?" She yelled before Rob came and lifted Arya up. "All right, time for bed," Rob said as he took Arya to her room. Naruto laughed at the annoyed face his future wife was making as her older brother carried her out. Just as Rob left, Jon and Tyrion entered the room, much to both Catelyn's and Cersei's annoyance. Looking at the other 2 at the table, Naruto excused himself to go talk with Jon and his uncle. "Well, I feel like a third wheel now. Joff, treat her nice," Naruto said, placing a hand on Joffrey's shoulder and squeezing down a bit too hard, earning a grimace from the crown prince. "I mean it, Joffrey," he said coldly before walking over to Jon, who was being careful not to meet Kat's gaze. Joffrey glared at his brothers retreating back before looking at Sansa, who looked a bit worried for him. "Are you okay?" Sansa asked, knowing just how strong Naruto could be when he wanted to. It wasn't hard to catch the slightly pained look on Joffrey's face when Naruto grabbed his shoulder. "He can be such a brute sometimes," the redhead said, looking at Naruto as he sat with her half-brother. She didn't know why Naruto always treated Joffrey like he did, while treating almost everyone else nicely. "I'm fine. When I'm king one day, I'll finally be able to show him which one of us is truly fit to be a king," he said, before looking at Sansa in the eyes and offering her a charming smile. "And you will be my queen," he said, earning a blush from the redhead. With Naruto, what gods were strong enough to get you to leave, you little hunt uncle?" Naruto asked as the imp of House Lannister grabbed a cup of wine and drank it down. He had heard that his other uncle Jaime had hired several whores earlier in the day. but given his position, Naruto assumed they had been for Tyrion himself. Or were you just too overwhelmed to continue? The young Baratheon asked. Tyrion laughed at his nephew's joke. There is no hunt to Grand, and no prey that can avoid the thrust of my spear, Naruto. I just need to have a light meal today before the feast, he said as a servant placed a piece of meat on the half-man's plate. Are you sure you don't want to travel to the wall with me? I heard it's great this time of year. Tyrion said to the former shinobi, been there before, but you really shouldn't go there if you're just going to disrespect them and all the work they do. Maybe grandfather will send a raven telling them to make you take the black, Naruto said, getting laughs from the two men at his table. Oh, who am I kidding? You'd lose your head faster than any brother before you. No way you could keep your pants on for longer that fortnight, Naruto accused. Oh please, the whores would be begging in the streets for me to break my vows and join them, Tyrion claimed. Given how much you spend on them, I wouldn't be surprised, Jon said quietly, but loud enough that Naruto could hear over the music. That's the spirit, Jon, Naruto yelled, slapping the Stark on the back and calling for more drinks to be served to them. Soon you'll be dressed in black and freezing your balls off, so enjoy your freedom while you can, Naruto said as he raised a cup to the air, followed by the other two before they drank their wine. I'll try, Jon said, looking slight back at Catelyn, who was still glaring at him while talking to the queen. Forget them, Jon, Naruto said, looking over at his mother, who turned to meet his gaze. Naruto smiled and gave her a smile and wave before turning back to the other two at his table. If you let titles hold you back, you'll get nowhere. Even the wall won't be about to save you, the Baratheon said, remembering how people first reacted when he had shown his magic in public when he was a child. The Septons and Septas had tried to get his father to get rid of him in one way or another. Talking from experienced sorcerer, Tyrion asked his nephew. Like him, Naruto had been looked down on by several people throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Many tried to denounce him for his ability to use magic. Many of the more open speakers ended up on a pike when word got back to Robert. I told him the same thing, he said, looking at Jon. Wear it like a badge of honor. Don't let others use it to hurt you. And if they do, you kick their ass, Naruto added. With Kat and Cersei, honestly, he's insufferable sometimes, Cersei said, sighing, seeing how her second son had manhandled her first. Unfortunately for her, that was a common occurrence for them. Naruto and Joffrey thought in completely different ways, and oftentimes they would clash over their ideals. The problem came when Naruto would use his strength to push Joffrey into a corner, a trait he no doubt got from his brute of a father. Yes, he is, Catelyn responded, not liking how the prince had invited her husband's bastard to the feast, despite knowing her disdain for the snow. She knew that if he had his way, Naruto would legitimize Jon as a Stark in a heartbeat. But I know that he has a good heart. Day of the hunt, Naruto had been training with Arya when he heard the commotion coming from outside one of the towers. Rushing over, he and the Ned's second daughter found the Bran being carried away by Hodor. What happened? Naruto demanded from one of the small folk who had gathered around. The young lord must slipped and fallen while climbing the tower, my prince. The man responded, a bit scared of the concerned prince. That's impossible. Bran had never fallen before. He's a really good climber, Arya yelled back at the knot, believing that her brother would slip and fall like that. She had seen him climb dozens of times, and not once had he ever messed up. Naruto, tell him Bran would never fall like that, she said to the young Baratheon, who sighed. Arya, no one is perfect, Naruto told her, hugging the now crying girl. She was scared for her brother's life. They had seen how Bran's legs were bent at angles not meant for humans. Come on, let's go see Bran, Naruto said, but gave one last look at the top of the tower where an open window was flapping in the wind. The two walked over to Bran's room, where Meister Lewin was taking care of the young boy and giving him some medicine. Catelyn was sitting by the bed. Her eyes were red and puffy from all the crying she had done. Bran, Arya yelled, rushing over to her brother, who was unconscious. He'll wake up soon, right, Meister Lewin? She asked the older man, who looked at her with saddened eyes. He will live, he confirmed, but I do not know when he will wake up, he added, on not wanting to give Arya a false sense of hope. Catelyn took her daughter into her hands as Arya continued to weep. The Meister looked at the prince, who standing to the side to let the Stark women have their moment. "Prince Naruto, do you have any magic that could help?" Lewin asked the Baratheon. Naruto shook his head. "I don't know much about healing magic," he responded. Despite everything he had accomplished in his former life, Naruto had never learned healing jutsu like his. Teammate Sakura had, and could only heal others using either Kurama's chakra or his Six Paths chakra, neither of which he had access to at the moment. "I could try, but I'm afraid to cause more harm," he admitted. "I see," Lewin said as he went back to tending to Bran's legs. It was best to let things be then to try to use magic and make things even worse for Bran than it already was. Seeing that Arya had cried herself to sleep, Naruto gave Catelyn, and "I'll pray to both the old gods and the new for Bran's recovery," he said before leaving the bedroom. "I need to get Ned back here," he said before running out of Winterfell after the hunting group. It took him only a few minutes before he caught up to them. His father was in the middle of trying to hit a buck with an arrow only to miss completely. "Nice try, father," Naruto said as the buck ran away. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Ned asked his forward ward, Naruto's expression too serious as he faced Ned. "You need to get back to Winterfell. Bran had an accident and fell from a tower. He's being tended to be Meister Lewin, but no one knows when he'll wake up. By the gods, his legs are mangled," Naruto informed the Northerner, whose eyes widened at the shocking news. "Robert, I need to get home," Ned said as he rode off towards Winterfell with Jory close behind. A sigh escaped Robert's lip as he watched his sworn brother leave to be by his family's side. It had been such a good hunt too, he thought to himself before ordering everyone to return to Winterfell. He wasn't going to be out, enjoying himself while his friend could very well be on the verge of losing a child. Day of departure, Naruto. He heard someone call for him. He was currently laying on the roof of the castle, waiting for the time for them to leave. The entire stay had taken a turn for the worse after Bran fell from the tower. Catelyn wouldn't even leave the room where Bran laid. He, of course, had forced his brother to give her his condolences. Flashback, you will go into that room and tell them they have your condolences, Joffrey, Naruto yelled at his older brother, who had refused to do so even after their uncle had told him to do so. "Mother has done so, I have done so, even Tommen and Miachella have talked to her. Now go," Naruto said before storming away from his brother, who glared at him. "Enjoy this while you can, Naruto," Joffrey said to his brother, who stopped and glanced back at him. "Once I'm king, you'll never be able to order me around like this, and if you do, I'll have your head," the blonde claimed. Flashback end, looking down, he saw Sansa looking rather annoyed at having to be the one to call him for their departure. Standing up, Naruto leaped off the roof, causing Sansa to roll her eyes at his blatant use of his power. To anyone else, the fall would have been fatal, but she knew from experience that the blonde would be perfectly fine. "Are you done?" Sansa asked. "You're still angry over those comments about Joff?" Naruto asked as he walked with her back towards where everyone was waiting for them. "You Tully women sure know how to keep a grudge," the Baratheon said to the redhead. "Maybe if you acted more like a prince and less like a wildling, we could get along." Sansa told him. Naruto sighed. "You spend too much time with that old woman," Naruto said, complaining about the septa that had taught Sansa and Arya. The difference was that Arya was rambunctious than Sansa, and grew up admiring the Knights of the North. He was sure that even if he wasn't there, Arya would have ended up the same as she was now. "Remember when you used to think I was going to be? What did you call me? Oh yeah. Your prince is shining armor," Naruto said, laughing at the memory. Sansa's cheeks burned red when Naruto brought up their childhood. It was no secret that in her earlier years, she had a crush on the prince, thinking that he would one day take her away from the north and to the south to live the life of a princess in King's Landing. "Oh, shut up," she muttered. "I wouldn't marry you in 100 years, she told him. Yeah, let's just go," Naruto said, passing her. Kingsroad, Naruto walked towards where his father and Ned were talking. Judging from the look on Ned's face, Robert had just asked about a sensitive topic. Likely something about Jon's mother. "Ah, Naruto, come here, you should hear. We were just telling some our old conquests," the king said, calling his son over. "You mean about all the wenches you slept with?" Naruto asked, amused. He knew how his father was. It wasn't a secret that besides battle, sex, and drinking were some of the few things that his father still enjoyed. I can hit him for you if you want, Ned. Naruto offered, knowing that it would be unsightly for a non-royal to strike the king. It's fine, Naruto. Ned responded with a smirk. There was a rider in the night. Robert said seriously, getting both Ned and Naruto's attention. He carried a message that Daenerys Targaryen has wed a Dothraki horse lord. He said, seething in anger. Everyone knew that his father hated the former ruling house. In a way, they had ruined his life by stealing away his bride, something he never forgave them for. Should we send a wedding gift? Ned asked Robert. Yes, Robert answered darkly. A sharp blade, and Naruto here to make sure it finds its way into her heart. The king elaborated, looking at his son. If anyone in the 7 kingdoms could do it, it was the prince himself. What do you say, boy? Want to kill the last Targaryens? He asked his son, who sighed. I don't care much for them, Naruto answered. She is but a child, Robert. Ned said, hating the idea of sending an assassin after a helpless girl. And soon that child will spread her legs and start birthing children. Targaryen children? Robert raged as he stabbed his knife into the table. After everything they have done to us, to your family, he roared, remembering his long-dead love, Lyanna Stark. This wedding gives Viserys an army of Dothraki, just primed to rape and pillage my kingdoms. And there are those who still call me an usurper, who would gladly join those shits. He said to Ned, you are right. Ned admitted, knowing that his friend was right. Viserys probably got an army in exchange for his sister. But the Dothraki will never cross any water their horses can't drink. And if by some chance they do cross, we'll defeat them once again. The Stark liege lord claimed. I hope you're right, Ned. War is coming, I can feel it. Well, what did you guys think? Leave a review behind, with your thoughts on the chapter and possible ideas that I could work in. P.S. A popular question from last chapter was if I would add others to the pairing besides Arya. I was thinking of Sansa as well. Dany is tempting, but I'm leaning away from it since I don't have many plans for them to interact until far later, but who knows. Anyways, laters, chapter 3, Naruto sat on a rock as he watched as Arya practiced her swordsmanship with Micah, the son of a butcher that was traveling along with them on the King's Road. He still found it a bit wasteful that his father would bring a butcher and his son with him on a trip to Winterfell and back, but he wasn't the king, so it wasn't his place to say. Concentrating on the quick stick fight between the two, it was clear that while Micah was a bit stronger than Arya in terms of physicality, Arya was by far the better fighter, having trained with him over the years. You're overextending, Micah, Naruto warned as he saw the boy swing his stick, that which was easily blocked by Arya, who deflected the swing and knocked it out of his hand. Putting her sword at his throat, she held him at stick point for a few seconds before she smiled and backed off. I guess I win again, Arya said, grinning widely as she looked back at Naruto, who clapped his hands with a warm smile on his face. It made her happy to see him cheer her on like that. Of course, she never wanted to be a lady, but rather maybe a knight or something like that. Her face fell, however, when she heard a second set of clapping. The three of them looked over to see Joffrey and Sansa walking towards them, coming of a path that led to the clearing they were using to train. Shocked by the sudden appearance of the Crown Prince, Micah dropped his stick on the ground and bowed to Joffrey. He and his father had been around long enough to know that messing with the blonde was a bad idea if they wanted to keep their lives. He wasn't kind like Naruto could be. He had seen Joffrey's cruel nature from time to time. So you want to be a knight, butcher's boy? He asked Mitcha, mockingly, as he looked at the stick on the ground. Pick it up, he said as he drew his sword. Joffrey, enough, Naruto said, standing up and glaring at his older brother. If he really intended on attacking a defenseless and untrained kid with an actual sword, then he had another thing coming to him. There were a lot of things he had let slide with Joffrey over the years. This wasn't one of them. Oh, come on, brother, I was just teasing the boy, he said, pressing his sword against Micah's cheek. The butcher's boy was too terrified by the prospect of defending himself against the prince, or being cut up by said prince, to even move. A drop of blood dripped down his cheek as the blade broke through his skin. Naruto was about to act to stop his brother when he saw Arya, who was much closer, reacted and hit Joffrey with her stick several times. Leave him alone, the young Stark yelled as she batted at the blonde royal. Joffrey recoiled, while Sansa gasped at the sight of her sister attacking her betrothed. Taking the opportunity, Micah ran away from the situation, not wanting to be involved any further now that it has escalated to this point. Things turned for the worse when Joffrey lashed out at Arya with his sword, causing Sansa to look on, conflicted. She didn't know what to do now. On one hand, Arya had stuck Joffrey first, but Arya was her little sister and Joffrey was using a real sword while she had just a stick. A sword that could kill her in one strike if he was good enough or got lucky. Arya's training showed, however, as she managed to avoid the sloppy swing, but still though she clumsily fell to the ground. As Joffrey was going to throw another swing at her, Naruto had already crossed the space between them and caught the sword with his bare hand. A small trail of blood flowed from the point of contact, though the sword didn't cut much farther into his palm. "That's enough, Joffrey, leave, now," he told his brother. His words carried the threat of untold pains he would inflict on his brother if he dared to even lay a finger on her. Joffrey grit his teeth, despising being talked down like that by his younger brother. He hated him so much whenever he did so. He was meant to be king, yet his brother's words always carried more weight than his, because he had the power to back it up. Even the mountain would dare speak back to him after the thrashing he received from Naruto. Fine. He spat as he pulled his sword away from the Naruto, whose glare never faltered off his blonde brother. Steam began rising out of Naruto's bloodied hand, as the wound began to heal and close itself. Naruto turned around to help Arya up from the ground, only for the blonde Baratheon to give in to his unstable anger and swing at his brother's unprotected back. Instinctively, Naruto turned around and grabbed Joffrey's sword arm before it could finish the swing. The sounds of bones cracking could be heard throughout the clearing. "No." Sansa cried out as she heard Joffrey screamed in agony as the bones in his wrist began to fracture, if not break under his brother's grip. Naruto hadn't bothered to hold back his overwhelming strength as he glared at his older brother. "Let go of him, Naruto." She yelled at the younger prince, fearful of what he was doing to Joffrey. The black-haired Baratheon looked Sansa with a slight glare. Even after he had attacked her own sister, she still stood by Joffrey. Looking back at Joffrey, who was now crying, begging for him to let go of his arm, he scoffed. "Fine," he said, throwing his brother to the ground. "Raise your sword to me again, and I'll take your arm for good, got it, Joff?" He threatened in a way that sounded a lot like their father. In fact, if he was here, he would probably cheer him on, calling him a damn good Baratheon. Near them, Arya's direwolf, Nymeria, growled at Joffrey, ready to attack if the blonde didn't leave them alone. Arya stood up and patted her pet to keep her calm and stop her from attacking the prince. "Come on, Naruto, let's go find Micah, he must be scared," she said softly, not wanting to see her friend fight anymore with his brother. She knew that he was taking it lightly on Joffrey because he was his brother. If anyone else had tried that, they would be a smear on the ground. "Right," Naruto said as he walked away with Arya and Nymeria in the direction that Micah ran off in. He couldn't stand the sight of his brother any longer. To think that he was related to that scum made him sick to his stomach. To think that someone like that would be made a king baffled him. Nymeria growled as she charged at Joffrey when he picked up his sword and turned towards his brother and Arya. "Nymeria, stop." Sansa yelled as she tried to get the direwolf off Joffrey as it bit down on the prince's other arm. Blood poured down his arm as Nymeria snarled with the arm in her mouth. "Naruto, Arya, stop her," Sansa yelled at the two. Nymeria, the reincarnated shinobi, called out, getting the direwolf's attention. The beast ran to his side, its maw still covered in blood, before the three walked away. As soon as they were far enough that Naruto was sure Joffrey wouldn't hear, he turned to Arya. "Send Nymeria back for North," he told her, knowing exactly what Joffrey would do. Arya had struck him and her direwolf had bitten him. When he told their mother, she would be out for blood, but he deserved it. Arya protested, thinking that Naruto would protect her pet. Normally, she would be right, but in this case Nymeria had attacked the crowned prince. An offense that even he would have trouble justifying. Arya was one thing, Nymeria was another, and the look Naruto was giving her told her everything she needed to know. If Nymeria stayed, she would be killed when they got back to the inn. Arya turned to Nymeria, who looked at her with an innocently look despite what was going on. "Go on, Nymeria, go home." She said to the direwolf, which made a whining noise, "Go." She yelled. Nymeria stood up and ran off into the forest as Arya started to tear up at the sight of her pet, running off into the forest. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder with a sad smile on his face, knowing that it was for the best. It was the best way to keep the direwolf safe for the moment. "Come on, they'll be looking for you as soon as Joffrey or Sansa tell the others what happened. We should give them time to cool off," he said as he led her away from the area, knowing that the Lannister guards would be looking for them soon. Nighttime, as soon as Naruto and Arya returned, they were brought before his mother and father by the first guard that had spotted them. Naruto sighed as he looked at Arya, who looked a bit nervous about essentially being on trial. Before they could really begin, Ned bursted in with quite the serious look on his face. Arya quick went to her father and started to apologize over and over again to the Warden of the North, who hugged her. "It's all right, Arya," he said, rubbing his daughter's back to comfort her before looking at the royal family. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded as he let go of her. He and his men had been looking for her the entire day. "What wasn't she brought to me at once?" he questioned his longtime friend. "How do you speak to your king in that manner?" Cersei asked Ned. "Shut your mouth, woman," Robert said harshly, stopping whatever else his wife and queen was going to say before it could come out of her mouth. It was late and he didn't have time to hear her ramble on. Turning back to Ned, he continued to speak. "I never meant to frighten the girl, Ned." He started, but Naruto knew that there was a but coming soon. "But we need to get this business done quickly," he said. It was late and he wanted to rest. This entire situation was bothersome, to say the least. As Robert stopped talking, Cersei continued off. "Your daughter and the butcher's boy attacked my son," he said as Joffrey besides her looked down as if asking for sympathy from the onlookers. "That beast of hers nearly tore his arm off," she accused, motioning to the bandages that Joffrey wore on his arm from where Nymeria bit him. "That's not true," Arya yelled out, stepping in front of her father. "She only bit him a little," she whispered, causing Robert to look. He was hurting Micah and attacked Naruto, she accused him. "Joff told us what happened," Cersei said, believing her eldest son over the word of the young girl. "She and Butcher's boy beat him with clubs while she sent her beast at him," she said, briefly recounting the story that Joffrey had told her. "And of course you believed him," Naruto said, glaring at his mother as he placed a hand on Arya's shoulder, signaling to let him take care of it. While it was clear to everyone that his mother favored his elder brother, his father had always leaned to his side. It probably had something to do with the fact that he was the only who inherited any of his traits. "Don't listen to him, he's just going to lie to protect the girl," the blonde Baratheon yelled out, pointing at his brother with his good hand. "He attacked me as well and nearly broke my arm," he told their father, who looked back at Naruto as if demanding an answer. It was true that Joffrey had come back with both his arms injured. One with bite marks, clearly from some form of animal, the other had internal damage with finger-like bruises on his flesh. "I wouldn't have done that if you didn't attack me while my back was turned, after I gave you the chance to leave, coward," Naruto refuted, accusing Joffrey too of attempting to strike at his back, which was not only cowardly, but also extremely dishonorable, something that he knew that his father would look down on. His father, despite being a horrible king, was a warrior at heart. Even if he had grown old and fat, such actions would look especially bad on Joffrey. "You attacked your own brother from behind after being beaten by him?" he asked Joffrey, his voice drenched in disappointment. Cersei glared at Naruto for his accusation, though she had to admit she was mildly proud of her dark-haired son for using his father's personality to sway him to his side. "Liar," Joffrey yelled back. "It's true," Arya shouted. "Enough," Robert finally said, shutting the two up. He was getting a headache already from everything. He just wanted a strong drink and maybe a good tavern wench to accompany him to bed now. "He tells me one thing, they tell me another," he said, conflicted on what to do. "Seven hell, what am I supposed to make of this?" he questioned. On one side was his favorite son and the daughter of his best friend. On the other was his shit of an heir, but also his own damn wife. "Where is your other daughter, Ned?" he asked, in her bed asleep. Ned answered as if it were obvious. It was already late at night. Sansa should have been sleeping by now as far as he knew. "She's not," the queen said, earning a confused look from Ned as to what she meant by that. "Sansa, come here, dear," Cersei said, as Sansa was led through the gathered crowd by a guard until the redhead stood in the middle of everyone. Now all eyes were on Sansa. For once, Naruto didn't know what she would do. On one hand, she was betrothed to and infatuated with Joffrey. On the other hand, Arya was her younger sister. "Go on," Robert said, motioning to Sansa to speak. "Tell me what happened. Tell it all and tell it true," he commanded, wanting the full story. "It's a great crime to lie to a king," he warned. Sansa looked nervous as she looked to the side to Ned, before looking back over at Joffrey, who had his eyes set on her. Lastly, she turned to Naruto, whose cerulean eyes bore into her as if daring her to lie in front of him, knowing he would instantly be able to tell. "I don't know," she said softly, as was too conflicted to take a side. "I don't remember, I didn't see," Sansa claimed. Arya quickly reacted in anger at the lies sprouted by her own sister, who wouldn't even come to her aid. "Liar!" she yelled, pulling on Sansa's red hair in her fury. "Liar, liar, liar," he yelled as the two sisters struggled. "Hey," Ned yelled, trying to pull his youngest daughter of his eldest. "Stop it," he commanded as he finally got Arya off Sansa, who backed away from Arya, who glared at her sister. Cersei opened her mouth, as if to say something, but Robert cut her off in favor of addressing his second son. He knew Naruto had the power to know if someone was lying to him, a skill that was most useful in King's Landing and had helped him out several times. "Did she tell the truth, son?" he asked his only true Baratheon son. "She lied," Naruto said plainly, causing mutters to spread across the hall. A sigh escaped Robert's lips as he decided to just end this stupidity. He couldn't rightfully punish his best friend's daughter, not when even Naruto was siding against his own brother. His son had picked up the North's honor during his years under Ned. His word was almost as good as gold in many ways. He just needed to fight a little to get Cersei off his back. "Then this farce is over. Ned, just see to it that this doesn't happen again," he said, getting up from his seat. "And what of the direwolf?" Cersei asked, not liking the conclusion of the trial one bit. In the end, her son was injured, and the ones who perpetrated it were getting off without a single punishment. "What about the beast that nearly bit your son's arm off? He will bear those scars for the rest of his life," she questioned. "Nymeria's gone," Naruto told them. "She was scared off by the guards and ran away into the forest," he told his father. The account was confirmed one of the Lannister guards, who told Robert that no one had seen the direwolf since it left with Arya in the morning. "So be it," Robert said, walking away. "We have another wolf." Cersei mentioned. Robert paused and turned around to face his wife. "As you will," he said plainly, not caring anymore about the situation. He wasn't going to stand and fight further into the night over a direwolf. "You can't mean it," Ned whispered, not wanting to see his daughter's beloved direwolf put down. "A wolf is no pet, Ned. Get her a dog," he said, before walking away as Sansa and Arya started to put the pieces together on what they meant, and beginning to protest the decision to put Lady down to Cersei and their father. "You can't do that. Lady is a good girl. She didn't do anything," Sansa cried out, not wanting her beloved pet to get put down for something that she hadn't done. "It wasn't fair. This wouldn't have happened if you just told the truth," Naruto said, glaring daggers at Sansa. She had been willing to put her love of Joffrey before even her own family. He didn't know what she saw in his shit stain for a brother, but at the moment, he didn't care. If she had just told the truth, there wouldn't be any confusion, and they would all be asleep by now, and Lady's life wouldn't be on the line now. "Naruto, stop him," Sansa begged, not knowing who else to turn to. From the look on his face, Joffrey was more than happy to see the wolf put to rest, even if it hurt her. It stuck her heart, but she knew that she couldn't turn to her beloved for this. "Please," she begged. The Baratheon stared down at Sansa for a second as everyone seemed to leave. Ned had volunteered to do the job. The direwolf was the symbol of his house. As such, he would only allow her a northern death. But Naruto relented, seeing the pleading look in Sansa's eyes. "Wait," he said, raising his hand up, stopping everyone in their tracks. "I want the direwolf as my pet," he demanded from the redhead. If Lady belonged to him, then no one would touch the prince's pet. "Yes," Sansa said, wanting to save Lady's life even if she had to give her up. It left Lady out of her custody, but alive was better than just having her dead on the King's Road. The king looked at her before looking at Naruto, who nodded. then it lives," he said before leaving the room. Cersei glared at her son and the Starks as Sansa smiled and wiped her tears. With that, Ned lead the two girls back to their rooms for the night, while Naruto walked out of the inn, grabbing a tankard of mead as he left the old building. As he did, he spotted the Hound with his horse. On it was a small body that Naruto recognized at Micah. "Hound," he yelled as he stormed towards the armored man. The man froze and looked back at young Prince, who had a furious look on his face. Normally, he would never allow anyone to speak to him like that, but to a degree, even he was nervous about being caught by Naruto. He knew and respected what the blonde had done to his brother, but he never wanted that fury placed on him. He didn't know if he would survive. "Is he alive?" Naruto demanded. "No." Sandor responded honestly. Joffrey had wanted him alive. He wanted to deal the death himself, but the boy ran away, so he pursued. In the end, he killed the boy with his sword and put an end to his short life. Within seconds, he found a fist buried into his stomach. His armor crumpled like paper under Naruto's fist. As the Baratheon pulled his fist out, the Hound fell to his knees, dry heaving from the blow to his stomach. He had heard tale of the prince's ungodly strength and respected him for what he had done to his brother, but now being on the receiving end. It was horrifying. Naruto leaned down with a dangerous look in his eyes. "If I didn't respect you and know you were only following orders, I would have killed you," he whispered darkly into the Clegane's ear. Despite him being generally nice to everyone, he was known to show his father's rage when pushed. "You will apologize to the butcher for his son," he ordered. "And you will compensate him fully for his lose, and I don't care what my grandfather said." Naruto continued with no room to argue. "How was the chapter?" "Good, bad. Please leave your thoughts in the reviews. I actually read them all. Like, I know that a lot of people want the solo Arya pairing, which is what I will likely stick to. Sure, there are some hot women in Game of Thrones, but hey, not everyone likes harems. Also, if I were to do multiple, it would be Naru/Arya/Sansa. Deaneries. Yes, I would like to pair them. I would really like to, but you'll see, or we'll see lol. Anyways, I would like to give a huge shout out to SSJ4 Kinaza and SS Jason 35. These two actually looked over my chapter and did some baiting. Hopefully they did a good job. I'm sure they did anyways. See you later, peeps. And if you celebrate. Happy Easter Chapter 4. After a long journey down from the north, the capital city of Westeros was now in sight. Naruto sighed as he rode alongside Sansa and Arya. He would miss the north. Sure, it was so cold that one could freeze their balls off, but it was home to him. The place where he had spent a large portion of his life. "Back to this shithole," he muttered, earning a giggle from Arya and a side glance from Sansa. He hadn't talked much with the eldest Stark sister since the events at the inn. He figured that she was likely conflicted on what to make of what had happened. It was plain as day that she had some sort of feelings for his brother, but he figured that it was because he was what she saw as a real prince unlike him. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling about being back, however. King's Landing was, for lack of a better word, a sewer. Not because of the horrid smell that filled some of its streets, but because of everything that slithered around the city. He knew full well that several people of influence had spies hidden among the small folk. From whores to wet nurses, beggars to blacksmiths, just about anyone could be working for someone else. "This place smells," Sansa complained, as they, the royal party, moved through the streets and towards the Red Palace's courtyard. Arya couldn't help but agree with her sister, but wasn't as vocal about it as Sansa had been. She didn't want to seem like she was complaining. Naruto sighed, knowing that King's Landing was rather split among its people, for the most part. People who lived in the city were pretty well off when compared to some of the small folk who lived outside of its walls. It was a good place for trade and to do business, finding a job and building a career of a craft. But on the other side, there was Flea Bottom, a slum if he had ever seen one. The darker side of the city that was often ignored by those who ruled it and those who visited it. Lord Arryn had been trying to do something about it, but funds have been a bit tight as of late, he said as he looked at Ned, who was talking to his father. He felt bad for his father figure. It probably wouldn't be long until Ned found out what his father had been up to with the kingdom, and just how bad the state of affairs was among the crown when it came to money. "Your father's gonna have his work cut out for him being the hand of a king like my father," Naruto told them, knowing that his father wasn't really a good king at all. Tight. How is that so, Naruto? Sansa asked, wondering what the prince meant by that. Looking over at his father, the dark-haired prince sighed deeply. As I said, Ned will have a tough time with a king like my father Sansa, he said, as he turned towards Ned, who was speaking with his father. He knew that Ned didn't exactly want the job in the first place. When he found out how bad the situation was here, he wondered if he would stay to help or run away. Unfortunately, he knew that Ned would never leave his post unless Robert pushed him too far. Enough of this talk. Arya yelled as she glared at Naruto and Sansa before smirking widely at the two of them. Naruto, you should show us around the castle, she declared, as it all made sense to her. They were going to be staying there anyway, so they might as well have someone show them around when they first arrive. Unknown to them, they had a listener to them, someone who had heard their plan and had a desire to seek revenge against the prince. Arriving at the palace stables, Naruto got off his horse and gave it to the handler before he took off with Arya and Sansa, leaving Ned to go attend his duties as the new hand of the king. Leading the two girls, Sansa stayed a bit behind them as Arya walked side by side with her fiancé. She was too young to marry, but her father and Robert had already decided for her. If anything, she was happy that her father paired her with Naruto and not Joffrey. She was sure he would be dead in a week. From the way the two of them react to the tour, Naruto could tell that the two were still completely different when it came to what they wanted to see in the Red Palace. Arya liked to visit the rooms that had something to do with weapons. She seemed to enjoy everything related to fighting and as far away from being ladylike as possible. Sansa, on the other hand, seemed extremely interested in the cultural and more royal parts of the palace, and didn't seem to care much about ones related to combat. It was an interesting duality between the two of them. However, as they explored the palace, a sense of irritation filled Naruto when he saw the mountain standing in front of them, blocking their way forward. The man was wearing his armor, but due to a lack of a helmet, one could see his scar-ridden face, injuries that he had gained from his clash with Naruto a year prior. "Gregor, can I help you?" he asked the knight. He didn't really have time to deal with the hulking brute at the moment. "Sir Clegane," Sansa said with a small but of awe in her voice. She had heard tales of his sheer size, but seeing him now in person made her feel almost tiny by comparison. She couldn't help but gulp as she wondered why he was here. "He's so big," Arya muttered as she looked up at the beast of a man. "My prince." Gregor nearly spat out. There was no secret that he hated the second prince with a passion. The boy had embarrassed him and left him with eternal reminders of his defeat at the hands of the young Baratheon. Looking at the younger Stark, he knew that she was betrothed to Naruto, which made her a prime target in his eyes when he had the chance. However, he also knew that he would have to strike when Naruto wasn't around. "The king wanted to know if you would join the tourney," Gregor told the former shinobi, hoping that he wouldn't so that he could really go at it. Whenever the prince joined, he could never cut loose or risk his life being ended. Naruto smirked. "Of course I will, Gregor. That may be the only way the kingdom can make a bit of money back on these stupid events." They said, knowing that he would likely give the money back to the treasury or the small folk. Either choice was a better use for those golden dragons than letting them line the coffers of someone like the mountain. Sanda was a bit surprised to see Naruto flat out ignore any formality with such a famed knight, referring to the mountain by their first name without even a sir beforehand. Not only that, but seeing Sir Gregor Clegane was truly terrifying. His monstrous form, his scarred face, his sheer presence, and yet Naruto didn't even blink. "Is it true that Naruto bested you and 10 of your men by himself?" Arya asked, much to Sansa's horror. The knight glared at the girl, and for a moment, the two Stark girls feared for their lives as the murderous look that the mountain that rides. However, he then turned his attention to Naruto, who was looking at him with his hand on his sword, ready to draw it if Gregor even attempted to harm the two girls with him. The knight may have been a brutal beast in battle, but he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could attack the daughters of the new hand of the king along with one of the princes and get away with it. That was if he survived his battle with Naruto, who had already threatened to take his head once before. "I'll see you at the tourney," Gregor said as he pushed his way through the two girls, shoving Sansa down on her rear as he stormed forward. irritated that he was forced to relent like that. He was sure that he could find some servant and relieve some stress somewhere in the Red Keep. Naruto watched as the knight retreated with a glare before looking back at Sansa and offering her a hand. Taking the prince's hand, Sansa stood back up and looked at her younger sister as if she had grown a second head. "Are you mad, Arya? What if he decided to lop your head off?" she asked, worried about the safety of her sister. Things were still tense between them after the incident with Joffrey and Micah, but Arya was still her sister. "Nothing would change that. I was curious," Arya retorted before a sigh from Naruto interrupted them. Looking back at the Baratheon, they saw him run his hand through his black locks. "What's wrong?" she asked her best friend. Snapped out of his thoughts, Naruto looked at the two to them with a sheepish expression. "Sorry, just thinking about how Ned is probably pulling his hair out right now in his meeting," he admitted as he leaned against a pillar and looked out the window at the city. King's Land was massive by all accounts, housing thousands of businesses and even more people. However, it was growing ever poorer under his father, as he spent an extreme amount on luxurious things that they could no longer afford. "Why's that?" Sansa asked, worried about her father. "Is it about the kingdom being tight like you said before?" she asked, hearkening back to the conversation that had before. Closing his eyes, Naruto rubbed his temples. "The kingdom is deeply in the red right now. My father has borrowed so much from the Lannisters and the Iron Bank that they might as well hold the kingdom by the balls." He said, much to the shock of Sansa, who to a degree understood just how bad things could be if what Naruto said was true. Arya looked a bit confused, but understood that it must not have been a good thing given how Naruto and Sansa reacted. "And my father throwing a tourney means that we're gonna have to borrow even more," he said grimly. In another wing of the castle, Cersei was tending to her oldest son. Both his arms were harmed during that incident with the butcher's boy. She thanked the Seven that her second son hadn't gone ahead and shattered Joffrey's arm with his near-godly strength. She was often conflicted when it came to her second son. Her father saw him as the next true heir of their house, while Joffrey took the throne. The heir that Jaime was supposed to be, but couldn't due to his ambitions. Out of her 4 children, Naruto had been the only one born with Robert's traits, his black hair and blue eyes. He was nothing like the other 3 little lions she had given birth to, and to further separate them was his power. Her father coveted Naruto's amazing magical power, calling it the future of House Lannister. Joffrey winced when Cersei dabbed some cream on the nearly healed wound where the direwolf had bitten him. "Please, it's nearly healed," she said as she finished up. "It's ugly," Joffrey said as he gazed upon the scar on his arm with disdain. "A king should have scars," the queen said as she wrapped bandages around the arm to cover the wound. "You fought off a direwolf. You're a warrior like your father, like your brother," she said, knowing that Joffrey always was jealous of his brother. He resented Naruto for being everything that he was not, for having their father's love when he didn't. Gods knew Robert loved Naruto. The boy was everything he had wanted in a son. She often had to talk Robert out of trying to bypass the laws of succession and making Naruto his heir. Joffrey always had to crawl of Robert's love, and even then failed almost every time. "I'm not like them," Joffrey responded bitterly, knowing that despite what his mother told him, he was nothing those two. "I couldn't fight back my own brother, let alone the wolf. All I did was scream while the 2 Stark girls watched on," he added, knowing that his brother had gone easy on him. Had Naruto been trying, he would have killed him in an instant. "Your brother is a special case. I doubt any knight could best him alone, Joffrey. Regardless, you killed the beast and fended off one of the strongest warriors in Westeros alone. You only spared the girl because of the love your father bears her father," the blonde woman claimed as she looked up at her son. Joffrey seemed to be about to refuse that statement, knowing that they weren't true. The beast was still alive, sent away by Naruto, and he was crushed by his brother. As for the girl, he could never have even laid a finger on her before his brother chopped it off. "Once Aerys Targaryen sat on the throne, and your father was a rebel and a traitor to the realm. One day you shall sit on it, and the truth shall be what you make it. Regardless of what your brother says or does, you shall be the king," Cersei assured Joffrey, knowing that if Naruto sat on the throne, everything she had done would have been for naught. She could control Joffrey, temper him to be the perfect king that would start a dynasty of Lannisters on the Iron Throne. Naruto. She couldn't sway. He had his ideals and would follow them even if they were foolish. Despite being a warrior, he sought peace, to quell all fighting between houses, to forever end the Game of Thrones, an impossible task. Do I have to marry the Stark girl? We already give the North too much power. He said, knowing that the North controlled the largest single piece of land compared to the other regions. However, it was also wild and nearly untamable. And how would rein them in? Cersei asked her eldest son, wondering how he would handle the problem if he was king. Joffrey took a second to think about it before coming up with an answer for his mother. I would double their taxes and make them supply 10,000 soldiers for the royal army, he declared, earning an amused look from his mother. While it may have sounded like a good idea to have others provide troops for an army, she knew that it would never work. A royal army? And what if the North rebels? She asked, making the situation more complex. Then I would send the royal army and take Winterfell. With Naruto, I doubt that there's anything they have that could stop us. Then I would put in a proper warden, Uncle Kevin maybe. Joffrey responded to his mother's question as if it were simple enough. And you expect these 10,000 Northerners to fight for you over their lords? For Naruto to betray the Starks? I am their king, they do not have a choice, Joffrey responded arrogantly, not seeing what was wrong with the suggestion. As king, they would have to do what he demanded of them, even if it meant invading their own homeland. Cersei chuckled a little bit. And even if your plan worked, once winter comes, not even the 7 combined could help you and your royal army, Joffrey. She said, watching her son, he was so ambitious. Foolish at the moment, but ambitious. That may have been one of the few things that he shared with his brother of all things. A good king knows when to save his strength and when to crush his enemies. Do you agree? He asked, seemingly happy that his mother shared the same thought as him. That the Starks were their enemies. That the Starks are enemies? Cersei stood up and took a second to think, looking down before meeting her son's awaiting gaze. Everyone who isn't us is our enemy, she said, taking his hands and giving him a small smile. And Naruto? Joffrey asked, wondering what his mother thought. Cersei's smile fell when asked about her second son. It made her weary that Joffrey saw Naruto as a potential enemy despite them being brothers. Naruto had never made mention of wanting to steal the throne from Joffrey, but it seemed that just his power alone made him a threat to Joffrey. Naruto is your brother. He can be your the greatest ally, but if you treat him like the enemy, he may just become it, she warned. Joffrey's face soured a bit but nodded regardless. A few days later, Naruto was leaning against the rail of a balcony as he stared off over the city with a sigh. He almost dreaded being back in King's Landing. There was such an awful air in the city. Not just the smell, but the hidden game that the lords played. Very few people could truly be trusted. What do you want, Varys? Naruto said as the spider crawled out of the shadows. The monk-looking eunuch. From a glance, one would dismiss him as harmless, but Naruto knew that he was among one of the most dangerous humans in the realm. The man could know just about anything if anyone was within hearing distance. He was the ringleader of what was likely the largest web of spies in the world. Catelyn Stark has left King's Landing. Word has it that she believes that your uncle attempted to kill Bran, he told the Baratheon prince. A grim look appeared on Naruto's face when he heard that. It didn't make any sense to him. His uncle would never do something so stupid, so meaningless. And who told her this? Naruto asked, looking over at Varys. Lord Baelish, my prince. An assassin was sent to Winterfell shortly after the king's party left and tried to kill the Stark boy in his bed. Lady Stark brought the weapon back here, and Lord Baelish told her that he had lost it to Tyrion last year. The eunuch explained to the young prince, who mulled over the information that he had been given. Naruto knew that the man wasn't lying. He knew better than to do so. All the lords in King's Landing knew better than to lie before him. Thanks to his past with Kurama, he could still sense negative intent, and that extended to lies. My uncle can take care of himself. I doubt that he will need much help making it back to King's Landing, he said, knowing that he couldn't leave the city at the moment. However, he needed to talk with Ned. He needed to, at the very least, understand what was going on. With that, he followed Ned's trail into Arya's room, seeing the older Stark step out. Ned, can we talk? he asked as he walked up to the man who raised him for 8 years. Of course, Naruto, he responded, curious as to what the son of his blood brother wanted with him. However, he was sure that Naruto had somehow caught wind of what had happened between him, his family, and Lord Baelish. It's about Tyrion, isn't it? Ned asked, wondering if Naruto had approached him because of it. Ned, he's innocent. Never once have I felt a bad feeling coming from Tyrion. He was set up, he had to have been. The reincarnated shinobi said, believing that his uncle couldn't do such a thing. It doesn't make sense. Why would Tyrion of all people want Bran dead? He said, putting a hand on the Stark patriarch's shoulder. Please, believe me, Ned. If it's Lord Baelish who told you that, take it with a grain of salt. You can't trust him, he warned, hoping that the Stark would listen to him. Ned looks to the side. His wife had asked him to trust Petter. They had been friends growing up, and she held him in high esteem. But Naruto was like a son to him, someone who was just as much of a Stark as he was a Baratheon. I'll send a raven to Catelyn. I make no promises, but I will let her know that you doubt that Tyrion was the one, he told his surrogate son. He doubted that Cat would listen, but it may make her more open to other results. Thank you, Ned, Naruto said, letting out a sigh of relief before looking back at the door. So when is she gonna continue learning? You know she would rather be a warrior than a lady, right? He asked, wondering where Ned stood on the subject. Of course, Catelyn disliked the idea of Arya becoming a fighter, but he wondered if Ned would let her continue her training. I was just thinking of a possible instructor for her. Besides, even if I said no, you'd teach her regardless. Ned pointed out, to which the Baratheon couldn't help but look away. Are you and Sansa still fighting? The Warden of the North asked, recalling that last time he checked, his forward ward and his daughter were not on the best of terms. Naruto sighed. Complicated. She is wary of me because of what happened with Joffrey, but at the same time she is thankful that I saved Lady's life. He said, having left the direwolf in her care since arriving in King's Landing. It was her companion, not his. He only saved its life for her. He didn't really want the direwolf for himself. She really appreciated that, Ned said as he looked back at Arya's room. He was happy that one day his daughter would have a husband like Naruto, someone he could trust to do what was best for her. She's with her right now in their room. The Stark said before giving Naruto a small smile, I don't know what she would have done if Lady got hurt. It's almost like those times back when the two of you were kids. You coming to her aid in your own way, that's in the past, Ned, Naruto said, waving off the mention of his past with Sansa. The two had been close growing up, with Sansa often chastising him for not acting like a prince, but still, they got along well. He wouldn't deny that he had a crush on the girl when they were younger. She had been his first kiss after all. Not that Ned needed to know that, but things were different now. Both of them had changed as people. Time had passed, and the Hands tournament had grown closer and closer. And with the influx of people into the city, that brought with it a host of problems for them. Now the small council had gathered to discuss some of these issues, with Naruto present in his father's place. The second prince had decided to step in with his father's blessing to oversee the meetings. He didn't have much authority, but he was able to stop some loose use of funds. The prince groaned, as it seemed that these people were cutting loose in the city, and the citizens had to suffer for it. There was a lot of blame to go around, and it seemed that no one wanted to truly take responsibility for Renly casting blame on the commander. Lord Baelish, find the money to get 50 more watchmen. I'll provide 20 from my house, Ned said, knowing that something needed to be done. I can use my magic to clone myself. I can easily make around 10 clones at the moment, he proposed, before he would have been able to make thousands. But that was then, and this was now. That way I can help back up anyone who needs it. The group looked over at the prince, but knew that they wouldn't be able to sway him. As you say, Prince Naruto, Littlefinger said, not really mind either way. All the inns are packed and every whore is bow-legged. This tournament may find itself being quite profitable. He said, has made a killing with everything going on. Discussing a few more minor matters, Ned closed off the meeting. Well, there we go. Woo, please leave a review, lol, feel free to PM me. I will try and get better at responding to everyone. Chapter 5. Passing over the arc of two dueling horses, Khal Drogo's Khalasar had finally arrived at Viz Dothrak. the closest thing to a capital city that the Dothraki had. Viserys had ridden off ahead of the red of the group after an argument with his sister, Daenerys. Daenerys was a young woman who showed all the traits of a Targaryen, from their purple-colored eyes to their stark white hair. Looking over, she looked at Jorah Mormont, an exiled lord from Westeros that had joined them as a guard. If my brother was given an army of Dothraki, would he be able to take the Seven Kingdom? She asked him, wondering if the experienced knight had any input on the matter. She had heard her brother go on and on about how he would take back the throne, but as of late, she had been having some doubts. The Dothraki have never crossed the narrow sea. They fear any water that their horses can't drink. Jorah started to respond to the young Targaryen's question before being cut off by her. But if they did? She asked, wanting to get to the point. She knew that her new people had never crossed the sea. They saw the salt water as poison. They were a culture based on the horse, their deity being the stallion, and many of their customs being linked to horses. Seawater might as well not even have been water in their eyes. King Robert is fool enough to meet them in open combat, Jorah said, knowing that in pure open combat, the armies of the Seven Kingdoms would be crushed. But the men advising him are different, he added, knowing that there were some brilliant men at Robert's fingertips if a war started. And you know these men. I fought beside them long ago, he said, before a flash of fear crossed his face as he looked over at his ward. He felt unsure if he should even tell her about Robert's hidden weapon. However, he knew that he needed to. But they would not be your brother's main problem in taking back the Iron Throne, he said, catching her attention. What do you mean? If not Robert's advisors, then who could cause such an issue? Daenerys asked, almost dreading the answer that Jorah would give her. What could Robert have that could sway the battle more than those advising him in battle? Prince Naruto Baratheon, Robert's second son, Jorah told her, almost shaking at the name. He had heard tales of Robert's second son, each one terrified him more and more. The white-haired girl, however, just gave Jorah a confused look. The prince? She asked, her tone filled with doubt about the claim. He said, looking at the Khaleesi in the eyes. Prince Naruto was blessed by the gods with an unnatural amount of strength, capable of toppling even the greatest knights in the Seven Kingdoms as a mere child. The Mountain, the Hound, Jaime Lannister, all have failed to best him in battle, but the biggest problem stems from his magic. Jorah pointed out, shocking Daenerys. He can use magic, she asked, wanting to make sure that she had heard Jorah correctly. With a grim nod, Jorah confirmed the fact that the second prince was capable of using magic. And I mean real magic. He can turn into anyone, teleport, make things appear and disappear out of thin air, and his punches are strong enough to shatter armor. Some even say that he can tell when you're lying to him without fail. More so, he has the love of the North. The small folk in the North adore Naruto as a hero. One who has protected them from threats for the 8 years he was up there as a child, while under the care of the Starks. He explained, knowing that the second prince could easily sway people away from the Targaryens and turn the tables. The young Khaleesi looked forward, thinking about everything that she had learned about the second prince. She never expected to find out that there was such a powerful person. But that doesn't mean invincible, she said, knowing that despite being so powerful, she was sure that he could still be beaten. No, it does not. But he is someone that you will have to be wary of. He advised, his main problem is that some view his powers as heresy against the Seven, others view it as a blessing. Daenerys thought for a second on the issue. Would it be possible to sway him over to our side? She asked Jorah, wondering if the prince could join her brother as an ally instead of an enemy. Naruto carried the trust of the people of the North. To make an enemy of him would be to make an enemy of the North. Possibly, but unlikely unless a major change came, Jorah said, not thinking that anything short of the entire kingdom falling into total disarray would cause Naruto to betray his family like that. It was even possible that Naruto would want to take the Iron Throne for himself. Back in King's Landing, Naruto walked with Sansa into the throne room. Behind them was Lady, who had become almost a symbol of peace between the two of them. The Iron Throne? Naruto said almost bitterly at the sight of the chair made of hundreds of swords, melted together by dragon's fire. To think that Joffrey will one day sit on it, he muttered, hoping that his brother would be a competent king. Sansa looked over at Naruto for a second. Things between them had gotten a bit better since they left the north. Him saving Lady from being killed being the main reason. She still disagreed with how he treated Joffrey and how he acted, but that one thing had salvaged their friendship. Joffrey will be a great King Naruto, she said, defending her betrothed. Despite the incident, she was still infatuated with the firstborn prince. I don't know why you don't believe in him. He's your brother after all, Sansa pointed out, wishing that Naruto was a bit more supportive of Joffrey instead of always putting him down. I am supportive of him. I just don't think he would make a great king, Sansa. He can be cruel sometimes, too cruel of his good, he said before Lady came up to him and rubbed against his leg. The Baratheon smiled as he rubbed the top of the direwolf's head. You saw what happened back with that boy Sansa. He had him killed. He growled, a faint blue aura radiating from him. Sansa took a step back as she had seen that before. It only came out when Naruto was extremely upset about something. I agree that the situation was handled poorly. But Joffrey can learn Naruto, he can change for the better. The redhead tried to argue. A heavy sigh escaped Naruto's lips. Looking at Sansa, he could almost see Sakura in her, how they chased after someone who for all intent and purposes may never see them the same way. I hope you're right, Sansa. I do, because if not, then who knows what may happen, he said, looking back at the throne. He saw it as a symbol of oppression. A symbol of fear created by the Targaryens to impose their rule on the Seven Kingdoms. The two stood in silence for a while before Sansa decided to speak. You know, Arya is training again, she said to the former shinobi. I saw. He said, smiling. She's got a great master who will teach how to fight well, Naruto told Sansa, believing in Sirio to teach Arya his art. Why are you jealous? The prince asked the redhead with a tiny smirk on his face. What would I be jealous of? She retorted fiercely. A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the second prince as he took a few steps forward. That one day Arya will likely be able to kick you pretty behind, he commented. At least I will be a proper lady, Sansa countered, not seeing the point of training in combat when they were born to be high ladies. She would one day be the queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and Arya would likely be the lady of Casterly Rock, with Naruto as the lord and warden of the West. And who's to say that I want a proper lady as a wife? Naruto asked back in a slightly harsher tone. Sansa fell silent as she looked away. Naruto let out a deep breath as he knew that there was still some tension between them since they were younger. After their kiss, they grew a bit closer behind the Starks' back. But as Sansa started to strive to become more of a lady under Septa Mordain, the worse their relationship got. Sansa didn't say anything before turning and leaving, only for Naruto to grab her hand. What? She bit back at him. I'm sorry, he said softly, knowing that he had said something hurtful. Before becoming infatuated with Joffrey, she had wanted to one day marry Naruto. To her, it was as if Naruto was saying that he wouldn't even have wanted her in the first place. Sansa, I did not mean it like that, he said as his grip loosened. You know how I felt about you. And you knew how I did, she muttered before letting out a deep breath, looking back at him. The two met each other's eyes before. I better go, Sansa said before the two parted ways. A few days later was the day of the joust. A massive crowd had gathered to watch the knights participate in the event. The royal family sat together, with Naruto sitting beside Joffrey. Looking over, he saw Joffrey and Sansa exchange glances, Sansa offering his brother a smile before Joffrey turned away from her. Joff, would it kill you to be nice to the poor girl? Naruto asked as he saw Sansa's face fall when Joffrey didn't even give her the time of day. With the roll of his eyes, the eldest blonde Baratheon turned towards his brother. You know full well that I don't want to marry her, he said in a hushed tone so that their father wouldn't hear them. Joffrey was only marrying Sansa because his parents were telling him to, and to better solidify his position when he became the next king. While the girl was attractive, he didn't bear any real feelings for her. Standing up, he walked over to the two Stark girls and sat down beside them. Naruto, Arya exclaimed as the prince sat next to Sansa, since Lady Mordain was next to Arya. I thought you were going to be participating, she asked, knowing that he had told the mountain that before when they first arrived in King's Landing. I was going to, but my mother forbade me, and didn't let my father argue about it otherwise. She claimed that it was too dangerous for me to join in and that I could get seriously hurt, he said before the two knights started to get ready. His eyes couldn't help but look at Sir Hugh, wondering where he had gotten such a set of armor despite only recently being knighted after the death of John Arryn. "My fancy seeing you here, my prince," another voice said as Petyr Baelish walked down the stands and greeted the group. Looking at Sansa, he offered her a kind smile. "Lovers quarrel?" he asked, having seen the unspoken exchange with Prince Joffrey. "I'm sorry to I know you," Sansa asked, not knowing who this strange man was. "Sansa dear, this here is Lord Baelish. He's known as an old friend of the family," Petri said, cutting off the septa before she could fully introduce him to the daughter of his beloved. Looking at Sansa, he could almost see Catelyn in her. "Your mother and I have known each other for a long, long time," he told them, citing his long friendship with their mother. "Why do they call you Littlefinger?" Arya asked out loud, much to the indignation of her sister and Septa Mordane, who told Arya not to be so rude to the Lord. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't help but snicker at the question. Arya looked annoyed at how the two other women responded to her question, but Littlefinger didn't seem to mind as he explained to them just why he had gotten that nickname. "Get on with it already?" his father yelled out, getting impatient while under the influence of his drinks. His mother had enough of it and left the area to go do who knows what. They watched as two knights bowed before they were dismissed to start the joust. He was surprised that Sir Hugh managed to fend off the first blow from the mountain. Most people would have been floored by that point. However, Naruto didn't expect what happened next. His eyes widened as, during the second round, the mountain jabbed his lance into Sir Hugh's armor, right by his neck. The crowd gasped as they saw Sir Hugh fall. A large splinter from Sir Gregor's lance stabbed into his throat, blood squirting from his mouth as he gagged on his blood. Sansa's hand gripped his, in need of support as both of the Stark children watched in frozen horror. "Sansa, Arya, let's go," he said as he stood up, helping Sansa up to her feet and Arya following after them. The body had landed right in front of them, and they had gotten a full view of the knight in his final moment before he was dragged off. As soon as got out of the crowd, Arya tackled Naruto and began to cry. That had been her first real experience seeing a dead body. "It's okay, Arya, let it out," Naruto said, knowing that the first time seeing someone die was the worst, watching the life drain from them. Let alone for some as young as these two. The next day of the tournament has arrived, as Naruto was once again sitting with Joffrey and his father. Lord Stark had decided to join them this time, and was sitting next to Sansa, and Arya had stayed back to practice her dance. He watched as Sir Loras rode up on his white mare, rose in hand as he went up to Sansa, and handed her the flower. Naruto rolled his eyes at how Sansa reacted to the long-haired knight. He seemed to be everything that Sansa thought that a knight should be, nothing like others were. However, one thing that Naruto noticed was how the mountain's stallion reacted to being near Lora's horse. "You clever bastard," Naruto muttered as he figured out the trick. Looking over, Renly seemed to have quite a bit of faith in Sir Loras winning, strange given that the man's opponent was Gregor Clegane of all people, Littlefinger. He called out, getting the man's attention along with the Starks. "I bet 1,000 gold on Sir Loras. Care to take me up on the bet?" he asked the Master of Coin. It was a decently large wager, but of course, it would have a large return if he won. Having been in a few tournaments before, the young prince has stockpiled a decent amount of gold. Littlefinger mulled over the offer. He knew that the mountain was far stronger than Loras could ever hope to be. But at the same time, he knew that Loras wasn't playing honorably. "Apologies, my prince, that is a bit too rich for me today," he responded, not feeling that the bet was worth the risk. As the joust began, it only took one round for Sir Loras to knock Gregor off his horse and onto the railing. The constant raging of his steed had made it far too difficult for him to remain balanced and strike properly. Everyone watched in shock as the massive knight was toppled over. "Sandor, ready yourself," Naruto said to the younger brother of the mountain, as he watched Gregor call for his sword from his squire. The crowd gasped as the massive man's sword cleaved deep into the poor stallion's neck, causing the horse to collapse on the floor before he charged towards Sir Loras, who had just bowed before Robert. With one swing, the Knight of the Flowers was knocked off his horse and onto his back. The crowd gasped as even Joffrey stood up to watch with confusion on his face. Let him be. Sandor growled as he rushed to defend Loras after the second strike to the shield. The two brothers clashed before pushing each other away. Naruto gripped his sword as he watched the two stared at one another before they charged. Their sword clanging against each other, the growls of the mountain filling the air. Joffrey looked back at his father, but before Robert could say anything, Naruto was already on the move. As swift as the air, Naruto came down towards the clashing brother faster than any knight, shocking those who had never seen the second prince in action. With a quick draw of his sword, a loud sound of metal being sliced filled the air. Two sword edges fell from the air and landed in the ground as Naruto stood between the two brothers with his sword drawn. Both the mountain and the hound's blades had been cut in half by the prince with a single swing of his blade. Anyone who looked closely would see a thin glow coating the Valyrian steel weapon. Enough of this madness, Naruto yelled as he stood up and pointed his blade at Gregor. Get out before I finish the job I started years ago, Gregor, he threatened. Sandor had kneeled before Naruto as a showing that he relented. Gregor glared at the prince but knew that even if he continued to fight, he would lose. Growling, he stormed away. The king guards appeared to be ready to draw their sword against the giant, but an order from their king stopped them as they let Gregor pass. Naruto sheathed his blade as he helped Sandor up to his feet. Sir Loras came to them, thanking the hound for saving his life, before raising the younger Clegane's hand into the air, much the cheer of the crowd. Naruto laughed a bit as Sandor looked a little bashful, as everyone cheered him on. Later, Naruto found himself following after Arya as she chased a cat down into the storerooms of the castle. Did you catch him yet? The prince asked before they arrived at a room filled with massive dragon skulls. Arya's face twisted into one of wonder and shock as she looked upon the remains of the once great beasts that the Targaryens used to conquer Westeros. Impressive, aren't they? Naruto asked as Arya touched the fang of one of the skulls. I doubt my father would have stood a chance if they had any of these back when he rebelled against the Targaryens, he said, walking up to her. How did they all die? She asked him, wondering how all these beasts could fall to the point of extinction while being so powerful. She was sure that just one could probably take on an army, more would be able to defeat any kingdom. I don't know, wasn't there? Naruto replied, but I heard that over time they got smaller, weaker, and died sooner. More likely than not, they were forced to breed with each other, and incest weakened them. The prince said before they heard talking coming from another corridor. He found one of the bastards already. He has the book, they heard. Varys, Naruto muttered, recognizing the voice before pulling Arya with him into one of the skulls and out of sight. Stay quiet, Arya. If things turn for the worse, I'll protect you, he whispered to his betrothed. He was curious as to what Varys was talking about. What bastard? What book? The rest will soon come, and when he knows the truth, what will you do? Gods alone know. The fools tried to kill his son, he heard Varys say. What's worse, the botched it. The eunuch commented to his companion before locking the gate. The wolves and the lions will soon be at each other's throats. We'll be at war soon, my friend. Varys said, Naruto's eyes widening at what he was implying. Something was coming, and for whatever reason, it may put the Starks and the Lannisters against one another. Which meant that the crown would have to get involved too. What good is war now? We're not ready. If one hand can die, why not the other? The other hooded man commented as they passed the two of them. This one is different, and he has Prince Naruto guarding him. Any assassin will be done away in seconds if the prince is there to stop them. Varys said, knowing well the second prince could easily detect any intention to harm himself or those around him. It would extremely hard to do anything to Ned while he was there. We need more time. Khal Drogo will not attack until his son is born. The other voice said before the two walked up the stairs. With them gone, Naruto and Arya got out of their hiding spot and looked at one another before sneaking over to the gate. It's locked, Arya said, as he tried to pull on the lock only for the prince to reach up and crush it with his bare hand. The young Stark couldn't help, but let out a giggle as her best friend showed off his strength. Oh yeah, super strength, she said, getting a smirk from Naruto before they continued. We need to find Ned, now. Naruto told Arya as he took her hand and led her through the dungeon under the castle. Eventually, they ended up back on top, covered in dirt and dust. Rushing to Ned's room, they knocked on the door and waited for a response. "Come in," Ned called out. His eyes widened when he saw Naruto and Arya walking into his office. "Arya, where have you been? I had half my guard looking for you," Ned said, but got cut off by Naruto. "I was with her, Ned. You know I would always keep Arya safe," Naruto said firmly. "They said they were going to kill you." Arya blurted out, worried about the safety of her father here in King's Landing. "Who did?" Ned asked, confused as to what was going on. "Lord Varys." The prince answered, getting a startled look from the Stark patriarch. He had just finished talking with Varys, where the man had given him a rather ominous message of not just the future of the king, but about what happened to the previous hand of the king, and a warning about asking too many questions. He said you had already found the bastard and that you had some book. Ned looked over at the massive book that laid on his desk. "I see," he muttered, knowing that he must be on the right trail to finding out what Lord Arryn had discovered. The secret that led him to his death. Anything else? Something about the wolves fighting the lions. And a savage, Arya told her father. Something about a savage. She exclaimed, not sure what it meant. However, before they could continue, a knock was heard from the door. "Sir, a member of the Night's Watch," Jory announced. "Naruto, please take Arya back to her room. We will talk about this later," Ned said before the man came in. The prince nodded and took Arya with him out of the room to let Ned handle his business. "Naruto, you won't let anything happen to father, right?" she asked, clenching his hand, as she was worried that someone was out to hurt her family. "Ned is as much my family as they are your family, Arya. As are you. I promise you that I will protect him," he said, smiling down at her, earning him a grateful smile back. It was only a few hours later that Naruto saw Ned walking out of the Red Keep with Littlefinger, Jory, and 2 other guards. He had several clones scattered around the city to make sure that he caught anything that happened which could threaten the Stark. He had a bad feeling, something was stirring, and he didn't like it one bit. When he passed his uncle before, that he seemed a bit off. Not wasting any more time, he leaped off the Red Keep at a high that would have killed a normal person, but instead landed without making a sound. Casting a quick jutsu, Naruto vanished from sight and began to trail after them. Seeing Ned go into Littlefinger's brothel, he followed the man who raised him in, staying disguised under his invisibility jutsu while he watched as Ned met one of his siblings. It was strange, meeting one of your father's bastards. He knew that Robert was never faithful to his mother, often sleeping with whores and tavern wenches over Cersei. But still, to think that he would have a sibling. Several, if Littlefinger was to be believed. Just as Ned was leaving, he was about to reveal himself when Naruto sensed several others arriving outside. Looking out the balcony, he saw his uncle and 16 other Lannister guards gathered outside and encircling the entrance to the brothel to confront the Stark. Naruto jumped down just in case he needed to act quickly. The prince listened as the two talked. A frown appeared on his face as he heard that Tyrion had been captured by Catelyn, only for Ned to say that it was on his order. The damn bastard was too honorable to let his wife take the blame, but that was just who Ned was. The conversation quickly degraded as Jaime threatened to slice Ned open. Despite not disliking his uncles, he loved Ned more than he loved Jaime. "You kill me, your brother is a dead man," Ned replied, to which Jaime acknowledged that it was true that if Ned died, then so would Tyrion. Ordering his men to capture Ned, but to kill the rest of the guards. "Enough, Jaime," Naruto yelled as he undid his cloak, appearing beside one of the guards, and caught the spear while a clone appeared and caught the other spear. Everyone around looked shocked to see the second prince appear out of thin air to stop the conflict before it spiraled out of control. "This is wrong, and you know it." The prince yelled at his uncle. "The Starks kidnap your own family, and still you defend them?" Jaime asked, questioning which Naruto really held close, his blood family or the Starks. Naruto smirked as he drew his sword and pointed it at Jaime. "The Starks are my family. I like Tyrion, but I will not allow you to harm Ned. And if you dare to even try, then I hope you polished up your skills, because you'll have to get past me, Kingslayer. I don't want to fight your uncle, but don't force my hand," the black-haired warrior declared, willing to fight even Jaime. a match that he was sure that he could win. However, that didn't mean he could fight without worrying about the other 16. James scowled, but knew that he couldn't risk a fight with his nephew. At that point, he was liable to lose all his men and get injured himself. "I want my brother back, Stark," he said before motioning for his men to follow him, leaving the group of Northerners alone. A sigh of relief escaped Ned's lips, as the conflicted seemed to be averted by Naruto's timely appearance. The Warden of the North smiled at the boy he raised. He was a bit conflicted about him pointing a sword at his own kin, but happy that Naruto felt so close to them. "Thank you, Naruto. I may have lost some good men had you not interfered," Ned said, looking at the 2 guards that the prince had saved. "Think nothing of it, Ned. We better hurry to talk to my father," Naruto said as he started to walk towards the Red Keep with Ned and Jory by his side. Arriving, they got to the throne room to find Robert with Cersei and Jaime talking to him. "Ned, what is this I hear about you starting problems by the brothel?" The king asked his longtime friend, confused as to what was going on. Jaime has come up to him just moments ago and told him that he and his guards needed to quell an incident by one of Littlefinger's establishments caused by the Stark men. He lies, Naruto declared, much to the surprise of the king and queen. Ned was talking to Littlefinger about a problem he's noticed. Jaime and his men surrounded Ned and tried to kill his guards, but I stopped him. The second prince roared out his accusation against his uncle, who glared at Naruto. Cersei couldn't believe what she was hearing. Not that Jaime had attacked Ned, they planned that so that they could send a clear message to the Starks. No, what she was shocked by was the fact that Naruto, her own son, had spoken out and accused his own kin of a crime like that. "Naruto, I will not have you accusing your uncle of false charges," the queen yelled at her second son. "Shut up, woman," Robert yelled as he looked down at the assembled group. A groan escaped his lips as he wondered how he should settle this. On one hand, he owed half the Bloody Kingdom to his wife's family. They had provided much of the funding for everything that he had asked for. He owed them far too much. On the other hand, Ned was known for his impeccable honor, and Naruto was known for being honest, especially with him. The fact that the Starks were holding Tyrion Lannister just added fuel to the fire. "I want peace between your houses," Robert ordered as he looked at Jaime and then at Ned. "I want the 2 of you to settle your differences. I don't care how, as long as you're both alive. And Ned, tell your wife to give back the imp," he demanded, figuring that this way the conflict could just be avoided, without anyone being made the real loser. Cersei scowled as it felt like the Starks were being let off easy. "That's it. They kidnap my brother, insult my family's name, and you just tell them to make up. Maybe I should wear the armor, and you the dress." The queen spat back at her husband, who thought about slapping her across the face, but he was in front of not only his son, but a bunch of other people. "I feel that is fair, Mom. After all, Jaime did attack us and attempt to murder 2 of Ned's men. Or would you prefer if Jaime stood on trial for his attempt at the lives of the guards of the Warden of the North?" the prince asked. "If that is all, I will be leaving for Winterfell soon," Ned announced. "Bah, enough of this," Robert said before tossing something over towards Ned, who caught it to reveal that it was the hand's pin. "You put that on and keep it on, Ned, and if you even dare take it off, I'll in it on Jaime for all I care," the king declared. Ned looked at the pin before looking back at Naruto, who nodded his head, knowing that for now, King's Landing needed Ned. Wow. Damn. Well, quick note. I changed something in the last chapter. I lowered the number of clones from 100 to 10 since, well, someone brought it up and I thought about and realized. Yeah. They write lol, please review. Let me know your thoughts. Chapter 6. Come on, Tommen, don't extend too far, Naruto said as he blocked a swing from his younger brother. Today was a rare event for his family. They were all gathered in the gardens of the Red Keep for a small lunch. It had been his mother's idea after Robert had left to go on a hunting trip. She seemed to be in a rather good mood for whatever reason. Maybe it was having a break from his father. Tommen, on the other hand, was sweating bullets as he had been trying to strike his brother for the better half of an hour now. "It's not fair, brother, you're too fast," Tommen complained as he couldn't even touch Naruto. His arm was sore from his strikes being blocked by his brother. It was like swinging against a stone wall. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face as he hadn't attacked Tommen once. He He wanted his brother to get used to swinging and moving the sword around before he tried to defend himself. Despite his brutal reputation, he didn't like hurting others. Life isn't always fair, Tommen. You need to learn to fight against overwhelming odds, and if you need to, then run away. He said before a servant came and took his practice sword away. Let's take a small break, the Baratheon said as he walked back to the rest of his family plus others. There had been Cersei, Joffrey, Miachella, and Sansa who had been invited by their mother. Sitting down beside Joffrey, Naruto poured himself a cup of wine. I think he may be better than you already, Joffrey. He joked with a small nudge at his older brother's side before taking a sip of his wine. Oh, be quiet, brother. Sir Barristan says that I have grown a lot since coming back to King's Landing. Some of the King's Guard say that I may one day be able to beat our uncle when I'm older. Joffrey claimed his ego had been inflated by some of the King's Guard's words to sate the boy. Ever since returning back to King's Landing, Joffrey had been obsessed with being better than his brother. Beating Tyrion isn't a huge achievement, brother. Naruto countered, earning a chuckle from his mother. Despite it being a jab at her first son, she couldn't help but find the joke about her youngest brother funny. Mother. Joffrey yelled as Cersei didn't defend him, but rather found it amusing. Cersei waved it off. Joffrey, it was just a joke. She responded only to earn a glare from Joffrey. It was clear that Joffrey took the insult harder than usual, because it was Naruto who said it. Joffrey had actually started training just on the vague hope that he could possibly catch up to his younger brother. But in the end, Naruto had been training for years in the north and had his powers. She knew that it was futile, but some part of Joffrey refused to accept that he had lost that battle. Standing up, Sansa gave Joffrey a worried look as he walked over and picked up a live sword. Naruto, I want to duel you. The blonde declared as he pointed the tip of the metal sword at his brother, who rubbed the bridge of his nose. Why waste your time sparring with Tommen when you can have a real opponent? Drinking his wine, Naruto wiped his lips before standing back up. I was training Tommen, but if you want to do this then, I wouldn't mind teaching you how to use a sword either, he said as he picked up another sword and inspected it. Despite the annoyed look on his face, he accepted the challenge if it would knock his brother back down a peg or two. Guys, you don't have to do this, Sansa said, trying to get the two brothers. They had been having such a nice lunch. This could only end badly, as she was sure Naruto would toy around with Joffrey until he won. Be quiet, Sansa, this has nothing to do with you, Joffrey yelled at the Stark girl in annoyance. He wished that he didn't have to marry her, but his mother had told him how it would help solidify the North under him after his father passed. Plus, he had found out about her past with her brother. She was something that he would have that Naruto would never. That alone made their marriage worth it. This is only a friendly spar, Sansa, he said, smiling back at her. It was his way of telling her that no one would get hurt during this. Well, maybe Joffrey's pride, but Naruto knew how to control himself so as to not harm his enemy. Looking back at Joffrey, who had taken a standard Westerosi stance, Naruto got into one that resembled the water dance form that Sirio took when he fought. Whenever you're ready, Joffrey, he said as his two other siblings looked on in fascination. They were excited to see their two older brothers duel. Cersei recognized the form that Naruto was now using. It was what had been practicing recently with the younger Stark girl. Joffrey didn't say anything as he rushed towards his brother. They weren't wearing armor, so they had to be careful not to seriously harm one another. Swinging at Naruto's side, the younger brother easily parried Joffrey's swing. The sound of steel hitting steel filled the air around them as Naruto knocked his brother back, but didn't retaliate against him by counter-attacking. Instead, choosing to stand back and wait for his brother to attack once more. You need to be more careful. If this was an actual battle, I could have killed you right then, Naruto told his older brother, who got back into his stance and glared at the darker-haired member of the royal family. He still hadn't forgotten their spat on the King's Road. He still had scars on his arm from when that dire wolf had bit him. He could still feel the phantom pains of Naruto's grip around his wrist. You've gotten better training, really seems to be paying off, Naruto commented as his sword clanged against Joffrey's once again. Naruto deflecting yet another swing from his older brother. But you're still sloppy, he commented as he swept one of Joffrey's feet out from under him, causing the blonde to fall to the ground. Naruto took a few steps back and allowed Joffrey pick himself back up, glaring at his younger brother as it seemed that even after he had actually tried to train, he hadn't closed the gap between them yet. Naruto is pretty strong, isn't he? Miachella commented as she watched Joffrey continue to attack their dark-haired brother only to fail at landing even a blow on him. Big brother never loses, she said cheerfully to Sansa as she always enjoyed watching her older brother fight. It's because of his magic, sweetie, Cersei commented in response to her daughter. Naruto never had to work hard for his strength, he was born with it, she said, underplaying how much her second son had trained throughout his life, instead chalking up his strength to his magic, which put him on another level. Sansa looked at Cersei and wanted to say that it wasn't true. She had seen how much Naruto trained in the north under her father, but she didn't want to upset her beloved's mother. Just remember, Miachella, Naruto's strength is as much of a curse as it is a blessing to him. He will forever be an outcast in the eyes of the Seven for what he is, she stated firmly. Miachella looked saddened by what her mother had told her about her brother. She didn't want to think of her brother poorly. But Naruto is amazing, she muttered to herself. Joffrey, I'm going to attack now, he announced as he got tired of just blocking the entire time. Let's see if you can deal with this. That was the last thing he said before lunging at the blonde prince. Joffrey's eyes widened as he knew that he panicked at the sight of Naruto's blade coming straight towards his chest. Instead of trying to block or parry, Joffrey made a wild attack on Naruto, who flicked his blade to the side, slamming it against Joffrey's and knocking the sword straight out of his brother's hand. You should have tried to dodge, but the time you swung your blade, I would have already impaled you if I really wanted to, the former shinobi claimed before he saw a Kingsguard coming up to them. Taking his helmet off, it was revealed to be Sir Selmy, his armor covered in blood. He appeared to be breathless. Your Graces, I'm sorry to interrupt, but urgent news, he said, Sansa looking a bit aghast at the sight of all the blood covering the knight's armor. What happened, Sir Selmy? Cersei asked, standing up and walking over to the well-known knight. Seeing that a bigger issue had arrived, Naruto put his sword away and decided to join with Joffrey right behind him. It's the king, Your Graces. He was caught in a horrible accident with a boar, he told them, not going into too much detail due to the children present in the area. He didn't want to be too graphic with them around. Father's been injured? Joffrey asked, his eyes slightly widened as he processed the news for himself. A part of him couldn't help but be excited despite the horrible news, knowing that if his father passed, then he would become king sooner than he thought he would. His father had never loved him like he loved Naruto. He had always tried to get their father's approval, but nothing he did was ever enough. Gravely so, Sir Barristan replied. Take us to him, Cersei said, before looking back at Sansa, who had been looking at the two princes with concern in her eyes. With Robert's death, that meant that Joffrey would become the next king and take over after his father. The thought of being married to a king made her inner self happy to no extent. It was a dream come true for her, or at least normally it would. But the mixture of the tragic way that it happened and the bad blood between Joffrey and Naruto. Joffrey saw becoming the king one day as a way to finally be able to overpower his brother, to have command over his brother as his sovereign. Despite the problems that she had with Naruto, she still held him dear in her heart. The unruly prince had always been there for her when needed. Plus her family seemed to adore the prince. Sansa, Cersei said, snapping the redhead out of her thoughts. Please take Tommen and Miachella inside to their rooms, the queen asked before looking at her two oldest children. A small frown crossed her face as she recalled what Ned Stark had told her. Ned knew the truth. Like Jon Arryn before him, the Hand of the King had learned the truth about the majority of her children. That all aside from Naruto had been born from her incestuous relationship with her twin brother. He had told her that he planned to tell Robert once he got back from his hunting trip, and to leave King's Landing before that. Foolish northern honor. However, what she was worried about was if Naruto found out the truth also. If her second son found out that he was the true heir to the throne and not Joffrey, if the news became public. Many might move to have Naruto take the throne, her title of queen being revoked as well. She might even be put to the sword for her actions. However, she didn't have time to mull on those thoughts. as she followed behind Sir Selmy to the chamber that her husband had been brought to. The room reeked of death, the smell of blood filling the air as Robert laid weakly on the bed. "My love," Cersei said as she walked over to the large man. "Cersei," he grunted back as he looked up at her, "you seem to have found me in rough condition," Robert said before looking over at his two sons. He almost laughed at how different the two looked when side by side. One golden blonde and lanky, not a muscle to his name, his eldest son. The other dark-haired and muscular, with the look of a real warrior, his second son. How he wished that the later had been born first. "Father," Naruto said, walking up to Robert's side. Looking at the bandages that were wrapped around his father's stomach, he grimaced at the amount of blood that Robert had lost. "Lost a fight, I see," he jibbed, as he wished that he had his old powers for once. He would have been able to save the man with a touch of his 6 paths. But he didn't have that power, not anymore. But I killed the bastard boar who got me, put a hole right in its fucking head," Robert replied with a strained grin on his face. Looking over at Joffrey, a sigh escaped his lips. "I wish I had been a better father to all of you." He admitted to them, which came as a shock to the 3 people in the room, not expecting the dying king to say such a thing. "Naruto, I sent you away for most of your life to freeze in the north with the Starks, and Joffrey. I was never there to teach you how to be a man. I didn't even have the gall to send you to learn under someone else." After a few minutes of talking, Ned walked in with Renly. "Out all of ye, except Naruto," the king said as Joffrey glared at his younger brother. Naruto stayed by his father's side, as Joffrey and Cersei left the room with Renly and Sir Selmy, staying with Ned, who took his father's side. Looking up at Naruto, Ned knew that it was now or never. He hated to have to break the news to his old friend when he was in such a state. But between how Cersei reacted and the actions taken by the Lannisters against his family, he knew that he needed to tell his friend the truth. "Robert, Naruto, there is something the two of you need to know," he said, looking at his friend. "Naruto is your only son, Robert," he told the king and prince, earning shocked looks from the royal pair. Of all the things that they expected to come out of the Stark's mouth, that it hadn't even been on the list. "Ned, I don't know if you're drunk, or you ate something you shouldn't have. But this isn't the time for jokes," Robert declared, anger starting to fill his voice before coughing up some blood. "It wasn't a joke, Robert," Ned said, his voice firm with resolute conviction. "Joffrey, Tommen, and Miachella aren't your children, they are James. Cersei has been having an affair with him for years behind your back. The only true-born child between you and Sarai is Naruto," he told his sworn brother, looking up at the prince that he helped raise with a grim expression. "You," Naruto said softly, as he thought about everything. That would explain why he was born of dark hair and blue eyes, unlike his siblings who were all blonde with green eyes. He had always wondered why that was so. This answered that question. "Wouldn't lie about this?" Naruto muttered he knew that Ned was too honorable to make such a bold lie in front of both of them, and Robert knew it too. That blasted whore. Robert raged as he tried to get up only for pain to shoot up his body in response. "I should have known, Ned. I should have bloody known." He growled, processing what had just been told to him by the Stark. The brief image of Joffrey and Naruto side by side came back to him. Naruto looked like a member of his family, while Joffrey had gotten nothing from him. "I'm sorry, Your Grace, you deserved," Ned said, looking down at the ground. He wished that the situation had been better. He really did, but as it stood, this was his final chance. Part of him wanted to keep it a secret and deal with it after Robert died. But knowing that Naruto was the true heir, he knew that this would settle issues over who got the throne. It took a moment for Robert to compose himself, his wounds agitated by the fury that ran through him. Naruto almost thought his father would get up and storm all the way to Cersei and kill her from how red his face got. "There is a paper and ink well on the table. Write down what I say," Robert told Ned. Ned nodded and grabbed what he needed to write down what Robert was about to say. "In the name of Robert, of House Baratheon, first of Ugg, you know how it goes. Fill in the damn titles. I hereby declare Naruto of the House Baratheon, my one true heir and next king of Westeros. I denounce Cersei of the House Lannister as an incestuous whore, and that her bastard children born from her adultery with Jaime of the House Lannister. Joffrey Waters, Tommen Waters, and Miachella Waters have no claim to inherit rule of the Seven Kingdoms. I hereby command Lord Eddard Stark, titles and all, to assist my son Naruto as his hand, and to help him rule over the Seven King as he helped me." Robert declared to Ned and Naruto, who watched on as Ned wrote down what his father said. "Father, Joffrey will never accept this." Naruto told the dying king, knowing how his brother was. Joffrey wanted to be kind badly. Anything telling him he wasn't would be thrown out in his eyes. What that bastard accepts doesn't matter. Robert spat, obviously angry about the whole situation that had been revealed to him towards the end of his life. "You will be the king, Naruto. Your siblings nothing but bastards." Naruto clenched his fists as he didn't want that for Tommen or Miachella. Both of them had been innocent in all this. Even Joffrey, despite his shitty personality, was still his brother. But he knew that Joffrey would make a terrible king. His powers told him how twisted Joffrey was. He would be a second Mad King if given the time. "Give it here." Robert commanded and signed his declaration. Later, Naruto sighed as he sat in the Red Palace's garden. He didn't know what to think about the situation on hand. In the end, Joffrey was still his brother on his mother's side. But that made him a bastard in the eyes of the law. Not only that, but what did that leave for his two younger siblings? What would happen to them? "There you are," Naruto heard Ned's voice. Looking up, he saw Ned walking towards him with a grim look on his face. "How are you holding up?" he asked as he took a seat next to his friend's son. Robert had passed away soon after their talk, and with what was revealed, he knew that it must have been weighing heavily on his former ward. Despite all his power, Naruto was still human, and humans had emotions. "I've been better, won't lie about that. With everything going on, I don't know how Joffrey is gonna take the news," he said somberly. "But I am the heir to the throne, and I have a duty to lead the kingdom." Naruto told Ned, looking at the man who raised him like a son for years in the north. "Lord Baelish has offered to help get the city watch on our side. I don't want to spill blood so soon after Robert's death. But Lord Baelish is right, Cersei has us outnumbered. If she retaliates, we're going to need help." Ned admitted to the Baratheon prince. Naruto deadpanned at the statement. "And you trust him?" "Ned, we can't trust Littlefinger." The man never stops scheming. "What about Renly?" Ned sighed. He knew that if Naruto didn't trust him, then there was a good reason. Ned knew full well that Naruto was rarely ever wrong when he said that someone wasn't trustworthy. "Renly offered 100 men to help capture Joffrey, but I don't want to pull something like that. And Renly wanted me to help put him on the Iron Throne, despite the fact that he is third in line after you and Stannis." An agitated groan escaped Naruto's lips when Ned told him that Renly wanted to take the throne. He didn't know who put the thought of becoming king in his head, but in the end, he knew that it was likely tied to his magic. Many still viewed his magic in contempt of the Seven, seeing it as a blight at times. However, if he took the throne, Renly might just be enough of a fool to try and rebel against him. "Then we don't need him. I'll handle Joffrey alone then. You take your men and your daughters and ride out of the city. Return to the north where you'll be safe," Naruto said as he saw someone coming towards them. "I can't just leave you here to deal with this on your own. Your father tasked me to take care of you," Ned retorted. "You can't fulfill my father's last order if you're dead, Ned," Naruto said firmly as he stood up and walked towards the gold cloak. "If things go well, then I'll send a raven. If not, then I'll meet you up north. But as your king, I command you to return to Winterfell for the time being and wait for me there," he stated before feeling something holding him back. Glancing back, he saw that it was Ned. "Be safe," Ned said, his face showing that he didn't want to let Naruto go alone. Naruto let out a chuckle before giving him a wide fox-like smirk. "Don't worry, Ned. I'm the strongest man in Westeros, trust me. Now go get your people to safety," the prince said confidently. Walking up to the gold cloak, the former shinobi frowned. "Is something going on?" he asked the guard, wondering why one had come to them. "King Joffrey demands that you and Lord Stark come to the throne room, my prince," the man announced. A scowl appeared across Naruto's face, as it seemed that Joffrey had been quick to act and declare himself the king. "Tell my brother that I have business with Lord Stark and that I will be with him in a few hours. If he can't wait, then too bad," Naruto told the guard, who flinched at the cold tone that the prince had used, but nodded nonetheless and left to go tell his new king Naruto's response. Turning back to Ned, he took a deep breath. Joffrey has declared himself king. I thought he might have waited a bit given father's recent death, but he appears to be quick to act, he said before holding his hand out to Ned. The order. Ned looked at Naruto's hand for a second before placing the piece of paper in his ward's palm. May the old gods and the new be with you, Naruto, the older man said softly, not liking that he would have to leave. You might not be able to get to Sansa if she's with Joffrey. If you can't, then I'll get her on my way out if she wants to leave. He told the Stark, who knew that his eldest daughter might refuse to leave with him, even if he told her what was going on given how love-struck she was with Joffrey. Ned stood up. He knew that his daughter loved being here in King's Landing and was in love with Joffrey. Convincing her to leave would be hard. I refuse to leave my daughter. I'll send some clones out to help you. Throne Room Joffrey was about to dismiss someone who had come with a request for him when he heard the doors to the room forced open with a massive push. The heavy doors seemed almost to have been bent from the sheer force behind it. Who dares? He asked as he looked up to see his younger brother walking in. Naruto. You took your time getting here, Joffrey said, leaning on one hand. The Hound beside him took a step forward as he noticed something about the second prince. He was dressed for battle. Instead of wearing regular clothing, he was dressed in armor, and at his hip, a sword that he knew King Robert had ordered for the prince ages ago, made of Valyrian steel. Unlike typical armor, Naruto had on a set of leather armor instead of metal. A choice that offered some protection while not restraining his movements like metal armor would. With a fox's pelt wrapped around his neck, strange was that Naruto had 8 extra tails added which hung off from his shoulder. I had business with Lord Stark, thought you could wait a bit. But given how quick you were to try and sit in the throne, I guess I should have known better than that, brother. He is your king now, Naruto. Address your brother with the respect he deserves. Cersei stated firmly at her second son as she looked at Naruto's hand and saw that he was carrying a paper with Robert's seal on it. Naruto, please don't do anything foolish. Funny you would say that, mother, Naruto retorted as he continued to make his way towards Joffrey, his eyes locking with the new king. Sir Selmy, you are a man of great honor and reputation. No one would dare question your integrity after all your faithful years of service to the crown. Would you be the one to read my father's last command before his death? The prince asked the oldest knight in the room as he held out the parchment. Barristan looked at the paper in Naruto's hand before walking to the prince and taking it from him. The king's seal, unbroken. He announced to everyone in the room before opening it. In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. I hereby declare Naruto of the House Baratheon, my one true heir and next king of Westeros. I denounce Cersei of the House Lannister as an incestuous whore, and that her bastard children born from her adultery, Jaime the House Lannister. Joffrey Waters, Tommen Waters, and Miachella Waters have no claim to inherit rule of the 7 Kingdoms. I hereby command Lord Eddard of the House Stark, head of House Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, Lord Paramount and Warden of the North, and Hand of the King to King Robert I Baratheon, to assist my son Naruto as his hand, and to help him rule over the 7 King as he helped me. Sir Selmy read out loud for everyone in the throne room to hear. Gasps and mutters filled the room as Joffrey grit his teeth. Lies. You must have used your magic to manipulate father into that. Joffrey yelled out at his younger brother, unwilling to believe what was just announced. Accusing his brother of using his magic to manipulate their father was the best way to make so doubt into mind of those who might be swayed by the letter. Sir Selmy, may I see that? Cersei asked of the knight who handed her the paper. Cersei didn't even bother to read it before tearing it in half. Words from a man drunk on the milk of the poppy. And like my son said, it is also possible that Naruto used his magic to control Robert in his moment of weakness. She didn't like that she had to turn against one of her children like that. But in the end, she considered Joffrey, Tommen, and Miachella her children more than Naruto. They were pure Lannisters born of her, and the man she truly loved, while Naruto was born from Robert's perverted seed. That is indeed a possibility. Grand Maester Pycelle said from where he sat. The prince's magic is a dangerous tool. In his state, King Robert would have easily fallen prey to his powers. Guards. Arrest my brother for treason against the crown, Joffrey ordered. The king's guard looked among themselves to quickly decide what to do. Many of them acknowledged that Prince Naruto had strange powers that they didn't understand. That was enough for most of them to turn on the dark-haired prince. Like he expected, the city guard that Littlefinger had brought with him drew their swords against him as well. Looking at Ser Barristan, he saw that the man seemed conflicted on the issue, but in the end, decided to follow his fellow Kingsguard, even if he wasn't completely sure if he was making the right choice. He had sworn an oath to protect the king, and until proven otherwise, that was Joffrey. 7 Kingsguard, the Hound, the Mountain, and 30 members of a city watch and 20 Lannister soldiers. There are likely more that will make their way here after the fighting starts. Naruto thought to himself as he looked around and saw that he was completely surrounded by everyone's combined forces. Prince Naruto, please surrender. We can settle this matter peacefully, Ser Barristan pleaded, as he didn't want to fight against the prince. Not only was he uncertain about what was true, but he knew that quite a few of the people in the room would be either seriously hurt or even die if Naruto was serious. Naruto shook his head as he drew his sword from its sheath. Even if I did, do you really think that Joffrey will just let this go? After I openly challenged his legitimacy. He even accused me of treason. The Valyrian steel sword glowed slightly as Naruto's energy ran through it, a sign that the prince was serious in this. However, before Ser Barristan could respond, one of the City Watch surged forward towards Naruto from behind. Enough talk. He yelled as he had been paid pretty well to make sure that anyone who tried to interfere with the new king was taken care of. Right, Naruto said as he turned around at the last second, eyes widened all over the throne room, especially from those who weren't warriors. The chakra-enhanced sword had sliced right through the soldier with ease. Blood splattered on the ground as 2 thuds resonated out into the air. Naruto had cut the man in half with one swing of his blade. Since things had ended up this way, it seemed that he would have to make his way north. Granted, he had always figured that would be the case, since it was either to kill everyone who stood between him and the throne, or hope that some would side with him. Swinging his blade, he severed the head off a Lannister soldier before blocking a stab from one of the Kingsguard, diverting it into the head of one of the City Watch. His armor becoming caked in blood. Rushing forward, Naruto swung at the Kingsguard only for Jaime to block it at the cost of his sword. Jaime clicked his teeth as his sword was cut straight in half, a testament to how strong Naruto was. Looking at the dead City Watch's sword, he took it for himself as he stepped back towards the throne. Cersei clenched the side of her arm as she saw Naruto cut down person after person with ease. He was too fast to be hit, even with everyone swarming him, and his attacks could kill with just one stroke. She thought that with all these people on her side, her son would have chosen to surrender. Then she could convince Joffrey to overlook Naruto's challenge, since despite everything, he was her son. But now it was too late for that. As Naruto disposed of another Lannister soldier, Ser Barristan took the opportunity to swing at Naruto's neck. He knew that anything that wasn't a lethal blow wouldn't help. It was either mutilate the prince, or have him heal and resume his slaughter. They had managed to get a few small cuts on him so far, but nothing substantial. And the smoke rising from any of the deeper cuts in the dark-haired prince's armor showed that those injuries were healing already. If he wanted to stop Prince Naruto, he needed a big hit. Too slow, Naruto muttered as he turned around and caught the sword in his bare hand, a small streak of blood coming down from his palm where he had been cut. However, that was nothing compared to the kick that Barristan's Selmy received for his efforts, sending the Elder Knight flying back and knocking down a few soldiers. This is becoming too costly. There were dead bodies all over the ground. More than a dozen dead by his hand, and Barristan probably injured, past the point that he could get up and continue to fight. He wished that he didn't have to kill all those people. They were nothing but pawns in the grand scheme of the Game of Thrones that the Highborns were so fond of playing. He had elected to not kill Barristan due to the positive past, and knowing that he was honor-bound to protect the king. As he looked around, he saw more city guards and Lannister soldiers arriving at the scene. However, the more he killed, the more he saw the troops losing the will to fight him. If he could continue then, he might just be able to get them to back down and take the Iron Throne. Looking over, he narrowed his eyes as he saw that his mother and brother had fled along with Sandor, Gregor, and Jaime. "Is this the type of king you fight for?" Naruto asked as he swung his blade, slicing one of the Kingsguard straight in half. The sight of one of the renowned Kingsguard being slain like a pig was enough to get many of the city watch to yield and surrender. Before them was a demon covered in their blood, the blood of their comrades whose lives had been cut short due to this brawl. "Your king has fled in the face of a challenge. Not even enough of a man to pick up his blade and face me in battle," Naruto declared as many looked among themselves and thought, is this worth it? Was it worth fighting this monster of nature, this seven-damned prince that carved through their ranks like the dragons of lore? All for a prince who might not even be their rightful prince. "My brother Joffrey has fled. Those who wish to go with him may leave with him. Just know that should we meet on the battlefield, you'll join those who fell here today. Those who wish to fight me still, I challenge you to face me in battle. And those who surrender and join me shall be pardoned for this battle," he said, walking towards the Iron Throne. Looking up at the metal chair, he frowned. He could still picture Joffrey sitting there. The soldiers moved out of the prince's way as he walked up the steps to the vacant Iron Throne. "As my father commanded, I am to take the reins of this kingdom as king," Naruto declared as he sat down, gazing at the mass below him. His chakra made the air heavy, dense, and suffocating. From the crowd, it seemed like most of the Kingsguard had elected to flee and join Joffrey. Their doubts about his claims are likely too deep-seated, thanks in part to their belief in the Seven and their views on his magic. The Lannister soldiers had also elected to retreat, unsure as to what to do now since Cersei had been the one who had given them their orders. Yet Naruto himself was a Lannister too. As for the City Watch, they mostly choose to surrender to the dark-haired prince. Their families were in the city, their lives were tied to King's Landing. Naruto frowned as he looked at his hands and found them covered in blood. "Mind my brother and mother, bring them to the dungeon." Alive, it had been his first order on the throne. It was strange to him. "And someone clean up this mess." "Yes, Your Grace." Chapter 7. Naruto sighed as he walked through the Red Keep. It had been a few weeks since he had taken the Iron Throne from Joffrey and assumed the role of King of Westeros. These last few days had been rather difficult due to how deep-seated some of his mother's influence seemed to be in King's Landing. He only had Sir Barristan left as a Kingsguard, the rest having left to Joffrey's side at Casterly Rock. The gold cloaks were more or less under his control, even if it was through fear. The crown paid for their salary, and having seen their commander Jonos Slight killed during the battle for the throne room. He had been the one to have taken Littlefinger's deal to betray Ned. Not them, so once he fell, they had no reason to turn against the new king. However, he had to weed out his mother's spies, which would likely take him weeks, if not months, given the sheer number of servants that worked at the Red Keep Plus all over the city. Since taking over, he had sent ravens out to all of the lords of Westeros. He needed to make sure that he had the support of them in case things with Joffrey turned for the worse. Unfortunately, while he was popular in the north, and with many of the people of King's Landing, that wasn't the case with much of the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. He cursed the faith of the Seven for their damned persistence, that his power was a slight against the Seven. Having the High Septon openly condemning his use of magic to take the throne wasn't helping. If anything, it only served to cause unrest in the kingdom. Combine that with the Order of Meisters doing the same in the keeps of the many lords, he hoped that he could maintain the peace. That led to his next headache, the eldest daughter of Ned Stark. He had no idea what had happened to Sansa during his takeover. Ned had tried to get to her during his brawl in the throne room, but had been stopped by a swarm of Lannister soldiers. By the time that he had arrived at Sansa's room, she had been gone. The room had been left a mess, and Ned assumed that Joffrey had kidnapped his daughter during his escape from King's Landing. Ned was especially furious since this was the second time that a family member had been kidnapped by a bastard of a brother, only seemed to be making things harder for him. Even now, news from Casterly Rock and Lannisport were reaching him via Varys' network of spies. Joffrey seemed to have declared himself the king of the Seven Kingdoms, with Cersei taking command of the castle and city, while Tywin was away at war. Already there had been clashes between Stark and Lannister, forces around the edges of the Crownlands. He had summoned his grandfather to King's Landing to try and settle the issue without a full-scale conflict erupting across the Seven Kingdoms. Gregor Clegane had been rampaging, doing any heinous crime that he could think of to sow discourse. Joffrey had declared war against him, and the Lannisters seemed to be at war in the Riverlands due to Catelyn's actions. He hoped that Tywin would see reason. As he arrived at the throne room, he saw that very person waiting for him. His hair was white and balding, but his eyes were sharp and calculating. "Grandfather, it's been too long," Naruto said as he approached the man. He hadn't been expecting Tywin for a few more days, but it seemed that despite his age, his grandfather was still able to move swiftly. "Indeed it has, Naruto, or is it your grace now?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. He had been briefed on the situation by his daughter Via Raven once they arrived at Lannisport. How his second grandson had usurped the throne from his older brother and declared himself king. "You can just call me Naruto, we are family after all, despite my current title," Naruto said as he motioned for the old lion to follow him. The two arrived at the chamber where the small council typically met to discuss the small matters of the realm. Taking a seat, Naruto motioned for someone to bring them a cup of wine for each of them. "We have much to talk about." "Indeed we do," Tywin said, knowing that being civil would get him further with his grandson than not. He had arrived with a small company of soldiers, once Naruto invited him into King's Landing to parley. However, only he had been allowed to enter the Red Keep, his guards forced to wait outside of the palace walls until he returned. Naruto smiled as he motioned for Tywin to go and speak. "I need you to return the throne to Joffrey. It is his by birthright. What you're doing is disgracing our house's legacy," he told his grandson firmly, "spreading these rumors than Joffrey was born of. Incest will not end well for all sides involved." "Well, straight to the point, huh?" Naruto replied as the squire placed 2 cups of dark red wine before them. "Sorry, but I can't do that. As Eddard Stark revealed, Joffrey is a child of incest between your children. As such, he has no right to the Iron Throne," he declared, adding in his head how bad of a king he felt Joffrey would be. "If you would like, I will allow him to be recognized as a Lannister so that he might one day take command of your family, but he will not be king. This would be war, Naruto. I cannot in good faith allow you to steal the throne from Joffrey. You were to be my heir, not him. Turning a blind eye to you would ruin our family's image," Tywin responded as he was concerned not only with maintaining the authority of the Lannisters, but their legacy. He knew that Naruto was more partial towards the Starks than his mother's house. Not only that, but his wife was to be from the north as well, a Stark. "I don't want war with you either, grandfather, but I will do what is best for the Seven Kingdoms, and Joffrey's rule would be disastrous. So I beg of you to pull out of the Riverlands, apologize to the Tullys, and reign in the mountain," the king declared as he raised his glass and took a sip. He had laid his guards down and declared his intentions to Tywin. He would not give back the throne, not to Joffrey. And lastly, give back Sansa Stark. "I know that my mother and brother have her in Casterly Rock. The Stark girl my daughter brought with her. A smart move, I will admit. However, if you want the girl back, then you'll have to surrender Naruto. I will not be so quick to give up the leverage of having such a valuable hostage. Not without something equally as valuable," Tywin said, knowing that Ned was furious that his eldest daughter had been taken from him by the Lannisters. It was the one good thing that came out of Naruto's attack. Everyone was so distracted by that no one noticed Sansa being taken. You know that last time someone hurt a member of Ned's family, he helped lead a goddamn rebellion. What do you think he's gonna do this time, Tywin? Nothing, because with a single order, I can have her head at your doorsteps. The two spent hours arguing with one another, as they both wanted the other to yield and accept their demands. Naruto wanted peace in the realm, and Sansa returned safely, while Tywin wanted to put Joffrey back on the throne to keep face. Tywin stared into Naruto's eyes and almost felt like he was looking into a mirror. Neither really wanted a full-blown war, but neither would back down. Naruto maintained that he was right in this conflict, and Tywin believed in what his children had told him. His pride refused to accept that his children would do something as foul as commit incest between themselves. He wouldn't bear that shame. Then, it is war, King Naruto Baratheon. Naruto frowned. He hated war. He wanted peace, but Tywin wouldn't back down, nor would he listen to the fact that Joffrey was a bastard. "I guess it is Lord Tywin Lannister," he replied as he stood up from the desk. "I'll give you and your men until the end of the day to leave King's Landing safely. After that, you will be a traitor of the Seven Kingdoms." Tywin scowled before leaving the new king by himself in the chamber without another word, knowing that he had failed. A part of him felt pride in his grandson. Despite their current state on opposing sides of the war, he was proud of how Naruto had handled himself. Had it not been for the stain his legacy would have suffered, he might have even allowed his second grandson to remain on the throne. He knew that Joffrey wasn't a competent ruler. However he was weak, he was easy to manipulate. And above all, Cersei had groomed her son to think in an us versus them mentality, with the us being the Lannisters. Something she failed to do with Naruto due to him being sent off north by Robert, probably one of the few smart things the idiot ever did. With that, Tywin left King's Landing and returned to his camp to prepare for war against his grandson. "Fuck!" Naruto yelled as he smashed the table in half, his strength flaring for a split second. He wanted to avoid war, but it seemed that Tywin was gonna try to get his way, regardless of the lives it would take. He needed to contact Stannis and Renly to send reinforcements. He had allowed for the two to keep their titles of Masters of Ships and Laws respectively. After his takeover, Littlefinger had vanished, likely fleeing to safety, since he knew Naruto would have his head for attempting to betray Ned. Maester Pycelle had been dismissed completely. It was met with outrage from the Order of Maesters, but Naruto didn't care for them. While Littlefinger had managed to get away, Pycelle hadn't been so lucky and instead was being kept in the dungeons. "Varys, get out here." Naruto roared as he stormed into his throne room, the eunuch walking in from the shadows as he had been awaiting the return of the king after his meeting with his grandfather. Oh, how he wished that he could have been in that meeting, watching the old lion and the fledgling king spar with their words. Unfortunately, it seemed to have ended in a stalemate. "Yes, your grace?" Varys asked as he walked over to the Baratheon. One look on his face could tell anyone that he was frustrated. After all, he had just come into power, and war was looming over his head. The Lannisters had started problems in the Riverlands due to Catelyn's kidnapping of Tyrion Lannister. Now Robb Stark was leading an army down to help his grandfather. And now, with the Mountain's actions in the Crownlands, things were escalating. Any news? He wondered if Varys had any updates for him on just about anything at this point. "Quite a few, to be honest, your grace," Varys said as he recalled all the songs that his little birds had sang for him recently. "It appears that the assassination attempt against Daenerys Targaryen has failed miserably due to an informant turning against us. Now Khal Drogo seems to desire the Iron Throne for her, while before it was simply something he agreed to without actually caring about it. Now they pillage across the Dothraki Sea to gather the resources needed to cross the Narrow Sea." The spider told Naruto, who groaned before plopping down upon the seat of power of Westeros. "Great. I knew that it was a stupid idea from the start, but my father being who he is wanted her dead." Naruto lamented, wishing that his father had never given out that order. Without that, he doubted that the Khal would ever actually be motivated enough to attack Westeros, even if his wife wanted the throne. Now he was preparing to make his way over. Between the Starks and Lannisters, and the houses that might side with them if they invade, we're not in a good spot. Varys finished for the king. Taking a deep breath, Naruto decided to deal with that on a later date. It would take them a while to gather what they needed to successfully cross the Narrow Sea. For now, he would deal with the issues of Westeros. What of Stannis and Renly? "I need them at King's Landing at once," he asked, needing his uncles here to help fight in this war. Stannis appears to already be mobilizing for war. His troops are getting ready for battle, and his fleet of ships appears to be preparing to sail. However, the pause made Naruto worry about what was going to come out of Varys' mouth. Nothing ever good ever came from a hanging, however. It seems that as of late, there have been stirrings of the religion of the Lord of Light, with a woman in red finding herself close to Stannis. The late King Robert has a priest in his court as well, but this one seems to be a bit more proactive. In what way? The question almost seemed to hold dread in each word, as if he didn't really want to know the answer. This red woman seems to be encouraging the people of Dragonstone to burn their idols of the seven, and on occasion burning someone alive as sacrifice. However, it seemed that they believe you to be the rightful king. Oh, fantastic. And what about Renly? Renly seems to have declared that due to your magic, and that it can't be certain that you are a legitimate child of Robert, that you are not fit to be king, and thus had declared himself as the true king as well. The Tyrells seem to have thrown their lot in with him. His army now totals over 100,000. Varys told the king, who had to fight the urge to strom down to his family's ancestral home and slam Renly into the ground. Taking a deep breath, Naruto calmed himself as he thought about the current situation. He had the Starks, Tullys, and Stannies on his side. Renly and the Tyrells seemed to have formed an alliance, which infuriated him since he had hoped that Renly would join him. The Tyrells was a shock to him. He never would have expected them to join the war on Renly's side. And lastly was the Lannisters, who at the moment were alone, but seemed to have a vast amount of resources due to their gold and had Sansa in their keep. Send a message to Dorne, Vale, and the Iron Islands. I need them to raise their bannermen and help bring peace back to the Seven Kingdoms. Naruto ordered the eunuch, who nodded and wandered off to complete the tasks given to him by the new king. I can see why father became the way he did. What the fuck is even going on? Naruto said to himself as he leaned back on the throne, finding it extremely uncomfortable. Months had passed since his meeting with Tywin, and Naruto found himself going over war plans with Ned and Stannis. While Ned and Stannis fought with Tywin in the Crownland, Robb had been dealing with Jaime in the Riverlands. Stannis arrived at the perfect time, and his armies helped solidify control of the region and made up for the lack of Stark troops in the south. Another benefit of having Stannis on his side was that his fleet gave him complete naval over the east side of Westeros, covering the weakness that King's Landing had in its ports. Luckily, it seemed that Renly was dragging his feet when it came to fully mobilizing his army. But he was hoping that he could get him to talk and instead join him against the Lannisters, and maybe stop his stupid attempt to become king. Robb's doing well for himself. He's been winning quite a few battles, Naruto said as he looked at the map of the Seven Kingdoms before. Robb had made some headway into breaking further into the Riverlands and had repelled the Lannister siege. With some luck, they would be able to smash through and kick them out. The boy isn't half bad, Stannis said, his tone gruff as he looked up at Ned, whose face was concentrated on the map. He hadn't seen the Stark this serious since Robert's war. Of course, everyone knew why. The Lannisters had his daughter captured. It was a major weakness that kept Ned from making any moves that could push the Lannisters to do the unthinkable and hurt his daughter. They still have my daughter, Ned said solemnly as he tried to find a way to break through the Lannisters' line. And we have their golden boy, a fourth voice said as Varys walked into the war chambers. He looked a little out of place, but he smiled as he handed Naruto a small note. A little bird dropped this off at my doorsteps. Without wasting a beat, the king read the note, a small smile appearing on his face as he looked up at his two generals. Robb has captured Jaime Lannister in the Riverlands. The bloody bastard, I could kiss him, Naruto announced to them. After a stressful few months, it was nice to have some good news for a change. This changes everything. Robb has Jaime. Not only will the army he had be in disarray, Tywin might be forced into negotiations if he wants his son back. Ned spoke. You want to trade Jaime for Sansa? Naruto asked, wondering if that was what Ned was thinking. He knew that Robb was likely thinking the same at the moment. Jaime was a powerful bargaining chip that he now had trapped in his camp. He wouldn't blame his blood brother if he offered the trade to his grandfather. That would be foolish. While regrettable, Jaime is worth more at the moment than your daughter Lord Stark. We should have him brought to the Red Keep and secure him. Stannis said, feeling that keeping Tywin at bay, and one of the most skilled swordsmen in the Seven Kingdoms of the battle, was more valuable than rescuing some girl. He acknowledged that with Sansa back, Ned would likely be willing to flex his military strength more, but not at that cost. Watch what you say, Stannis. My daughter's safety is a priority for me, Ned replied, narrowing his eyes at the older man. At the moment, he would admit that his biggest weakness was the fact that the Lannizers had his daughter. He couldn't advance too much without fearing that Joffrey would do something to her. If he lost her, he didn't know what he would do. He might just go mad. It's likely the same for Tywin, which is why we should move him to the Red Keep. Last thing we need is the Kingslayer escaping from your son or someone setting him free. With that, we can bring Tywin to the negotiating table once again. Stannis stated as he knew that regardless of what happened, they needed to make sure that they secured Jaime and not let this golden opportunity slip right through their fingers. Naruto was torn between what to do. He knew that Stannis was right and that Jaime a powerful bargaining chip in their favor. But Sansa was his friend. Even if she was a bit annoying sometimes, she was someone he had been close to at one point. She was also Ned's daughter, and he knew how worried Ned was about her on the inside. His failure to get her in time had weighed heavily on his heart. Not just Ned, but despite their differences, Arya was extremely worried about her older sister. She had taken her training to a new level, as she declared that she would save her sister if she needed to. Taking her dedication to training in stride, he had Sir Barristan join in training her after he recovered from his injuries. "Are you saying that my son isn't capable of holding Jaime prisoner?" Ned asked, taking the implication that his Jaime might escape from his son's camp as an insult. "Enough both of you," Naruto said as his chakra flared, putting pressure on the two older men. While he didn't have the sheer stature of Robert, they could both see him in Naruto as he looked down at the map. "I agree that we need to make sure that Jaime is secured. I trust Robb with my life, but it only takes one misstep for Jaime to escape. One spy getting in, one servant being charmed by him. We need to get him here." "And if someone here betrays you?" Ned asked, knowing that Cersei's influence was still strong in King's Landing. Naruto thought about it for a second before sighing. "I could seal him away in the cell. That way only I or someone skilled with my magic could release him." He suggested, having learned enough about seals to be able to do that. "Would that work?" he asked, earning a nod from the two men. "Good. And I agree that we should exchange Jaime for Sansa. At this rate, both sides will halt until the other breaks and attacks. We have no way of properly getting to her without laying siege to Lannisport and Casterly Rock. And if we could do that, the war would be over by now." "I don't agree." Before Stannis could continue, a female voice interrupted them. "Don't need the Lannister. The Lord of Light will light our way to victory, with or without a hostage," a woman with fiery red hair stated as she walked into the room. Looking over, Naruto knew that this was the woman that Stannis had brought with him to King's Landing. Naruto had been a bit hesitant to let such a woman into King's Landing, but he had given her a firm warning not to harm a single citizen or she'd be put to the sword. "Melisandre," Stannis looked over at the woman with a glare but didn't say anything. He trusted in her judgment. That in the end, what she said would come true, and that he would reign as the next king and lead Westeros into a new golden age. Originally, he had been doubtful of Naruto, just as Renly was, but the Seven wasn't his faith anymore. Magic didn't seem so strange after meeting the Red Woman. She had promised him that he would sit on the Iron Throne as the reincarnation of Azor Ahai and lead Westeros against the Great Other. However, to do that, she told him that he needed to help his nephew win the war against Joffrey Lannister, and now his own younger brother Renly. While Naruto didn't care for the Red Woman's preaching, at least she seemed to be helping his case at the moment. Stannis seemed to have a lot of faith in her, so her words telling him that they would win even without holding Jaime. "Then I shall ride out to Robb's camp in the morning. Ned, you will sit as regent while I'm away. Stannis, I want you to go meet with Renly and convince him to abandon his attempt to seize the throne." With that, Naruto turned to leave the meeting. "Ned, I will get Sansa back, I promise you that. Stannis, I promise that you won't regret putting your faith in me." Casterly Rock Sansa couldn't help but feel dread filling her as she got up from her bed. Her eyes had been a puffy red as she had cried the night away. It had been months now since she was brought to the Lannisters' stronghold. It had all started on the day that Naruto had seized the throne from Joffrey. She had been completely unaware of what had been going on until a group of Lannister guards came into her room and told her that Naruto was attempting to overthrow Joffrey and become king himself. It was almost unbelievable that her longtime friend had decided to betray his family and take the throne from his own brother. However, in the moment, she didn't have time to think and was quickly rushed out of her room and brought out of the Red Keep through a secret exit. From then on, she was rushed from King's Landing to Casterly Rock like a criminal, and a caged wagon to make sure that she didn't run away. She knew what was going on outside. Her family was at war with her fiancé's family, her brother and father leading armies against the Lannisters, who responded in kind. At first, Sansa felt that her father and Naruto were in the wrong, trying to keep Joffrey from his rightful birthright. But the treatment she got was deplorable, and what she saw was disgusting. Joffrey made no secret of his cruelty. If she ever went against him, she would be threatened if not flat out hit by the Hound. Once when she suggested that they could parley with Naruto, Joffrey had Sandor slap her across the face, sending her sprawling to the floor. She saw how Joffrey treated the people of Lannisport and his servants. He was cruel, merciless, and had only his own interests in mind. He viewed mercy and kindness as forms of weakness, and when he claimed to be kind, it was merely him being slightly less cruel. She had seen dozens of small folk executed for the slightest things. Now, she saw what Naruto had meant when he told her that she didn't know Joffrey. She thought she knew, but it was clear that she only knew one part of her love. They were still engaged as far as she knew, but Littlefinger had been right. Sansa had been in her room, while Lush, she wasn't allowed to leave it alone regardless of how much she begged. She was a prisoner who could only talk to a select few people who were let into the room. Hearing knocking on her door, she saw Littlefinger walk into her room with a small smile on his face. He had been someone who she had come to rely on since she came to this accursed keep. Lord Baelish had given her information as to how the war was going, if her family was all right, and what had been going on around Westeros. "Sansa, my dear, what ails you?" he asked as he looked at the daughter of the love of his life. She looked so much like her. "Joffrey was telling me yesterday how he plans to have family executed for their crimes, and that it would be his mercy to allow them to have quick deaths," she told Petter, who signed at what he had been told. He wished that things hadn't ended up like this, but Naruto had foiled his plans when he took over the Iron Throne. "Sometimes it's like he doesn't love me anymore." "Of course, you are his hostage after all, Sansa, a bargaining chip against your family," he informed her. Knowing that Sansa had lost all value as a fiancée to Joffrey and the Lannisters. Her family was going against him. Now all she had going for her was that she kept her family at bay. "I am his fiancée," she corrected him fiercely. "You were his fiancée, but now the North is against him, and you hold not real value as a queen for him. If he wins the war, he will strike the Starks of title and put another family in command of the North that will be loyal to him, and you'll just be another woman. Right now, the only thing keeping the mountain from breaking you is that Joffrey's enemies are too hesitant to attack while he has you." She had denied his words, kept holding on that Joffrey loved her and that she would be his queen. But the more time that passed, the more she realized that she wasn't. Joffrey rarely came to see her, nor did Cersei treat her like she did in King's Landing. "I should have listened to him," Sansa said, looking down at the ground. Regretting not believing in her lifelong friend, he had never lied to her. "I should have known better. Well, this didn't take as long as expected. Not much action, but oh well, please leave a review." Chapter 8. It was time. Naruto was now riding off into war against his mother and her family. Now that their strategy had been set, he had left Ned in charge of King's Landing while he rode to join Robb in the Westerlands. By his side was Sir Barristan, who demanded that, as the sole Kingsguard, he went with his king to protect him and make up for his failure to protect Robert, with his life if needed. "You should be resting, Barristan." "I can more than handle myself," Naruto said, knowing that he would have to fall into a rather bad trap in order to really be challenged by an attacking force. He hoped that they would be able to meet with Robb and have a drink before going to battle. He had already sent out a raven to his grandfather, asking for another parley between them in order to discuss Jaime and Sansa. He hoped that he could try and force a peace between them. By releasing Jaime of his duties as a Kingsguard, Tywin could declare Jaime his heir once again. With any luck, that would be enough to force his grandfather to surrender. After that, Cersei and Joffrey would have no one to back their claim to the throne. "I have already failed 2 kings and a prince, your grace. I will not allow a fourth to fall under my watch, Barristan replied firmly. His honor wouldn't stand for allowing a third king to die after his previous failures to protect not only Robert, but Aerys as well. He had been at the Battle of the Trident as well when Rhaegar was killed by Robert. If something happened to Naruto, he wouldn't allow himself to be called a Kingsguard anymore. His failures would have been too vast for his liking. If you say so, Naruto replied, not feeling like arguing with the Elder Knight. He knew that the old man would never leave his side willingly, and forcing him was out of the question. We should arrive at Rob's camp within the next 2 weeks at this pace. If all goes according to plan, this war should be over soon. It was what he hoped for the most. That his grandfather would see reason and give up the fight if things went better than last time. Before, he didn't have much negotiating power, aside from promises to spare their family from a horrible fate. He heard that Catelyn was heading down to Renly's camp as well to try and convince him to, at the very least, join her son in war against the Lannisters before turning on Naruto. Last he heard, Renly has gathered a truly massive army thanks to his alliance with the Tyrells. However, thanks to the alliance he had with the Starks and the Tully, he had 2 armies to match. However, the Tyrells were the second richest house and held a level of resources that the others couldn't compete with due to their territory's fertility. It was smart to have them turn towards the Lannisters before they engaged with the Starks. If they managed to do that, then hopefully his mother's family would whittle down Renly's army to something more manageable. But hopefully Stannis would be able to make his brother see reason and join them. The two eventually arrived at a small town on the edges of the Crownlands, looking around as the king frowned as he saw the state of the town. It was run down to say the least, but it had everything that they needed to make it through the night. A small inn without anyone to really bother the pair and food to fill their bellies before they continued their ride the next day. The small folk easily took notice of the two, recognizing one as the person who currently sat on the throne and the other as a member of the Kingsguard. Despite the reputation the two carried, the small folk seemed to be more interested in their own lives. War had ravaged their home, and the last thing they needed was some high-borns taking note of them and bringing more trouble with them. Arriving at the inn, Naruto paid for the 2 of them to have a room with 2 beds along with dinner. However, as the waitress came towards them, Naruto sensed something coming from her. Something that shouldn't be coming from a waitress, killing intent. "My lords," she said, her voice soft and quiet. It was the gentle voice of a maiden who had recently entered adulthood. Looking at her, he was sure that his father would be all over her the second he laid eyes on her. From her full chest to her well-rounded hips, and the slightly exposed cleavage that would tantalize those with wandering eyes. "It is my pleasure to have the 2 of you stay at my family's inn," she said, placing down the food. "Well, maybe the fair maiden would like to join us for a meal. What do you say, Sir Barristan?" Naruto asked as he placed a hand on his hip, right over the hilt of his sword. "I agree, Your Grace," Sir Barristan replied as he made the same motion as his lord. "I apologize, Your Grace, but I have many other duties to fulfill in the kitchen," the fair maiden said, smiling at the 2 of them, attempting to excuse herself from the scene. A bead of sweat dripped down her forehead as the blue eyes of the ruler of Westeros looked at her with narrowed eyes. "You know, I heard that the Faceless Men are among the best assassins in the world," Naruto said before the waitress drew a knife and lunged at the king's throat. Sidestepping the attack, Naruto's superior speed allowed him to draw his sword and sliced her arm off. Before the woman could follow up, Barristan beheaded her and allowed her body to drop to the floor. "Cersei's no doubt," Barristan said as he looked down at the had-expected assassins to come. But the Faceless Men were such an extreme measure. Cersei must have paid a pretty dragon to hire someone of their quality. "There will be more, no doubt," he stated. "If one failed, then they would honor their contract and send another." Walking to the kitchen, Naruto frowned as found the actual family that ran the inn knocked out on the floor. Kneeling down beside the older man, he shook him a little to try and wake him up. A few hours later, the 2 were back on the road to Rob's camp. Months passed, and the 2 eventually made it to the camp. As per Naruto's warning, Jaime had been moved to a more secure spot in the camp, kept in a cage where he only interacted with Stark soldiers, a measure to make sure that he didn't find a way to escape and flee back to his father. Naruto had received a raven from Stannis that Renly had asked his brother to come and talk with him at their camp. An invitation that Stannis had accepted and said would make sure that Renly wouldn't be an issue. He assumed that Stannis meant that he would negotiate with Renly to get him to back down or help against the Lannisters, but only time would tell. As he arrived at the camp, Naruto was greeted by his brother in arms. "Rob," he yelled as the two locked arms. Looking at his friend, he could tell that he had grown a lot. War had turned him into a man he knew Ned would be proud of. "You bastard, you may have won the war for us," Naruto said as he looked around at the Northern Army with a smile. "Don't thank me just yet, we still have my sister to save," Rob said as he led Naruto to where his uncle was being held. Naruto frowned as he looked down at the once proud Kingsguard. "So, uncle, it seems that this is how things ended up," he said, kneeling in front of Jaime, looking at his golden hair through the bars. "Tired of fucking Wolf's nephew?" Jaime said, smirking up at Naruto. Even when at his lowest, Jaime's tongue was sharp. "At least I never slept with my sister, you bastard," Naruto stated as he could see that Jaime was fine for the most part. "So you're coming to King's Landing. It seems like it's your lucky day. If Gramps really cares about you, you might just go free," the King of Westeros stated, knowing that Jaime was his golden ticket to winning the war at the moment. Part of Naruto just wanted to cause Jaime pain, make him pay for everything he did in life, but it wasn't who he was. He wasn't a monster. As the two walked away from Jaime, leaving him to the guard's watch, Rob turned to his friend. "Many of the Lords of the North have decided to try and name me the King of the North, and that we should try and break from the Seven Kingdoms," he admitted to his lifelong friend as they sat down for a drink. A small frown grew on Naruto's face. "And where do you sit on this issue?" he questioned. "The North is yours, Your Grace," Rob said in a faux formal tone before laughing to himself. "While an interesting idea, I don't think I want to be king myself, and my father would blow a vessel if he found out that I was rebelling against the kingdom. No. While I do think the North and South are completely different, I trust you to lead us, Naruto," Rob told the Baratheon, who smiled back at the man who was more of a brother to him than any of his real siblings. He had been worried that Rob would also revolt against him, but in the end, he seemed to be okay with the way things were. "And the Lords?" the king asked. "I'll handle them. They're a bit tough, but nothing I can't handle." Nodding his head, Naruto looked up at the stars above. "We can talk about this more later, once this whole ordeal is won with." Rob looked up as well. A calm silence befell the two of them for a moment. "I worry about her every day, you know," he said, breaking the silence. "I worry what that beast of a brother is doing to her, if he defiles her every day, if he whips her, burns her, humiliates her," Rob growled, clenching his fists at the thought of what Joffrey was doing. "And it motivates me to fight this war even harder. To get her back," he claimed. Naruto didn't say anything at first, but as he was going to open his mouth, Rob interrupted. "I know you and Sansa had a thing, you know," he told Naruto as he glanced at his blood brother. "I saw the two of you kissing once. It was so adorable. I wanted the two of you to just tell father so he'd arrange a marriage. But then she suddenly started to change. Her lessons with the Septa took over," Rob sighed as he recalled the past. "Would you marry her if given the chance?" Rob asked. "I'm engaged to Arya," Naruto pointed out flatly. "You're the king of the Seven Kingdoms, and I am the next Warden of the North. I'm sure no one would care if you took two brides," Rob said, laughing, joking of course. He wasn't about to get involved in his sister's love lives. No. That was a bad idea. Naruto rolled his eyes at Rob before switching topics to something else. "So the Targaryen woman seems to be down on her luck, from what the spider tells me. Her husband Khal Drogo, who was leading her army, is dead. But she got dragons in return for her loss," he told his best friend. Rob was someone who he trusted with his life. He would have him as his hand if he didn't need him in the North. "I kinda almost feel bad for her. Careful, or your father's ghost may rise just to kill you for that," Rob warned with a smirk. "Please, despite everything, she's still just a girl. Sure, she has dragons, but that won't help her if she's dead in the Red Waste," Naruto pointed out. He knew that if anything, he should want the last child of the Mad King dead, to end any chance that she might fly over with her dragons one day and lay siege to the Seven Kingdoms. But he didn't feel right leaving her to starve like that. Varys wants me to marry her instead of Arya. He thinks that will help me legitimize my rule, as it would bring the Targaryens back into power to please any remaining loyal houses. And bring back the houses who rebelled against them. Robb took that in as he sipped from his drink, so basically undo our father's work then. Robb questioned, hinting that he believed that Varys might not be as loyal to Naruto as believed. If he wanted to bring the Targaryens back, it could have been that he had been working for them even after the Mad King died. I think he more so wants to bring peace back to Westeros, and he sees that as a way to achieve it, Naruto commented. Knowing that Varys had a backup plan to put Daenerys on the throne if it all went downhill. The spider was good, but Naruto's ability to sense deception was unparalleled. He was a force of his own. So what will you do? Naruto fell silent as he thought about the question. It was something that had plagued him ever since Varys had brought it up to him. I sent supplies for her, enough to keep her alive. My father sent an assassin to kill her, if anything that might have heightened her desire to come and take over in retribution. Maybe by offering her an olive branch, we can bring her to the table instead. You're an idiot, you know that, Naruto? Robb said, feeling that feeding your future enemy was idiotic, but of course he could see the honor in it. His father had been dishonorable by sending an assassin to kill her from the shadows and failed. So he brought honor back to his family by giving an apology gift. It was Varys' idea. He doesn't want her to die, just in case Joffrey beats me and takes the throne, Naruto admitted. While he ultimately signed off on the idea, it was the spider who pushed for it. Ned had been neutral about it, while Stannis had very clearly disapproved of it. In the end, he decided to give it a try. And if you beat Joffrey and she demands the throne on arrival, will you kill her, marry her, what will you do? Robb asked, wondering what his friend would do should dragons land on their shore. I don't know, Naruto admitted. My hope is that since she lost most of her army and husband, she'll just decide that coming back is too great a risk. Even with her dragons, she'd have to fight armies and anti-dragon weapons exist. So just coming in with them wouldn't be smart. So you're hoping she'll just give up? Robb asked, wondering if his friend had gone mad. Downing his drink, Naruto looked at Robb. If it avoids a war, then I'll marry the woman. There's so much death in Westeros, I don't need more. And my sister, Robb, you're killing me, I guess. It's up to her, she's still young, Robb, too young to wed. I'm not like some of those lords who would wed a girl after her first blood. I'd rather her be full able to make the choice. So if I did marry Arya, it would be years from now, once she's become a full woman, Naruto told the Stark leader. Arya was simply too young at the moment. She couldn't be queen and he wasn't comfortable marrying her, yet even if some lords would find it normal. How long could you go without a queen before people start questioning? Naruto frowned. Enough of queens. The king yelled as he didn't want to talk about the situation anymore. We're at war and here we are talking about marriage. You're older than me and you don't have a wife. He yelled at his friend, who laughed at how animated the young king got at times. Looking up, he saw a red comet streaking through the air. His eyes, glowing slightly, Daenerys looked at what remained of her people as they set up camp for the night. The day had been especially rough for her. The horse that her late husband had given her had died earlier, and she had sent out her last remaining blood riders in order to see if they could find an end to the wastes. If things continue as they were, they would die soon, and if they ran into other Dothraki Khalasars, they would be doomed. The Targaryen sighed as she looked at the dragons she had in a small cage. They were so small, and yet her greatest asset, what would lead her to victory, her children. Yet now she even knows if it would be enough for her to retake the 7 kingdoms. She still feared what she would find when she finally came face to face with the son of the Usperper. Jorah seemed pretty weary of him, believing him to be someone that could keep her from the Iron Throne. However, she didn't even know if she would even meet the current king. Her group got weaker by the day, and without food her dragons wouldn't grow. However, as she was about to go to sleep for the night, she heard some of the remaining Dothraki in her group making an uproar. Getting back up, she walked over to see what was going on. Arriving at the scene, she found a young man driving a large wagon filled with different foods and barrels of water. "What brings you here?" she demanded, as the man stepped out of the driver's seat and pulled out a letter and offered it to the white-haired princess. But it was Jorah who took the letter, as he feared that it might have been poisoned. Looking at the seal, his eyes widened as he saw the seal of the King of Westeros. "It's from the House Baratheon of King's Landing," Jorah said as he opened the letter and began to read it out loud for his queen. "Daenerys Stormborn Targaryen, as King of Westeros and the Seven Kingdoms, I apologize for the behavior of my late father and his attempt to cause you and your loved ones harm. Having heard of your plight in the Red Waste, I arranged to supply you with food and water to make your journey more bearable. I pray for your safety and well-being. Should you ever return to Westeros, I would like to invite you to parley to avoid conflict and unneeded violence. Naruto of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm." "What would you make of this Khaleesi?" Jorah asked as the Targaryen took the paper from him and read it over to make sure that Jorah hadn't misread. She never expected for her savior to be the very person she was preparing for war against. She knew that at the moment, she stood no chance against him and his armies. But it seemed like he wanted to end things civically, but she doubted that he would just let her take the throne. "We'll accept the gift. Even poison is better than starving to death in the wastes," she said, as her own stomach twisted in desire at the sight of the loaves of bread on the cart. "But this doesn't mean that I'll give up on taking the throne," she told the man who had driven the cart. She saw him detaching his horse, giving her a nod before riding off into the shadows. "This is unexpected. Why would he try and help us?" Daenerys asked as she saw the members of their group start taking food and drinks from the carriage and feeding themselves. "Is he so confident that we can't defeat him?" She wondered, thinking that maybe this was his way of taunting her, trying to make her hasty to return and get crushed. "No," Jorah said as he took a piece of dried meat. "I don't know what was running through his head, but Lord Naruto is by all means a man of mercy. Even against some of the worst opponents, he has tried to avoid killing. The mountain who once challenged him was spared when he could have easily been killed. I think that he simply didn't want you to die, and felt that he needed to apologize for the attempt on your life," the banished Mormont stated. "Then he is a fool," Daenerys said softly as she watched her people feasting on the provisions provided. A head fell on the ground before Jaime as he watched his nephew fighting against a group of Lannister men that had snuck into the Stark camp, while another larger group led a frontal assault. Robb, along with the majority of his bannermen, had rode off to fight the battle, with the king staying behind to watch the wounded and prisoners. "Fools," Jaime muttered as he saw the group confront Naruto and Ser Barristan. It would have been here that he would have retreated if he had been one of the fighters. Naruto himself was too much. He felt that if the conditions were right, he might be able to win against him, but he knew that 9 out of 10 times he'd lose. Adding in one of the most decorated knights in the Seven Kingdoms at his side, it was suicide. Naruto rushed forward and stabbed one of the men through the chest, as Ser Barristan cut through another that tried to ambush the young king. "Surrender or face the stranger," Naruto ordered as he lopped off the head of another who rushed him. A frown on his face, as it was clear that his grandfather wanted to get his son back, even at the cost of the lives of all these men. Unfortunately for him, Naruto was at the camp himself. Ser Barristan defeated another, knocking his sword out of their hands and cutting them deeply across the chest, blood dripping from his sword as his opponent fell to the ground. By this point, the remaining northern men had heard the sounds of battle within their camp and arrived at the scene to give support. Seeing that they were completely overwhelmed and their attempt had failed, the remaining Lannister men surrendered and dropped their weapons. Looking at Jaime, he frowned as it was clear that they would likely keep trying to free him as long as Jaime stayed. "Looks like I'm gonna have to take you to King's Landing sooner than expected, Uncle," the black-haired king said before looking at the guards, and ordered them to mount his cage to a wagon. "As soon as Robb returns, I'll be heading back to King's Landing with my uncle as prisoner." "So what? So you can free the bastard?" one of the gruffer northern men asked as he got in Naruto's face, unafraid of the magic the king held. While he acknowledged that the king had done a lot of good in the north, while he was still a prince, that didn't change the fact that he was upset that Robb had turned down their push to be independent. Naruto grabbed the man by his collar and lifted him up into the air. "So I can get Sansa Stark back, you shithead," he growled before throwing him to the ground. Chapter 9, Naruto walked down into the 4th level of the Red Keep's dungeons. It was a level even deeper than the black cells, one where those who entered typically never returned, tortured to death, and their bodies discarded on sight. It was more secure than even the black cells, so much so that it only existed in rumors on the outside. This had been where Jaime had been taken. Naruto knew that the Lannisters still had a lot of allies in King's Landing, some within the guards of the Red Keep. It was impossible to weed out everyone in the city, so he had those he trusted keep an eye out, and the spider use his birds to keep tabs on those who needed to be watched. "You really went all out for me, Your Grace," Jaime said, seeing Naruto approaching him, Sir Barristan at his side. "Can't have you getting out, uncle," he said to the blonde with a frown on his face. "You know full well how valuable you are to our war efforts." Naruto stated, staring at the Lannister who was pinned to the wall, his arms and legs strapped with chains and locks. Even his neck was held back to prevent him from headbutting people when they came to feed them. A laugh escaped the blonde's lips. "Well, don't you know how to treat your family, Your Grace?" he commented. The way he said Your Grace was in a mocking tone. Jaime, of course, wanted to see Joffrey on the throne, and in his eyes, Naruto wasn't the real king. He knew the truth about Joffrey, but he didn't care. All he cared about was what was best for his house. "If I could trust you, uncle, I might have put you in lighter security, but you're dangerous. Too dangerous to be left unattended," the king told him honestly. "Oh, you honor me with your words, Your Grace." "Jaime, I don't think you understand the position you're in, Jaime," Naruto said firmly as he locked eyes with his uncle. "Currently you are a traitor to the Seven Kingdoms, your sister is a traitor, and your bastard son Joffrey is a traitor as well. You're my family, and that is the only reason why I'm allowing you and the Lannisters you remain, is because in the end you're my family. Don't give me a reason to send you to the wall where you'll be killed if you try to leave. And you'll never get the Stark girl back alive," Jaime said, smirking. Naruto opened the cell door and drew his sword, placing it against Jaime's neck. And with that, the Lannisters will end up like the Targaryens. "Because the Starks will not stop until justice has been dealt," he stated as in the darkness of the cell, Naruto's blue eyes glowed ominously. Pulling his sword back, he walked out of the cell and looked at the four guards. "Make sure you treat me dear uncle nicely. I need him in good health after all." Jaime was no use dead or deformed beyond reason. These guards were used to inflicting the worst pains to their prisoners before death. Not exactly what he needed at the moment. Jaime yelled some quip back at him, but the king paid him no mind as he left his uncle in the dungeon. As they made their way back up from the dungeon, Naruto and Barristan found Varys waiting for them in the throne room. "Well, it seems that your gift was well received by the young princess," Varys stated as he walked up to the young king with a smile on his face. For the first time in a while, he thought that peace was really possible in Westeros if the right pieces fell into place. "Well, hopefully, she finds a place to settle with her people," Naruto muttered as he hoped that she might just stay in Essos. "You could always extend the offer to marry her. As much as young Arya is tenacious, she might be more suited as a knight than a queen, Your Grace. I doubt you'd be able to go multiple years queenless without people questioning your stance. Your use of magic already makes them uneasy. Having a queen might help to normalize you," Varys stated. Knowing that some houses still found Naruto's powers too out of the ordinary for their liking. The Tyrells, which normally would have jumped at the opportunity to gain additional power, and closer to the throne, had sided with Renly, who had declared himself king with Margaery Tyrell as his queen. The Tyrells had a massive amount of wealth, and were second in that regard only to the Lannisters. Having them against him was a massive blow to his war efforts, as they provided a large amount of grain for the Seven Kingdoms, putting his side at a disadvantage when it came to food. He had to rely more on the regions under him for supplies than before, which would stress the small folk. His call for the bannermen of the Vale, Dorne, and Iron Islands had fallen on deaf ears. Robb told me that he sent Theon to the Iron Islands to convince his father to join the war against my brother. Promising Casterly Rock in exchange, they still haven't responded to my summons, Naruto said, as he knew that Theon and the Starks had grown quite close to one another over the years since Theon was taken by Ned as part of the peace agreement between him and Balon. Any news on that? News from the Iron Islands can be hard to come across. So far, I have no new information about them. However, I know that your uncle Tyrion has arranged for your half-sister to marry into House Martell, trying to gain an alliance with Dorne in their efforts for the throne. Varys informed his king. Dorne, I heard that they hated the Lannisters for what happened during the rebellion. Why would they accept such an offer? Naruto asked the equally clueless Varys. It was a strange situation. But it could be that offering Miachella to them was an attempt to bury the bad blood between the houses and enter in a new alliance by binding the blonde princess to the Dornish prince. Correct, and Littlefinger has been spotted at the Eyrie. Word has it that he and Lady Lysa Arryn have gotten engaged and will soon wed. They two have been quite close for a long time. I believe Lady Lysa has been smitten with Lord Baelish since he stewarded for her father, Varys said with a grim look on his face. While he was hopeful for Naruto's victory in the end, it seemed that every day more and more houses turned against him in favor of the Lannisters or Renly. Varys, do you ever offer good news? Stannis and Melisandre are meeting with Renly as we speak, hopefully to convince your younger uncle to join forces under you. Or at the very least, mobilize his army against Cersei and Joffrey. As it stands, while he holds the largest army, he hasn't acted in the slightest, simply putting on a show for the rest of the world to see as they have matches and festivities. The Spider said, a bit irate that the largest army in the war, who by all rights should be under Naruto, was being squandered by someone who had been alive for twice as long as the king, and yet had less battle experience. Naruto rubbed his face. Renly, now I see why my father mocked you so much, he muttered as he looked at Sir Barristan with a look that almost begged him to drive his sword through him just so he wouldn't have to deal with this. He was eternally thankful that his past life had some war experience, or else he was certain to be at a loss. Pouring himself a cup of wine, Naruto knew that the longer the war went on, the more death there would be. He had considered attempting to sneak into Casterly Rock and rescue Sansa himself, but Sansa wasn't exactly someone he could easily sneak out, and was likely guarded at all times. He felt comfortable getting in and out by himself, but with Sansa holding him back, he feared that she might die if they met heavy resistance. For now, his best bet was getting Tywin to hand her over in exchange for Jaime. Those talks were well on their way. Tywin had agreed to meet with him to discuss the exchange. It was a dangerous position to be in, but he had a plan. A plan that would likely cause his grandfather to unleash his full fury against them, but would result in Sansa's safety. Send Tywin a raven, tell him to meet me at the Deep Den. There I will exchange Jaime for Sansa Stark. He is allowed to bring 20 guards of his choice. I'll bring just Sir Barristan as my sole Kingsguard into the meeting. Should we invite Lord Stark as well? Varys asked, but Naruto shook his head. I love Ned. He was more of a father to me than Robert ever was. But when it comes to his family, he might not be able to keep his head on straight, so I'll handle this matter personally. He needed to make moves that would progress his placement in the war. Robb was doing a wonderful job, spectacular even. But if the Vale joined under the Lannisters, they would be hard-pressed to fight back against the two armies. And should Dorne join as well, Robb would be crushed. Things needed to get done. We should not be bowing our heads to those traitors. Those were the words that rang through the halls of Casterly Rock, as Joffrey was told that his grandfather and his brother had come to a deal to exchange his bride for his uncle. He saw that as a sign of weakness, that his grandfather was bending a knee to Naruto to get back a knight who had failed to defeat Robb and gotten captured. However, for his words were met by a slap from his grandfather, who glared down at Joffrey. He is still a Lannister, and in the end we gain more from this trade than they do. We gain one of our commanders back, and one of the most talented knights in Westeros. Tywin chastised, as he wasn't going to take it from his weaker grandson. Father, please don't treat Joffrey like that. He's just as upset with the war situation as you are, Cersei said, as Joffrey huffed in anger as he held his cheek. But he's right, we must get Jaime back. Same as when we went to war, get back your other uncle. If we left him to die, we'd be no better than your brother, she told her son. In reality, she was worried sick for Jaime. She knew that Naruto wouldn't kill him, or risk being labeled a kinslayer. But her sources had told her that her second-born son had put Jaime in the lowest level of the Red Keep's dungeons, beyond even the black cells. She dreaded to think what her lover was going through there. She wanted to feel him on her again, to have him back at her side. He would have retorted something back to his grandfather, but one look from his mother told him to be quiet, with the hound moving him away to avoid any accidental words coming out and upsetting the elder Lannister. Last thing they needed was the Warden of the West becoming fed up with Joffrey and declaring for Naruto. A hand doesn't always wipe the ass of the king, Cersei. Sometimes it must slap that king in the face, Tywin said as he made for the exit. Looking back at his daughter, he narrowed his eyes at her, Naruto's words still in his head. Knowing that had Joffrey not been born first, I would have joined Naruto in a heartbeat. Despite his magic, I can at least know that should I lose to him, I can die knowing that legacy is secured in him. I hope the same proves to be the same for you and Joffrey, my daughter. With those parting words, he left the room. Cersei poured herself a glass of wine and drank it down with ease, her mind plotting as to what to do now. Her father was disgruntled, that much was certain. Word had gotten around how displeased the people of the West were with Joffrey's rule. Precious resources had to be used to put down protests from the small folk all over their area. The only saving grace they had was that Littlefinger might have been on the verge of turning the veil for them, and her dwarf of a brother might even get Dorne to join them. However, Naruto's armies were proven to be a massive threat. Robb, despite still being green, was crushing them. His army of the North and the Riverlands were entering the Westerlands now, and the Crownlands were well fortified against them. Thanks to Stannis, Naruto ruled the Eastern Sea, while they had very little in terms of seafaring presence. Lastly was that red woman who appeared along with Stannis. From what the reports told her, weird occurrences came to be whenever she was near the battlefield. And lastly was that fool Renly who had the Tyrells at his side, amounting to a massive army. "I need another drink," she said as she heard her son ranting and raving about her grandfather. And so the day came, having traveled to the Deep Den, one of House Lannister's many castles. Naruto found himself deep in enemy territory to try get Sansa back to safety. Outside the castle, both his army and Tywin's army lay stationed, with the Lannister army standing between the royal army and the castle. Stannis had been away to meet with Renly and had been unable to make it, but hopefully they wouldn't have any need for Stannis and his army. Ned looked up at the Deep Den. Naruto had made him stay behind with the army. If things went south, then this might become the final stand between the two. Inside, Naruto stood in a large room with Barristan by his side and Jaime on the other, his mouth gagged and his hands locked behind his back. On the other side of the room was his grandfather Tywin, along with his bastard brother. Joffrey had demanded that as king, he should attend the meeting. Behind them was Sansa being held by Lannister guards. Her eyes were red and puffy, but a small smile did appear on her face when she saw Naruto. "Joff, you seem to be doing well," Naruto quipped to his older brother. "It's your grace to you, traitor," the blonde said as he narrowed his eyes at his dark-haired brother. "We could always settle this like we used to Joff, you know, me tricking you into a trap and you begging me to cut you down before your briefs tore." Naruto laughed as he grabbed Jaime and walked towards the middle of the room. Jaime winced under his nephew's grip. Time in the dungeon hadn't left Jaime in good shape. His hair had grown, becoming wild and unkempt, while his beard made him look like a savage. He had lost a lot of weight, and his muscles burned from being unused to moving. The Lannister guards walked up with Sansa as they exchanged prisoners. Sansa immediately hugged Naruto, while Tywin took off the cuffs put on Jaime as soon as he could. "Well, Naruto, I'll have to thank you on a later date for being such a good host," Jaime said as the gag was taken off his mouth. Naruto stared at his family for a moment, before turning back around and heading towards the door with Sansa and Sir Barristan. "It doesn't have to be this way, Naruto. I understand wanting the throne, but Joffrey is the rightful heir. So please, let's set down the armies and we can go back to being a family again," Cersei said, trying to reason with her second son. "Just how you had Robert killed?" Naruto asked as more and more information had come out, as he had Varys look into his father's accident. "Mother, you always treated me differently from Joffrey, Tommen, and Miachella. I never quite understood why. And it did hurt growing up, wondering what made me different from them. At first I thought it was my magic, But now I realize that it was because I was Robert's son, not James like my siblings. Cersei of House Lannister, former queen of the Seven Kingdoms, you are a traitor to the throne. You are a whore who slept with her own brother, siring multiple children with him. You are a murderer for plotting the assassination of King Robert Baratheon. And most of all, Naruto said, looking back at her with a saddened expression on his face, you are a shitty mother. With that, the trio left the meeting room without looking back. As they left the keep, Ned ran up to his daughter and brought her into a firm embrace, hugging the redhead like she would vanish if he even dared to let go of her. My little wolf, I'm so happy to see you safe, Ned said as he couldn't help but let some tears out. He hadn't seen his daughter in such a long time, and the only updates he got on her were of the cruelties that Joffrey was committing while calling himself king. Naruto and Sir Barristan left to give the two Starks some time to reunite with one another. The elder man looked towards the dark-haired king with a worried look on his face. Do you think we did the right thing to do, your grace? With Jaime back in their lines, the Lannisters will be much more dangerous than before, Barristan questioned. Statistically, it didn't make much sense. They were trading a seasoned commander and knight for a girl who got in way over her head. He knew that Lord Stark wanted his daughter back, as any parent would. But with the war going how it was now, with some regions possibly turning towards the Lannisters, was it worth it? Naruto sighed as a squire handed him a wine back which he happily accepted and took a sip from. Jaime was dead weight to us. If we left him somewhere too lax, he wouldn't have gotten out one way or another. And I doubt Joffrey really cared to get him back if he vanished from sight for too long, or might have just started to hurt Sansa more once he stopped caring for James safely. I like to think that this was the right choice. With that, the Stark army began to turn and leave to get Sansa back to safely. Inside the deep den, the members of House Lannister were talking to Jaime, trying to see if they could get anything from him that they couldn't use against the ever-imposing brother of their king. You idiot, you were in King's Landing, and all you got to show for it is nothing. Joffrey yelled at his uncle, frustrated that the renowned Kingslayer had been right by his brother and wasn't able to kill him. Careful what you say, Joffrey. Your brother is a beast unlike any other. I'm not stupid enough to throw my life away to fight him when he's in full armor and has his sword at the ready, Jaime bit back. Knowing from personal experience that Naruto could crush him if he tried anything big against him. Enough arguing, we should head back to Castor. Tywin's eyes widened as he stood up, blood leaking from his mouth as he broke out into a coughing fit, dropping to the ground as pain wrecked his body. A Maester rushed towards the Warden of the West to see what was going on. Father, Cersei cried as she saw her indomitable father fall to the floor. His temperature is rising, something like this. He's been poisoned. The Maester stated as two knights came to try and help their commander up and take him to his room. No doubt by my bastard of a brother, Joffrey yelled as he turned towards the Lannister soldiers in the room. Naruto has broken his word and attacked us during parley. Don't let them escape. I want their heads on a pike brought before me. Joffrey ordered the soldiers, who rushed out to follow the order from their king. Cersei and Jaime were in too much shock to try and stop their son as their father's body seizures from the poison. A small smile briefly flashed on Joffrey's face as his eyes locked with his grandfather's bloodshot ones. As Naruto's army was making their way back to the Crownlands, they heard the sound of charging from behind them. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the massive wave of soldiers rushing towards them. He didn't know what had happened, but in his eyes, it appeared that his grandfather had broken their accords and had sent his army to crush them while they were leaving Western territory. Fuck, Naruto yelled as he turned his horse back around to face the incoming enemy. The Lannisters are attacking. Ned, get yourself and Sansa back to King's Landing. Naruto yelled at his hand, who nodded, wanting to ensure the safety of his daughter above all else. The Stark army had been taken off guard and scrambled to get themselves fully battle-ready, taking a decent amount of casualties before the battle truly began. Naruto rushed towards the front of the line, cutting any Lannister soldier he passed with his sword, a scowl on his face as the smell of blood filled his nose. This was his first major battle in the war, the first time that he would actually lead an army against another army. Behind him, Barristan Selmy followed, covering his king in battle. This all reminded him of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, all the dead bodies littering the floor, the cries of war, of life and death. Jumping off his horse, he landed in front of a Lannister knight, cutting the knight in two before rushing forward. His sword was like a beam of light, slicing through dozens of soldiers as he rushed forward towards one of the people he knew was in charge, Amory Lorch. The man had been someone on his shit list for a while for all his cruelties against the people of Westeros, while in service to his grandfather. Before, he couldn't really do much due to his father's protection. Now no such protection existed, rushing towards the man. He barely had enough time to bring his shield up before Naruto's sword tore through his eyes widening as his arm was taken off. Naruto's blue eyes locked with his, blood splattering between them before Naruto's free hand grabbed him by the head and slammed him into the ground. Amory's pain had been brief, as his head splattered against the dirt from the force Naruto had put into the slam. Several of the Lannister soldiers paused as they saw the opposing Kingslayer, a well-renowned knight, with ease. It was this moment of pause that led to their doom as Naruto cleaved through them following Amory's death. Naruto hated killing. He hated all the blood he saw all around him. But in the end, he knew that these people wouldn't stop until he made it clear that they had to run away or face death. Taking a deep breath, the smell of iron filled his lungs as he continued his assault. To those looking on, it looked like the king was dancing, swirling around like a storm that left behind a trail of deep crimson on the grass. Several soldiers knocked their arrows towards Naruto and fired a volley towards him. Grabbing an enemy soldier, Naruto pulled them in front of himself, using him to take most of the arrows, but one pierced his shin. Wincing, the former shinobi pushed the arrow-filled corpse away and cut down another soldier. However, the more he killed, the more he was starting to get swarmed. Ser Barristan had gotten separated from him and was fighting his way towards his king to protect him even at the cost of his life. Naruto's breathing picked up as his body seemed to move on its own, cutting down his enemies while trying his best to avoid being killed himself. With the sheer amount of weapons pointed at him, he was bound to get hit, blood dripping from his wounds as more injuries started to pile up on him. As he was cutting down another knight, 3 arrows found themselves in his back, his eyes widening as pain surged through him. His breath hitched when his opponents used the opportunity to stab into him. "No!" Ser Barristan yelled and saw his king skewered multiple times over. The entire battle seemed to stop as Naruto's hand went limp, his sword dropping to the ground. The Stark soldiers looked horrified, while cheers started to ring from the Lannister sides. Naruto's head slumped over as blood dripped from his mouth. Naruto's vision started to fade into black, and as it did, one thing shined through, a vision of a red comet. The memory of seeing it streak through the sky while at Rob's camp. He felt warm. He always heard that when one was dying they felt cold, like the icy grasp of the stranger was wrapping around their entire body. But he felt a warm feeling bubbling from his stomach. The comet in his vision seemed to turn in the sky and head down towards him, its red glowing becoming brighter and brighter as its red hue filled the entire sky above him. As it neared him, the feeling continued to grow. Hot, hotter, Rog. A beastly roar ripped out of Naruto's throat as red energy erupted from his body. Those who held their swords inside him found themselves reduced to nothing but a red mist. Their swords pushed out of his body as steam came out of the wounds, rapidly healing each fatal injury. His eyes glowed an angry red as his canines grew too large for a normal human. 3 black lines appeared on each of his cheeks as the red energy swirled around him. His breath was heavy as he looked around at the stunned soldiers, the blood from his enemies evaporating from the extreme heat of his energy. Looking at his hands, he saw that his nails had extended into claws. The sight of the demon-like king was enough to scare any Lannister soldiers into retreating away from him. Just looking into the slitted red eyes of the king was enough to send them running. The battle soon resumed, but the Lannisters were quickly falling apart as Naruto tore through their lines, faster and stronger than before. His energy took the form of a ball of spiraling energy as it tore through the armor of one poor fool. By the end of the day, the battle ended in Naruto's victory as more and more Lannister men died. The men retreating back towards the deep den as it became clear that they had lost the battle. "Your Grace, I'm sorry for fail," Barristan started as he approached his king. The red energy coming off Naruto was frightening and filled him with a deep sense of dread. But in the end, he wouldn't back away from his king when he had to excuse his poor showing. However, before he could finish, Naruto smiled at him before closing his eyes and passing out into the Kingsguard's arms. So this was the 9th chapter, so I figured, well, 9. 9 tails made sense, especially with the red comet coming around last chapter. So something that a lot of people seemed to be happy about was the comet to maybe sideline Arya's pairing until far later, so I'm gonna put up a poll to see where people stand. Please toss a review for your writer, PLS later. Chapter 10, King's Landing. Naruto groaned as he woke up. His eyes snapped open as he sat up in a hurry, his last memories being of being on the battlefield. He remembered the spray of bloody vapor around him, the smell of iron, the screams of the Lannister soldiers as he tore through them with his bare hands. Catching his breath, he took a moment to look around the room and realized that he was back in the Red Keep. Getting out of bed, he walked over to the mirror he kept in his room. His hand reached up and touched his cheek, feeling the 3 lines that he now had the same whisker marks that he had back when he was a shinobi. Looking down at his abdomen, he hoped to see the seal that at one point held Kurama, but he found nothing but himself. The wounds from the battle had all healed, not leaving a single scar behind. He recalled the feeling that he felt during the battle, the anger and hatred that flowed through him. It was like when he first used Kurama's chakra back when he was a kid. It was more raw and untempered compared to how his chakra was during the war, after he helped Kurama overcome his hatred. Hearing gasps, he looked over at the door and saw Sansa standing there with a tray, filled with stuff that was likely meant for him. Her face was as red as her hair before she turned and ran, apologizing. Raising an eyebrow, he realized that he was completely naked. It took Naruto a few minutes to get dressed again before leaving his room, finding Sir Barristan standing outside, guarding the door. The older man looked to see his king leaving the room. "You're up already?" he asked, surprised to see that Naruto was up already. "I guess that explains why Lady Sansa left in a hurry," he chuckled. Naruto smiled a little as he motioned for his Kingsguard to follow him. "What happened after I passed out?" he asked the seasoned warrior. He figured that things went well given that Sansa was here and he was alive. "After the Lannisters retreated, we were able to return to King's Landing, following Lord Stark. It seems that Tywin Lannister was poisoned, and the poison finally took effect after the meeting. Joffrey claimed that it must have been your magic, and ordered that Tywin's army retaliate against us as we were leaving," Barristan told his ward as they walked down the halls of the palace. He felt like he had failed his oath once again. He had allowed his king to come near the grasp of death once again. It was by his own power that Naruto had survived. He almost shivered at the memory. Never before had he felt such a dark feeling, such as that red energy that came from the former shinobi. It was a gruesome sight, seeing Naruto rip through soldiers with his clawed hands. It gave some legitimacy to the rumors that he was part demon, but still Naruto was his king. He seemed to be a good king. He figured that perhaps that red energy was some sort of last push from his magic to ensure survival. Like when a soldier's back is pressed against the wall and they fight like a beast. "Bullshit, I would never poison my own grandfather. That's attempted kinslaying." Naruto bit back, irritated that someone would poison Tywin and pin it on him. He didn't like his mother's family, but even then he wouldn't kill any of them since he knew that if that was found out, his reputation would be in the garbage. Unfortunately, it seems the Lannisters are attempting to use that, and what happened during the battle to paint you as a demon in human flesh. And it seems that to an extent, it's working. We've had to quell some uprisings, even in the Crownlands against you. The Tyrells have already spoken out against you. It doesn't help that talks between Stannis and Renly have broken down, and it appears that the two will soon engage in battle. Sir Barristan informed his king, who stopped in his tracks. "I didn't give him permission to attack Renly. Send a raven to Dragonstone and tell them to stop any plans to attack the Stormlands." Naruto ordered, as he sent Barristan to go do as he commanded as he stormed back down to the throne room, where he found Ned and Varys talking about something about the Iron Islands. Whatever it was, The Stark was clearly not happy with the situation. If anything, he seemed worried. The eunuch looked over when he heard his king coming into the room. "Your Grace," Varys said, bowing to the now whiskered teen. "So what's going on with the Iron Islands?" Eddard sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose, irritation clear with the situation. "Varys' spies have reported that the Iron Islands may be attempting another rebellion and are planning on attacking the north. While Robb is fighting against the Lannisters," he told his former ward, as he knew that this was yet another hurdle for them. If the north was threatened, Robb's army would become demoralized and would want to return to the north to kick the Ironborn out. If Robb refused, then it might cause the northern bannermen to question why they were even fighting in the south when their home was being raped. Naruto was silent for a moment before looking at his father figure. "Ned, send a raven to Robb. Tell him to retreat back to the north." "You should go to, Ned. Your people need you," Naruto said as he walked over and looked at the Iron Throne. So much had been spilled over the blasted chair. All for the right to rule over the 7 kingdoms. All for power, for glory, for all the blasted reasons. It was the same as in the elemental nations. It was all the same. However, he had brought peace to his home. He had beaten a goddess with his friends, and he would do it again if he had to. Eddard wanted to say that his duty was to help Naruto rule as he had promised Robert, but he knew that he couldn't let his people suffer. The Ironborn were not like most. They saw the world in a different light and lived by taking from other, by having those they defeat pay the iron price. Under them, his people would suffer. He had 2 sons in Winterfell that he hadn't seen in over a year, as he lived and fought in the Crownlands. "Please take care of Sansa and Arya. I'll leave them in King's Landing for their own safety." Naruto nodded. "Then go, Ned. Go save your people," Naruto ordered as he turned back and smiled at the Warden of the North. "And when you come back, we'll bring peace to this war-torn world," he declared. Smiling up at his king, Ned bowed. "I will leave at once, Your Grace." And with that, Eddard Stark left to go get ready to ride north with his men. "Are you sure that was wise, Your Grace? With the current situation, we might need Lord Stark here to help keep the peace," Varys asked, wondering if Naruto had really thought through the ramifications of sending off the northern army he had in the Crownlands. With Tywin still recovering, Joffrey has taken control of the army, and they haven't wasted any time. "We still have the Riverlands and Stannis' armies and fleet," Naruto stated to Varys, hoping that he could get Stannis to stop his attack on Renly before things escalated. He couldn't afford to face the combined force of the Stormlands and Highgarden at the same time. "I'm going to head to the Stormlands to try and convince Renly myself. I had hoped that Stannis would be able to sway my uncle, but it seemed that father was right. There is no love between his siblings," he said softly, as he recalled his father mentioning that none of his brothers loved each other. It saddened him since it reminded him of his relationship with Joffrey, but he still loved Tommen and Miachella, and he hoped that they were still safe. "And who will watch over King's Landing while you're away?" Varys questioned. A wide smirk appeared on Naruto's face. "I'm looking at him," Varys blinked. And then blinked again as the words that came out of the Whiskered King's mouth processed in his head. "Me?" he asked, pointing at himself. "Yes, you," Naruto replied as he walked down the steps and stopped in front of Varys. "Obviously, you have the best interest of the realm at heart. You don't really seem to have much of an interest in becoming king yourself because Seven knows you could have, with your network. So while I'm away, I see no better option. Sansa is still recovering from her time in Casterly Rock, and Arya is too focused on her training to care for politics and is too young." Varys looked at Naruto for a moment before sighing. "You need a queen?" Naruto's face dropped as he was once again reminded of that. "Let me guess, I should propose to Daenerys and help her get to King's Landing," the two said at the same time. They had this conversation multiple times already, and Naruto knew that Varys was a huge proponent of having the Targaryen come back as his queen. "I could be queen," Sansa said, walking into the throne room. "While I wasn't treated that well, I did learn quite a bit from the Septas and from watching your mother," Sansa stated as she stared down at the ground. Her experience at Casterly Rock had opened her eyes to a lot of things. One of those was that she was foolish for loving Joffrey over Naruto. She knew that had she not been a fool, she might have already been queen, and spared the cruelties inflicted on her by her former fiancé. She didn't want to make that same mistake again. So hearing that some were plotting to marry her first love to the daughter of the man her father once fought against, pushed her to try and act. Naruto tuned out the two as Sansa and Varys began to argue about his future love life. However, over time, it became too much even for him. Ugh, enough both of you. Naruto yelled as he threw his hands up, like seriously, why is this so important? You could always marry them, all your grace. The Targaryens used to do it in the past, given that you yourself have Targaryen blood like your father. You could claim to have the right to marry as you please, and you yourself do follow the old gods like the Starks do, who do not directly forbid polygamy. Varys mentioned much to Sansa's indignation. Out, both of you! Naruto roared as he had enough talk of marriage. Varys chuckled at how much Naruto sounded like Robert when he got frustrated with something. Just saying your grace, Varys said before walking out, ushering Sansa away with him, leaving Naruto to prepare for his next journey. Renly's camp, Naruto stopped as he saw Renly's camp in the distance. However, instead of finding a well-organized army composed of two of the strongest houses in Westeros, he found a den of confusion and chaos. What the hell? Naruto muttered as he rode down towards the entrance of the camp. Halt, who goes there? The guards demanded, as they drew their swords in preparation for a fight. Naruto pulled his hood down, shocking the pair. King Naruto Baratheon. I came to speak with my uncle to try and find some sort of peace between us, the young monarch declared as he dismounted from his steed. It had been a long trip down to the Stormlands, but he needed to start making moves before the war became too much to handle. The two guards looked at one another with grim looks before facing their opposing king. I am sorry to inform you, my lord, but last night, Lord Renly was assassinated by one of his Kingsguard. One informed Naruto. The traitor fled with Catelyn Stark soon after killing two of our men. Naruto's eyes widened as that wasn't what he had expected. At worst, he expected Stannis to have arrived before him if his command was ignored. He didn't expect Renly to be murdered in his own camp, when he had over 100,000 soldiers surrounding him. Taking a deep breath, as his eyes flashed a crimson red in response to his anger scaring the guards at the sight. Take me to whoever's in charge, Naruto ordered as he walked into the camp, one of the guards going with him. As he walked through the vast array of soldiers, many looked at him with looks of shock, awe, and fear. Many had heard of the monstrous strength of the king, of how he tore Lannister men with his bare hands while radiating red energy. The angered look on his face didn't help calm their fears. They had sided against him, joined Renly instead of him. They feared that the king's wrath would be unleashed on them. Arriving at the command tent, Naruto dismissed the guard as he entered to find Sir Loras and Lady Margaery looking over Renly's body. The two turned when they heard the tent's flap open and Naruto walk in. By the gods, he really is dead, Naruto muttered as he walked towards his uncle's body, only for Sir Loras to draw his sword and point it at the whiskered Baratheon. Begone, demon, you have no place here, Loras growled as he got between Naruto and Renly's body, his eyes bloodshot from crying over the loss of his lover. He knew that Naruto had sent Stannis to convince Renly to surrender, and since talks had broken down, he was convinced that Naruto and Stannis had conspired to have his love assassinated. Naruto scowled at being called a demon. I suggest you put the sword down, Loras. You know full well that you can't beat me, or did you forget what happened at the tourney of the hand? Naruto asked, recalling how he had bested Gregor and Sandor with one swing of his blade when the two brothers started to fight. I didn't come here to fight, I came here to talk with my uncle, but it seems I was a day late, Naruto said sadly as he walked past them towards the body. You idiot. We could have brought peace together, been a proper family. I wanted to rule with you and Stannis at my side, like my father should have, he said as tears started to pool up in his eyes. Loras faltered as he saw the demon crying over the death of his uncle. I never wanted you to die, Renly. I hope you know that I never had any intention of punishing you. I know you never accepted my magic, you saw it as heresy. But still you were my kin. I swear, I'll find who did this to you, Renly, and I'll rip their heart out, he growled as he looked back at the two Tyrells. So what will the two of you do now? He asked. Loras sheathed his sword, knowing that he couldn't stand against Naruto on his own. Even if his anger demanded that he kill the Baratheon, he knew that he would just fail and die trying. "We will return to Highgarden, that is all you need to know," Loras stated. "I would like to extend an offer for House Tyrell to join in an alliance with House Baratheon once again then. With Renly dead, I'll be assuming control of the house and its soldiers. I figure we can work together to bring whoever did this to justice." Naruto offered them, as he didn't want to just disband any treaties Renly made with the wealthy house. "So Renly dies and you stroll in the next day and take over?" Margaery asked, her arms crossed as she stared at the man before her. "Suspicious, if you ask me. What's to say that you didn't really hire the killer in order to take over the largest army in Westeros? And now you extend an olive branch seeking our help. Don't take us for fools, Your Grace," the female Tyrell said as the words of Littlefinger rang in her head. Naruto standed to gain the most from Renly's death. With his death, Naruto would regain the Stormlands and all of its bannermen as being one of the last remaining Baratheons. The fact that Catelyn Stark had fled with the killer made it more clear in their eyes that it had been the king who ordered the assassination given his connection to the north. In their eyes, Naruto was the one to blame for it all. It had been Lord Baelish who had placed the pieces together, but the man had fled when he heard that Naruto had entered the camp, escaping to make sure that he wasn't executed by the barbarian who sat on the Iron Throne. "If you really think that I would kill my own uncle, you have another thing coming, woman," Naruto growled. "You mean like how you poisoned your grandfather?" Loras asked. "I didn't do that. I will not take the blame for the acts of another. My grandfather was one of the few people among the Lannisters who had a shred of real intelligence. We had negotiated multiple times throughout the war without issue. Why would I try to assassinate him when he came to an actual deal? Don't be stupid, you two." Naruto yelled at the two before a Baratheon bannerman came into the command tent. "Your Grace, Lord Stannis' ships are visible from the harbor," he announced as they had spotted the ships of the king's still living uncle. "So you had nothing to do with it?" Loras asked before him and Margaery walked out of the tent. He could hear them order all the Highgarden troops to begin to march back home before Stannis arrived. First Naruto arrives and now Stannis as well. No, they were convinced that they were involved in some way. "Damn it," Naruto said before looking at Renly's corpus, "you really picked some troublesome allies." It took a few hours, but by the time Stannis had arrived, Naruto had taken control of Renly's forces, using his title as king and closest relative to Renly aside from Stannis, who was Lord of Dragonstone. However, since his father was Lord Paramount of the Stormlands before he became king, he could claim that the title now fell to him since Renly had failed to produce any heirs. Walking to the docks, he met Stannis and Melisandre as they came off their ship. "Nephew?" Stannis questioned, as he didn't expect Naruto to be at Renly's camp. He had, of course, received the raven that had been sent to him to come back now and return to Dragonstone. But Melisandre had advised him that the Lord of Light foresaw that this was the right path to take and burned the raven along with the letter. "I heard that you were unconscious following the Battle of the Den," Stannis said, fainting that he knew that the king had awoken from his short coma. However, the narrowing in Naruto's eyes told him that his nephew didn't buy it. "You know better than to lie to me, Stannis," Naruto responded, his voice firm as he made it clear that he wasn't going to buy anything but the truth. "We were going to do what needed to be done, nephew. Should Renly have attacked King's Landing, we would have been hard-pressed to defend it," he told his nephew. "We only did what the Lord of Light told us was the right thing. Renly Baratheon's actions served only to help the Great Other. However, it seems Renly is no longer with us. However, he is not needed since we have the Lord of Light on our side," she said, added on for Stannis. She of course knew that the king would see through deception. Lying to him was useless, so she wouldn't lie to him as long as it could be helped. Naruto sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Well, regardless, the Tyrells had left. I want you to return to the Blackwater Bay. With Ned and Robb back in the north dealing with the Ironborn, I wouldn't be surprised if Joffrey took the opportunity to try and take the city. Oh. And no burning anyone," Naruto said, pointing at the Red Woman. "I don't care what your Lord of Light says, I won't have anyone burned," he said, seeing Stannis' new sigil. "As you say, Your Grace," Melisandre replied, knowing that at the moment it was for the best to stay in the king's good graces. Now everyone pack up camp. We march for King's Landing. King's Landing. Naruto read over the reports that he had gotten from Rob from the north. The Ironborn had arrived on the shores of the north before they managed to make their way up. Several small towns and villages had been attacked by the followers of the drowned god. It saddened him to learn that among them, Theon had been spotted, aiding in the raiding. Ned had decided to stay in Winterfell, taking the seat back from his young son Bran, who had been filling the role of Lord of Winterfell. He had sent a raven to Ned, asking about where his wife was and demanding answers for the allegations that she had escaped with Renly's killer. He doubted that Catelyn had actually conspired to have his uncle murdered. But many of the bannermen from the Stormlands were demanding answers, and at the moment, only the Lady of Winterfell could give them. Given her past with capturing Tyrion, he hoped she wasn't foolish enough to make such a mistake twice. What shocked him was when he got a letter from Daenerys of all people. Naruto of House Baratheon, I am most grateful for the assistance you provided in helping my Khalasar survive the Red Waste. Recently, we have reached the city of Karth under the protection of Zero Exhone Daxos. We might have reached the city without your aid, and for that I am grateful. However, I will not relent in my ambition to retake the Iron Throne. In your letter, you mentioned that you wanted to avoid conflict. I too would prefer not having blood spilled between the two of us, and will accept your offer to parley. Daenerys, Stormborn of House Targaryen, of course, she still wants the Iron Throne. Naruto muttered as he leaned back into the metal chair. He winced at how uncomfortable it was. Maybe I'll ship it to her if she wants it so bad and get something soft, he said to himself as he contemplated actually just doing that. However, he doubted that the Targaryen princess would enjoy it like he would. If anything, she might just get pissed off by her defiling her family's symbol of power. Walking down from the throne, he ran into Melisandre in the Garden of the Red Keep. Priestess, Naruto said. Approaching her, his eyes suspicious as she stared at a torch that lit the garden during the night. The Red Woman was always someone that he kept an eye on, just in case she tried something. Rare to not see you by Stanny's side, he mentioned, as she always seemed to be by his uncle. The woman looked over at him after the fire flared. Your Grace, I was simply enjoying the garden while Lord Stannis tended to his ships. As per your order, he's preparing to send a supply ship to Winterfell to help them. The war hasn't been kind to them. Their workers are off at war and the battles destroy their farmlands, she mentioned as her eyes returned to the flame. And you? He asked, walking up to see what she found so interesting in the flame. Observing what the Lord of Light shows me, care to see? She asked as she moved to the side to allow the king to gaze into the flame. Naruto gazed into the flame. He knew better than to doubt the mystic arts. He was as certain of Melisandre's magic as he was his own. He just didn't trust her state of mind and religion. In the flames, he saw many things. He saw a massive army approaching King's Landing, one carrying a wide array of banners, then a beautiful woman with white hair riding a dragon out of a city. He saw a massive wall, Jon fighting for his life, a swarm of people trying to scale it to get away. Get away from something? His eyes narrowed as he saw something else. What do you see, Your Grace? She asked, walking behind him, wrapping her arms around him as she gazed into the fire, her head beside his. I see ice, and the dead walking. And you getting off me? Naruto growled as he shook the woman off him. He glared back at her. Care to tell me what that was? Melisandre smiled at the young king. You saw messages from the Lord of Light, visions of the future that you will need, she said, as she decided that it was time to make her move. She was convinced that she was wrong at first. Her visions had shown her a stag covered brilliant flames unlike any other. At first she believed that to be Stanny's, but now she knew she found the wrong stag at first. You are his chosen one, the one who will bring light to this world, she told him. Naruto scoffed. If that's your way of getting me to join your religion, you have another thing coming. I decide my own fate, not some god, he declared to her. Whether you accept it or not, the Lord of Light stands behind you, she stated confidently. If your Lord of Light really does stand behind me, then you should stop burning people. I don't care if he commands it or not, if you continue to try and force your religion down my people's throats. I'll shove a sword down yours, He threatened as he didn't care about gods. He had enough to deal with when it came to the men and women around him. He didn't need to deal with whatever games the gods played. His entire life, religion had served only to hinder him. He wouldn't devote his whole life to another. The fire crackled loudly at Naruto's demand, catching Melisandre's attention. "As you wish, my lord," she replied. Naruto wasn't sure if she was talking to him or her god, but as long as no one was burned, he didn't care. Walking away from her, Naruto thought of the last vision he saw in the flames. "What the fuck?" he muttered as he continued walking to his bedroom. Well, here you go. Hope you guys enjoyed this chapter. Please feel free to leave a review and vote on the poll. It's oddly close between like 3 choices, which I really didn't expect, lol. Later. Chapter 11. King's Landing. Naruto finished signing an order for Stannis to send ships with medical supplies up towards the north after receiving a request from Robb. The sooner that Robb and Ned managed to subdue the Ironborn, the sooner they could rejoin the war efforts against the Westernlands. It seemed, however, that they were on the verge of doing so, having arrived before the invasion really took hold. Commanded Tywin's army in the Old Lion's place while he was recovering. He didn't know what the status of his grandfather was, as he was confined to his bedroom, with only those chosen by Cersei herself being allowed inside. However, instead of charging into the Riverlands, the Lannisters had retreated with much of their forces. Aside from a few skirmishes, the war had come to a standstill in the south, and that alone made Naruto nervous. He had taken the opportunity to consolidate his Baratheon army in the Crownlands, as he thought about the possibility of charging the north to push out the Ironborn and divert all attention back on the Lannisters. They had intercepted a raven from Casterly Rock that was sent towards Dorne, asking for them to join their cause and send troops to help them in the war. Dorne had fought against both the Baratheons and Lannisters during the war, maintaining loyalty to the Targaryens until the very end. Even then, they were deeply upset, as Robert seemed to revel in the murder of Elia Martell. However, Doran Martell had accepted an alliance through marriage between his son and Miachella. He himself had sent a raven to Prince Doran to ask that he join under the Baratheons instead of the Lannisters, and that he would honor the alliance between him and the Lannisters after his victory. However, he hadn't heard from the sickly prince since. "The Lannisters are marching against us," Stannis said as he walked into the room where his nephew was looking over reports. "With the wolves away, the lion sees an easy meal," the older Baratheon stated as he made himself at home and poured himself a cup of wine to calm his nerves. The war was looking bleak. While Naruto himself was a monster in battle, he couldn't save everyone, and the cost of life was starting to pile up. "And the Tyrells?" Naruto asked as he looked up at Stannis, who scowled at the king. "Highgarden has deployed its army and appears to be meeting up with the Lannister army at the border of the Crownlands," he told his brother's son honestly. "Their army now rivals that which Renly once had. We are facing one of the most well-equipped host of soldiers Westeros has ever seen. Meanwhile, we're still dealing with the debt that your father built up over his rule, even if we took everything that the Lannisters. I doubt that we'll be able to repay half of what is owed," Stannis said, knowing how bleak the situation looked at the moment. They were outgunned, outmanned, and outpaid. If the Vale joined under the command of Littlefinger, who had recently married Jon Arryn's widow to gain some control over the region, he figured that they might as well abandon the city. "Can we hold the city?" Naruto asked, not wanting any half answers. "We can if you pull all the stops," he said, placing a bottle of green liquid. Melisandre contacted an acquaintance of her in the Alchemists Guild, which told her that the Mad King had a massive amount of wildfire made during the war and stored under King's Landing as a failsafe, Stannis said, not having a shred of mercy in his heart when it came to battle. He saw a path to victory by burning their enemies to ash. Naruto looked at the green liquid. If rumor was to be believed, it was almost like a weaker Amaterasu in a bottle. Just this bottle could likely blow up a good chunk of the Red Keep. It was cruel. The fire would burn for a while, and nothing would really be able to put it out until it was over. Anyone caught in its blast was likely doomed to burn. It was barbaric. "How much do we have?" Naruto asked his uncle. "Enough to reduce King's Landing to rubble, and we can have them make more still." The Mad King had made this plan as a last-ditch effort to take out everyone involved in the war should Robert's victory become evident. It made James' betrayal of his oath a bit more noble in his mind, as had his uncle not murdered Ares before Tywin's arrival. It was likely that the city would have been reduced to rubble, along with his grandfather. Naruto took a deep breath, send out spies, and have them find where the army is coming from, then cut off all travel through those routes. Once we're certain of the army's path, have them hide the wildfire there, Naruto stated, not liking the plan, but he wasn't willing to lose King's Landing without a fight. Stannis nodded and went to leave but was stopped by his Naruto, and make sure that the ships are ready. Worst case, we take all the men we can and flee. We won't need to. Melisandre assured me that we would win this battle, Stannis said confidently before walking out of the room. Right. The Lord of Light, Naruto muttered, rolling his eyes. Flea Bottom Naruto looked around, as the people of Flea Bottom were escorted into one of the underground safe houses in the district. He had decided to evacuate the city into places where the people would be safe from the troubles of war. He had most of the guards stationed to supervise the small folk here. He knew that despite efforts, Flea Bottom was still a cesspool of murderers and thieves. So to make sure no one tried anything during the panic, he focused some soldiers to keep the peace. It had taken quite a bit of gold, but he had invested in fixing the sewage system so that shit and piss didn't flow down into it from the other districts. He never understood why this was never fixed, but now that he was king, he was trying to do something to help out those at the bottom. He wished that he had the funding to provide more food and invest in its people, but he was still paying off his father's debt. Attempting to cancel their debts would only result in the Iron Bank funding his enemies, despite the fact his enemies were more responsible for the debt than he was. At worst, they could hire an army to help against him. Stannis has suggested that they sack Highgarden if they won the coming battle. If they did, he was sure that the fortune that the Tyrells had amassed through their trade would be able to pay off the debt that they owed to the Iron Bank. But in return, all that would lead to was more war and death. King's Landing Wall Naruto looked out over the walls of the city. In the distance, he could see a massive army making its way towards them. Within hours, they would be under siege by the Lannisters and the Tyrells. At his side was the Red Priestess, who insisted on staying by his side, while he ordered the city guards to keep the small folk of the city safe, bringing them underground into the vast array of hidden tunnels that had been built over the years. If the battle went into the city, at least they wouldn't be harmed. Days had passed since he had been made aware of the impending army. The roads had been closed, and barricades were set up to break up the ranks of the invading army. In the distance over the King's Woods, wildfire had been hidden among the trees, brush, and underground like mines. They had taken every second they could to set up before the battle. All their weapons were primed, their arrows made, and torches provided to light them before firing. Before him stood the full might of House Baratheon. All of its bannermen and those of the Crownlands had been gathered to face off against the invasion from the west. "We will prevail, Your Grace. You are destined to win," Melisandre told the young king beside her with utmost confidence in her deity. Naruto's fists clenched as he looked out and saw that whoever was leading the army was wearing Renly's armor and flying his flag behind him. He and many of the Baratheon men below took great offense to the display. He knew that under that armor was Loras Tyrell, Renly's former lover. He had no ill will towards House Tyrell and wished that they hadn't gotten involved like this. But now they were his enemy. They had joined his brother in attacking his capital, and such may have lost the right to rule over their territory. As the approaching army marched over where Naruto had the wildfire hidden, he went to motion for the archers to fire, only for Melisandre to put her hand up and go down the ground. Naruto raised an eyebrow as she started to chant something in a language that he couldn't understand. He never heard of anything like it, but assumed that it likely came from somewhere in Essos. "Melisandre, I don't have time for tricks," he declared as the Lannister Tyrell army was now passing over his trap. It was now or never. "Archers," he declared as they all brought their bows up, their tips lit ablaze in order to ignite the wildfire. But before Naruto could order them to fire, the Crownlands were illuminated in green. His eyes widened as all the wildfire that had been placed exploded like in cascade of destruction. The loyal soldiers stood in awe as the destruction unfolded before them. Blast after blast, they could hear the tortured screams of their enemies as the green flames illuminated the entire area. They had been told by their commanders to stay far away from the enemy when the archers fired, but the archers hadn't fired yet. Those from Dragonstone assumed that the flames were a gift from the Lord of Light, while those from Storm's End assumed that the marching of the army had been enough to ignite the wildfire. In the end, they were still stunned by the destruction inflicted on their enemy. "Hold fast, men," Stannis commanded as he didn't blink at the explosion. In the end, this was all for the better good. They heard that it could melt the flesh off a man in seconds, not even leaving it burnt, just a puddle. But this was beyond what they thought would happen. It was a massive wall of green that could have engulfed all of King's Landing, but instead it devoured their enemies. Naruto lowered his hand as he watched in horror and awe. He never expected this, when Stannis had told him that it was enough to destroy King's Landing. He thought he was being dramatic, but he wasn't, to think that this was hidden below the city. A bomb capable of destroying an army within seconds. A green tsunami that devoured everything in its path, without regard for who it was. If the Mad King had truly had this planted in his own city in case he lost, then he truly was mad in every sense of the word. It was lunacy. He could hear the horns ordering a withdrawal. And he couldn't blame them, their plan had been burnt to cinders in an instant. They had expected to face an army, instead they found overwhelming power. He was certain that part of the army had survived in the far rear, possibly a third or more, but charging through the flames was suicide. "I told you, your victory assured your grace," Melisandre said as she stood up. She had prayed for her lord to ignite the wildfire, to drive their enemy away with such unrelenting light that the darkness would cower for years to come. "There is no victory here, Melisandre. We defended King's Landing, but the price paid for this war just skyrocketed," he said, knowing that it was the right thing to do. He hated to admit it, but had the siege had truly started, many more would have died. Defending King's Landing was impossible for him against the incoming force. He was outnumbered 3-1, and his opponents had the supply line from Highgarden to never run out of food. Looking at Melisandre, he couldn't help but think that this was all her way of burning tributes for her god. He had told her that she couldn't burn those who didn't agree with her religion, so she burned those who attacked them under the guise of helping defend his kingdom. If that was the case, she was truly a wicked woman, but one he needed at the moment. "Once the fire dies down, I want a full search for survivors. Everyone who can be saved should be treated." He ordered one of the men, who nodded and ran down to inform the rest of their king's order. "The night is dark and full of terrors," she said to him. "Just make sure we don't become the terrors," Naruto growled as he went down to meet with Stannis, who had been at the head of the army. Red Keep training area hours had passed, and the fires had died down, leaving behind a charred wasteland where once was vibrant woods and roads. Naruto walked through the carnage with Stannis and Sir Barristan at his side, as the field medics and soldiers came onto the scene with them to look for anyone who had survived. Many who did were the ones who were at the back, just barely out of the blast range of the explosion, but close enough to be burnt by the head and knocked out by the force of the blast. "So many dead," he muttered as thousands had died here. "Your Grace, we have identified one of the dead as Sir Loras Tyrell." A soldier informed him, as they felt that the death of the heir of Highgarden was worth noting. Looking at the dead body of Renly's lover, he could see that his uncle's armor had fused to Lora's body. The metal melted onto his skin and turned into a coffin around the man. It was almost like Renly had embraced Loras in his last moments as the wildfire engulfed him. "Take him back to the city and have his remains shipped back to Highgarden," he commanded, as it was both a message and sign of mercy. He should be buried along with his family, but this was what happened to those who crossed him as they did. "This wouldn't have happened if Renly had just surrendered and joined us," Stannis said coldly. Looking at Naruto, he could see that this all weighed heavy on his shoulders. His nephew was young, and thus he was also soft. He had experienced war only once before, and it had been brief, but now he had to bear the weight of being a ruler. "You did well, nephew. You defended the city without losing a single man in combat." "I know," Naruto said as he looked around at the aftermath. "The Mad King and your father did far worse, Your Grace," Sir Barristan stated as he could feel how bad Naruto felt for all those who died. Their armor melted to their flesh in many cases. "Right," Naruto said before riding back to King's Landing. Stannis looked over his army. Next on his list was to pay off the debt. Naruto had been squeamish about sacking Highgarden in retaliation, but he wasn't. He was ready to march down to the Reach and take everything that was owed. Later that evening, the sounds of wood breaking could be heard as Naruto destroyed another practice sword. His breath was heavy as he had gone through multiple wooden weapons over the last few hours. Looking back, he saw Arya walking into the training room. He hadn't seen much of the young Stark since everything started. He was always doing something involving the war, so he rarely had time to sit back and talk with the girl he was set to marry in a few years. "Rough day?" she asked as she walked over to him and handed him a cup of water. "You can say that again, Arya," he said, grateful for the water. Arya smiled at him. "I've been practicing a lot, you know. Master Syrio said that with time, I might become even better than he is," she boasted proudly as she took the compliment to heart. Syrio was a proud and confident man. For him to tell her that was worth more to her than any present. "Syrio is one of the best swordsmen in Westeros. Without my freakish strength and speed, I'd say he'd be able to kill me with ease. And even with it, he might be able to win," Naruto said, knowing that the man fought like no other and. Unlike the Knights of Westeros, which faced their enemies head-on with heavy armor and weapons, Syrio danced around and stuck at weak points. "I guess I'll have to make sure not to upset you in the future. Or I'll poke you full of holes," she said, poking his side, laughing. "I would prefer not being full of holes, Arya. Save that for Joffrey," he joked as he looked back out at the battlefield from the training room balcony. He could see the lingering smoke still from the Red Keep. "Sir Barristan said that you did what you had to do. Do you regret it?" she asked him, not really knowing much about the war, but she had seen from the Red Keep the massive explosion. Even from miles away, she felt the sheer heat from it. It had been enough to make Syrio go silent, who didn't want to cancel their lesson, invasion or not. Naruto sighed. "No, I don't. I know that if I didn't do that, we might not be here right now. I did what I had to do to protect this city," he said, looking at Arya, "and those inside of it as well," Naruto added with a small smile on his face as he ruffled her hair, getting her to try and slap his hand off her head. "Stop that, I'm not a kid anymore, Naruto," she yelled at him. Naruto laughed as he stopped. "I guess you're not. You're the next greatest knight of Westeros." Arya sighed. "If I was then, I would be with my father fighting to protect Winterfell," she admitted. She wanted to be with her siblings fighting, not just sitting by training all day. "Arya, all the training won't mean anything if you're dead. You may be developing the skills, but don't overestimate yourself. One day you'll be able to stand up there and beat back anyone. But for now, make sure you polish up those skills of yours," Naruto said, knowing that Arya was still too young to see battle. "How about I show you just how polished my skills are?" she declared as she picked up a training sword and got into her water dancing stance. "Or are you scared to lose to a little girl?" Arya taunted as she wanted to show off just how far she had come to her future fiancé. Not that she really cared much. She wasn't one for all the lady bullshit. She wanted to be like her father and brother, warriors who protect what they care for. The lady stuff could be left for Sansa. Naruto's smile widened as he stood up and picked up the sword he had been using to hack away at training dummies and got into his own stance. Instantly, Arya noticed that unlike hers, Naruto's stance seemed a lot more untrained. It was then that she realized that while Naruto was good with a sword, he wasn't exceptionally skilled at it. "He relies on his pure power and speed," she thought to herself as she looked at Naruto's free hand. Naruto's a brawler. He uses his whole body to fight. Kicks and punches are his go-to in combat, Arya said, as her training had taught her to look at her opponent's body language to read how they were going to move. "Ready?" Naruto asked as he flipped his sword. Arya smirked at him as she waited for him to come at her, and that he did. Naruto rushed towards her, swinging the wooden sword at her side. However, she managed to jump back in time and thrusted forward like a stream of water. However, Naruto's free hand shot forward to grab her sword. But she moved her sword away as she flowed around him, and thrust it at an opening she spotted on his left side. Naruto stepped to the side and swung at her head only for Arya to duck under it and weaved around his follow-up kick. She kept moving around his attacks, paying attention to how the king moved. She knew that she couldn't match his strength, using her sword to parry only if it really came down to it. As she parried a swing, her arm burned from the force behind it, but she also spotted something. Naruto had been using the sword that he had been practicing with, and like the other weapons littered at the edge of the room, it had started to break under his strength. Spinning around, she swung at his neck, only for him to knock her sword back with his, sending her stumbling back but didn't knock her down. This was nothing like with Sirio. Naruto had no grace in his movements. More so, he seemed distracted every time he saw the smoke outside. Seeing was the heart of swordplay. That was what Sirio had told her during her training. She needed to capitalize on his weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, she rushed at him, swinging at his neck, forcing Naruto to block as she weaved to the other side and struck again. With each strike, she could hear the wood of the blade growing weaker. It was a contest to see what would give out first, her stamina or the breaking sword. Moving around, she positioned herself so the balcony was at her back. Naruto let out a breath as he didn't expect Arya to put up quite the fight. Of course, he was holding back a majority of his strength and speed. It would have been mute if he just blasted her with one swing of his blade. But still, surging forward, Naruto unleashed a fury of strikes that forced Arya to move back until she reached a column. Just as Naruto swung again, she brought her sword up and used all her strength to redirect the blade into the stone, causing it to give out and snap. The king's eyes widened as he was forced to take a step back, before finding a sword at his neck with Arya smirking at him like a little shit. Dead. She declared like her master always did with her. Naruto sighed as he brought his hands up. With that, Arya collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted from everything. Her sword arm burned like never before, and her lungs felt like they were filled with dust. It was only now that she realized that she was drenched in sweat. "I guess this is your win, Arya," he said as he walked over and poured her some water to help replace all that she sweated out. "I can't wait to tell Rob and John that I did what they never could," she declared joyfully, as this was a sign to her that she wasn't wasting her time training. Naruto laughed as he sat beside her, feeling a little better after that distraction. "Thanks, I needed that," he said, leaning against the pillar his sword struck. "Honestly, maybe I should have just let Joffrey be king. Could have taken the black and just scrammed." He joked, knowing that he could never have done that. Not with how Joffrey was. He spent the next hour talking with Arya before she was called to bed by a Stark guard who stayed behind to watch the daughters of his lord. House of Undying Daenerys found herself walking through darkness, as she had gone ahead of Jorah and Kavaro in the House of the Undying. Her stay at Karth had taken a turn for the worst as her host betrayed her by helping kidnap her dragons. She kicked herself for having fallen for the trap so easily. In the moment, she had been desperate. The supplies given to her from Westeros wouldn't last forever. And Karth was a grandiose city. Its walls were one of the many wonders of the world. One could find anything there from riches to death. She had been so entranced that she had let her guard down, and now she paid the price. Eventually, she made it to a dark room with many doors. She could still hear her dragons calling out for her children begging for their mother. Picking the door she felt the cries coming from, she entered it, finding herself in the Red Keep's throne room. "Impossible," she muttered as she walked towards the throne. She could imagine her father sitting on it ages ago. As she approached the throne, she heard running behind her. Turning around, she felt something small impact her legs, wrapping its arms around her. "Mama." Her eyes widened as she looked down to see a small child with black hair and purple eyes. However, the most distinct features were the 2 lines on each of its cheeks. Daenerys shook her head as she pulled herself away from the child and ran for the door, the memory of her lost, deformed child still fresh in her head. "Mama." Looking back before she passed through, saw the little child crying, and a man standing beside it with a hand on her shoulder, trying to comfort the small thing. He had spiky black hair, but she couldn't make out the face. But one thing she did notice was that he had a 9-tailed fox pelt on, with the 9 tails swinging in the air as if alive. Above the throne, she saw 3 banners, one of a stag with 9 fox tails, one of a wolf with a weirwood branch extending from it, and the third of a dragon. The Targaryen sigil. Turning back, she went back through the door. But instead of another vision, she found herself back in the room with many doors, her dragons flying to her. Daenerys' eyes widen, however, as the smell of blood reaches her. While her dragons were free, they weren't alone in the room. Bodies of dead warlocks, including that of Pyet Pri, littered the floor, and among them was a man with a straight one-edged blade. His outfit was strange, consisting of a tan poncho with a hood that covered most of his body. She could see some wrapping around his legs as the poncho shifted when he put his sword away. "Who are you?" she demanded as her dragons faced the man, ready to attack at a moment's notice. "A friend of a friend," he said before vanishing into the shadows. "And there you go, so yeah." Looking at the pool, there is literally no way Daenerys isn't included. Like literally only 8 out of 103 people voted for an option that didn't include her. So yeah. If you really didn't want her, sorry, but people have spoken. Please leave behind a review. See ya. Chapter 12. Small council room. Naruto looked over a map of Westeros with a frown. As it stood, they were against the Lannisters. Tyrells, Arryns, Greyjoys, and possibly the Martells as well, if they decided to engage in war. On his side, he still had the Baratheon, Starks, and Tullys. In the end, they were outmatched. But they had landed a crippling blow against the two biggest problems in the Lannisters and Tyrells, with the Starks driving the Ironborn out of the north. "We need to strike while the iron is hot," Stannis said, as he moved a stag piece away from the Crownlands and into Highgarden. "This is the best time to clear our bets to the Iron Bank of Bravos and establish ourselves as the central power of Westeros once again." The elder Baratheon recommended it to his nephew. "It would be the best way to obtain the finances to cover the costs of war," Melisandre said, as she had found herself a member of his small council. In essence, she took the place of the Grand Maester on the council, as she managed to spread her religion into King's Landing, thanks to word of her miracle during the invasion. "You want to sack Highgarden is what I'm getting," Naruto said plainly. Rubbing his face, he knew that his past life would have murdered him if he did try and do that. But at the moment, that was all gold dragons that would go into helping Joffrey rebuild his army in order to continue the war. Looking at Stannis, he saw that his uncle wouldn't budge on the issue. "Ours is the fury," Stannis responded with the motto of their house. "Then I'll go and settle it myself. I'll demand 6 million gold dragons as compensation for attacking King's Landing. 3 million will go to paying off our loan, while the rest will go to fixing up the roads caught in the wildfire and supplying our troops," Naruto said, knowing that while the total debt was 5 million now, after Naruto started to pay back some of the loan, over half of it was owed to the Lannisters, which he wasn't going to pay back, of course. He was high-balling them. 3 million gold dragons was enough to put the fair in the black again, and would go a long way to fixing up the city. However, he expected the amount to be negotiated down. So he would pay off the Iron Banks plus any interest on the loan, plus a bit extra, in order to show that they were a better investment than his enemies in the future. That was if the time came where they needed to borrow money, they would get priority. "I'll go with you if the time comes where we need to attack. I'll make sure that it gets done," Stannis stated. "I don't want innocent death, Stannis." The king growled as he knew that if they sacked Highgarden, then the chances of innocent people dying would skyrocket. "That is the cost of war, nephew. I do not enjoy it either, but the Tyrell heir is marrying your brother. If nothing is done, that supply will go to your brother," Stannis said, insisting that they needed to be ready to invade Highgarden if they refused to pay for their betrayal. Maybe it was because this was the second time in his lifetime that he had gone to war against the Tyrells and Lannisters. He still remembered watching his men starve to death before Davos arrived with his ship of fish and onions to feed them. It was a grudge that never truly went away. Aside from the Tully siding with the Lannisters, it was almost identical to the war against the Mad King before the Trident. "I believe that the Queen of Thorns might be a good avenue to a peaceful resolution. Unlike her son, Olenna is quite intelligent and has possibly more influence over the Reach than Mace. If you manage to convince her to pay the sum asked, then I'm sure Mace will bend to her and follow through," Varys suggested to them. Having been involved in the game for so long, he knew who the key players were. Mace wanted his daughter to be a queen, and he would turn a blind eye to Joffrey's antics to accomplish that. Olenna, on the other hand, wouldn't. Then send a raven to the Tyrells. Tell them that I wish to parley with them at Highgarden, Naruto ordered. Knowing that his troops wouldn't be happy if they just stood by after such a victory against their enemy. Many of the Bannermen remember the events of Robert's rebellion. Some saw this as a way to get revenge for everything that happened at Storm's End. As you wish, your grace, Varys said as he would send out a little bird to the Reach to inform them that the king would be there to talk. Next is the situation with Catelyn Stark. The Stormlands still demand justice for what happened to Renly. The majority of them suspect that she is partly to blame for his death. You cannot ignore this, Naruto. If they feel that you'll let the Starks slide for the death of your uncle, I cannot guarantee that they won't turn against us. Stannis cautioned as he knew that the men were growing restless with the situation involving their former liege lord. If the houses of the Stormlands turned against them, they were done for. I know, Ned said that he will be back down with Catelyn as soon as Winterfell is stabilized and the North is firmly under their control again. I assure you, Stannis, justice will be served, Naruto said, as he didn't believe that Catelyn was stupid enough to try and murder Renly. There was something else going on. But only Catelyn would know what it was. Stannis stayed silent for a second before nodding his head, not really having anything to say. He knew that if Naruto found out that he had been responsible for Renly's death, then his life would be spent in the Black Cells or the Wall. Renly's death did weigh heavy on his shoulders, but he needed to take Renly out of the equation. He needed Renly's men. His ambition was still to become king, yet day after day Naruto's power seemed to grow. Melisandre seemed more concerned with helping his nephew than himself recently. This all made him fear that perhaps she had decided that Naruto was really the one she foresaw. I think that's about it for today, Naruto said, standing up from the desk. Stannis, tell the men that we will march tomorrow. Highgarden. Naruto looked up at the castle that was Highgarden. It was the seat of power of the Tyrells and where they would meet to parley with him. They had taken the Rose Road from King's Landing down to the fortress. Before them stood what remained for the Tyrell forces, Mace in the front with a sour look on his face. Holding his hand up to halt his army, the young king rode up towards Mace to greet him. Mace Tyrell, it's been quite some time, Naruto greeted, but only got a glare back from the man. You murdered my son, he growled at the Baratheon, who frowned at the frosty greeting that he got from Mace. Of course they wouldn't exactly be happy with him. Their son had died against him, and now he marched an army to their door, demanding compensation for the battle or be destroyed. Narrowing his eyes on Mace, Naruto decided to remind Tyrell of some facts. You were the ones who attacked me, Lord Tyrell. We had no conflict with one another, until you decided to send your army to King's Landing along with the Lannisters to try and take the Iron Throne. This all could have been avoided if you remained loyal to the crown. But instead, you decided to go to war, and now you must pay the price. He stated, knowing that at the moment he held all the cards. His army was over 4 times the size of the one guarding Highgarden, and he was within his rights to counterattack after their siege. No one would blame him for retaliating. Mace was about to say something until Olenna rode towards them. Enough, Mace. You know full well that we cannot win at the moment, the elderly woman said to her son before looking at Naruto. She had to admit that had it not been for his magic and his possible association to Renly's death, she would have suggested that Margaery be married to him instead of Joffrey. But Loras had been hell-bent on turning against the Baratheons, and Mace had been adamant on Joffrey, so after some delegating, they agreed to join the Lannister side. Now they were paying the price. So your grace, from what I gathered from your raven, either we pay you 6 million gold dragons, giving up a vast majority of our wealth, she said, looking over behind Naruto at the army behind the king, Stannis at the head. Or you'll have us all killed. Rather merciless of you, your highness, she said, trying to make Naruto seem heartless. She knew that the king had a rather strong moral compass, and he wasn't one to enjoy killing others. As such, she felt that pointing out that he was acting ruthless might cause him to back down from his demands and leave them be. If he didn't take the bait, then she knew they had no choice but to bend the knee in this situation. Unfortunately, choices have consequences. I have Sir Laura's and Lady Margery the chance to join me in finding out the circumstances behind the death of my uncle. But instead they insulted me, and your house joined my enemy. Now it is time to pay or die a traitor's death, Naruto said solemnly as he hated strong-arming the house, but it was what needed to be done. His kingdom needed the money. Once he had re-established control, he would resolve any grudges the best he could. How about instead we give you 2 million gold dragons as repayment? I feel like that is much more of a fair amount for damages done to King's Landing, she offered back. No deal, I'll go down to 5 million dragons, if 6 million is too expensive for you Tyrells. But aside from the damages done, you need to realize that at the moment, you and your family are traitors. I mean, I'm being merciful by allowing you the option to trade gold for your position. There are some members of my army that remember the siege at Storm's End. Many call for your heads, Naruto said, reinforcing his position as the superior force. Olenna frowned as Naruto knew that he held the cards at the moment. I'll give you 3 million gold dragons. How about 4 million gold, and we all go our separate ways? Naruto offered as he brought his hand up towards her to shake. It is the least that my men will accept. I cannot control 50,000 men at once. If they feel that I'm being weak, they can still choose to attack. So that is my lowest offer. Olenna hated being strong-armed like this, but she knew when to show the flower and when to present her thorns. At the moment, she was smart enough to know that if she faltered, it could lead to all their deaths. While she could tell that deep down Naruto was kind-hearted from what she heard, Stannis wasn't. Deal, she said bitterly. Estapper Daenerys walked through the docks of the slave trading city. Her thoughts were deep in thought about her vision. She at first wanted to dispose of them as merely illusions caused by the warlocks of Karth. But seeing the child calling her mama and the Iron Throne, she wondered if maybe that was a possible future. Then there was that man. She had no idea who that was as he simply called himself a friend of a friend. But who was that friend? Who had sent the man to watch after her? He had killed all the warlocks so easily. However, before her thoughts could continue, a ball landed at her feet. Snapping out of her thoughts, she saw a little girl motioning for her to pick up the ball. Dany smiled as she grabbed the ball, but the girl motioned for her to open it. Raising an eyebrow, she went to see what the girl wanted to show her, but a dagger flew from the top of a building, piercing through the ball. As Daenerys dropped the ball, it cracked and revealed a dead manticore inside, its body sliced in half by the blade. The girl tried to run to jump off the deck side, but her head fell off her shoulders before she could. Looking up, she saw the cloaked man dropping down from the building. This time she got a good look at his face, long black hair that framed his face, and a handsome face. His eyes were black like charcoal, but seemed to hold no emotion. Jorah got in between Daenerys and the man, who walked over to the girl and picked up her head, revealing her blue gums. Looks like I missed some warlocks, he muttered before he threw the head off the dock without much care. You again, Daenerys said to herself as she watched the man approach her, Jorah still in front of her, just in case the man proved to be dangerous toward his queen. Who are you? She demanded from him again. What is your name? While Daenerys was demanding answers from the man, Jorah was thinking about the man. How fast he moved, how he jumped from so high up and continued as if they took a small step. It all reminded him of what he had heard of the current king of Westeros. My name. I guess you can call me Sasuk, he told the princess. Sasuk. What a strange name, Dany said to herself as she looked at the man's eyes, looking at them. She almost imagined them being red. Strange markings swirling inside them around the pupil. But as she blinked, they were still just the black orbs that they were before. This is the second time you've saved me. Why are you following us? She asked, or rather demanded. If he was strong enough to single-handedly take out all those warlocks by himself, she is sure that he was a strong fighter, but then why was he here? I'm looking for my brother, and I know that if I follow you, eventually I'll be able to see him again, he told her honestly. Your brother? She asked before Sasuk turned away from her and started to walk. You'll find out eventually. Now are you coming Targaryen? Sasuk thought to himself how he ended up in this world. Like Naruto, he had died soon after the war, and where Yang went, Yin would follow. He had been reborn in the city of Itai as the son of the emperor. However, he soon started to regain his memories from his previous life. Everything he did, all the atrocities, his bond with Naruto, the war, his final fight. His death when he reached the age of 15, he decided to abdicate his position as prince and leave to explore the world. His parents hated the idea of their son leaving, claiming he was blessed by the maiden maid of light and the lion of the night as the next great emperor. But he didn't care about that. This wasn't his life. This wasn't his world. That wasn't his family. So he left to wander the world, exploring Essos and finding out more about the land he had been reborn in. Right off the bat, he learned that he was stronger than the normal people of this world, and his magic, as they called it, put him on another level. However, during his travels, he heard of the Prince of Westeros, a kid with unparalleled strength. His name? Naruto. Then it clicked. Asura and Indra always existed as pairs. Hashirama and Madara, Naruto and Sasuke. Where one went, the other would follow. That was the nature of their bond. So since Naruto been reincarnated into this world, so was he. Only this time they were able to regain their memories, but had much weaker bodies. It was hard to think that at one point, he could destroy meteors and summon a massive armor of chakra that could frankly destroy anything this world could throw at him. Finding out that Naruto had been sent to this world as well brought him new meaning. Before, he had accepted a nomadic lifestyle, traveling from one place to another, just as he planned to after the war when he lost to Naruto. But now he had a reason to focus, a goal in mind, to reunite with Naruto. He had intercepted a raven sent from kings, landing from a man called Varys, someone who, from what the letter read, worked for his best friend. He sent back a raven, telling the spider that he was looking for work and was willing to be his hand. In Essos to do whatever was needed, but wanted to get to Westeros at the earliest chance. Varys had told him that this girl was Naruto's future wife, and that she would need help staying safe in Essos, given how dangerous it could be to those who weren't skilled or observant. He hadn't mentioned his powers, and had called himself Hawk to not leak too much information. He had been the one who delivered the supplies to Daenerys back at the Red Waste, using a transformation to hide his appearance. He had been caught off guard when Daenerys walked out of the door right after he had killed the warlocks. However, he didn't expect to have to intervene once again so soon after that. Looking at the white-haired woman, he couldn't help but feel that she was a bit of an airhead. She seemed confident in her right to retake the throne, and that the people would rejoice at her return. Perhaps that was what she had been told by those around her, but he seriously doubted that people would be so excited by her return. But he knew that most small folk didn't care for what ruler they had, as long as they weren't being harassed. Maybe some lords might be happy to have her back, but in reality he doubted many would care much. In the end, all he cared about was getting back to his one true friend. It was the only way that he figured that he could make up for his crimes in his past life, to help brother in all but blood establish peace on this violent world. Hold up, you expect us to follow you, and yet all you let us know is your name. Jorah asked the former shinobi, not exactly trusting the man who came out of nowhere to save them. To be fair, Jorah Mormont, I'm not the only one with secrets here now, am I? Sasuke asked as he used his genjutsu to cast a message to Jorah so that Daenerys wouldn't hear it. He didn't want to expose the man at the moment. Little bird Jorah's eyes widened as he now knew that the man before him had information of his previous duties to spy and report on Daenerys back to Varys, and by extension, King's Landing. Ever since he had formally joined the Targaryen, he had stopped sending reports to the Master of Whispers. But he knew that if the Mother of Dragons found out that he used to be a spy on her, he'd lose her trust, possibly forever. I suppose so, Jorah said, as he didn't want to test the strange man without anything to back him up. He knew now that this man was just the current king of Westeros. He had strange powers that made him dangerous. Daenerys, of course, stayed skeptical. She had been betrayed multiple times over the last year. People she had trusted with her life and family had turned their backs on her, and yet now this strange man saved her twice. She didn't buy it yet. She knew nothing about this Sasuke person and what he was up to. She only knew that he wanted to be reunited with his brother and that her path would one day cross his. Not only that, but he refused to tell them who his brother was. The only thing that he knew was that according to him, he was a second and ally of hers. But that left her wondering who that other ally was. "Khaleesi, if I may have a word with you," Jorah said, as Sasuke stopped and looked back at them with a blank face, as Jorah attempted to pull Daenerys to the side to talk to her. His eyes narrowed slightly as he released a bit of killing intent aimed at Jorah, making the man shiver as he got Sasuke's warning to not do anything stupid. "Daenerys, this man has magic," he whispered to her. The white-haired princess's eyes widened as she looked back at the man who was watching them, his eyes still a dull black, as if he didn't really care about what was going on. "Do you think that he's a warlock from Karth?" she asked, worried that him killing the girl was just to try and show that he was on her side, when really it was a trick to get her guard down. "No, like Naruto Baratheon's magic. If he's anything like that monster Daenerys, who knows what will happen," he cautioned as he knew that the skill and power Sasuke displayed in the few encounters that Daenerys had with him had left quite the impression. His speed, his ability to kill effortlessly. It was dreadful, demonic even. "If he is, and he proves to be an actual ally, then he might need what we need in case we come to war with the usurper's son," Daenerys said. Knowing that the risk was high, but if Jorah was right, then they might just be able to gain a monster to fight against a monster. "We'll let him be. If he betrays me, then he'll burn," she stated firmly, having made her choice. Walk of punishment. As the three walked down the seaside wall, none could really ignore the slaves being punished. The smell of their blood fresh in the air, as they served to remind the slaves of the city that this was their fate should they displease their masters. "Quite the horrid sight," Sasuke said as he looked at the people bleeding from the crosses. Daenerys looked at one of them before asking Jorah for his water to offer it to one of the men, despite being told that the man had been sentenced to death by Jorah. The two men watched as the lady climbed to give one of the men a drink, only for him to refuse it, wanting to not prolong his tortured life. "I'm shocked that you would resort to slaves. Quite the unorthodox choice for a Westerosi," Sasuke commented as Daenerys came back down and the three continued to go meet with Krasny's Mo Naklas to discuss the purchase of the Unsullied army. "We must do what we need to," Jorah said before looking at his Khaleesi. "If you want to win the throne your ancestors built, you must win it. That will mean blood on your hands before the thing is done," Jorah told the white-haired girl. "The blood of my enemy, not the blood of innocents," she responded before walking off. Sasuke chuckled lightly as he walked after her with Jorah. "Not a bad answer," Sasuke commented. "Have you ever seen war, Sasuke? Have you ever seen a war where innocents didn't die?" Jorah asked the teen, figuring that the answer would be no given his age. "I have been in 4 wars over my life, however in all wars, innocents die. That is true. After all, even soldiers are innocent in a way. Very few have a choice but to fight," Sasuke commented passively. Shocking Jorah that the teen claimed to have fought in so many wars before Sasuke tuned him out, not caring what the man had to say. Meeting room, Sasuke sighed to himself as he leaned against the door frame as he listened in on Daenerys bargaining with Krasny's Mo Naklas to buy the Unsullied. Jorah had made the case that the Unsullied would only listen to Daenerys, and that unlike the beasts that typically made up armies, they wouldn't rape and pillage unless ordered to by their master commanded it. He listened to the Targaryen woman talk with the slave translator who interpreted for her master. It seemed that Daenerys wanted to buy every single Unsullied that a stapper had along with those who hadn't fully finished their training. Something that Krasny's seemed to be hesitant to due to the possibility that they would fail and damage the reputation of their city's product. However, the man seemed to change his tune once Daenerys offered one of her children in exchange for the small army. Something that Jorah instantly recommended against offering a dragon as payment. Something that he agreed with, but he decided to let the girl make her own choices. After all, as long as she stayed alive, then he fulfilled his mission. After the deal was agreed on, the three left the room, Jorah still arguing against it, until Daenerys turned around. "You are here to advise me, and I value your advice. But if you ever question me in front of strangers again, you'll be advised someone else. Both of you," she said, threatening to leave Jorah behind if he dared to question her like that again in front of someone, and warning Sasuke that it applied to him as well. "You should be mindful, Targaryen. Your opponent has plenty of wise and seasoned men at his command. Men who have seen war multiple times over and are unmatched with the blade. At the moment you have very few. Don't be so quick to disregard someone who has actual experience, Sasuke cautioned, standing up for Jorah, who looked at the cloaked man in shock, as he didn't expect him to actually defend him like that. That being said, if Daenerys is your queen, Jorah, you'll need to trust her decisions and help them play out when the time comes, he advised. Daenerys was going to say something, but a cold look from Sasuke caught her tongue. The memory of how easily he decapitated that child assassin was still fresh in her mind. He had saved her, and she was sure that he could kill her as well. Not only that, his words had merit. She admitted that to herself. Saying nothing else, she turned and walked towards the exit, where she was joined by the slave she had just bought along with the Unsullied. Later, the time had come for the deal to be sealed. Sasuke stood in the shadows with his hand on the sword handle, in case things went south and he needed to fight to keep the woman alive. He watched as Daenerys took Drogon out of its cage, a chain around its leg, before handing it to Krasny's in exchange for the Cato Ninetails that signified her as the new master of the 8,000 Unsullied. However, it became clear that Drogon wasn't going to listen to the slaver. Daenerys tested her new army, but was interrupted when Krasny's complained that the dragon wasn't listening to him. Then it became clear that Daenerys had no intention of actually selling a dragon, and instead played her plan out, revealing that she understood Valyrian the whole time and commanded her new army to slaughter the masters of the city and free the slaves, sparing the children. Krasny's ordered someone to kill her as the Unsullied carried out her order, only for Daenerys to give the order for Drogon to unleash its flame and lit the man on fire. Drawing his sword, he killed any guard that got too close to Daenerys. The woman turned around as one of them went to thrust their spear into her, only for Sasuke to appear in front of her and grab the weapon with his bare hand. Bringing his sword up, lightning sparked along the blade before it elongated faster than the eye could see, impaling the man through the face. Daenerys looked on in shock as shook at the display of magic, having never seen anything quite like that before. As the sword retracted, Sasuke looked back at her. "Try not to die, girl," he said before walking back to the slaughter, cutting down a master that tried to run away. For the first time in her life, she realized just what she was dealing with when it came to Naruto Baratheon. Jorah had compared Sasuke to the king who sat on her family's throne. She had always assumed that the rumors of his feats were just myths and legends made to scare children. Now she understood as she watched Sasuke cut people down with no effort at all. These people weren't just knights. They were so much more, and that's it. Figured that since I introduced the boy last chapter, I might as well make him actually do something. Kinda realized that without Joffrey, Barristan wouldn't have ended up in Essos, which mean that Daenerys would be very much dead to that insect, since let's face it, Jorah wasn't doing anything in that moment. Girl was dead. Sue figured that why not Sasuke? Please be sure to leave a review. Chapter 13. Stannis was fuming with his nephew, as the young king had lowered the amount asked from the Tyrells when they proposed a counter-offer of a much lower amount. In the end, 4 million gold dragons was nothing to scoff at, but had they sacked Highgarden, they would have made off with a much higher amount of gold. We're at war, Naruto. We cannot afford to show our enemies mercy when they conspire to kill us all, Stannis argued as he and Naruto stared off over the city. Naruto had already contacted the Iron Bank of Bravos to come collect the payment for their debt. He didn't trust anyone to take that much gold over to Bravos. It was a very tempting amount to steal and leave to Essos, or for pirates to come and take. Every gold dragon that we let them keep is being used to supply the Lannisters with food and supplies. You are not King Stannis, Naruto replied as he turned to look at his uncle with a scowl on his face. The older man bristled at the mention that his nephew was in fact the current king of the 7 kingdoms. It was my choice to make. I got what we needed from them. If the Tyrells decide to make another attack against us, then we'll crush them once again. If they last that long, Naruto said before pulling out a scroll and handing it to Stannis. What you don't seem to understand about Stannis is that magic is typically looked down upon by the faith of the 7. It's why I don't care much if Melisandre converts people to her religion, as long as it's done peacefully. As someone born with magic, I was naturally looked down on by the Order of Meisters, who has their hands in every fucking house in Westeros. So if I act cruel and go around sacking castles, All that will do is reinforce their belief that I am some kind of demon, Naruto said, looking Stannies in the eyes with furious blue eyes. I enacted justice and mercy on the Tyrells. I took 4 million gold dragons from them without having to lift up a finger in battle. Their heir is now dead, fused into Renly's armor forever. And when they pleaded to lower it, I was willing to negotiate. That is what it means to be a good ruler, Stannies, not ripping through anyone who upsets you. And like I said, if they attack again, we'll end their house for good, Naruto said, before informing him that the representative of the Iron Bank of Bravos was here to talk about the debt Naruto wanted to pay off. Council room, Naruto walked into the room to be greeted by a balding man dressed in fine clothing. Behind him, he had 2 people carry in all the gold that was being given to the Iron Bank to settle their debts. King Naruto of House Baratheon, the man said, bowing to the current monarch of the 7 kingdoms as far as the Iron Bank was concerned. They had taken some time before deciding who they would officially see as the King of the Andals and the First Men. At first, they considered choosing Joffrey Baratheon, as he appeared to hold a massive edge over his younger brother in King's Landing. But after the failed siege of King's Landing by the 2 most financially powerful houses, and Naruto sending a raven to claim that he was paying his debt in full, they had decided to reevaluate. Looking behind Naruto, he saw the sheer amount of gold present and smiled slightly, as it hadn't been a trick as some feared. My name is Tycho Nestoris, a representative of the Iron Banks of Bravos. It is my pleasure to finally meet you, he said to the Whiskered King. As it is mine, Naruto said, bowing his head slightly as a sign of respect. How about we speak in the other room while my acquaintances count? Of course your men may watch to make sure there is no fraud, he offered. He knew that none of his people would dare try and steal. Doing so would bring utmost shame upon the Iron Banks and would hurt their reputation as one of the world's strongest financial institutions. Very well, Naruto said, as he led the man to another room where the 2 could sit and talk. I must say, many of us at the Iron Bank were surprised to receive a raven from King's Landing saying that you wanted to pay off your debts. It is rare that such a large amount is paid in one sitting. However unorthodox, we are grateful that the debt is being paid off without any conflict, Tycho said, knowing that his organization had a habit of funding those who stood against them, going as far as to hire their own forces to fight. Certainly, the amount of gold my father borrowed wasn't anything to scoff at, but hopefully with this, we can further open some doors, Naruto said with a small smile on his face. Oh, and what doors are these? Tycho asked, curious as to what the king meant. A heavy sigh escaped Naruto's lips. As of late, I have been having a hard time delegating responsibilities to trusted individuals. My master of ships is also the master of law. My master of whisperers is still the same, and my Grand Meister is currently not even a meester. However, everything has been running well. The problem is that I lack a master of coin, someone with the knowledge and financial skills to keep the kingdom floating fiscally. On top of repaying our debt, I wanted to ask if the Iron Bank was willing to send us someone to fill in that role. Tycho hummed as he considered the king's words. And you would trust us to manage your kingdom's fiancés? Naruto nodded his head. The Iron Bank of Bravos is undoubtedly a powerful organization, but more so it looks at numbers above all else. If Westeros prospers, then that would mean that it could more easily borrow and repay the Iron Bank in a timely manner, a situation where both parties win. The Master of Coin would be there to properly allocate funds and make sure too much isn't borrowed, Naruto explained to the man who nodded in understanding. Your group has a habit of looking at the long game. That is currently what I need. Correct, losing money in the moment is worth it if you'll make back double in 10 years. Just as stealing a few thousand now would pale to the millions that would be lost due to a ruined reputation, he replied. And how will power be balanced? The Master of Coin your bank offers will help advise the small council on financial decisions. While they are here, no harm shall come upon them, and if they are harmed, those responsible will pay their dues. They are free to leave back to Bravos, and the bank is free to end the agreement whenever they want. In exchange, I want in contract that the representative will work for the betterment of both parties. That I ask King have the right to dismiss them back to Bravos, and that should they commit a crime. They can be arrested, but will not be trialed until another representative comes and negotiations are finished, Naruto offered, feeling that it was pretty well balanced. None were as fiscally responsible as the Iron Bank, so having them as their ally would prove a great boon. I'll bring your proposal up when I return to Bravos. For now, let's finish talking about this debt. Red Keep's Godswood Naruto walked into the Godswood of the Red Keep to meet up with Sansa, who had asked to talk with him. Looking at the large tree, he smiled as it had been a huge undertaking having a full weirwood transported from the North Down to King's Landing, but nonetheless it had been done. Sansa, he greeted as he sat down beside the girl. She had grown quite a bit in the nearly 3 years since he and his father went up to Winterfell to get Ned to come back down to King's Landing. She had spent most of those years with Joffrey, locked away as a prisoner. Naruto, Sansa said back as she watched him sit next to her where she was praying. Thanks for coming. I mean, I have rarely gotten to see you over the last few months after getting you back from Casterly Rock. I couldn't exactly say no, now could I, Lady Stark? Naruto asked, nudging her side. Sansa giggled before looking at the carved face of the weirwood. Did you know Robb got married? She asked, curious to see if in between everything he had been doing with the war, he had heard that Robb had married a healer he had met during the war. She had gotten a raven from her, less than happy mother about the union. She wished that she could have been there for it, but she heard that they had done it in secret as to avoid others from interfering. Yeah, Ned sent me a raven about that. Apparently Robb broke a contract with House Frey since he agreed to marry one of his daughters. Now they have to clean up the mess, he said, not really liking the ruling house of the twins. The old man always disturbed him, made his senses go wild in a bad way, telling him that Walder Frey could not be trusted. I see, Sansa said, knowing that Robb had been selfish in his marriage, but she couldn't blame him. He fell in love. I decided that I don't wish to ever be put in that position where I'm married off to someone. I want to marry the man I love, she said, taking his hand. I want to marry you, Naruto, Sansa told him before claiming the lips of the shell-shocked king. Naruto pulled back from Sansa, who was blushing up a storm, waiting for his response. I won't deny that the thought has crossed my mind, he admitted, as Sansa had been the first person he had ever fallen for when he was younger. While he was engaged to Arya, she was still too young, and at the moment were more close friends than anything else. But Varys has been insisting that I wed Daenerys Targaryen. I don't know how that would work out. Sansa frowned, but I knew that it was a topic that Naruto had contemplated for a while. You are part Targaryen from your father's side, who have had multiple wives. And you are not of the faith of the Seven. The old gods do not care for numbers of wives. Former kings have had political wives and emotional wives. I do not need to rule over a kingdom. If Daenerys wants to be that, she can have that spot by your side. As long as I'm in your heart, she reasoned, accepting that Naruto had a duty to his kingdom, but she refused to sit by and let someone else take him. After talking with Varys, this was the compromise that they had accepted. And if she refuses to agree to this, he asked, then I'm certain that we can beat her. You'll have the 7 kingdoms at your back when the time comes, Sansa told him, knowing that Daenerys might not even accept marrying Naruto if she was single. With her dragons, she might think that she could take on the 7 kingdoms alone, as her ancestor once did. I'll send a raven to Winterfell, Naruto told her before claiming her lips again, pushing her down as they kissed in the Godswood. Sansa moaned against his lips as she felt him on her. Throne room after parting ways with Sansa after their escapade. Naruto had written a letter to Ned and Robb expressing his desire to marry Sansa, officially, as well as explaining the situation and hoping that they would understand the situation. As he sent the raven off, he looked at another letter that he had gotten recently. It seemed that Edmure Tully was to get married to Walder's daughter. Edmure had recently become the Lord Paramount of the Trident, and as such the commander of one of his allied armies. As such he felt that he should be there for the wedding himself. He also had to congratulate Robb on his own wedding. South of the Wall, Jon was now at an impasse. His sword was at the neck of an old man who had done nothing wrong, but fallen into the sights of the wildling group that he had become a part of. Of course, he was still loyal to the Night's Watch. He just needed to get back to Castle Black. However, he never expected to fall in love with one of those wildlings. He never expected to break his oath of celibacy. And he never expected that he might have to kill an innocent. As he hesitated, Ygritte fired her arrow, killing the man. With the shouts of traitor from the warg in their group, he thought he would have to fight his way out. Only for an arrow to lodge itself into Orl's eye, piercing out the other end. The fighting didn't even start before a large host of soldiers arrived at the stable. Tormund, who would often go on about wanting to kill crows as they called them, was frozen as dozens of soldiers bearing banners with the sigil of a wolf stormed into camp. Ygritte aimed an arrow at the group, but found herself unable to fire. Jon had mentioned the overwhelming strength of the armies south of the wall, but even this small number of soldiers could crush the group they had. "You're a long way from Castle Black, Jon," a familiar voice said as Ned rode up to the front, having seen his estranged bastard among the group of wildlings. His soldiers wasted no time rounding up the band, tying their arms and taking their weapons. Those that tried to fight back were killed by the Stark men. Tormund himself tried to fight but was shot with arrows, forcing him to his knees, his great size and strength. As a Stark soldier was about to lop his head off, Ygritte cried for them to stop. However, it was not her begging that stopped the soldier but Jon stepping up. "Stop, please." Jon yelled as he himself was surrounded. "Father," Jon said, looking at Ned as he got off his horse. Ygritte looked at Jon in shock, as she never expected to meet Jon's father. "Please don't kill them. I know what they are and that they shouldn't be here. But can we please talk?" Jon asked, seeing this as the only opportunity to end this peacefully. Ned looked at his bastard. He knew that as Lord of Winterfell, it was his duty to execute all who betrayed their duties to the Night's Watch. The fact that Jon had helped a band of wildling over the wall and assisted in murdering an old man didn't bode well. However, he trusted Jon, and he wanted to know what exactly led to him ending up in this situation. "Very well, but the wildlings must comply and stay in the dungeon until we finish speaking. Then we will figure out what to do about them," Ned said, as he motioned for his men to finish up binding the group before they head back to Winterfell. As Jon rode with Eddard, he couldn't help but wonder how the Stark patriarch knew where they would be. "Bran told us. He said he saw you and a group of strange people that resembled Osha. A wildling that Robb took in when they caught her, and others making their way south," Ned explained, as Bran had been having strange visions since his accident. And this one proved invaluable. Jon's eyes widened as he realized that Bran was a warg and had spotted them. "I need to get back to Castle Black. I know what this might look like, but he said, before looking back at Ygritte, who had been following in the back with the rest of the wildlings, her arms bound. The redhead looked up and glared at Jon, angry for his betrayal. Ned instantly noticed the look Jon was giving her, one begging for an apology, one that screamed of love. "Naruto warned you before you took the Black," the Warden of the North stated, as he could tell that Jon had fallen in love with a wildling of all people. It seemed that everyone in his family was falling in love recently. Robb, Sansa, now Jon, who would be next? Bran. "You will be returned to Castle Black once we have concluded our business at Winterfell," Ned stated, as he knew that Jon was out of his jurisdiction. "I know, I was foolish. But still, that is my home now," Jon said, as he was still loyal. "Good." Ned replied firmly. He had recently gotten a raven from the Night's Watch asking for help, as many of them had been slain during a mutiny at Craster's Keep. As such, he was preparing to send a group of 1,000 soldiers north to help. Now, he could send Jon at the head. Riverland's Naruto arrived with his host of guards to the twins. He had a bad feeling about the phrase, such malice that he could feel it from King's Landing. As such, his guard was closer to a small army, as both the Starks and Freys would have a similar force along. Sir Barristan and the new Kingsguard that he had picked to keep guard of him at Barristan's request. The old man said that he would need additional help, as he could only do so much. And after the Battle of the Den, he insisted that Naruto have more security around himself. He saw a man about to close the gate to the feast hall. However, before he could, Naruto pushed the doors open with a smile, just as the Rains of Castamere started to play. It was a strange choice of song, to say the least, as it was associated with his mother's family. "Apologies for my late arrival, Lord Frey. I was told last minute that one of my Lord Paramounts was getting married. And one who would lead his armies in my name, Naruto said as he walked into the room with his Kingsguard. I figured that I should pay my respects and attend his wedding, but I guess I arrived a bit late. Roos glazed over at Walder, who locked eyes with the young king. He didn't know that the king would be here of all places. Your Grace, you didn't tell me that you were coming. Had I known, I would have made better accommodations, Walder said, as he didn't think that the goddamn king would come to the wedding. He knew that the man was powerful, and with him came 7 Kingsguard and more than likely a small army. Oh. I was certain that I sent a raven, maybe a Lannister scout clipped its wings, he said, his stomach was turning. He could feel it, every single last man here who was under the Frey's banner had such a disgusting feel. And Walder Frey was the worst among them. Looking at his Kingsguard, he nodded at them as he felt the dark feeling growing stronger and stronger. Well, I was just about to present the young Lord Stark a wedding present, Walder stated as he raised his chalice. Cat's shout of Rob was all that was needed for hell to break loose. Naruto's eyes snapped towards a man who pulled a blade out and rushed towards a woman. His eyes flared red as he dashed forward faster than any man and drew his great sword, cutting the man in half before he could stab Rob's wife. Talisa looked back in horror as the man who went to attack her fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Shadow clone jutsu? Naruto yelled as he created 20 clones of himself. A furious red aura erupted around him. A paralyzing feeling of fear washed over all those inside the room, stunning the weaker among them for long enough for the clones and Kingsguard to rush in and kill them. The air itself seemed heavier, and malice reigned supreme as the Frey soldiers felt a heavy weight on their shoulders. The killing intent coming from the Baratheon was uncontested. By the time the Frey forces got their bearings, Naruto's forces had already slaughtered the majority of them without mercy. Their blood spilled as were cut down by the overwhelming power of Naruto, dripping down from the upper levels as they were killed. Gah! Naruto's head snapped toward the source of a pained cry and saw Catelyn stabbed through the chest by Roos. Catelyn! Naruto yelled as the crimson energy bubbled around his arm. Thrusting his arm forward, the bubbling energy extended into a massive claw that slammed into the Bolton, slamming him into the wall and reducing him to a smear. Walder Frey attempted to escape, as he saw that the plan was failing, as his men dying faster than they were killing. Some Northern men had been killed by the demon-like power of the Baratheon king, had turned everything upside down, dominating the battle. Naruto looked over and saw that a man was going to stab Rob from behind, lifting his sword up. He threw it like a javelin into the man's face. As he ran away, Walder ran into what appeared to be an unmovable wall that knocked him down. A Naruto clone glared down at Walder as he grabbed the old man by the neck and lifted him up. The fighting stopped as the Frey soldiers saw that their master was being held up by the king. This ends now. Naruto yelled as the old man in his grip cried out in pain, Naruto's red aura burning away at his flesh. Anyone who lays their weapons down shall be spared. Given a chance to take the black or imprisonment, those who refuse will be killed on the spot. Sir Barristan, tell those outside that the battle is over and kill anyone who continues hostilities. Naruto ordered as all attention was on him. Rob looked up at his friend, his heart beating fast as he was at his wife's side. He had frozen when he saw that someone went to stab her, only Naruto to slaughter him in defense of his wife. It was so fast, he barely had time to react before it was all over. He was shocked by the seer power of Naruto's forces. His Kingsguard decimated the Frey on the ground while Naruto slaughtered those above. And then, his mother. Stabbed through the chest. Rob, what would you have me do with this maggot? Naruto asked besides Rob as the clone held Walder up still. Let me be the one to take his head, Rob said in fury as his mother had been killed needlessly. She had done nothing wrong in this. She had openly protested his marriage to Talisa, and yet she paid the price for his choice. As King of Westeros, I denounce all titles and lordships of House Frey. I brand Walder Frey a criminal and a traitor and sentence him to death, Naruto declared as he stripped Walder of everything he died. Naruto nodded to his clone, who threw Walder to the ground in front of Rob. His neck burnt to the point that he could no longer speak. Holding a sword out for Rob to take, the Stark took the blade and walked over to the downed Lord Frey. I tried to make things right with you, and you pull this. You killed my mother? Rob cried as he knew that this was his fault, that his mother was dead because of his selfishness. Raising his sword, he sliced off Walder's head. Naruto looked down as he felt that he had failed. He had saved the vast majority of the people there, but he failed to save Ned's wife. Esso's Sasuke was polishing his sword as they had set up camp outside of the city of Yunkai. He had stayed to himself after they left Estapper. He had no real reason to communicate with anyone else in the growing group that Daenerys had with her. He had no interest in the queen, he only cared that the woman stayed alive long enough to reach Westeros. His only goal was meeting back up with his one and only friend. Daenerys wanted to free the 200,000 slaves in the Yellow City, which apparently was a cesspool of evil according to Jorah, and he frankly believed it. Slavery was detestable. The fact that this planet had so much of it made him sick to his stomach. In that, he agreed with her, and he would once again help her do it. "What's on your mind?" Jorah asked as he walked up behind the former Prince of Itai. He had seen Sasuke sitting off by himself and figured that he might try and learn some more about him. Thinking of what to do about Yunkai, Sasuke lied. Jorah nodded his head in agreement. "It is quite the challenge. Their soldiers are weak, but their walls are stronger. Even with the Unsullied, we might find it hard to actually free the slaves like Dany wants. The Second Sons have arrived, and it seems like they will not be swayed to our side," the Westerosi man commented, as he didn't quite know how Daenerys wanted to go about this. "They could storm the city, but they would lose quite a bit along the way." Sasuke chuckled. "There is only one man in this world who could challenge me," the Uchiha said. Having discarded his identity in Planitos, he went only by his true original name. "If need be, I can take the city alone," Sasuke said calmly as sparks erupted from his hand, the sounds of thousands of scream birds filling the cliffside, shocking Jorah at his display of magic. "Sasuke, do you have any connection to Naruto Baratheon?" Jorah asked, wanting to get some real answers out of the vagabond, who had joined their army under the premise of finding his mysterious brother. "I have never met the man," Sasuke admitted, as he hadn't actually met Naruto since being reborn. "I only know of him through Varys, who asked me to keep watch over Daenerys in exchange for information about my brother. He told me that if I followed the Targaryen, eventually I would run into him. However, that won't be of any help if she's dead," Sasuke explained to Jorah. "That's it." "All this just on a tip that might prove false?" Jorah asked. "It's either that or wander around Essos blindly, and at the very least Daenerys seems to be doing some good. I know my brother would have wanted me to help spread that good, as he would have done the same should he have been here," Sasuke stated, knowing that if Naruto had been in Daenerys' shoes, he would have done the same, and tried to free the slaves of Essos. "So I'll follow Daenerys until I find my brother, and I'll help her while I'm here." "I see, then I hope to work together then," Jorah stated, as he knew that Sasuke could out him if he wanted, just as he could him. But the difference was that Sasuke could retaliate if things escalated. Jorah would be dead. "Someone is coming," Sasuke muttered as he stood up. Jorah's eyes widened in alarm as it was the dead of night. Before he could follow Sasuke, he had already vanished. Inside Daenerys' tent, Dario had pledged his sword, and those of the Second Sons. "Well, it seems I had nothing to worry about," Sasuke said as he stepped out of the shadows, shocking Daenerys and the other two, as none had known that he had even been there the whole time. A small smirk graced Sasuke's face, as he always enjoyed how little people expected from him. "Sasuke, why are you here?" Daenerys demanded, as Dario sneaking in was bad enough, but for Sasuke to have slipped past her guards as well. That made her a bit irritated with her guard. "I sensed someone coming into camp, but figured that I'd see what they want," the Uchiha said as he sheathed his sword. "If you knew he was coming then, why didn't you do anything?" Daenerys questioned angrily, as she wondered what Sasuke's goal was. He followed her, and yet refused to call her his queen or acknowledge her claim to the throne. It unsettled her, but his power was too much to pass up after the display back in Estapper. He was ungodly powerful, and she needed that power on her side to take the Iron Throne. "Like I said, I wanted to see where things would go. Had he truly presented a threat to you, I would have killed him," Sasuke commented. "And what about Missandei's life?" "He had her at knife point," Daenerys asked as Dario and Missandei stood back. "Her life is of no concern to me." but I would have saved her before he could have slit her throat. Sasuke replied, before turning and walking away before Daenerys could really say anything. He's quite the character, Dario commented, as he wondered just how powerful that man was to speak to the Silver Queen like that and get away with it. The next day, Sasuke joined in as the leaders of Daenerys' army talked about how they could invade Yunkai, with Dario pointing out a back gate that they could lead a small group through in order to enter the city and allow the Unsullied army to charge through the front gate. Of course, Jorah seemed to be cautious of Dario's claims, worried that it was all to get him and Grey Worm alone so that he could kill them and cripple Daenerys' army, in exchange for a large sum of gold that the wise masters would surely give for their heads. Honestly, it was wise, as the man had just killed his leaders the day before. Not exactly an act that screamed loyalty. You have a very suspicious mind. In my experience, only dishonest people think this way, Dario countered, earning him a small smile from Sasuke, as it was true that Jorah had been a spy for Varys in the past, and had never told Daenerys this due to the fear of being exiled. Jorah turned towards Grey Worm. "You command the Unsullied, what do you say?" He asked the man who had been chosen as the leader of the 8,000 men Daenerys had bought and freed from a stapper. Daenerys and Grey Worm exchanged words in a language that Sasuke didn't understand, but then Daenerys spoke. "You'll leave tonight." "I'll join them as well, in case things go south," Sasuke announced, as he would be joining the three on this mission. He wasn't bound to any loyalty to Daenerys, so he could do as he pleased. The last thing he needed was this all to be a trap and for Daenerys to shoot herself in the foot. So he would go to ensure that everything went according to plan. "You're going?" Daenerys repeated, as she was shocked that the man had actually decided to act in this case. Sasuke nodded his head slightly. "I can't have either Jorah or Grey Worm dying. That would hinder your progress too much, so I'll go to make sure everything goes well," he said before taking his leave. "Thank you," Daenerys called out, but all she got was another nod from the Uchiha. He was a mystery to her, one that she didn't know if she'd ever find out about. But whatever his goals were, Jorah had advised her that he could be trusted for now. That was all she needed to know. And maybe one day, he would pledge his blade to her offecally. Things had not gone according to plan. Dario, Jorah, and Grey Worm had managed to get in through the gates, while Sasuke sneaked in over the wall, running up it in a spot that had no lights. The city didn't feel the need to guard an area where there was nothing but a wall, so he had to problem getting in, knocking out the slave guard who ran into him. However, when he went to meet up with the others, he saw that they were getting swarmed by soldiers. "Idiots," Sasuke muttered as he dropped from the top of the wall and impaled one of the men who attacked Jorah from behind with his sword. Jorah looked back in shock as Sasuke joined the brawl and proceeded to cut down man after man with his glowing blue blade. Jorah didn't envy the men Sasuke attacked, as his electrified sword burned the wounds shut as they were made. Not that it mattered, as Sasuke didn't fail to land a lethal strike on anyone who crossed his path. Despite being outnumbered heavily, they were each far more skilled than the guards. And Sasuke's magical prowess was a sight to behold as danced around his enemies with ease, his blade making short work of them. "That man is a beast," Dario exclaimed as he sliced the throat of one of the guards with his blade. He could see Sasuke tearing through enemy after enemy with that strange blade of his. "The three of you go on and take the city. I'll handle the security," Sasuke said as another swarm of guards came into the area. The smell of ozone was thick in the air as lighting sparked around Sasuke's sword. However, as the slave soldier looked upon the Uchiha, crimson-red eyes with 3 Tamo slowly turning in each one, and a sword that scared the wrath of the gods into them, they threw down their spears and fell to their knees. "Or I guess they could surrender," he quipped. Dario walked up to Sasuke, who put his sword away under his cloak. "I can see why Daenerys keeps you around. I have never seen such skill and power. Are you a warlock?" He asked the Uchiha, never having really seen such magic before, only mere parlor tricks to get coins from simpletons. "Don't compare me to them," Sasuke replied, feeling that it was insulting to compare him to the warlocks of Karth. He was far beyond them in skill and strength. So to anyone who is confused or making assumptions, Sasuke, while a major character, will not be a co-protagonist. "I didn't want to do the whole Dara Naruto god-tier clone thing," since this Naruto wouldn't be able to make a clone that could last that long. Also know, there will be no other Naruto characters appearing. So fear not guy who was scared I'd bring Hinata and Sakura into this. Anyways, please leave a review behind. If we reach 600 you'll get a full lemon scene. This is a joke, but if it does reach 600. Welp Chapter 14. Winterfell. Jon Snow found himself making his way to the dungeons of Winterfell, where the wildling group he had been a part of had been kept since they arrived. As he walked past the cells, he could hear them throwing insults and threats at him, but none of them mattered as he arrived at Ygritte's cell. "What do you want, Jon Snow? Here to rub your freedom in our faces?" "You know I didn't want this, Ygritte," Jon said, looking at the woman he loved. It pained him to see her like this in a cell, but it certainly was better than her being dead at his father's feet. "Lord Stark said that he will hear out what you have to say. He wishes to know more about what is going on beyond the wall. This is your chance to make your case before someone who is the hand of the king. I'm sure he could convince Naruto to let you and the rest come through," Jon said, hoping that she would see reason in his words. He knew Naruto was a kind ruler, and with the threat of the White Walkers coming, he knew that he would need his help. "Fuck off, like we would bend the knee to your king." Ygritte yelled at him, not willing to recognize any king besides Mance Rayder. "We're not asking you to," Jon replied as he didn't know what they would do. "Just give me some time, Ygritte. I promise you that I will make things right," Jon said before standing up and walking away. As he passed Tormund, the man looked away from Jon, his pride shattered as he had been captured by Kneelers and placed in a cell. As a member of the Free Folk, this was the worst thing that could have happened besides death. As Jon walked out of the dungeons, he found Ned waiting for him. His eyes were red and there was a letter in his hand. "What's wrong?" Jon asked as the older Stark looked over at his bastard. "Catelyn was murdered," he said as the wound was still fresh. He never expected to hear that his wife had been killed during a wedding. Robb had a whole army with him down there ready to defend them. And yet, that hadn't been enough to stop one of them from betraying them. Jon's eyes widened as he was at a loss for words. While he was never close to Catelyn due to her never accepting him into their family, he never wished death upon her. The news came as a shock to the system, as he had very little idea as to what had been going on in the South for the last few years. "Naruto is bringing her back here along with Robb, Sansa, and Arya will be transported from King's Landing to Winterfell," he told Jon. But his voice was hoarse and hollow, like he was going through the motions. He had lost so many over the years, his father, his brother, his sister, and now his wife. It struck like an arrow to the heart. Today, everyone wept at the news that Catelyn had been killed by the Boltons. Eddard had already sent out a group to capture Roos's bastard Ramsay at the Dreadfort and bring him back to Winterfell for his family's betrayal. He would face his crimes in Winterfell and likely be executed for conspiring with the Lannisters. Jon wanted to ask about what would happen to Ygritte and the others, but figured that Ned was in no condition to make choices like that at the moment. Time passed, and in the distance, one could see the joint Stark and Baratheon army coming up north towards Winterfell. They had left the Riverlands in the hands of Edmure and the Blackfish, while taking control of the Twins for themselves. Along with their armies, they also had all the men who had been captured and forced to take the Black for their part in the assassination of the Northern Army. At the helm of the army was Naruto and Robb. However, neither seemed cheerful as they were coming for a funeral. Behind them, a carriage carried Catelyn's body in a coffin in order to preserve her for the long journey back home so she could be put with the rest of the dead Starks in the crypts of Winterfell. As they arrived at Winterfell, this seemed almost familiar as last time he had been here it was with his father to pick up Ned to drag his ass to King's Landing. He could see Jon, Rickon, and Bran waiting with Ned, along with a massive woman who he had heard had been at Renly's camp. She was the one that was being accused of murdering his uncle, but had vanished after the whole ordeal. Ned, Naruto greeted as he walked up to the man who raised him for most of his life and gave him a hug. "I'm sorry, I should have been better." He wanted to say that if he had his full power, he would have easily destroyed everyone in that building. He would have moved faster than any of them could think. And if Catelyn still got stabbed, then he would use his power to heal her. But he couldn't. Naruto lived with the reality that he wasn't as strong as he once was. Had he been, he likely would have been able to weep Joffrey's armies aside on his own. "You did your best. You saved my son and my grandson," the Warden of the North replied. While he wished that Catelyn was still alive, he knew that Naruto couldn't have saved everyone. He was one man, powerful yes, but a single man in the end. And he managed to save Robb, Talisa, and their child at once. It was more than he would have been able to do, and for that he was forever grateful. Naruto patted the two boys on the shoulder, giving each a small smile as he knew that it was hard for them too, having lost their mother at such a young age. "Stay strong, you two," he said, hugging them before standing up and facing Jon. The bastard looked a bit unnerved as Naruto didn't quite look happy with him. "I heard you broke your oath," he said, crossing his arms. Ned had told him that Jon had broken his oath and slept with a woman, a wildling at that. "I told you that you'd regret joining them. But I bet she must be a hell of a woman," Naruto said, before Ned walked over silently to the carriage that had Catelyn's body on it. "I need to talk to you about something, when you have a second," Jon told Naruto, who looked back at him with firm blue eyes and nodded. Having settled into Winterfell, Naruto waited in his room for Jon to come and tell him what he wanted to talk about. As he polished his sword, he couldn't help but play back the events of that night, thinking about what he could have done differently. However, those thoughts were broken by the arrival of the snow. "So, what's up?" Naruto asked casually. "Want me to let your wildling girlfriend go free?" Jon looked a bit awkward as he knew that a lot of what he wanted to say might have sounded like a waste of time for the Baratheon, but he needed to talk to him about it. "There is an army of over 100,000 wildlings coming towards the wall as we speak. They want to come down to Westeros in order to escape creatures called the White Walkers." Jon started to explain the situation at hand to the King of Westeros. White Walkers have the ability to raise the dead if all those people die. They would just become more of his whites. And the more whites they gain, the worse the problem will be later on once they arrive at the wall. Closing his eyes, Naruto rubbed his temples as he thought about the situation. Wildlings were known for their less than civilized behavior. Some of them had been known to be cannibals and would eat members of the Watch that they managed to capture. "And you want me to? Just let them pass. 100,000 is no small amount of Jon. Where am I supposed to put them?" Naruto questioned, as there was only so much space in his kingdom, and the land beyond the wall was as big as it. "I don't know. Isn't there a place where we can put them?" Jon asked. "That wildling really got into your heart, huh?" Naruto asked, a small smirk on his face as the Stark bastard blushed at the comment. But from the vision he got from Melisandre's fire, he knew that the White Walkers weren't a minor threat. They had the potential to destroy all of Westeros if they were allowed to run loose. Adding an extra 100,000 problems to that threat wasn't ideal. "Would they bend the knee?" Naruto asked, wondering if they would even follow their laws if they were allowed in. Jon fell silent as he knew that the free folk would not bow to Naruto's command. "I see," Naruto said as Jon didn't answer his question. Jon couldn't even look the young king in the eyes and lie that they could. He was kind and merciful, but he wasn't an idiot. That many people running rampant would cause an untold number of problems for the people wherever they settled. Still, he had to weigh his options. "I want to speak with these people," Naruto said, wanting to see what the situation was from their mouths. Jon looked surprised as Naruto seemed open to talk with them. Nodding his head, Jon took Naruto down to where the captured wildlings were being held. Looking at the people, they definitely looked a bit more savage than the average person. But he had met people in the hill tribes that looked worse. They found Osha talking to Ygritte on arrival. "It's not so bad. The Starks keep me safe, give me food, and don't ask much," Osha said, feeling that she had been treated rather well by the family since her capture. She knew that she was lucky, as others had been killed on the spot, but had been given the opportunity to live beyond the wall, and while different it wasn't that bad. "You bent the knee to these bastard Osha. You should be ashamed," Tormund yelled at the woman from his cell. However, before she could respond, she heard Naruto and Jon approaching. Looking back, this was her first time seeing the king. She had heard so much about him, but looking into his blue eyes that held a slight glow to them, she couldn't help but be reminded of the White Walkers. She had heard of the overwhelming strength of the king from the Starks, how he could down a bear with his hands as a child, and run faster than any horse. "Why have you come back, Jon Snow?" Ygritte bit back, still hurt by Jon's betrayal. "Feisty one, Jon, you know how to pick them, huh?" Naruto chuckled as he walked up to the cells and kneeled down to look Ygritte in the eyes. "Do you know who I am?" "Like we care, Kneeler," she responded bitterly. "I am King Naruto of House Baratheon. I guess you can say I rule everything south of the wall." He introduced himself only for one of the wildlings to spit in his direction. But Naruto didn't react to the indecency. In the end, he was the one on the other side of the cell. "Tell me, why should I let your people pass the wall?" he asked plainly to see what she would say. "I have an army with me, 2 for the matter. Enough to man the wall 4 times over, and frankly, if it saves lives, I'm okay with letting your people resettle in safely. But I need to know a few things first." Ygritte glared at the man before her, but staring into those blue eyes, she couldn't help but feel small. It was like she was staring down a monster in human skin. "We follow Mance Rayder, no one else. We will not surrender to your laws," she declared firmly, as she knew that the vast majority of the free folk following Mance wouldn't follow the laws of the South, and many tribes would likely break off as soon as they made it past the wall. "What are you all running from?" Naruto pressed. "The White Walkers. Explain." Naruto spent the next hour listening to them recount the various experiences that they had with the White Walkers and their whites. Osha told Naruto about what had happened to her beloved husband, who had disappeared and returned one night as an undead. How she had to burn her hut along with him to the ground to get away. How stabbing him in the heart seemed to do nothing, not even getting a reaction from the revived man. After it all, Naruto seemed to have a rather decent picture of what was going on beyond the wall. "I want to speak with this king beyond the wall. Hopefully we can find a solution to the issue," he replied as he stood up and looked at Jon. "I have an idea," he said, looking at the guards. "Let them out of their cells. They'll be allowed to wander around Winterfell, but they're not allowed to leave the castle, and if they are seen taking a weapon without permission or attacking people, kill them on the spot," he commanded as he looked back at the group. "Consider this a thanks for answering my questions. Don't make me regret it." The day had come for the funeral of Catelyn Stark, as Ned and Robb carried her into the crypt, where she was placed along with the other fallen Starks. A statue of her erected over her tomb. Northern funerals weren't as complex as those of the South. There were typically no painted rocks or preparations. But given Kat's belief in the Seven, the Silent Sisters had prepared her body for the burial as they would have normally. It was a marriage of both styles of funerals. Naruto held both Sansa and Arya as they cried at the sight of their mother being entombed. He blamed himself for her death, feeling that he could have done more. Still, he got revenge. Both Roose and Walder were dead now. Their men had been taken and were brought to the Night's Watch or imprisoned. Still, that didn't bring Catelyn back from the dead. "I swear to the 2 of you, I'll make my mother and brother pay for what they have done," he muttered as after raiding the twins for any information as to what led to all this. They found letters from the Lannisters promising titles and land if they assisted them in taking out the Stark army in the Riverlands. Soon Ned and Robb returned from the crypt with somber looks on their faces as the 2 girls ran up to them, deciding to let the family have some space to grieve. Naruto went off to find Jon Snow, who had been getting ready to return to the wall, along with the small army that Ned had gathered to reinforce the security there. "So have you talked to your lovely wildling?" Naruto asked Jon as he saw him putting stuff up on his horse. "She's not my wildling," Jon responded. "Jon, you love her," Naruto pointed out, jabbing his side. "I only did it so I could make it back to the Night's Watch," the bastard said in return. "Don't you know it's a crime to lie to your king?" Naruto asked, quoting his father. Of course he could feel that Jon was lying to him about his feelings. "I'm not." "I can feel you lying." Jon glared at Naruto for a second as the king gave him a wide smirk. "Fine, I love her. Are you happy now, your grace?" Jon asked angrily that he had been pushed to say it. However, all Naruto did was chuckle and point behind him as Ygritte had been walking up to them. Looking surprised, as Jon admitted that he actually had feelings for her, despite his oath. "I'll be riding up to the wall with you. I'll be stationing around 1,000 of my own soldiers, along with those that Ned is sending. At least until this crisis is resolved." Naruto said, as he was planning on talking with Mance in person to see if they would take his offer. If they did, then hopefully this issue would be resolved. If not, then it was war. Ygritte looked a bit irate about the thought of thousands of kneelers coming to the aid of the Night's Watch. Then, there were also the prisoners that Naruto was bringing with him. Around 200 Frey soldiers that had been captured and brought north. The threat of the wall plus the additional soldiers made their attempt seem even more risky than before. However, at the moment, she was also distracted at the fact that Jon had admitted that he did actually love her despite his betrayal. We'll ride in a few hours. Beyond the wall, Naruto had left Jon and his armies at the wall, ordering his men to spread out and start to resupply the castles of the Watch. One of the most shocking commands that he had given had been for 300 men to get the Night Fort back in functional condition. It had been the main base of the Night's Watch for ages before it was abandoned, and it held many secrets that could help them against the incoming Wildling army and the White Walkers. He ordered his Kingsguard to stay back and help get the Watch back up to scoff. He also didn't want to appear more hostile by appearing before the Horde with guards at his side. As he came close to where Jon had told him that the camp would be, he could hear more and more movement around him. An arrow shot out of the brush towards his horse's neck, but he managed to catch it before it struck. "I don't want to fight. I wish to speak with Mance Rayder," he declared as he halted his charge. His eyes darted from side to side as he kept track of all the wildlings around him. They were good at covering their tracks using their environment. They couldn't hide their intent. Finally, one came out holding a rudimentary weapon pointed at him. It looked like a cheap spear made out of things you would find in the woods. "Why do you want to talk to the king beyond the wall?" he asked cautiously of the strange man who would come into the heart of their territory by themselves without fear. "I am King Naruto Baratheon, King of the Seven Kingdoms. I came here to offer Mance and his people a chance to get past the wall," he said seriously, a statement that shocked the wildling. He wanted to call the man a liar, but if he wasn't, then it wasn't his place to turn the offer down. "Follow us then. But draw your weapon and be sure that you'll end up in the next stew," he said before a dozen other wildlings came out of the woods around him, surrounding him before they started to lead him back towards their camp. It was one man. What could he even do? As they arrived, Naruto saw the state of the people he had come to offer salvation. They had less than nothing in some cases, living out of tents with just a few furs and weapons to their name. His eyes widened as he saw a giant for the first time in his life, never having met someone that tall before. They were massive compared to the average man. Walking through camp, his presence drew the attention of several of the wildlings, as if they could tell that he wasn't one of them. He was sure that his clothing was likely the culprit. Naruto had never really been around 100,000 people at once, but the sheer scale of force was staggering. Eventually, he was led to what appeared to be the closest thing to a command tent that he had seen. That was where he was met with Mance Rayder, who stepped outside when they arrived. Given what one had to do in order to obtain the title of king beyond the wall, Naruto had to respect the man on some level. He heard that the many tribes were vastly different, spoke different languages, and had different customs. To unite them all under him was a great feat alone. Mance Rayder. Naruto asked the approaching man, "And who are you?" Mance asked, wondering who this strange man was. "He calls himself the King of Seven Kingdoms." One of the wildlings who had shown him the way replied to his leader. "Naruto Baratheon," as he said, "I am the King of the Seven Kingdoms, and I came here to offer you and your people a path out of the north in order to escape the White Walkers before their armies descend upon you," the Baratheon stated, much to the surprise of Mance and any of the wildlings who could understand what he was saying. To have the leader of the people who built the wall come down and offer them the chance to cross it without battle was something that many didn't expect, and just as many didn't like. "That is unexpected," Mance replied as he looked back at his tent and motioned for Naruto to follow. As they walked in, they were soon met with several other wildlings who Naruto assumed were the leaders of the other factions that had joined under Mance. "So you wish to let us cross the wall? What do you wish for in return? I doubt that you're doing that out of the goodness of your heart," the wildling leader stated, as this all seemed to be kind to him. "I feel like letting your cross would benefit both of us." After all, if you and all your people fall to the White Walkers, from what Ygritte told me, you'll all just be added to their forces, Naruto told them. Ygritte. That bitch betrayed us. One of the leaders yelled as he assumed that if the kneelers knew of their plight from her, then she had likely gotten over the wall and sided with them. Mance raised his hand to silence the wildling lord. I doubt that, he said before narrowing his eyes towards Naruto. Where is Ygritte? He asked, wondering where she was. And with her would hopefully be the others. She was captured by the Starks along with some of her allies. Some died fighting back, however, Naruto answered honestly. However, she is safe inside of Winterfell. I ordered for her and her men to be treated as guests. However, due to the plan you had in store, they aren't allowed to leave until this is all settled. So you're holding them hostage, Mance replied, crossing his arms as he stated it plainly. No, because even if you refuse my offer, I wouldn't bring her any harm, he countered as he walked over towards a map that they had painted onto a hide. And I would implore you to listen, as since then I have reinforced the wall with thousands of soldiers. The wall will be more prepared for your invasion than it will have been in decades, he said as the tails of his cloak shifted as if they had a life of their own, which unsettled some of the wildlings. So what do you offer? I'll allow you all safe passage through the wall. There is an area of land on the other side of the wall called the Gift. I will allow you and your people to settle within those lands until the threat of the White Walkers is over. However, this all comes under the condition that while on the other side of the wall, you shall all respect my laws. That includes not raiding any villages or attacking anyone traveling on the roads, Naruto offered as he didn't want them to die and become something worse. You intend to subjugate us, one of the lords yelled at Naruto, smashing his war club on the table. We will not obey your laws neither. We will not change centuries of tradition for something we can take, he cried out, some of the other lords cheering with him. Naruto looked at the man with narrowed eyes. You think I would allow 100,000 people to enter my kingdom without restraint? I am generous, but I am not a fucking moron. I know of some of the practices that some tribes have. I will not tolerate that, so that is my offer. You may take it, or I'll leave and prepare for war, Naruto declared before one of the lords swung their weapon at him. So that is your answer, Naruto yelled as he caught the sword and broke it with his bare hand, shocking everyone in the tent. Mance, is this your answer too? Mance looked like he was conflicted. On one hand, this would avoid bloodshed, but he knew that a large portion of his people would revolt if he agreed to follow the South's laws. They would see him as a kneeler and break away from him. Infighting would begin and everything would fall apart. What makes us the free folk is that very freedom we would be giving up if I agreed to your laws. To many of us, that is too much to give up, Mance replied. Then it's war, Naruto stated before walking out of the tent. The wall, Naruto and John looked down from atop of the wall, a frown on their faces as they saw the approaching wildling army. For the first time in ages, the wall was completely armed. A letter to the nearby lords had asked them to send more men to join them. Naruto had assumed full command over the wall as his men made up the majority of the forces. Are you ready, John? Naruto asked the Stark. He had recently returned from his own quest to end the traitors that had taken up Craster's Keep after they betrayed the Watch. His mission had ended well, and he returned to the wall with those he had liberated from the keep. Naruto didn't care if they were wildlings or not. They knew things about the White Walkers that were invaluable. I wish it didn't have to end this way, John said, having gotten close to the wildlings during his time with them. I wish the same, but I refuse to let beasts rampage across my kingdom, the king stated as he saw people start to come out of the woods. It begins. Archers. Naruto called out as he raised his hand up. Fire! The night sky was lit up by hundreds of orange-red lights as the flaming arrows fired off from the wall. As they landed in the woods, some hit the wildlings while others stabbed into the nearby trees, igniting the woods. That was part of their battle plan, to cause a great forest fire to trap them inside of a burning prison. The smoke would cause them to either flee out of the woods or suffocate. Despite that, many of the free folk managed to get through the woods and started to climb the wall. I'm going down there. When you see the opportunity, drop the scythe on them, Naruto said. Drawing his sword, stepping onto the edge of the wall and looking down at the climbing wildlings. Naruto had changed into a new armor that he had been gifted by the Iron Bank as a sign of trust between them as they entered a new alliance. Their deal tied the Seven Kingdoms and the Iron Bank of Bravos closer than ever before. As such, they had fashioned him a suit of armor made of Valyrian steel. He had no idea how valuable the armor would be in terms of gold, but he figured that he could buy an army with it alone. It was decorated with etchings of foxes and weirwood trees. On each shoulder was the symbol of a stag. It represented much of his persona. He was known for his consistent symbolism of foxes, having been associated with them since his youth. The weirwoods due to being connected heavily to the Starks and the North. And the stag from his father's house. One thing missing was the lion. Having rejected his mother's house, it seemed that the Iron Bank felt it was right to exclude them from the armor. Cover the king. John yelled as Naruto jumped off the wall. Naruto spun in the air as he sliced through a wildling and slammed onto another, using them as a platform to leap towards another. Running on the surface of the wall, his blade a mere beam of light as he sliced through those who were trying to scale upward. Arrows rained down as they shot down several of the men around their king as he cleaved through the climbers. Alistair Thorne looked down at the king with awe as he remembered all the rumors that he had heard about him. Watching him cut down man after man solidified in his mind that everything was true. Leaping off the side of the wall, Naruto landed on one of the giants. His blade sliced through his chest, cleaving through his heart and stomach like butter. As the giant fell, his blood slashed over Naruto, who looked up with glowing red eyes. The gates behind him opened as hundreds of Northern and Baratheon men rushed out to join the battle directly. Rushing forward, led the charge, finding the man who had attacked him during his meeting with Mance. The man's eyes widened before he was bisected by the king. The sight of one of their commanders being cut down so easily was enough to shock those who saw, leaving them in open for Naruto's cavalry to rush in and slaughter them. Naruto grunted as an arrow managed to land on him, but was blocked by the armor. His new armor seemed to be doing a great job at blocking anything that came his way. The free folks' rudimentary weapons proved completely ineffective against him. Their swords couldn't cut through, and their clubs couldn't dent the armor. However, as he was caught up fighting a swarm of wildlings, a giant rushed at him and hit him with his club. The wind was knocked out of him as he was sent into the air. His bones rattled from the force behind the blow. Landing on all four, he coughed up some blood as despite the armor he wore, it didn't help much with such a massive level of force. His red aura thickened as the remnants of Kurama's chakra worked to heal the damage that he had suffered. Damn, that really hurt, Naruto said before jumping out of the way of another giant. Two clones appeared, one to catch him while the other rushed at the giant. Thanks to his speed, he managed to get inside of the giant's guard and sliced through his heel. However, before he could kill the giant, an arrow hit the clone's head. All around him, he could hear the sounds of war. It reminded him of the Battle of the Den. Only this time, his enemies were completely outmatched due to lack of proper weapons and armor. They lacked the training to keep up with knights. I wish it didn't have to be this way, Naruto said to the giant as more wildlings surrounded him. The fire from the woods had caught up and was igniting everything around them. Enough, another voice said as Mance walked up towards Naruto. His face was bleeding as he had been caught in a rough fight. There has been enough death for today, he said, looking around the hellscape. Above them, he could see the giant pendulum that had swept across the wall, turning those who had followed him to battle into bloody smears. We surrender, he said as he knew that if things kept up, he would only lose more and more free folk. He felt stupid for not accepting the king's offer. He had allowed their pride as free folk to blind them of the bigger picture. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice, and here we go. Happy Thanksgiving to those that celebrate it. Please review later. Chapter 15, Castle Black sells Naruto side, as he walked into the dungeons of Castle Black to meet with Mance Rayder. As commander of the enemy army, he had to be taken into custody as a show that they were not playing games. After the man surrendered, many of the wildlings who strongly opposed it fled the wall back north. Only about 20,000 of the original 100,000 wildlings were brought over to the other side of the wall, despite the protests from the Night's Watch. Many had wanted Mance to be executed, but Naruto stayed those thoughts and ordered that Mance be kept alive. Killing him would only cause the situation with the wildlings to become more unpredictable. He needed the king beyond the wall alive. The battle had been disastrous to the free folk. They had been slaughtered by the forces that Naruto had been brought into the battle. Many of the people that he had allowed to pass weren't even warriors. Some were even children. Around just as many wildlings had fled north to a place called Hardhome. John, who recently had been named Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, had wanted to go up north with ships and evacuate them back to the north to rejoin the ones that he had allowed into the gift. A decision that was widely opposed by the remaining members, but both knew that if they were just left there then, they would just join the White Walkers as undead. He had called Stannis north with his Royal Navy to help with this. Sailing them back down past the wall was easier than making them march. His soldiers were keeping the peace among the wildlings on the other side of the wall. Any who tried to flee south were captured. If they fought back then they were likely dead now. Mance, Naruto said, opening the cell door and stepping inside. He had no fear of the man. His hands were chained, and Naruto knew that he held too much power to be beaten by the wildling in direct combat. As promised, I have let your people through. John is heading north to go and convince the rest to rejoin him. I even let him take with him those I had at Winterfell. I wish that you had just taken my offer from the start, the king lamented. Mance sighed as he knew that his choice to fight had been his undoing. Of course, he also knew that had he taken the path of bending the knee to Naruto, he would have lost the trust of just as many. A new king beyond the wall would have risen and mounted an assault against the Watch. As long as they're safe, that is all that matters, he said as he anticipated that his fate was death. He had led a charge against the south. Any king would have put him to the sword or worse. Right, and with this over I must head back south. My kingdom needs its ruler, and I have a war to fight of my own, Naruto stated. Knowing that he still had to deal with his older brother, and he had been in the north for months now. He had left everything in the hands of his small council, and was nearly blind to what had happened beyond the military updates Stannis had sent him. But he needed to see what was going on. Dealing with kneeling down to look Mance in the eyes. I don't have the resources to manage your people, nor do I have their respect. All I have is their fear. And I don't like rulers with fear. Fear is not the path to true peace, he said, knowing that those he had let through didn't truly want to be under him. They appreciated that he had allowed them through the wall once Mance surrendered, but that was all. He couldn't just walk up and lead them. I want you to continue to be their leader. Many still see you as their leader, and I believe that in the end you have their needs at heart. So I'll let you go back to them, settle the gift with you as their leader. But I have another proposition for you. If you help me fight my war, I'll let you all remain even after the White Walkers are dealt with, Naruto offered. And if I can't add them to your army, Mance asked back, then you may all stay in the gift until the White Walkers are history, then return beyond the wall. By that point, the reason to go south would be gone, so you'd be able to return, Naruto stated as it was his condition to try and get more people to his side. If he could get the wildling army on his side, he would have a massive advantage against his brother. But I want there to be peace between everyone, Mance. I don't want to have another conflict like this. I'll try, Mance replied. The gift Naruto arrived at the wildling camp with Mance and his Kingsguard. With help from his men, it seemed that the wildlings that had made it past the wall had been doing well settling it. The region had been vastly unpopulated, so there was little to no risk that they would cause issues with his subjects. However, what he wanted most was their military potential. As they arrived, many of the wildlings cried out in cheer as they saw that Mance Rayder was alive and well. Many had been anxious that he had been executed by the Kneelers, but to see that those fears were unproven was a relief. I'll have you report to House Stark from now on, Mance. The Watch is still prejudiced against your people. Ned, on the other hand, understands that this is for the best. We'll have you equipped with materials and food until you can get crop production moving. You're also allowed to trade with anyone in the north as long as it remains peaceful, Naruto said as they rode towards the central tent that had been set up by his men. I still can't believe that we actually made it past that blasted wall, Mance said as he walked into the tent with Naruto behind him. He was thankful that he still had his life. He thought that defeat meant death, But this king was different. Looking at the king of the 7 kingdoms, he couldn't help but trust him. Not once had he broken his word. All those who surrendered to him were allowed safe passage, only being punished if they broke the agreement. "I wish more of you had," Naruto said, pouring both of them a drink of wine before handing one to Mance. "Dornish had it brought from Winterfell to celebrate," Naruto said, raising his chalice for a toast. "To the free folk, may you prosper freely," he said with a small smile, as he wanted Mance to know that he was here to truly help his people. Mance looked at the cup before raising it. "To King Naruto, may you rule till old age," Mance replied. The young king was likable enough. A bit bold and rash, but it seemed that unlike previous monarchs, he had a good heart. The two continued to talk deep into the night as they ironed out their alliance. Many of the other leaders of the wildlings had come to join in. Like Mance, they found Naruto to be not half bad compared to what they had heard of those of the south. Of course, they had never been treated this well. For the first time in who knew how long, they had plenty of food. Some feared that their people would become too comfortable with southern living, but figured that if it meant that they wouldn't die to the White Walkers, it was well worth it. As Naruto and Mance sat outside around a fire the wildlings had set up, Naruto saw something in the fire. His eyes glassed over slightly as he saw his sister. "Dead, Michella," Naruto muttered as Mance looked at the Southern King with a worried expression. The whole time that he had known this strange young man, he never faltered like this. "Your Grace?" Sir Barristan asked as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto let out a breath as he looked back at Sir Barristan before looking back at the fire. "I'm fine. I think I just had too much to drink," Naruto said as he stood up and walked back to the tent that he had taken for himself. Having recovered from the night before, Naruto decided to ride back to King's Landing. His mind was still thinking about that vision of Michella dying. He needed to get back home and see what was going on in his kingdom while he was away. He left the wildling situation in Jon and Rob's hands. With him, Ned had decided to return to King's Landing to continue his duty as Hand of the King. Now that his home was stabilized again, he had no reason to stay there when he had a duty and oath to uphold, even if he wanted to stay home. To that extent, he had formally passed on his title of Warden of the North to Robb. His son had now succeeded him and was preparing for the last assault against the Lannisters. King's Landing, it had taken them a few months to reach King's Landing again, but as such they were now back in the thick of it all. Luckily, it seemed that the war had still been at a standstill, as the Lannisters and Tyrells didn't have the forces to attack, and Stannis didn't have the manpower to break through on his own. As such, he decided to take a few days to himself and recover from the constant stress. He had sent some ravens out to find out about his sister, the visions in the fire having worried him. As he rested in his baths within the Red Keep, he heard someone enter. Looking back, he saw Sansa walking towards him with a towel wrapped around her. "Mind if I join you?" she asked, her face red as she was naked under the towel. She wasn't normally one to be this forward, but after not seeing him for so long, she decided that she wanted to progress their relationship. They had already entered one before he left to go to the wall, and since then they barely saw each other. She wanted more. She wanted to be his queen. "Sure," he replied as she let her towel drop and entered the water beside him. "Sansa, what brought this on?" he wondered as he didn't know what was going on. "I want to marry you. I've talked to Arya, and she agreed that it was fine if I married you first," she explained, as Arya was still too young to marry, let alone fill in as queen. Taking a deep breath, Sansa decided to make her move. She shifted over him and looked down at him like a wolf eyeing her prey, her red hair framing her face as she gazed into his blue eyes. "I want you," she said before claiming his lips. Naruto's eyes widened as she kissed him. He never expected this from Sansa, but it seemed that she had grown during his time away. Having met with her brother's wife and thinking back to her experiences with Joffrey, she didn't want to wait any longer. She had loved Naruto long enough, and he replicated her feelings for him, so she would have her prey. She moaned softly against his lips, feeling something stiff pressing against her lower lips. His arms wrapped around her, holding her close as their lips danced with one another while their tongues engaged in a duel for supremacy. Her chest pressed against his, her hands trailing down the sides of his body, feeling the toned muscle that came with years of training. She always knew that Naruto was well built, but she never really imagined just how he looked under his clothing. Naruto's hands trailed down her back and cupped her rear, earning a sharp gasp from the red head, who had never been touched like that. His fingers were electrifying to her as they moved down her back. Feeling his hands grip her ass was a new sensation. They were rough and yet not like those of someone who had used a sword for decades, filled with calluses, but rather someone who had worked hard for years. Parting from his lips, she lifted herself onto her knees, the head of his manhood aimed up at her. All she had to do was lower herself, and her maidenhood would be his. "I love you," she said, holding onto his shoulder. "I'm yours." "I love you too, Sansa," Naruto replied. As those words left his mouth, Sansa descended on him, skewering herself on his rod, her cries echoing in the bath chambers, a sharp pain circulating through her. She always heard that losing one's virginity was painful, but it never really prepared her for the real thing. It was unlike being tortured by Joffrey. It was painful, but with it came a sort of joy that it had been the man she loved to have taken her first time. Her breath was heavy as she never felt full like this. She had taken his whole length at once, dropping herself all the way until their hips met together. After a moment, her pain subsided and she began to move. Her hips gyrated up and down onto Naruto. Their moans filled the bath halls. Both gave each other their first time. Naruto could feel her lower chamber wrapping around him, squeezing from all angles as they basked in their act. Her breath grew heavy as she felt a pressure building in her stomach, a growing knot that grew more and more present each time he plunged into her. Her nails dug into his shoulder as she threw her head back and moaned loudly, her breast bouncing with each thrust against him. Naruto matched her every move, thrusting into her each time she came down on him. He could feel his limit getting near. Their bodies moved as one as he cupped her face and brought her down, claiming her lips once again, holding her close as he prepared to come in her. Their kiss muffled their moans as he felt her coiling around him. "Fuck!" Naruto grunted as he thrusted one last time into her, planting his seed inside of the redhead. Sansa let out a scream as her mind was overwhelmed by the climax. Her body shook as she felt that knot undo itself, and all that pressure exited her body, not replaced by a warm feeling in her womb. The two took deep breaths as they calmed down a bit, Naruto still inside of her. Leaning down, Sansa rested her head against his chest. "My king," she cooed as she drew circles on his chest, a feeling of satisfaction washing over her. "Council room, your grace," Varys said as he walked up to the king, who had entered the small council chambers and was ready for a full breakdown of what had happened while he was preoccupied. "It's been quite some time," he said, recalling that it had been nearly a year since his king had left for the Riverlands and later the North. He never expected that the young king would go on an entire campaign with the Night's Watch. The whole thing sounded insane, but still he understood why if everything was to be believed. "How about we begin with financing?" Tycho said as he opened a scroll and placed it on the table for the king to read. "As per our agreement, we at the Iron Bank have balanced your kingdom's budget, borrowing enough to fulfill the expectations of your people, while placing a foundation that will allow you to pay back the loan and still make a profit. We are still working on strengthening the economic strength of the kingdom, but until this war is resolved, it's difficult." Tycho told them, as he couldn't exactly balance the needs of the whole kingdom, as parts were still in rebellion against Naruto. "As for the war," Stannis said, scowling as he had been left to govern for longer than he would have liked. "The Tyrells and Lannisters seem to be amassing their forces, but have focused on fortifying themselves. However, the death of Joffrey has thrown a wrench in it all," Stannis said, much to the shock of Naruto. "Wait, hold on, Joffrey's dead? Like, not alive? When did this happen?" Naruto questioned, as he figured that he should have been told about this. "Not long ago. It seems that your uncle Tyrion poisoned him during his wedding to the Tyrell woman. People have been calling it the Purple Wedding. Your uncle was trialed and opted for a trial by combat, where Oberyn Martell volunteered to represent Tyrion against your mother's champion, the Mountain. However, Oberyn lost and was killed in battle," Varys told Naruto with a saddened expression, and many mourned the death of the Viper. Dorne had been in an uproar since then, many demanding that they declare war against the Lannisters. "Your brother Tommen has been brought up as the next king, after Joffrey and Margaery have agreed." to marry him in Joffrey's stead in order to maintain their alliance to the Lannisters. As such, despite our best efforts to convince the houses of the area that by birthright the kingdom is yours, they remain loyal, Tycho explained, as it seemed that even if the main issue had passed away, the Lion refused to quit. Have we reached out to Dorne to offer an alliance against the Lannisters? Naruto asked, as he wondered if he could use this to gain them as yet another ally in his war. He didn't like that he would have to go to war against Tommen. His younger brother was always a kind boy. Maybe he would have better luck with him than Joffrey. Dorne has refused to answer, but it seems that your other uncle Jaime has gone to Dorne. My little birds have told me that Prince Doran seems intent on abstaining from war, choosing to not mobilize his troops, despite there being mass support for him to march against the Lannisters. From what I heard, it seems that your sister and his son have quite the budding relationship as well, Varys told Naruto, giving the king a look that told him that Varys knew more than he let on. Naruto sighed, as he had hoped that Dorne would side with him given the news. However, this also presented an opportunity to attack Casterly Rock and finally end this war. Stannies, do you think that we could take Casterly Rock if we united the Stark, Tully, and Baratheon armies? He asked his master of ships. If he could take that, he would in essence put down the Lannisters. Should we attack? The chances are that we would be stuck in a long siege against them. Plus, there is also the problem of the Ironborn. While they were beaten back, they are still at large. With the North's forces divided, they cannot mount an attack to put down their rebellion. As we speak, northern towns still suffer from raids, Stannis told his nephew without mincing words. The war had turned in their favor. No one could deny them that. The North was secured. The Tyrell Lannister army had been cut down immensely during their attempt to take King's Landing, and their debt to the Iron Bank had been repaid. All that was left was to end the war. Do not forget about the Vale, Stannis, Ned interjected. From what I heard, Lord Baelish has taken up the role of Lord Protector of the Vale, and he is very much not an ally of ours. Should we mobilize against the Westerlands? The Vale could come up from behind and pincer us, the Northerner said, as he feared that Jon Arryn's house might end up being their undoing if they weren't careful. Many houses of the Vale have been less than happy with the turn of events. The head of House Royce, Lord Yohn Royce, seems to have a less than favorable attitude towards Littlefinger. He's loyal to House Arryn, however he has shown great displeasure in Lysa and Robin Arryn. We have evidence that the Lannisters, Littlefinger, and even Lysa Arryn were involved with the death of Jon Arryn. With that, we could maybe spark a rebellion in the Vale and place House Royce in power once again, Varys suggested. As he had discovered communications between Petyr Baelish and Lysa Arryn as well as Tywin Lannister. Send an envoy to Runestone with the evidence. Have them try and convince Yohn that those currently in power over the Vale are traitors to the house he swore allegiance to. Naruto commanded, as he hoped that by throwing the Vale into civil war, he could possibly take another kingdom to his side. With luck, if Yohn saw the truth, and maybe enough lords would side with House Royce, and the takeover would be over without bloodshed. Anything else that needs to be discussed? Tycho asked the group. Ah yes, word from my spy in Daenerys's has told me that she has now taken Meereen, but has been having quite a few issues. One of which includes controlling her dragons, Varys mentioned, as Sasuk's report had gotten back to him. He also seems quite eager to meet with you, Your Grace, the eunuch stated. His name is Sasuk Uchiha, if that rings a bell. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard that name for the first time in ages. Sasuk, he repeated. A smile made its way onto his face as he realized that he wasn't alone here after all. Tell him, I can't wait to meet him too. Meereen, walking down the streets of the now liberated city, was Sasuk Uchiha. Many of those who stood in his way promptly made their way out of it. It was no secret that aside from the dragons, Sasuk was the strongest force being Daenerys' army. He might even be stronger than the 3 dragons from the rumors that had been spread around. Some say that he held lightning in his hand and could curse people to have horrible dreams. Sasuk wasn't exactly happy with how things were going. It seemed that the cities that the Mother of Dragons had liberated needed to be liberated again, as the slavers tried to claw back their power. It had gone well, with minimal blood being spilled in the end. but something had been revealed to him since they entered Mirin. He had been lied to. He had joined and protected Daenerys because he had been told that she was to marry Naruto and help establish peace. But now he saw that Daenerys seemed to have other plans, as she had taken Dario as a lover, often spending her nights with him. She seemed intent on taking back the Iron Throne through war instead of peacefully, as he had been told. He wondered how she would react when he eventually betrayed her for Naruto. He could always leave and join Naruto, but he figured keeping tabs on her was better in case she ever did make it over there. Worst case, if things went south, he could kill her and be done with it. Hearing what appeared to be a riot, he rushed over to what appeared to be an execution. He saw the beheaded body of the man that sat on Daenerys' council, as everyone seemed to be upset by the death. He saw the queen being escorted to safety away from the riot by the Unsullied. "Pathetic," he muttered as he unleashed his killing intent, and his hand was ignited in sparks. In an instant, the riot ended, as the sounds of thousands of birds filled the air, as Sasuke jumped into the middle of it all. His red eyes looking back at the crowd, with lightning in his hand. "I suggest you all return to your homes. It would be unhealthy for you to stay here," he threatened as he used his Sharingan to help sway those around him to stop rioting and return to where they came from. As the crowd dispersed, the Unsullied let Daenerys approach Sasuke, who had his back towards her. "Thank you again, Sass." Before she could finish what she was saying, Sasuke turned and walked past her, dispersing his Chidori. "We'll talk inside," Sasuke said coolly as he ignored the looks that the Unsullied were giving him. Over the last few months, they had learned that fighting against the strange man was just asking for a meaningless death. In battle, Sasuke had proven himself unmatched. None had been able to match him in single combat, and even in a group they had a tough time making him even sweat. As they got inside, away from the eyes of the public, Sasuke turned back to Daenerys and slapped her across the face, his own apathetic as she fell to the ground. Dany looked up at the Uchiha with wide eyes as she held her stinging cheek in shock that anyone would dare strike her like that. "What a pathetic display. You call yourself a queen, and yet you foolishly act like this," Sasuke said, drawing his sword and pointing it at her. "Your power comes from the people you have liberated, those who chanted for you. Once you saw that they wanted the man to be given another chance, you should have used your brain and let him live. Giving him a lesser punishment aside from death," Sasuke stated as he almost felt like slaying the white-haired queen. She had made several stupid choices since arriving in Mirin, such as banishing Jorah when she learned that he had been a spy. She was getting on his nerves. "How dare you?" Dario started as he went to draw his sword, but felt his shoulder become lighter. The entire world started to spin as it seemed like he was getting closer to the ground. As his vision spun, he saw his own headless body standing there as the head hit the ground, blood leaking from the neck onto his face. Next thing he knew, he was back to normal, his head on his shoulder and everything. His hand shot to his neck as he stumbled back in shock. "Careful who you draw your sword against, Dario. Next time it might not be an illusion," Sasuke said before looking back at Daenerys, who was picking herself off the ground. "I hope that you prove to be better than your display today have shown," the Uchiha said before pulling a bag off his hip and throwing it towards Grey Worm. "It's severed heads," Grey Worm said as he saw the masked faces of the Sons of the Harpy. "I was attacked by the Sons of the Harpy today. After interrogating some of them, it seems some of the great masters of the city are still against your rule," he told Daenerys before walking away from her. "I'll trust that you know what to do now," Sasuke stated as he figured that the Targaryen would do what must be done to stop this insurrection against her. The Veil chaos had consumed the Eyrie as Naruto's messenger had reached Runestone and delivered the evidence that Varys had acquired from his little birds. All the evidence mounted to the betrayal of House Arryn by Littlefinger and Jon Arryn's own wife Lysa. Spreading the information across the houses of the Vale, many things came to light. The vast majority of the houses had been fed up with Lysa Arryn's madness. Her insane actions and how quickly she seemed to fall for Littlefinger suggested more than an arranged marriage. They had seen how she basically threw herself at him when he came to wed her, an interaction unlike any they ever saw with her ex-husband. Robin Arryn seemed to disappoint nearly every lord in the Vale, as he proved to be oversheltered by his mother and weak. His growth seemed to be greatly stunted by all this. and he was overall seen as a disappointment when compared to his father, who had fostered not only the man who would go on to be Warden of the North and then Hand of the King, but also the man who would one day become king himself. More so, word had been circulating that Lysa and Littlefinger wanted them to raise the Bannermen up and join the Lannisters against King Naruto Baratheon. It was a war that many felt conflicted on, as they had helped put Robert on the Iron Throne years ago, and now his sons were vying for power. Only rumor was that Joffrey wasn't even Robert's son, and if the evidence was to be believed, Jon Arryn died because he learned the truth. While some houses ended up joining with House Arryn, the vast majority decided that House Arryn was no longer what it once was, that it had been poisoned by Littlefinger and Lysa Arryn. The result was a weak heir that would not be able to lead them properly. And with that, the Vale revolted against its ruling house. Without the support of its bannermen and the assistance of troops from Naruto's allies, the Eyrie had fallen. The Vale had decided to put House Royce back in power, as it had been before the Andal invasion, a decision that King Naruto had sanctioned, and sent a raven after their quick victory over House Arryn to name Yohn Royce, Lord Paramount of the Vale and Warden of the East, for his help in bringing the Vale in line with the Iron Throne. Naruto arrived at the Eyrie as he decided to greet his new Warden of the East in person. Lord Royce, Naruto greeted as he saw the old man sitting upon the throne that Lady Lysa once sat upon. From what he knew, Lysa and Littlefinger were imprisoned in the Sky Cells while they awaited Naruto for their trial, while Robin had been confined. To his room, as they planned on fostering him, somewhere to see if maybe they could reverse the damage done to him by his mad mother. "Your Grace," Yohn said as he got up from his seat and walked down to greet his king. "The Vale is yours," he declared, as now that the Lannisters' treachery had become known, they had declared for King Naruto instead of King Tommen. A small smile made its way to Naruto's face as he knew that with this, he could really back his enemies into a corner. Now, if he could only get Dorne on his side, he could crack down on Casterly Rock and end this accursed war once and for all. Then he could focus on rebuilding his kingdom and preparing for what could be an even worse battle, that against the White Walkers. He had ordered Robb to help train the wildlings to fight better, as to help when the time was right. "Thank you for your work, Lord Royce," Naruto said, as he could see that people were hard at work to fix the place up following the battle to take the stronghold. "I suppose that we should start the trial? I'm eager to finally bring Petyr Baelish to justice," Naruto stated, as Lord Baelish had been on his shit list for years now. His stupidity had caused the kingdom to go into not only debt, but a costly war on top of it all. Now it all ended. Nodding his head, Yohn looked over at Mord. "Mord, can you please bring the prisoners out for their trial?" he asked the man charged Sky Cells. Nodding his head, Mord went off to bring out Lysa Tully and Petyr Baelish. Since their betrayal became known, they had stripped Lysa of the Arryn name, even if symbolically. As all the lords took their places, the moon door opened behind them as the trial commenced. "Lysa of House Tully, you have been charged with the crimes of mariticide against your husband Jon Arryn. How do you explain your behavior?" Lord Royce asked, as he decided to give the two a chance to plead their case in trial before sentencing them. "I did what I did for love. I always loved Petyr since I was a girl. The only thing that Jon ever gave me was my sweet Robin. Everything I did was just and for my family, and if I could I would stab Jon myself if it meant being with Petyr," she declared for all to hear. Her madness, such that she didn't realize that she had confessed to the crimes that she had committed. Lord Baelish looked horrified, as Lysa seemingly admitted that she had killed Jon Arryn. It seemed that the weeks in the Sky Cells had caused her madness to get worse, while separated from Petyr and Robin. She now sounded like a raving, crazy lunatic, muttering to herself about how much she loved her family and Petyr. "Lysa of House Tully, I sentence you to death," Lord Royce declared before the guards, holding her threw her off the moon door to her death. Her screams echoed for a moment before they could no longer be heard. "Moving on," Yohn said, as he turned towards Lord Baelish. "Petyr of House Baelish, you have been charged for your involvement in the murder of Jon Arryn. How do you plead?" Littlefinger looked around and knew that he could not hope to win this trial. He had been backed into a corner where everyone wanted him dead. He couldn't ask for trial by combat as no one would stand up for him, not when the king could just volunteer to the opponent and end any hope he had. "I'll take the black," he declared, hoping to get an easy out from the situation. "Denied," Naruto said as he stood up from where he sat and walked over towards Littlefinger, Lord Baelish. "As king of the 7 kingdoms, I charge you with gross negligence while serving as the master of coin, borrowing more than the kingdom could support and nearly bankrupting the Iron Throne. I charge you with conspiracy to assassinate Lord Hand Eddard, Stark following the death of Robert Baratheon. I charge you with treason, refusing to carry out the will of the king of the 7 kingdoms, and plotting to go to war against the Iron Throne. For your crimes against the 7 kingdoms, I sentence you to death," Naruto said, drawing his sword and motioning for the guard to bring Petter down to his knees. As he begged for his life, the last thing Littlefinger saw was Sansa standing in the background, as she had come with Naruto to the Eyrie as her aunt was to be sentenced. With that final reminder of his failures, his head was cut off by Naruto before it, and his body was thrown out the moon door. "Well, I guess I managed to get this done faster than I thought I would. Lol, please leave a review, and well, later." Chapter 16, Sasuke cleaned his sword as he finished taking care of a few of the sons of the Harpy that had once again tried to attack him. It seemed that they saw him as a major threat to their goals, after Daenerys had chained up her dragons in order to keep them under control. One of the many stupid moves that she had made, as they were by far her greatest resource at the moment, far more than the unsullied army that she had at her beck and call. The demon butcher, that was what the people of Meereen called him now, after having seen him cut through anyone who stood against him. He wondered if this was what Naruto had to deal with back in Konoha. Everyone looking at you as if you were some sort of monster in human flesh. The fear in their eyes as you passed by, thinking that you might just turn around and kill them. "You made quite the mess back there," Sasuke heard from behind him as Dario and a small group of Unsullied walked up to him. The Uchiha looked at the band of men with a raised eyebrow as he sheathed his sword under his cloak. "Daenerys wanted to talk to you in her throne room," Dario stated as he had been asked by his queen to bring Sasuke back to her. The 3 of them had been on edge around each other. Or rather, Dario and Daenerys were around Sasuke after he openly slapped and berated her without remorse. While Sasuke claimed to be on their side, his actions were unlike that of a knight. Neither one of them knew if Sasuke was even actually loyal to the Targaryen or if this was all some game to him. He helped them, that was certain. The sons of the Harpy were so scared to act when Sasuke was in the area, often waiting for him to leave the city before committing any crimes. He was unparalleled in combat, something that Daenerys hoped that she could use in order to counter the ever-legendary king Naruto Baratheon, who seemed to be a monster in his own right in terms of power and magic. Daenerys even hoped to recruit whoever this brother was that Sasuke mentioned from time to time. If he was as strong as the Uchiha, then she was certain that with her dragons and them, they could win the Iron Throne. "And what does the Dragon Queen want with me?" Sasuke asked as he was on his way to go take care of some bandits that had been spotted outside of Meereen by one of the farmers. "That is between you and her," Dario replied, motioning for Sasuke to follow him. "Whatever," Sasuke said as he followed the queen's lover back to the pyramid. Meereen Pyramid. Sasuke arrived at the pyramid that Daenerys had taken as her palace with Dario, and the Unsullied to find the white-haired Westerosi woman waiting for them. "What do you want?" he asked crudely as he walked up to her. Daenerys looked over at the dark-haired man, looking him over as she thought how unthreatening he seemed to look despite how dangerous he truly was. On the outside, he looked like any other handsome noble, not really resembling a warrior in the sense that she was used to. And yet she had seen him use magic unlike any other. "A dangerous combination. I wanted to thank you for all your help. The sons of the Harpy haven't been much of an issue since you started dealing with them," she said honestly, as she did appreciate his help despite his questionable motives. "Like I told you, your progress will help me get to where I need to be. If you die then, that'll just make things more difficult for me in the long run. Besides, it's not like they are any real threat to me," Sasuke replied as he brought his wine back up to his mouth and took a sip from it. "As long as you get me to Westeros, I'll make sure you prosper here." He added on as in the end his goal was still to reunite with Naruto and present him with Denaries. If he took her as his wife, then that was his choice. If he didn't, then Sasuke was willing to personally take her head. Dani nodded as she understood that their partnership was based on them benefiting one another. Still, such action should be rewarded, Denaries said as she smiled at him. I am prepared to offer you a place on my Queen's Guard until you meet your brother and give you a spot on my council as well, she offered to him. While Sasuke typically attended her council meetings, he rarely spoke and was more so there because no one could really question him or try to force him out of the room. But by giving him official titles, she hoped that maybe that would make him more open to actually joining her. Sasuke chuckled a little at her offer. So your reward for me is to make me your bodyguard and to have to sit in on your meetings? He asked, feeling like this was just giving him official work that he more or less already did. With those titles, I'll be sure to make you a lord once we retake Westeros. Any keep you want shall be yours, she said, trying to sweeten the deal by offering him riches and a castle in exchange for his service. She did resent him for some of his harsh words, and his slap still stung even now. But she had to admit that he was right. She had made a huge mistake, and her people were on the verge of revolt. I have made an example of several of the great masters, and I have decided to marry Hisdar zo Lorak and reopen the fighting pits in order to try and establish peace here, she told him, as she had already told the rest of advisors her plan to marry someone who would help give her a better foothold here. I refuse, Sasuke said, shocking those around them as he had seemingly been offered a rather sizable promotion in terms of titles. I have no need for your titles, I have no need for your castles and gold. So keep them, the Uchiha said before leaving the room. Some of the Unsullied stepped in front of him to stop him from leaving before he was dismissed by their queen, but moved once Dani motioned for them to not get in Sasuke's way. The Targaryen's eyes bore into the back of the dark-haired man as he walked away from her. Her hand clenched on the arm of her throne, as she didn't know what she could do to make the man more invested in her quest. Outside Mirian Sasuke sighed as he got outside the city. He had planned to go to a small village to take a few small jobs and free any slaves that were being kept there, but he knew someone was following him. You know, Dario, I figured that you'd know better than to try and follow me, Sasuke said, looking back at the man who had become Denaries' lover since he joined them. He had proven himself time and time again, and frankly, with the ships he had captured, he was sure that they could go to Westeros soon if Denaries wanted to go. Dario drew his sword off his back, scowling at the man who had time and time again defied his queen. I've grown tired of your disrespect towards Dani, how you berated her, demeaned her, hit her. Someone needs to bring you to heel, he stated as he couldn't stand how Sasuke treated his lover. He walked all over her like he was the king, ignoring whatever she ordered if he didn't like it. Sasuke chuckled as he turned to face Dario. I told you before, I intend to help her for the time being. I've beaten her enemies, helped her take cities, saved her dragons. The only thing you've done is get a few ships and plugged her cunt with your diseased cock, the Uchiha said, partly drawing his sword, sparks dancing along the blade. Dario let out a breath as he briefly questioned if he was doing the right thing in challenging Sasuke. His eyes glowed in the darkness of night as they spun slowly around his pupil. This is your last chance. Leave and go back to your whore of a queen. Run away like the horny dog you are, Dario Naharis, or die like one, Sasuke stated as he started to walk towards Dario. Looking into Sasuke's red eyes, Dario's courage seemed to melt away as the swirling black pattern against the red backdrop stuck fear into his heart. The entire world seemed to darken the longer he stared into those cursed eyes. His weapon dropped to the ground as his grip loosened in his terror. Sweat started to drip down his face as Sasuke's shadow seemed to grow larger behind him, appearing like some sort of massive winged demon behind the man. So what is your choice, dog? Run or die? Sasuke asked once more as he reached Dario and placed his sword against his neck. The man was trembling under his genjutsu. It was clear that Dario didn't have the ability to fight back against the terror-inducing illusion he had placed on him. Dario turned to run away but fell down as he tripped over the sand. Like that, the illusion seemed to vanish, and Sasuke seemed a lot less intimidating. Good choice, the shinobi said with a small smile on his face as he didn't want to kill Dario just yet. He knew that if that happened, it would most likely cause Daenerys to spiral, as she would have lost yet another lover. That would have made things a lot more irritating for him. King's Landing Varys was nervous. He was more nervous now than he had been in years. Looking at the letter in his hands, he knew that it was only a matter of time before Naruto found out about what had happened in Dorne. Approaching the Iron Throne, he saw his king talking to Ned about what was going on in regards to the city. However, when Varys arrived with a parchment in his hands, all attention was turned towards him. "Varys, is something the matter?" Naruto questioned. He could feel negative emotions coming from the eunuch like waves. "Your Grace," Varys said as he looked at the letter in his hands before taking a deep breath. Lying wouldn't help him. He knew that the king was able to tell when others were lying around him. It was what made it hard for him to support Daenerys while at the same time helping him. A slip in his loyalty could be felt if rumor was to be believed. "I'm sorry to inform you that your sister is dead," Varys told the Baratheon. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the news from his Master of Whispers. "What do you mean?" he asked as he felt the blood drain from his face. His heart started to beat faster as he dreaded the answer that would come. "My little birds have informed me that Lady Miachella was poisoned by Ilaria Sand as she was being taken from Dorne by Jaime." As he said that, Naruto's eyes turned red while the whisker marks on his face started to thicken. Tears started to gather in his eyes as a red aura started to form around him. From what they gathered, they were upset that Prince Doran didn't want to march against the Lannisters and instead chose neutrality. A red aura started to bubble around Naruto as he started to block out what Varys was saying. They decided that if Doran wouldn't act, then they would. So they killed Miachella, Price Doran, and Prince Trystane, along with anyone who would stand up for them. Varys continued as Ned reached over to put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, as he could feel the malice in the air coming from the king. However, when he touched the red energy, he felt his skin burn and retracted his hand. "Varys, stop," Ned ordered, but Varys felt that Naruto needed to hear what was going on in Dorne. Naruto's breath was heavy, his eyes red as he thought about the short time that he had with his sister. Given his time in the north, and then the war against Joffrey, he never really had much time to be a brother to her. He missed most of her life. She was innocent. She didn't deserve to die. It wasn't her fault that Oberyn had died. It had been his own fault for being arrogant. He caused his own god-forsaken death. She had nothing to do with that trial. She was innocent and they murdered her. They murdered Miachella. Ned and Varys had barely a second to react when a massive force knocked them both far away from the Iron Throne. Their eyes widened as Naruto's skin seemed to burn away to reveal a mass of black and red energy. The bubbling red aura seemed to be replaced with a new monstrous appearance as Naruto's new form. Had two long ears coming out of the head, but had no features past a vague human-like shape. Behind him, three tails swung around wildly as the beast stepped down from the Iron Thrones. "Naruto, you need to calm down." Ned yelled, but his voice fell on deaf ears as Naruto charged out of the throne room and the Red Keep as a whole. "Fuck!" Ned yelled as he ran to the doors to see the beast jump from building to building before exiting the city. "I didn't see that coming," Varys said as he didn't expect this to happen. Never before had he seen such a reaction from the normally level-headed king. "Shut up, Varys." Ned yelled at the Master of Whispers, clearly angry about how Varys had gone about breaking the news to Naruto. "Go get Stannis. Tell him that we need to head to Sunspear." With Naruto, he moved faster than anything else on the planet. As he dashed through Westeros, he had only one objective in mind: Sunspear. The rest of his mind was blank, nothing but burning anger. Nothing else mattered to him. All he cared about at the moment was destroying the people who dared to murder his sister. What should have taken months to travel had been crossed in just 3 days. Nothing had stood in his way. Not mountains or forests or even the sea. He ran over everything in his way, and now, he was face to face with his objective. Walking towards the capital of Dorne on all fours, the ground burned under the heat of his energy. His three tails whipped around violently behind him. The only thoughts going through his head were to destroy. In front of him, however, was an army of soldiers that had poured out of Sunspear once Naruto had been spotted coming straight towards them. What is that thing? Obara asked as she watched the beast approaching without hesitation at the sight of the army between him and Sunspear. She had never seen such a creature before in her life. The feeling it gave off was suffocating, a chilling sensation of dread and rage. They had felt it for hours, but now they were face to face with the source. Nymeria looked at the four tails whipping behind it and the two long ears coming out from the head. Is that King Naruto? She asked to herself as she recalled a rumor that during the battle against the Lannisters, the king had been coated in a red energy that made him resemble a fox. Soldiers who survived that battle recounted a sickening feeling forcing its way into their hearts. It was all the same. Who cares? Charge. Tyene yelled as she rushed towards the beast to meet it head-on with her poison-coated daggers. The army of Dornish men let out a battle cry as they rushed to join the daughter of Oberyn against the incoming monster. Leaping up into the air, he landed behind the front lines, slamming into the ground with enough force to knock chunks of the ground into the air, along with dozens of soldiers. Many died on impact as Naruto let out an ear-piercing roar. His arm grew several times over as he swiped at the soldiers in front of him, reducing them to a red mist. His tails swung violently, slamming and tearing into anyone that came near him from behind. Several arrows slammed against his face from the archers stationed at the wall. However, all their efforts were for nothing as they broke against the red energy. Growling, Naruto looked up towards the archers and fired a crimson beam, unlike anything that the soldiers of Sunspear had ever seen before. As the beam slammed into the wall, the resulting explosion destroyed the entirety of the wall with ease, leaving Sunspear wide open for the beast to enter. "Don't let that thing into the city," Obara ordered as she thrusted her spear at Naruto's back, hoping to strike at him while he was focused on the hole he had just blown open. However, her thrust was blocked by one of the three tails. Her eyes widened as a third hand extended out from Naruto's back and grabbed the sand snake by the head. Her screams rang out through the battlefield as her flesh was burned away by the corrosive energy. However, her suffering didn't last long as the hand lifted her high into the air before slamming her down against the earth. "Obara!" Tyene yelled as she swung her dagger at Naruto's neck, hoping to either kill him or get her poison inside of him. However, as her blade hit the side of his neck, it stopped cold. Naruto turned his head towards the youngest of the three sand snakes at the battle, her face stricken with fear as he burning hot breath hit her face. Nymeria called out for her sister to get away from the monster, but her cries failed to reach Tyene as Naruto swung his arm at her, reducing her to a smear of red in the air. Seeing their forces decimated by the berserk beast, the remaining warriors decided to flee instead of trying to fight against the strange creature that had come to attack them. Seeing the army start to disperse, Naruto swung his head around, unleashing a barrage of red bullets that created a cascade of explosions around him, tearing the area apart. The last of the three adult sand snakes looked around as their forces had been devastated. She had been caught in one of the explosions but had survived. However, looking down, she saw that her lower body had been blown away. She tried to crawl her way back to Sunspear, hoping that maybe something would distract the monstrous king long enough, and that her willpower to live would allow her to reach the city and make sure that they evacuated, instead of trying to further fight Naruto. However, she could hear him. Each step scorched the earth under him as he approached her. A hand landed on top of her head, her nerves screaming in pain as the mere touch of the creature burned her. Turning her neck back, she saw the beast looking down at her with empty white eyes. His low growls vibrate the air around them. Fear gripped her heart as she felt her life flash before her life before. It was all over. Her head crushed in Naruto's grip before he turned his attention towards Sunspear. In front of him, he saw her, Elaria, the woman who had murdered his sister. Roaring, he brought his head up. His tails moved him so their tips aimed at his mouth. Rapidly, red and blue bubbles of energy started to gather over his mouth. As they merged together, they formed a growing purple orb of dense energy. Elaria and the last remaining soldiers of House Mardell charged towards Naruto when they saw him gathering some strange energy. They had no idea what it was, but they assumed that it had to be bad for them. However they did, the last of the energy finished condensing into the purple orb. It was then eaten by the monstrous Naruto. His body bloated as steam escaped from his mouth, aimed at the incoming force. Opening his mouth was all it took. In a split second, destruction on a scale that Westeros had never seen before was unleashed against Sunspear and all who inhabited it. A blinding white light completely engulfed the city and everyone inside of it. For miles, the shockwave could be felt. Waves rocked outwards into the ocean, as the dome of destruction lasted for several seconds before it faded away. Where once stood the capital of the Kingdom of Dorne, the sole kingdom that had resisted the Targaryens during their first conquest of Westeros, now was nothing but rubble. A roar could be heard for miles, as the beast celebrated his victory over those that killed his sister. As Naruto crawled into the ruined city, he collapsed as the red energy started to dissipate from around him, exposing his severely burned skin. Weeks passed, and Naruto eventually woke up on his bed. His entire body ached when he tried to move. At first, he thought that maybe he had been captured, but as he looked around, he noticed that he was in his room with the Red Keep. As he looked at the ceiling, he started to recall what had happened in Dorne. He had lost control and had attacked Dorne on his own. In his rage, he killed off House Martell and destroyed Sunspear. It reminded him of when he lost control against Nagato. However, this time, he had gone one step further and killed a bunch of innocents, along with those who had wronged him. In reality, the only ones who he hated were Alleria and the Sand Snakes, but he had taken out his anger on everyone there. A sigh escaped his lips as he got out of his bed, his entire body screaming at him to stay put and rest, but he didn't have time. He couldn't just stay asleep when he had a war to fight. Taking a deep breath, he knew that he couldn't change what he did. He would have to own up to the consequences. As he limped his way to the council chambers, he found Ned, Varys, Stannis, Barristan, Sansa, Arya, and Tycho sitting at the table, as they seemed to be discussing the current matters of the kingdom. Naruto, Sansa and Arya yelled as she rushed over towards the bandaged king. The rest on the table stood up and walked over to the injured king. "You shouldn't be up yet, Your Grace. What if you worsen your injuries?" Tycho cautioned, as he was worried that if something happened to the king, then it would ruin the investment that the Iron Bank had made in supporting his claim to the throne. It had already been hard enough having the events in Dorne covered up. The sudden destruction and rumors of a monster attacking Sunspear were already springing up. One thing that hadn't happened was Cersei taking the opportunity to take a shot at her son. From what Varys' spies had told them, Cersei was actually quite happy with what had happened to House Martell. She had even been heard praising her second son if he had actually been the one who destroyed Sunspear. It seemed that the one thing that Cersei and Naruto had in common was that they both loved Miachella and had been enraged with what had happened to her. Instead, it had been members of the Order of Meisters and the High Septon who had ramped up attacks on the king, declaring Naruto a true monster in human flesh, and cautioning lords in regards to associating with them. "I'm fine," Naruto said, waving them off as he walked over to his chair on the table with Arya's help, and with a wince, sat down. "We have a kingdom to rule after all. It wouldn't look good if their king was away for too long," he said, smiling at them as Arya stood beside him. Ever since they managed to recover Naruto from Dorne, she had ramped up her training and personally stood guard at his room. "Then we should talk about the current state of the kingdom," Stannis said, not wanting to waste any time if his nephew wanted to return to his duties. His respect for the young Baratheon grew as he respected that despite his injuries, he was willing to push through and rule. "As it stands, we have placed another member of House Martell at the head of Dorne," Varys explained, as House Martell had not been to blame for what happened to Miachella. It was Oberyn's paramour and daughters who had killed her along with the other members of House Martell. "Since Sunspear has been destroyed, we have decided to base House Martell out of the Water Gardens given that it served a secondary home to them," he added. He has pledged allegiance to the Iron Throne and declared that Sunspear had betrayed House Martell and thus deserved their fate for the murders of Miachella Lannister. Doran Martell and Tystane Martell, as they had approved of the murders and followed Alleria despite what they had done. Stannis told his nephew as they had arrived just as they. Lords were starting to react to what happened and instead had them gather away from the ruins of Sunspear, while a small group arrived and found Naruto among the destruction. One thing that should be addressed is the Order of Meisters and the High Septon. They've been the main source of criticism about what happened in Dorne. Many lords have demanded answers as to what exactly happened in Dorne. Varys added on, as it was an important factor in everything. Even if Cersei wasn't calling foul on her son, the lords were scared that Naruto would do the same to them. Taking a deep breath, Naruto looked at Ned. "Ned, what should I do?" he asked as he was lost in this matter. Eddard looked around at the rest of the people in the room. "You, admit what you did," he replied as he looked Naruto in the eyes. "You tell them that you destroyed Sunspear, but that you only did so because it had been overtaken by traitors and murders. By fighting yourself, you saved the lives of the hundreds who would have died taking the city back from Ilaria and the Sand Snakes," he said, knowing that it was partly a lie. Naruto had gone there because he had been consumed by his anger, but if they admitted to that, he would have been seen as the same as the Mad King. Ned had learned a lot over his time in King's Landing. Honor has its place, but sometimes for the better good it's okay to lie. It was like he lied about Jon to protect him. So we claim that Naruto only attacked them to bring retribution for the crimes committed by the bastard family of Oberyn. "I agree with this plan," Tycho said as he felt that it was the best way to mitigate the situation without creating too much of a web of lies. "We send ravens to all the major lords and inform them of what had happened in Sunspear to Prince Doran," he stated as Naruto nodded his head. "Paint Naruto as a hero rather than a monster." "Varys, get that done," Naruto said to his Master of Whispers, and another chapter bites the dust. "I know that a lot of people were hoping that Miachella would be saved, but Naruto can't be everywhere at once, and he's not psychic." Chapter 17, walking through the streets of Flea Bottom, Naruto smiled as it seemed that the poorest parts of King's Landing seemed to be doing better than before. Overall, the smell of shit wasn't as pronounced as it used to be, and infrastructure looked more sound than before. He had invested a decent amount of gold into helping rebuild King's Landing into what it used to be. His body was wrapped in bandages, his burns still not healed yet. It still hurt to move properly, and he had been advised to stay in the Red Keep. But as king, he wanted to display that he was still strong. He needed to in order to not risk losing allies while in a weakened state. That wasn't to say that Flea Bottom was without its problems still. There were still beggars on the street, and drug use was still a chronic issue. However, both had dropped significantly since the Iron Bank had started to invest more in his kingdom. And overall, it seemed to be working as revenue had increased immensely since Tycho started to manage the coffers. The war had been rather costly, but with a stronger financial base, they were now on a better footing to keep fighting. One suggestion that Stannis had brought up was following up on sacking Highgarden. Even after their threat, they still decided to side with the Lannisters and even remarried Margaery to Tommen. That was the final nail in the coffin as far as his uncle was concerned. It was the second time that the Tyrells had made an effort to establish a relationship with the Lannisters. It was time to end them. This time he couldn't argue against it. He had offered them an olive branch, and they just sided with his mother once again. They had too many resources to be left in enemy hands. So he had ordered Stannis to start seizing their lands with help from the Dornish armies that had been sent north. He felt bad for lying about what had really happened at Sunspear, but he needed their help. He needed them to finally win and unite the kingdom once again. However, Naruto broke out of his thoughts as one of the beggars that he passed by leaped out towards him with a dagger in hand. His eyes widened as he looked at the man in shock. Stepping to the side, he caught the man by the arm and threw him to the ground. Hussein, however, before he could really question the elderly man, he heard the sound of an arrow flying. Tilting his head, the arrow flew past him and landed on the ground behind him. From behind, a woman rushed at him and sent to stab him with a dagger she had hidden in her bosom. Spinning around, he kicked the knife out of her hand, but had to move quickly as more arrows started to fly down. The old man had gotten up after being thrown to the ground and swung at Naruto's neck. Grabbing him by the wrist, he broke his arm before slamming his head against the wall, cracking it open. However, the other assailant was joined by multiple more citizens of Flea Bottom, who pulled out their own weapons and converged upon Naruto. Leaping up, he tried to jump over the group, but was hit in the side by 2 arrows as the archers struck once again. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt a burning sensation starting to course through him from where the arrows struck. Poison, he realized as he landed and pulled the arrows out. Given the array of people who were gathered to kill him and the quality of weapons that were being used, he figured that these were the faceless men. Dozens surrounded was clear that his mother had hired them to assassinate him, and they had sent their men in droves to make sure he died. His eyes glowed red as he began to channel Kurama's chakra. Instantly, he felt the poison fade away as the red aura started to coat him. Smirking, he swung his arm at the assassins, the energy extending outward towards the group and slammed into several but broke apart afterwards. Naruto's eyes widened as the Nine Tails chakra seemed to dissipate. Pulling the energy arm back, he noticed that the cloak was thinner than before. The red tint fainter than he remembered, he didn't have enough time to think about what was going on with Kurama's chakra, as the group started to attack him once again. Kicking one into the wall, Naruto clawed through the neck of another. Letting out a breath, he grabbed another by the waist with his tail. He slammed them into the ground before throwing them at another. Growling, he started to try and bring forth more chakra out. The cloak thickened significantly as its color returned. Naruto rushed at his attackers and punched through one before roundhouse kicked through 2 of them. The last one tried to flee, but his leg was caught when an arm of red chakra came out of the ground and tore through his stomach. The chakra cloak started to fade once again as the tail broke down and the energy started to recede into him. What is going on? Naruto asked as just his cloak started to break down again. However, he needed to finish the 2 archers before he thought about what was going on. Looking at one of the archers, he extended his arm towards them and grabbed them with his chakra arm before crushing him. The other tried running, but was intercepted by Naruto catching up to him and slamming their head down into the roof of a house. As the blood dripped off his hand, the last of Kurama's chakra faded away into the air. Looking at his hands, he tried to call on the chakra, but only got a faint red glow to manifest. He could still feel some hostile emotions around him, but they were all moving away. Naruto called for the city watch to come and round up the rest of the assassins, if they could find them, and put them to the sword. Naruto sat by the gardens of the Red Keep, as he had just finished a war council meeting with Ned and Stannis. They had put plans to siege Casterly Rock on hold until he had fully recovered from the injuries he suffered from his attack on Sunspear. It was decided that it was too dangerous for him to go into battle while still hurt, and after the run-in with the assassins. His injuries had slowly recovered over the weeks since then. It was much slower than it used to be when he had Kurama in his past life, but still faster than what most in Westeros could ever dream of achieving. In the meantime, his forces were gathering in preparation for the final battle against his mother's family. Over the weeks, Tywin had finally passed away. His body had grown too weak from his time poisoning, and even when he recovered, he had never been able to return to the battlefield. While he never saw eye to eye with his grandfather, he acknowledged that some of the best and worst times of the war had been with him. However, with him dead, the Lannisters had lost their greatest general, leaving them weakened overall. "You know, you're pretty hard to find sometimes," Arya said as she walked over towards Naruto, sitting beside him. A small smile on her face as she was dressed like a warrior instead of a lady. Now, at the age of 16, she had finally reached an age where people took her seriously. As such, she had decided to remain by Naruto's side as his bodyguard. Sure, he was stronger than her, but he was still recovering from his burns. "I guess I just had a bit to think about," Naruto replied as glanced at the short woman. She had grown a lot since this whole mess started. While Sansa had been more on the forefront as she was to be queen, that didn't negate the fact that Arya had always been there for him. They trained together, ate together, she was his best friend. Part of him felt bad for not being able to spend as much time with her after becoming king. "Heard from a little bird that you asked Sansa to marry you," Arya teased, as she nudged his side with a small smirk on her face, earning a pout from the king. "I'm happy that Sansa finally found her prince, or king I guess," she said, chuckling before looking up at the sky. "Never thought my fiancé would end up marrying my sister," the younger Stark sister mentioned as she looked up at the sky. I didn't either. I expected Sansa to marry Joffrey, and I just stay in the background cleaning up after the idiot," Naruto replied before he felt Arya take his hand. "You know I still intend to marry you too though, laws of the seven be damned. As long as everyone is happy, who really cares?" She said, reaffirming that despite Naruto marrying Sansa, she was still intent on marrying him. Sansa could deal with all that queen stuff, she just wanted to be with her friend. As it stood, there wasn't anyone who she cared for more outside her family than him, so it was only logical for her. "Yeah, Sansa kinda told me it was your idea back when we first decided to start a relationship," Naruto admitted. "Any news on the dragon girl?" Arya asked, as she knew that Varys was determined to have Naruto marry the woman if she came to Westeros. However, reports from Sasuke had told them that she had plans to marry a noble from Meereen and even had a lover in the leader of the Second Sons. It didn't seem like the Spider's plan was really going well. "I'll deal with her when she gets here. Ideally, I'd like to avoid another war, especially with someone who had 3 dragons," Naruto said with a small smirk on his face. "Well, with that red energy of yours, I'm sure you'll be able to beat them." Arya claimed, believing that if what Naruto did to Sunspear was anything to go by, he could easily beat 3 dragons. "I can't," Naruto replied firmly as he raised his hand and frowned. "Ever since that incident in Dorne, I haven't been able to call upon that power like I used to," he admitted, as he had tried to call on Kurama's energy to help him heal faster from his wounds, only to barely get a fraction of what he wanted to draw out. After the attempt on his life, he realized that Kurama's chakra wasn't anywhere near as strong as it was before his attack on Sunspear. The way he rationalized it was that Kurama was gone. He was not inside of him to supply him with chakra. This energy that he had been using had been the remains that had lingered in his chakra from the time that he reincarnated. They were the last embers of Kurama that existed inside of him. And when he went on a rampage, he exhausted most of those embers as he had used an extreme amount of energy to enter his 3-tailed state. That was the price he paid for giving into his anger. Sure, eventually he would have used up all that chakra, but he wasted it all on revenge and overkill. He didn't need to fire off a tailed beast bomb towards Sunspear. He didn't need to blow open their wall even. If he had been more level-headed, he could have gotten in and killed them in their own home and spared those who ended up getting caught in the crossfire. Instead, he obliterated the entirety of the palace and everyone inside. He knew he only had so much left, so he was going to make it count next time he used it. He was certain that if he used it again then, it would be the last if what happened last time was anything to go by. Arya had been the first and only person that he had told about his lost access to the red energy that had saved his life at the Battle of the Den and then helped him beat the wildlings back at the wall. He didn't know if anyone should know about this. It would make him look weaker in the eyes of some of the lords that didn't fully support him. Some might even turn on him. Looking down, Arya was at a loss for words. That was not the news she was expecting. Naruto always seemed invincible, and with that red energy, he was even stronger than before. "But I won't deny that I have been thinking of something. Something that maybe could be better," Naruto added as he held her hand tightly. Ever since that red comet streaked across the sky, his chakra reserves had gotten larger, more so than before. So with what he had now, he wondered what was possible. "Right, after all, you're gonna have a kid to protect after all," Arya said, smiling at the fact that her best friend had something up his sleeve. "Kid?" Naruto asked, as he had no idea what Arya had been talking about. The young Stark blinked as Naruto looked at her confused. "Yeah, you know. The kid that Sansa is pregnant with," she clarified, as she assumed that Naruto had already known about this development by now. It had been a few weeks now that her sister had told her about it. Apparently her and Naruto got busy one night, and his seed was more potent than her elder sister expected. However, seeing the blank look on Naruto's face told her everything. "You didn't know, did you?" Naruto simply shook his head. Arya looked around awkwardly. "Surprise." "Sansa," Naruto yelled, dashing off back into the Red Keep to go find the red-haired Stark sighing. Arya's head dropped as she had ruined the surprise for Sansa. But how could she have known that her stupid sister hadn't told Naruto that she was pregnant? That was on Sansa's head, not hers. "Sansa." Naruto yelled as he barged into the room where Sansa was having tea with some other high-born ladies. The redhead looked back in shock as she didn't expect Naruto to come barreling through in a panic. "What's going on, Naruto?" the Stark asked as she got up and walked over to her future husband. She was concerned as to what was happening, with the war reaching its apex. Who knew what could happen? The Lannisters could try and mount one final siege of the Iron Throne for all she knew. Catching his breath, Naruto held her by her shoulders. "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" he asked. That was not how he expected his day to go today. He wondered if this was how Minato felt when he found out that Kushina was pregnant. Of course, he didn't really bother thinking about how Robert reacted. Robert was a lot of things, but one would not typically call him a family man. "Well, you had a war to fight, and you were hurt," Sansa said, as she moved a bang of fiery hair behind her ear. "I didn't want to give you something else to worry about until you were better," she admitted. A sign escaped Naruto's lips, as it seemed that everyone seemed to be a bit sensitive about anything concerning him after his episode with Kurama's chakra. The invasion of Casterly Rock had been put on hold, and now Sansa felt that it was best not to stress him with news of their child. "Sansa, you should have just told me. This is great news," he said, pecking her lips. "Once this is all over, I promise you that you'll never have to worry like that again," Naruto stated. Once this war was over, he was going to focus on creating a kingdom where there wasn't any more fighting. No more wars. Of course, he knew that there were other problems that he had to deal with outside of the war against the Lannisters. He still had the problem of the White Walkers and Daenerys and her dragons, but he was going to find a way through it all for those he loved. Grassland's Sasuke was going to kill someone. To say that he was pissed off was an understatement, to say the least. Somehow, while he was out helping some of the nearby villages with some slavers who were trying once again to retake power, the Sons of the Harpy managed to not only launch a massive attack against Daenerys and her supporters, but not the woman was flat out missing. On top of that, the fleet that Dario had acquired for them had been burned down, which heavily hindered their chances of being able to reach Westeros had been slashed. It would take them a while to rebuild what they had before. From the horse tracks that had been left behind, he assumed that it had been the Dothraki who had come around and found her. Of course, Daenerys, being an unprotected woman in the middle of nowhere, made her a prime candidate to be enslaved. "We found her ring," Jorah said as he held up the princess ring to Sasuke. "Good, go find her," Sasuke stated before turning back and walking towards Meereen. Dario glared at the Uchiha. "You're gonna come with us, wizard?" He asked as if there was any time for the nearly invincible man to join in and help them. It was now that they might have to face an entire horde. If she dies, she dies. Her life is in your hands. I can't do everything for her. If she comes to rely completely on me, she'll never be able to take the Iron Throne. As for me, some of the local village people have been quite generous with information. And I think I know how to deal with our Harpy infestation, Sasuke commented as he had found out through some of the people who lived around Meereen. Helping them out had made them much more open to helping him with gathering information. Some had even been involved in smuggling supplies in from the other free cities to help support the Harpies. Jorah frowned as he knew what Sasuke meant. Dany couldn't count on Sasuke if things went south with Naruto and Westeros. If they did, then the dark-haired man would quickly change sides and fight against them. In a way, it was a strange sense of mercy. He wanted Daenerys to succeed without his otherworldly assistance. Of course, he could go in and slaughter the slavers. But then it would be him winning, not her. Meereen Sasuke watched as the Unsullied brought forth a woman with curly brown hair. From the looks of it, she was a prostitute. But from what the people had told him, she was someone who helped plan the attack on Daenerys. And her allies back in the fighting pits had been responsible for several Unsullied's deaths. "So, care to tell me what you know? Or do I have to play rough? I know who you are, I know what you did, so talk. Who do I have to kill?" He asked her, his Sharingan slowly spinning as he caught her eyes. "Fuck you, I won't tell you or your whore of a queen anything," she yelled at him. She had been dragged out of the brothel that she had made her base while she worked with the Harpies by the Unsullied and brought all the way to the pyramid. Sasuke sighed as he folded his hands together in front of his face. "You will tell me everything you know about the Sons of the Harpy." If you value the life of your son, Sasuke stated. Two Unsullied brought in a young child into the room and walked him over to Sasuke. Dom, Vala yelled out as the child was brought into the room. Her face paled as Sasuke brought out a kunai and placed it against the boy's neck. A thin trail of blood was seen coming down from where Sasuke was holding the blade. Now, are you going to talk? Sasuke asked as the boy started to beg his mother to help him and that they were hurting him. That was all it took. The threatening of her son was what was needed to break her spirit. She told him everything that she knew. Where the Harpies were based, who were their informants, where they were getting supplies from. Everything fell right into place. Good, Sasuke replied as the child in his arms faded away, revealing that it was all an illusion. Vala's eyes widened as she realized that she had been tricked by Sasuke's magic. Go home, I'll see that you're escorted out safely. As he walked out of the room, Tyrion gave him a rather perturbed look. That was rather cruel of you. My father would have liked you, he commented, as he didn't exactly like the strategy that Sasuke had used to get information from the woman. Threatening her son was a heavy-handed move, but one look into Sasuke's eyes told him that the Uchiha didn't care if his methods weren't the nicest. She openly admitted to murdering several of our men and conspiring to bring slavery back to Mirin. She's lucky she isn't dead yet, Sasuke told the imp. The woman had caused them a great deal of trouble, and in some ways could be seen as responsible for the current situation, with Daenerys being missing and possibly captured by the Dothraki. Now I'm going to end this harpy nonsense, Sasuke said as sparks danced around his sword. Tyrion took a step back as he could almost feel the power radiating from Sasuke. It reminded him of his nephew Naruto. Naruto, thinking about the current ruler of King's Landing, filled him with sadness. When he was imprisoned for the crime of killing Joffrey, he had gotten help from someone who claimed to work for Varys. That person helped him get out of the dungeon and onto a boat that would eventually bring him to Daenerys' side. But part of him wondered if he made the right choice, if he should have turned around and asked his nephew for safe harbor. He had always gotten along well with this sister's second son, but he feared that his hatred for Lannisters would become like his father's hatred for Targaryens. Nest of Harpy Sasuke arrived at the building that had been the base that was supposedly where the Harpy ran their operation from. Behind him was nearly 100 Unsullied that he had brought with him as backup in case anyone tried to flee from the building. Any man, woman, or child that comes out of this building is considered an enemy. Do not hesitate to kill them, Sasuke commanded. Everyone there knew that no one was exempt from being a spy or assassin. Children had been used multiple times throughout the history of Slaver's Bay to catch their targets off guard. Just how Daenerys had almost lost her life when she had her first encounter with Sasuke. He knew that if he just went in killing everyone in sight, that the leader would be alert and try to flee, possibly through a hidden tunnel or escape route. So instead, he decided to sneak his way into the building. His genjutsu made sneaking past the guards a breeze. The more he looked around, the more he realized that the building belonged to one of the great houses of Mirin, House Paul, due to the yellow and black banners. They had always been against Daenerys, ever since their champion had been killed. So it started to make sense that between all of the actions the Dragon Queen had taken, they would try and revolt against her. As he arrived at the main room, he found a man wearing a golden mask talking to a gathering of people. From their attire, he noticed that they seemed to be the masters from the other free cities in Slaver's Bay. Those who had lost their slaves and now had to find a new way to manage after losing their main resource. He couldn't really understand what they were saying as they spoke in Valyrian. However, that didn't matter as he drew his sword from behind him. Focusing on the masked man, he dashed from the shadows and took his head with a single slice. As panic ensued, Sasuke wasted no time in cutting down the rest of the gathered men. None stood a chance against his speed and power. While some were decent fighters, they were nothing compared to the might of the Uchiha. As the guards rushed in, they paused as they saw all their leaders dead on the floor. In the middle was Sasuke coated in blood, wiping some off his face. Looking at the men from the center of the room, Sasuke rushed at them without mercy, his lightning-coated blade ready to slaughter them. It was a half-hour later that Sasuke walked out of the building covered in blood. He could see the dead bodies of those that had ran from inside, only to be killed by the Unsullied waiting for them outside. Raid the building, take anything of value, Sasuke commanded as he walked towards their base of operations. He was exhausted. While the men inside weren't really anything too challenging for him, there were a lot of them, and they had taken their toll on his chakra reserves. His muscles ached, like he had just finished an intense workout that went far longer than intended. Still, with this, hopefully, the Sons of the Harpy would be done with. Of course, there was also the matter of the other cities being back to their old ways. However, until Daenerys was back, they couldn't do much at the moment. She was the one who led the Unsullied, and who the army of former slaves trusted as their mother. Without her, it was probably better for him to leave Meereen and join Naruto. But he would give those idiots a chance to save her. Well, I guess late Christmas gift, so yeah, here you go. Chapter 18, King's Landing. Naruto sat on the Iron Throne as he worked through the countless complaints that he had been getting from the people of King's Landing, who had taken up religions outside of the faith of the Seven. Ever since he had become king, more and more people had started to look into other religions, such as the old gods and the Lord of Light. Melisandre had used her position on his council to spread her religion around the kingdom. Her miracles and mystic powers having been put on display due to the help she had offered Naruto. Of course, she made sure to limit ritual burning of people to just criminals who would have been put to the sword. It was a compromise between her and Naruto, as she felt that it was needed to maintain the favor of her lord. She was careful to not overstep the limits of Naruto's leeway. She never tried to force anyone to convert, and her approach was a lot less forceful compared to how she spread her faith to Dragonstone. These people, on the other hand, were not careful in their methods at all. They attacked anyone who was endorsing anything but the faith of the Seven. Multiple shops and merchants had been attacked due to selling idols of Arlor or talking about other religions. They had been empowered by King Tommen Lannister, who had appointed someone known as the High Sparrow as the High Septon, and had them move their headquarters from the Great Sept of Baelor to the Starry Sept in the Reach. As the Meisters were overwhelmingly sympathetic towards the Lannister side due to prejudice against Naruto, the group accepted Tommen's command, and with that the Faith Militant was formed in order to enforce their religion upon the smallfolk. Ned, Naruto said, looking over at his hand, who stood beside him. Contact the City Watch and have them increase their presence in areas where religions outside of the faith of the Seven are popular. Anyone who is seen attacking or causing unrest among them is to be arrested or executed if they resist, the king commanded, as he wasn't going to allow his people to suffer under his watch. As you say, Naruto, Ned responded, as he would see to his former ward's wishes. As a believer in the old gods over the new, he himself was sympathetic towards being afflicted by the attacks. Your Grace. One of the guards yelled as he rushed into the throne room. Taking a moment to catch his breath, the man took a knee and bowed to his king. Your Grace, I regret to inform you that your uncle Lord Stannis was murdered, killed by the Faith Militant when they attacked one of the ships in the harbor, the guard announced. An hour ago, a group from the Faith Militant boarded the ship Lord Stannis was on. They were led by a large woman who killed him before the guards arrived. He told the king, who clenched his jaw as he heard that yet another member of his family had been killed. Naruto's hands clenched on his throne as he heard the news of Stannis' demise. Ned looked alarmed as he remembered what happened last time someone had killed a member of Naruto's family. The king had destroyed Sunspear in a fit of rage, but now this time his enemy was at home. Would he destroy King's Landing next? The guard flinched as he saw Naruto's eyes glow red for a moment before they returned to their regular blue. However, looking into his eyes showed the sheer rage that was boiling within him. What happened to those that attacked the ship? He asked through gritted teeth. Killed or captured, Your Grace. We have the woman in custody as we speak, he told the Baratheon king as they had managed to subdue the beast of a woman. Looking back, 10 guards brought in a large blonde woman with her hands tied behind her back. Brienne of Tarth, Ned said, as they knew that at one point she served on Renly's Kingsguard before his death. She had been blamed for it, as she had been the only one in the tent at the time aside from his wife. However, Cat had insisted that it was some sort of shadow creature that had killed Renly. Naruto glared down at the woman who matched his glare, then looked at Melisandre, who stood off to the side. I never expected the murderer of my uncle to be someone who had sworn to protect my other uncle, Naruto said, his voice icy as he could barely contain his anger. His body telling him to use the last of Kurama's chakra within him to wipe her from this world. No, that would be a waste. I avenged your uncle, the true king of Westeros, Renly Baratheon. She growled back as she knew that her time had come. She had heard about what happened to the Mardells when they touched a member of his family. Stannis was dead by her hands. She knew that she was as good as dead. Unlike you who took those in who murdered him, she claimed as she looked at Melisandre with hatred evident. I saw what happened that night. I saw the demon conjured by that woman you keep at your side with blood magic. It had Stannis' face. She declared to everyone as she outed who had been Renly's killer. Looking down at Brienne, he could tell that she wasn't lying about that. He could feel no deception coming from her. Stannis and Melisandre had killed Renly using magic. You're telling the truth, aren't you? Naruto said as he stood up and walked down the steps of the Iron Throne towards the captive woman. I thank you for telling the truth about my uncle's fate. However, in the end, you killed one of my best generals. My master of ships and one of my last few remaining family members, he said, holding his hand out for a sword. Furthermore, instead of coming to me to properly decide on what to do, you joined a group that had been harassing innocent people. And you stormed my ship, Naruto stated as he was handed his sword by a steward. I did what I had to do to avenge Renly. A monster like you would never have punished the Red Woman or Stannis. You're no better than them, she said back to him. Since Stannis and Melisandre had killed Renly for Naruto's benefit, he was as much to blame for his death as they were. Enough, every bone in my body wants to lop your head off. But for now, you'll enjoy a stay in the black cells until I decide what to do with you, Naruto told her before motioning for his guards to carry her to the cells. A grim look on his face as he looked back at Melisandre. As for you, you are to be confined to your room in the Red Keep until I come talk to you, Naruto ordered as he motioned for the guards to escort the Red Woman to her room. Ned walked up and placed a hand on the young king's shoulder. What's going through your head? He asked, knowing that the last few months had been hard for his ward. While the war was going well, he was losing his family left and right, and soon he would have to fight against his only remaining brother. I just feel like part of me always knew that they were involved. They always felt strange when the subject of Renly was brought up. Like they were hiding something, Naruto said as he looked up at the Iron Throne. And yet, without them, I might not be here right now. Without Stannis and his ships, Melisandre and her magic, the army that I got after Renly died, would I even still be king? He wondered out loud. There were so many what-ifs. He had come to rely on Melisandre for spiritual advice, and her visions had led him north to help Jon when he needed him most. When he didn't give full heed to those visions, he lost his sister. He foresaw her death, and yet he dragged his feet. More so, since then Melisandre had been cooperative with the limitations that he put on her practice. She had stopped the human sacrifices in the name of her god, and instead worshipped at a large bonfire, which Varys told him was more common. Melisandre was a fanatic in comparison to most red priests and priestesses. I trust in your judgment, Naruto. I do think that her actions demand a reprimand as they were deceitful and dishonorable. She acted in the best way for you. Renly in the end was a traitor. Had she not put an early end to him, he might be sitting on the Iron Throne. Ned told Naruto as he understood that for killing a member of his family. Melisandre had to pay, however they might have failed against the combined Baratheon Tyrell army. Furthermore, the Mardells might have joined them, as they would have opposed both Naruto and Joffrey, who had Lannister blood. Right, Naruto said, as he agreed that Renly dying was something that needed to happen. Stannis had been punished already with death for kinslaying. Melisandre, on the other hand, Melisandre's room, Naruto entered the room, to find the woman by a fire praying to herself in Valyrian. However, just as the king walked in, she ended her prayer and stood back up. So, it seems that the truth has been revealed to you, Your Grace, Melisandre said, looking back at the king who seemed to be armed with his sword on his back. Walking up to Melisandre, you killed my uncle. That is something that I cannot ignore, even if you did it for my own benefit, even if Renly was a traitor. So, I decided that you'll have to help the guards deal with the issue of the faith militant in the city. You'll also have to volunteer at Flea Bottom to help clean it at least once a week, he told her, as he decided that the best use for her punishment was to help out in the city. You will do this for 2 months. Melisandre was shocked by how light the punishment against her was. Is that all? She questioned. You'll never assassinate anyone without my permission while you serve in my court, he said, revealing that despite killing Renly, he was going to keep her in his court as his Maester. In the end, Renly was going to die regardless, either in battle or in a trap. He might have even been the one who got caught in the wild fire trap instead of the Lannisters. Renly had to die. It hurts to say, but he was a traitor the moment he left King's Landing after my father died. I don't like it, but you helped me immensely by killing him. Stannis, on the other hand, was a kinslayer in the end, and he paid the price. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate Stannis for everything he did. He too helped me more than I could ever repay. So, that is why I'm not going to have you executed, Naruto explained. He knew that once word got out that Stannis had conspired to kill Renly with blood magic, he would have had to put Stannis on trial or risk losing face. Kinslaying was a serious crime in nearly all religions. I thank you for your leniency, your grace, Melisandre said, bowing her head slightly. Had he commanded her death, she would not have fought back. She believed that Naruto was the one who would save the world from the Great Other. He was her lord's champion. So she would trust his choices to the end. However, she was grateful that he had chosen to let her live and continue to serve at his side. Don't thank me, it was your actions that saved you. Black Cells Naruto walked down to the Black Cells with Barristan and Syrio by his side in case Brienne decided to attack him. He didn't think he would need the backup, but Barristan had insisted that they came with him. So do you plan on making the lady meet the god of death today? Syrio asked, as he had heard that the woman had killed one of Naruto's closest allies. A simple nod from Naruto sealed Brienne's fate. She has committed too many crimes to be released. Stannis, while being a kinslayer, should have been tried by me as the king. She also led an attack on a Royal Navy ship and caused the death of multiple sailors. She also allied herself to enemy groups twice, once with Renly and then again with the Faith Militant. I'd offer her the chance to become a silent sister, but given the current state of the Faith of the Seven, I don't think sending her back to her allies is a good idea, Naruto stated as they arrived at Brienne's cell. Due to her large stature, they had bound her hands and feet to the wall to prevent her from moving away from the wall, only giving her enough freedom to feed herself. The woman had been stripped of her armor and given simple prisoners' clothing in place. Opening the cell and walking up to her, he looked down at the disgraced woman who once served on his uncle's Kingsguard. She was likely the first female knight in Westeros. Your loyalty to my uncle is commendable, Brienne of Tarth. Such qualities are signs of a good knight. I'm sure you would have gone far had you made better choices, Naruto commented as he drew his sword and placed it against her neck. I don't want your pity, monster, she replied as she glared up at him. Naruto sighed as he moved his sword back. Brienne of Tarth, for your crimes against the Seven Kingdoms and its people, including the murder of Lord Stannis Baratheon, trespassing on a royal ship, and 2 charges of treason, I Naruto Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm, sentence you to death, the former shinobi stated as Brienne stared back at him as he swung the blade down onto her neck. With one slice, her head fell to the floor and her body went limp, held up only by her chains. A pity, I heard she was a fine warrior, Barristan stated as Naruto left the cell and called for the guards to clean up the body and return it to her father. He knew that Lord Selwyn Tarth would be devastated by the news that his daughter was now dead. He felt bad for the man as all his other children had died in infancy, but given his daughter's crimes, the punishment was just. As they left, they saw multiple men being escorted in the dungeon. From the way they were dressed, it was clear that they were members of the Faith Militant who had been captured due to Naruto's crackdown on their activities. So many idiots, Syrio stated as he knew that these fools had needlessly attacked those who didn't threaten them at all. Looking at the jailer of the Black Cells, Naruto nodded his head, giving him the signal to do what was needed to get information from those that they captured. Red Keep Godswood Naruto sighed as he entered the room that Ned and his family typically used to pray to the old gods while at King's Landing. He himself used the room when he wanted to get away from everything and enjoy some silence. However, as of late, he had started to use the room for something more that he had kept secret from others. With Kurama's chakra fading, Naruto knew that he needed something to keep up his performance in battle. He admitted that he would have died at the deep den had he not awakened his lifelong friend's chakra within him. Kurama's chakra had healed his body and allowed him to ravage the Lannister army. He could take on a dozen men when healthy, but against an army, he could be overwhelmed and killed. As he sat in front of the heart tree of the Godswood, he closed his eyes as he recalled his training at Mount Mayaboku. Sitting perfectly still, he started focusing on drawing in the energy of nature around him, becoming one with it, and allowing it to enter his body. He had attempted to use Sage Mode once before when he was younger. However, what he realized was that with his significantly smaller pool of chakra, it took a lot less natural energy in order to enter Sage Mode. And that made taking in too much energy and beginning to petrify much easier. Back then, it was almost impossible. The energy would come in too fast for him to properly manage it. He didn't have Pa here to beat the natural energy out of him if he drew in too much. So he stopped trying, as he wouldn't be able to enter Sage Mode for longer than a few moments, and if he made a mistake, he would turn to stone. However, ever since the red comet streaked through the sky, he had seen a spike in his reserves, especially one Kurama's chakra awakened within him. While his reserves still weren't close to what they were before, he hoped that they were now large enough to enter and maintain Sage Mode safely. Feeling the natural energy enter him, he balanced it with his spiritual and physical energies that made up his chakra. As the three achieved an equilibrium, they created Senjutsu chakra within him. For the first time in ages, he felt at one with nature. Blood red markings appeared around his eyes like his original Sage Mode, before the red streaked down his cheeks from his eyes like bloody tears, crossing through the 3 lines on his cheeks and spreading over them before pointing out slightly past the 3rd whisker on each cheek. As he opened his eyes, they were now a golden yellow color instead of their regular blue. Taking in a deep breath, he stood up and took a moment to get used to the power once again. Looking around, he noticed that he could see more than he could before. He could almost see what looked like spirits around him. In the trees, in the birds, in the air, in the ground. Naruto could see countless entities in all parts of nature. The old gods, Naruto muttered as he realized what he was seeing all around him. He could feel them looking at him just as he looked at him. He could feel their power flowing through him. Their energy was the source of the natural energy that he took in for his Sage Mode. Amazing, Naruto said. As he looked back at the weirwood, he could almost see himself back. Like he was looking at himself as he stared into the eyes of the carved face. Closing his eyes, his vision focused, and he realized that he was staring at himself through the eyes of the weirwood. He noticed that the markings on his face now resembled the tears of red sap that came down from the weirwood faces. Opening his eyes, the vision from the tree became fuzzy again since he wasn't focusing on it. Smiling, he took a deep breath as he wondered what else he would be able to do with this new Sage Mode. It clearly had different abilities compared to his Toad Sage Mode. He felt a closer connection to the elements around him. From the ground under him to the air around him, even the trees that made up the Godswood. It was like part of him existed in everything as well. I have work to do, Naruto stated to himself as he knew that he had to figure out what else he could do. Small council room, Naruto sighed as he met with the members of his small council. With Stannis dead, that left the Master of Ships position open. Varys had recommended giving the position to Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight who had served as Stannis' chief advisor and was known to be a great ship captain. Currently, Davos was stationed at Dragonstone, managing the island while Stannis was away at war. "I'm heading to Dragonstone tomorrow," Naruto announced to his council as he looked around for any objections. Thanks to the increase in security, we managed to push out most of the Faith militant from King's Landing. Unfortunately, it seems that, with their headquarters now relocated to the Reach, we're unable to put an end to them permanently, Naruto announced as part of him wished that he had taken the Reach when he had the chance. Ned, you'll be placed in direct control of the Stormland forces for the time being, filling in for Stannis. Once I get back, I'll make Sir Davos the Lord of Dragonstone and proclaim that Shireen Baratheon will take up the seat as Lady Paramount of the Stormlands. As the last remaining Baratheon aside from myself, Naruto declared, since he had to fill the holes left behind by Stannis' death. Your Grace, are you sure that Shireen Baratheon is well suited for the placement? She is still quite young and doesn't have much experience ruling. Tycho questioned, as he wasn't sure that it was the best choice in regards to where people should be assigned. Her mother should be able to help her. Besides, she has been well educated from a young age in how to properly rule. Stannis had no living male heirs, so he invested heavily in Shireen. From making sure that she survived her grayscale to hiring the best tutors he could get for her. Besides, I can't leave a power vacuum for too long or else the lords might try and fight over who gets to rule, Naruto replied, as he knew that someone had to be put on top. The men of the Stormlands had a great respect for Stannis as he had led them through the war. Hopefully, that would also lend itself to his daughter, who would succeed him. Varies any reports from Esso? Naruto asked, wondering if Sasuke had any news for them on the Targaryen princess. It seems that Daenerys Targaryen is currently missing. They were attacked by an insurrection group that seeks to bring back slavery, but she managed to escape only to be captured by the Dothraki, Varys explained. Looking particularly upset about the fact that his backup plan, in case that Naruto went off the deep end or died in battle, was now missing. Of course, he still planned to have her marry him. However, the princess was making it extremely difficult, given her apparent relationship with a sellsword and readiness to marry to gain a foothold in Meereen. Do you know where she is? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. One of my little birds told me of a white-haired woman being brought to the temple of the Dash Colleen, where the widows of dead Khals oversee their religion. Varys replied, as he was certain that it was Daenerys who was taken there in order to possibly join their ranks. Have one of your birds keep an eye on her. If she gets in too much trouble, then have them try and get her out, the king commanded, as he didn't want her to die. The Dothraki were savages. If they wanted to kill someone, they would die in the most horrific ways, especially if that person was a woman. Dragonstone, having sailed from the Blackwater Bay to the nearby island, hadn't taken too long. However, as he arrived, he frowned as he saw pyres on the beach with what appeared to be charred bodies on them. It appeared that those who remained on the island still followed the rituals of human sacrifices that Melisandre did before he ordered her to stop them. Looking at the docks, he saw Sir Davos and Lady Selise waiting for his arrival. As his ship docked, he and Melisandre stepped off the ship and approached the two. Your Grace, Davos said, bowing to him before glaring at Melisandre. It was clear that he wasn't exactly too happy with the woman who spread her practice of human sacrifice to the island. Selise greeted Melisandre first, her eyes tearful as her husband had been murdered. We'll be having a burial for Stannis here. Melisandre will be the one taking care of that, he said, as they had brought Stannis' body back to his family. Melisandre insisted that they burn his body in ceremony to deliver him to the Lord of Light properly. Selise nodded her head and went off with Melisandre to talk about the ceremony, leaving Davos and Naruto to speak. What happened there? Naruto questioned as he looked over at the three pyres on the beach. We found some spies who were trying to send information back to the Lannisters about our navy. Lady Selise had them sacrificed to pay for their crimes, he said, grimacing, as he didn't exactly like the thought of burning people alive. They were likely going to be executed anyways, but he preferred quicker and more painless methods compared to ritual sacrifice. Has she burned anyone simply for not believing in the Lord of Light? He asked. If they were burning criminals who deserved a death sentence, then so be it. Lords and ladies were allowed to pick their own execution methods. However, doing that simply for not believing in your god was out of the question, and he would have Selise imprisoned if so. Davos shook his head, however. No, ever since Stannis declared for you and you put limitations as to what could be done. Only traitors and criminals who are to be executed are burned. He admitted, as while he didn't like it, it was better than how it was before. Good, the king stated, as he looked over towards where Melisandre and Selise were talking. I have decided to make you my master of ships, Davos, You were the second in command of Stannis, so if anyone knows how to manage his fleet, it would be you, Naruto said as he told the Onion Knight that he was being assigned to his small council. Furthermore, I'm placing you as Lord of Dragonstone and moving Shireen and Selise to the Stormlands to rule it. Davos' eyes widened as he wasn't expecting the assignment from the king. Of course, he was happy to accept it, seeing it as inheriting the legacy of his former commander. It would be my honor, your grace, Davos said as he bent the knee to Naruto. Stannis had sided with Naruto during the war and had stayed with him until his death. As far as he was concerned, he was doing what Stannis would have wanted him to do. Shireen will serve as Lady of Storm's End. I know Stannis has been grooming her to be a competent ruler. So I'll trust that my uncle did a good job, Naruto stated to Davos' shock, as he didn't think that Naruto would promote his cousin as such. Can you take me to her? Naruto asked, hoping to see his cousin. He hadn't had a chance to see her in years, and after the death of Miachella, he wanted to get closer to the few family members he had left. Arriving at Shireen's room, Naruto could hear the soft sounds of crying from the other side of the door. It was likely that she was still grieving over the death of her father. From what Davos told him, she loved her father dearly despite how cold he could be. Her mother seemed to ignore her for the most part and acted coldly towards the poor girl when they interacted. Knocking on the door, he heard the crying stop before she moved towards the door and opened it to see her cousin. Hey Shireen, it's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto asked as he brought her into a hug. She was quite a bit shorter than he was, but that was a given due to him being older. I'm sorry about Stannis. I should have been able to protect him, he said as he wished that he had been there to save his uncle. He knew that he couldn't be everywhere at once, but this happened in his city. He could have reached Stannis in moments had he known about the attack. But between the unrest in the city and his own workload, he couldn't sense the danger on the docks. Shireen hugged her cousin back and cried into his chest. And I'm sorry that I haven't come to visit you as often as I should, Naruto said, rubbing the back of her head as he let her cry. It's all right, I know you were busy, she said, having heard from Davos just how hectic the war had been and how busy her father and cousin were in trying to end it. How about we sit down and enjoy some snacks I brought from King's Landing? Naruto suggested, getting a nod from the young woman. As they sat down, he brought out a small bag of chocolates that Varys had gotten from Essos. Shireen, I want to name you Lady Paramount of the Stormlands, he revealed to her. Naruto, are you sure? I mean, with my scars, would I even be taken seriously? She asked, knowing that her scarred face made her a pariah. Typically, those who suffered from grayscale were banished from their homelands. Despite having survived, her mother always looked down on her due to her condition. Naruto frowned as he saw the dry and cracked skin on his cousin's face. While the disease had been cured, the hardened flesh had never gone away. However, he thought back to his experience in the Godswood. Maybe mortals couldn't cure her, but he wondered if the old gods could. Shireen, close your eyes, Naruto said as he started to gather nature energy from around them. Davos' eyes went wide as he saw the red markings appearing over Naruto's face, making it seem like he was crying blood. Reaching up, he cupped Shireen's face, causing her to open her eyes and look at her cousin's now golden eyes. She flinched at his appearance, but the warm smile on his face calmed her down. Taking a deep breath, he cried to call out to the old gods around him, asking them to heal his cousin. One of the shapeless entities came over to them and entered Naruto's hand, giving it a faint green glow. Davos watched in awe as he watched the hardened skin crumble off the young girl's face like dried dirt, revealing the fresh pink skin underneath. Naruto let out a breath as he let his sage mode fade away. Pulling his hand back, he smiled at the sight of the now fair-skinned Shireen. There, he said as he motioned for her to look into her mirror. Turning her head, she gasped at the sight of her scarless face. Since she had gotten infected with grayscale when she was an infant, she had never seen her face without the scarring until now. Walking up to the mirror, she reached up and touched the pink flesh, flinching slightly at how tender her skin was. What was that? Davos asked, hoping it wasn't some sort of blood magic like that shadow demon that Melisandre and Stannis had conjured to kill Renly. I call it my sage mode. By drawing in the power of the old gods around us, I can enhance my power, Naruto explained as he wanted Davos to trust him. the old gods? Davos asked as it made sense. Naruto had been raised primarily in the north and had a bad history with the faith of the Seven. So turning to the old gods made sense, but this was insane. He never believed in them, but seeing Naruto's miracle might just change his mind. "Yep," Naruto said before Shireen hugged him again. "Thank you," she muttered into his shirt. As the three talked, Selise and Melisandre walked into the room, only to notice that Shireen's face had been cured. Selise rushed to her daughter and cupped her face to make sure that she wasn't seeing things. "How?" she asked, as she never thought that she would see her daughter's face so pure again. "Oh, mother, it hurt," Shireen cried out. Selise let go of Shireen's face before looking at Naruto. She knew that her nephew had magical abilities, powers that she attributed to the Lord of Light blessing him. "Naruto, did you heal her?" she asked him, shell-shocked that his power was to this level, able to do what Meisters and sacrifices could never do. Even Melisandre was shocked at what her king might have done. Nodding his head, Naruto confirmed that it was his doing. "I recently came to possess a new power. I didn't know if I could heal her, but figured that I could try," he told them without revealing too much. Selise didn't have to know, and he didn't trust Melisandre with that kind of information just yet, especially after recent revelations. "As expected from the champion of the Lord of Light," she said, believing that it had to have been our lore who healed her through Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes at that, knowing that the Lord of Light had nothing to do with his powers. Naruto had soon left Dragonstone with Shireen and Davos for King's Landing, while Selise oversaw the transition of Dragonstone from House Baratheon to House Seaworth, and then moved to Storm's End to take up the seat until Shireen moved there. And there you go. Gotta give credit user for giving me the idea of the old gods factoring into the sage mode. I really liked it and decided to include it into the story. No Sasuke part this time. Figured that it would add too much bulk to the chapter that is largely focused on religion, to be honest. Credit to Redlocks too for reminding me of the Faith Militant, which was a great addition. Chapter 19, Meereen. Sasuke walked through the streets of Meereen as he assessed the current state of the city. Since he had executed the Sons of the Harpy at their base, and had spent the next few weeks cleaning up the remains of the group, Tyrion had a meeting with the current leaders of the other cities in Slaver's Bay in order to work out an agreement in order to bring peace to the area while also phasing out slavery. If that treaty was what it took for peace to reign in the region, then so be it. From what he had heard, the dwarf had also invited one of the Red Priestesses to Meereen to ask them for their help. The religion of the Lord of Light was very popular in Essos. If they could associate Daenerys with them in a positive way, it would make her extremely popular. As he arrived at the pyramid, he walked in on the meeting between Tyrion and the priestess, who seemed to be listening but not responding to whatever Tyrion was saying. "We hope that we could persuade you to," Tyrion said, before being interrupted by the priestess, who began to walk towards them. "You don't need to persuade me, I came to help," she admitted to them. "Daenerys Stormborn is the one who was promised. From the fire, she was reborn to remake the world," Kurvana told them, as she knew all about the events that led to this point in time. "She has freed the slaves from their chains and crucified the masters for their sins," she added, recounting the things that Daenerys had done over the last few years. "She did indeed," Tyrion agreed. "Her dragons are fire-made flesh, a gift from the Lord of Light, but you've heard all of this before. On the Long Bridge of Volantes, the dragons will purify the non-believers by the thousands, burning their sins and flesh away," she added, believing that through fire, the sinners who believed in false gods would perish against their chosen champion. "Ideally, we'd avoid purifying too many non-believers. The Mother of Dragons has followers of many different faiths," Tyrion said, looking a bit disturbed by how open the woman was about desiring to set those who didn't believe in their lord ablaze. "You want your queen to be worshipped and obeyed. And while she's gone, you want her advisors to be worshipped and obeyed," she commented. "I'd settle for obeyed," Tyrion replied flatly, as he wasn't exactly looking to be worshipped. "I will summon my most eloquent priests, they will spread the word. Daenerys has been sent to lead the people against the darkness. In this war, and then the great wars still to come," Kurvana stated, as she was convinced that Daenerys was the one who would lead the world into the light. that she was the chosen champion of the Lord of Light who would defeat the Great Other. Sasuke let out a sigh as he leaned against the wall of the room. He didn't care much for this woman and her prophecies. As far as he was concerned, Naruto was the one who would be king in the end. If Dinari married him, it would be Naruto's choice. If she fought against him, then he would kill the mother of dragons. "You are skeptical," Kurvana said, looking at Sasuke. "Those who bind themselves to fate are doomed to be beaten by those who have broken away from fate. There is no destiny. Any prediction made could be wrong. Anything foreseen could be changed. Fate is the shackles for the weak." Sasuke replied firmly, as he didn't believe that anyone was locked into a predetermined destiny. Everyone was free to make their own choices and pick their own path. Kurvana walked towards Sasuke. "Quite strange of you to say, as you are fated to go wherever your brother goes. And where you go, he goes, locked in an endless dance of light and darkness, two halves of the same coin. You, an outsider in this world, are not bound to the same rules as everyone else. Can you really comment when you don't belong here?" She questioned before finding a sword against her neck. She could feel the sparks running up the blade and licking her neck. Tyrion's eyes widened, as it seemed that Sasuke was about to kill one of the few people who could help them out at the moment. "Sasuke, I have no idea what she's saying, but please put the sword away," Tien pleaded as Sasuke's red, Sharingan eyes stared at the unflinching Kurvana's. He could see the truth behind her eyes. She possessed great power. How much? He didn't know, but she knew too much for his liking, too much about who he was. "You and your counterpart are unknown factors. In that sense, you are right. You are not bound by fate, and as such you unbound others from their fates. However, there is only so much you can change, even with those powerful eyes, Sasuke Uchiha," she said before turning back and walking away from the two. Tyrion got in front of Sasuke to make sure that he didn't do anything hasty. He knew that Sasuke could brush him off, but maybe the small distraction would be enough to dissipate his anger. "Sasuke, we need her," Tien said, as Sasuke put his sword away and walked out of the room with the short Lannister behind him. What did she mean by all that? Tyrion asked the Uchiha, who stopped and looked back at him. "Tyrion, if you know what's good for you, you'll never speak of what she said to anyone." "Even Dinari's," Sasuke said to the dwarf, who flinched at the irritated tone that Sasuke had. It was strange to see the young adult so bothered. He always seemed unflappable, and yet what Kurvana had said seemingly got under his skin. "As you say," Tyrion replied, as he knew when to keep secrets. Sasuke was not someone to cross, and frankly, there wasn't anything that was said which was pressing. Just a bunch of mumbo-jumbo about light and darkness. However, it did seem that she knew someone who Sasuke seemed tied to. Was she talking about his brother? Time passed as they waited for the return of Dinari's. However, as they talked inside the pyramid, they heard the sounds of bells, telling them that an invasion force had been sighted. Sasuke rushed outside to see a massive invasion of ships arriving. "It seems that your deal fell apart, Tyrion," Sasuke commented before throwing off his cloak. Given the amount of soldiers that would be on those boats, they could not be allowed to make landfall. Furthermore, he could see that they were mounted with siege weaponry. If they got too close, then they could cause severe damage to the city. "Where are you going?" Missandei asked, as she couldn't imagine Sasuke going to fight such a massive armada on his own, even with his magic. "I'm going to do what that idiot queen of yours failed to do, and put an end to this farce," Sasuke replied, as decided that he needed to permanently cripple the other free cities of Slaver's Bay. "Just prepare my bed, I'll probably need it," the Uchiha commented before jumping off the ledge and moving towards the bay where the ships were approaching. Jumping from building to building, as he made no effort to hide his abilities. As he arrived, he could see everyone fleeing back inside of Mirine's walls. Since their fleet had been destroyed by the Harpies, the only ships left that were simple merchant ships and fishing vessels. Nothing Sasuke felt that he needed to protect by being careful in this fight. His main concern was the mass casualties that would come with the invasion. If they breached their walls, then it was likely that everyone would be slaughtered or enslaved by the slave masters. Sasuke stepped onto the water, using his chakra to stand on it instead of sinking in. Dashing towards the incoming fleet, he countered how many ships had been sent to take Myrine. It was a far larger force than anything they had faced yet. Given the sheer size of the attack, he he knew that he couldn't hold back an entire fleet on his own as he was. It would take him too long to destroy each ship one at a time, even with his ninjutsu. However, he had one thing that might have the power do it. He had kept it hidden from everyone around him, as he never had a reason to use his trump card. Even Varys had been left in the dark in regards to it, too great of a secret to tell even his employer. Unlike before, he didn't have to kill someone to awaken them. They came naturally to him, as he had already fulfilled the condition to awaken them in his past life, the memory of Itachi's death forever ingrained in his head. As he had been close to Daenerys' dragons for years now, he figured that, like the warlocks of Karth had wanted to keep them near to enhance their power, being near them had done the same for him. However, he didn't know if the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan would follow without transplanting someone else's eyes. Since he was the only one with the Sharingan, he figured that it would be impossible for him to enhance his eyes further, so he opted to only use the Mangekyou when necessary. Breathing in, he closed his eyes as he began to call on his chakra. Tears of blood swelled from between his closed eyelids. Breathing out, Sasuke opened his eyes to reveal his Sharingan spinning wildly. However, as the markings spun, they merged together into a six-pointed star pattern. "Susanoo," Sasuke called out. A massive purple aura roared around him, growing larger by the moment until it toured even the pyramid that served as their base. Everyone who was watching Sasuke watched in terror and awe as a massive skeleton-like figure formed around him before tendrils came out of the joints to form muscle, followed by skin and armor that covered them, making the figure appear like a cloaked monster of purple flames around Sasuke. Those on the ships panicked as the massive figure appeared over the water, rushing to their weapons to fire upon the purple monster. The titanic figure formed an arrow out of black flames in one of its hands and placed it upon his crossbow that it held in the other, aiming it up towards the sky. Drops of blood dripped into the bay as his eyes continued to drip blood, the eyes bloodshot as severe strain was placed on them. "Enton, Susanoo Kagetsuchi," he announced before firing the arrow high into the sky as the ship started to fire upon him. The fireballs slammed against the purple body, exploding without dealing any real damage to the figure. Sasuke smirked as everything that they tried against him failed to break his Susanoo. Moments later, hell would be unleashed upon the slaver fleet as hundreds of flaming black arrows would rain down from the heavens, exploding on impact with the ships or the water. The blasts destroyed nearby ships in an instant, ripping their wooden hulls apart and scattering black flames to the surrounding areas. Even when the flames came in contact with water, they didn't lose any of their strength as they continued to burn away. The ships behind those that were struck by the arrows attempted to turn back around, but many ended up sailing into the wreckage and flames and igniting themselves as soon as the first black embers reached their ship. Sasuke smirked as the bombardment on him stopped and allowed his Susanoo to drop. He could feel that his chakra was almost completely drained, and his entire body burned from the amount of chakra he used at once. His eyes in particular stung, as the Mangekyou Sharingan caused damage to them during use. However, the attacks had stopped as the fleet changed their plan from attacking to fleeing away from the flames. Now separating Meereen from the invading ships was a massive wall of black flames that wouldn't be put out by normal means. Black flames that burned everything and anything that they got onto to ash, and then more. Hearing a roar, he looked up to see Daenerys on her dragons flying overhead and attacking the rest of the retreating fleet. He smiles as it seemed that she managed to make it back in one piece. "About time you made it back," Sasuke said as he picked himself up and started to walk back to the shore before falling forward, losing consciousness as he saw the water coming closer to his face. Pyramid groaning, Sasuke woke up in his bedroom inside the pyramid. Besides him were some bloodied clothes that were probably used to clean the blood off his face. Getting up, he stretched a bit before realizing that he wasn't wearing any clothing. They must have taken them off when they got him from the water. As he walked towards the throne room, he managed to get a glimpse of the bay. He could see that his fires had expired, meaning that a few days must have passed. But also he could see a new fleet of ships docked in their harbor. Looking at their sails, he realized that they were the Iron Fleet and were being loaded with supplies. "I guess it's almost time," Sasuke said as he walked into the throne room. As he did, he passed Dario, who had a bitter look on his face. "Something the matter?" the Uchiha asked, as he could tell that something had deeply upset the man. While he and Dario had never gotten along, he led the second sons, and if he faltered, it could very much hinder their progress. "Since when do you care?" Dario bit back, but only got a raised eyebrow from Sasuke. Looking at the Uchiha, he couldn't believe that out of everyone who he was going to vent to, it was some mysterious wizard man with strange eyes. A wizard who he heard destroyed most of a fleet before they arrived back in the city. If Sasuke didn't frighten him before, then he certainly did now. Daenerys decided that I would be better off here, helping keep the peace in the free cities. She also said that we couldn't be lovers anymore or try for more, because she needed to be able to marry for an alliance. He told Sasuke bitterly, as he wanted more. Part of him felt used, like she didn't really care for him. She got him to swear his sword to her, had his men fight for her, fucked him, stole his heart, was saved by him, and now was leaving him in the dirt. "I see," Sasuke said as he realized what had happened. Daenerys had enjoyed a fling with Dario while she was here away from Westeros. But now that she was going home, she needed to be able to marry. No lord would marry her if she had a lover already. And if she married Dario, then she wouldn't benefit from it. As it stood, her best bet was to marry Naruto. By doing so, she would become the queen automatically and thus complete her goal. However, that was assuming she would want that, or that Naruto would accept her as his bride. "I told you that she was an idiot queen," Sasuke replied, earning a small chuckle from Dario. "Maybe you could use your magic to change her mind." Dario asked. He was joking, of course. Sasuke shrugged. "If you can pay my price, I can certainly do that," he replied as he walked towards where Daenerys would be. Dario shook his head before continuing onward, knowing that it was possible for Sasuke to put Daenerys in a powerful trance if he wanted, or even threaten her into changing her mind, as he had done multiple times before. "I guess I'll be going," Dario said, walking away from Sasuke. As Sasuke arrived in the room where Daenerys sat, he didn't bother with any of the custom bowing and kneeling. "She wasn't his queen after all. I'll assume you were the one who saved me?" Sasuke asked as he sat down and poured himself a cup of wine. "Of course, I found you face down in the water," she joked, taking a sip of her own wine before looking over at him. Part of her wanted to suggest a marriage between herself and the Uchiha. From what she knew, he was a royal of Yitai, a powerful empire older than any other and with wealth beyond imagination. On top of that was his magic, that had destroyed half a fleet with a single attack. However, Sasuke had mentioned that he had abandoned his former home, and would likely not be accepted back so easily, nor would Yitai be likely to join a war so far from home. That was quite the spectacle. "You never showed that kind of power before. Another secret you held from me?" she asked, as she had been shocked when she arrived in Meereen on Dragon, only to see the extent of Sasuke's power. She always assumed that she could put him down with her dragons should he turn against her, but for the first time, she doubted that. His power was on a level that she never expected to be on. It scared her to an extent that someone this powerful was so close to her, and yet refused to swear allegiance to her. "I am entitled to my secrets. My powers are my own business," he pointed out, as he felt there was no need to inform her of all the things he could do. Daenerys frowned, but accepted that she wasn't going to get more than that from him. "So I presume that you intend to marry King Naruto Baratheon?" Sasuke asked her, wondering what her plan was. "The son of the usurper?" Daenerys asked, earning a nod from Sasuke, who wondered what she would do. "Possibly, but I'll do what must be done," she stated, as she wouldn't give up the Iron Throne to him. It was hers by birthright. She wouldn't let him take it from her. From what I heard, he has nearly the entirety of Westeros under his command. Just the Reach and the Westernlands stand against him. However, by the time we arrive, he could have already taken them. A spy working for me in the north even said that he has nearly 100,000 wildlings on his side. A navy that has been building stronger over the last few years under his uncle. And an army experienced in war, plus some of the most experienced generals he could ask for, Sasuke told her as he crossed his arms. "We have 3 dragons, the Unsullied and the Dothraki," Daenerys countered, believing that with her dragons she could win against any opponent. Plus, after years of war, his armies will be tired of fighting. Some of his allies might even change sides once we arrive, she claimed, as she had been told that there would be many who would cheer for her return. And his magic? Sasuke asked. I got you, Dinari responded firmly, believing that once they found Sasuke's brother, she could convince him to join them. If he had even half the power that Sasuke had at his fingertips, then he would be like getting another dragon on her side. No, you don't, Sasuke pointed out as he crossed his arms. Do not forget that my time with you is based purely on getting to Westeros and finding him. While I do agree with what you are trying to do here, your goals are not my own. Your dreams are not my own, Sasuke stated as he wanted to make it clear to her that he wasn't going to be her lapdog like Jorah was. Their alliance was based on mutual self-interests. If she failed, she died. Simple, Dinari frowned as Sasuke once again put up a wall between them. He always turned down any offers to join her council or Queensguard. Part of her wanted to leave him here for his crude words, but his power was too much to give up. Marry me, Dinari stated firmly. Marry me and you'll be a king, my kin, she told him as she decided that Sasuke was someone worth using that card on. With him, her heirs would not only be of Targaryen blood, but could possibly inherit his power, making her family among the strongest in the world. Blushed and embarrassed look from the Queen of Meereen. I have no interest in you Dinaries, nor do I wish to tie myself down just yet, Sasuke said, before getting up and walking away from the Mother of Dragons. I'll go oversee the ships, hopefully we sail soon. Naruto, I can't wait to see you again. King's Landing war meetings were stressful. They were something that Naruto had to contend with for the least few years as he fought against his own family. But now, it was time for the final battle to start. His armies were moving into position, following his plan of attack against his enemy forces. His plan was to attack all sides at once, forcing both the Tyrells and Lannisters into a siege where they would eventually have to surrender or fight to the death. Casterly Rock would be the focus of the forces from the northern part of the Seven Kingdoms. Robb and Jon would lead their force of northern men and free folk south. Down the King's Road to the Trident, where they would be met by Yohn Royce and his army of the Vale and Edmure Tully with the army of the Riverlands. From there, they would take their combined army down the River Road towards Casterly Rock, where they would strike at the Lannisters' base. Naruto would lead his own force from the Crownlands and travel the Gold Road towards Casterly Rock and join the siege against his brother. His hope was that such a massive army could break through their defense and capture the young king. The issue of the Tyrells would be handled by Ned, who would be leading the army of the Stormlands in Stanny's place. He would travel through the Rose Road and attack Highgarden directly to prevent them from being able to send assistance to the Lannisters. Dorne would join in, attacking from the south at Old Town and moving towards Highgarden from behind. To prevent the Lannisters from fleeing by sea, Davos would take the royal fleet and blockade the Sunset Sea by Lannisport. Looking over his plan one last time, Naruto sighed as he knew that it was time to end this war. Casterly Rock Naruto had arrived at the Lannister stronghold shortly after Robb and Jon had with their armies. Having met some resistance from smaller forces made up of small folk, who had been hired by the local lords to form a sort of militia to slow down the king's army. It hurt Naruto to have to crush them, but they refused to move out of his way and attacked his men. From the north, Robb and Jon had been halted at the Golden Tooth. Lord Leo Lefford seemed to have set himself up for a siege. Unfortunately for Robb and Jon, the two had to take the Golden Tooth before they could continue westward and attack Casterly Rock. Going around it would prove too time-consuming or dangerous, as it would leave them open to men flooding out of the fortress and attacking their rear. However, the force keeping the stronghold could only hold out for so long before it was overwhelmed by the behemoth of an army, as their resources allowed them to eventually break through their walls. When they arrived at Casterly Rock, Naruto was in awe of the army he had been able to gather. 15,000 Northermen, 35,000 free folk, 10,000 from the Vale, and 7,000 from the Riverlands. That combined force was now even larger due to the 3,000 from the Crownlands. Still, they felt that something was off. There was no reaction to them showing up at their doorstep. No signal to let those inside know that they were being attacked. No arrows were fired at them. No soldiers charged at them. John had sent out a group of wildlings to scout the area closer to the fortress and come back when they learned anything worthwhile. Could they be surrendering? Rob asked as he, John, and Naruto waited for the scouts to return and tell them what was going on. They were hesitant to enter the stronghold for fear that, like the man king before him, the Lannisters had placed a trap that would destroy the fortress and them along with it. I doubt it, after all this trouble, would they just give up at the final moment? John asked, as he didn't think that the Lannisters would just quit and let Naruto win. One of the wildlings came back soon, entering the tent. It's empty, not a soul inside. From what we noticed, there was a recent march south. The scout told them what his people had found. The ones who entered found that the inside had been abandoned, food, gold, and many personal belongings being left behind. However, something that was missing was their weaponry. The Lord's eyes widened as they realized that the Lannisters had abandoned Casterly Rock and marched south, likely to where? Ned! Naruto yelled as Ned was heading for an ambush. While he besieged Highgarden, he was going to get flanked by the Lannisters coming from the north. Get everyone ready to march south. We need to catch up to them before they arrive at Highgarden. Rob ordered his men, while John left to go gather the wildlings and lead them even more south. Naruto quickly wrote Davos a letter and gave it to a raven to fly. He ordered Davos to sail back south and set up a blockade on Old Town instead, attacking the Lannisters if spotted on the ocean road. As they marched south to catch up to the Lannisters, Edmure stayed behind with a host of 2,000 troops to take Lannisport and make sure that the Lannisters couldn't try and escape back there and sail off westward if they managed to slip by them. Fuck Ned, I hope we make it in time. Naruto cursed to himself as he didn't know how the Lannisters knew that they were coming. It was possible that there were still some spies left in King's Landing that had tipped them off about their invasion plan. That explained why the smaller lords were so desperate to put together forces to slow down the invading armies. He had lost Stannis and his sister. He refused to lose Ned as well to this bloody war. It was a race against time as they traveled south down the ocean road, following the Lannister army to Highgarden. Along the way they ran into yet another small force from House Crakehall and their bannermen. However, the combined army of nearly 70,000 was enough to break through them in a short battle. They were really trying to slow us down, John said as he rode by Naruto. Even outnumbered several times over, they refused to surrender until their men started to abandon the fight. They must have been ordered to continue fighting as long as humanly possible. To think that they would think so little of the lives of their subjects, he said, frowning as the lords had been throwing men to their doom against them. He hoped that the armies from the Stormlands and Dorne would be able to withstand the Lannister army until they arrived. Won't deny that this was more of a stepping stone chapter. The main part of it was to set up Daenerys starting her journey back to Westeros, while Naruto starts to wrap up his war. Chapter 20, Highgarden War was a cruel thing. Something people were rarely truly prepared for when it came knocking on their door. The Tyrells had gotten word from the Lannisters that they were about to be placed under siege from the east and the south. A spy from within Naruto's army having sent word that the demon would soon strike out against them and bring down his full force. Olenna looked off from her balcony at her family's stronghold. Smoke and fire filled the air. The once lush fields of golden roses that surrounded Highgarden were now in tatters as the invading armies had settled upon them. "We're surrounded," she said, looking out. The Lannisters had told them to hold firm and wait for the proper time to attack. But with the bulk of their army kept behind their walls, their food supplies were starting to run thin. It was only due to their region's ability to produce a massive amount of food that they were able to hold off for this long without supplies. "They're gonna strangle us if this continues," Mace stated as he wanted to surrender. Day after day, all they could hear was the sounds of fighting and siege weapons pounding against their walls. Their men were starting to get tired, many still fearful of what was to come. Their failed siege of King's Landing was still fresh on their minds. What if Naruto uses wildfire on them again? What if he turns into a demon and blows them away like Sunspear? What if his armies are too much and they slaughter everyone within? Many of these men had families. They would be slaughtered if they were to try and fight against the full might of the royal army. We need to trust that Tommen and Margaery will save us. It is our only hope now, Olenna said, as she wished that they could repel the force themselves. But as it stood, they needed their allies to save them. They needed to hold out until the Western forces arrived. Mace looked at his mother with an uncertain look before turning back towards the war unfolding in front of them. Ned sighed, as he had been stuck in a siege for days now. They had been unable to break through Highgarden's defenses as of yet, but they were certain that soon they would be forced to sue for peace. They were too well prepared for a siege. He was certain that their plans had been leaked from within. Highgarden had been fortified far more than usual. However, he broke out of his thoughts as he heard horns behind him. Rushing out of his tent, he was told that another army had been coming from the north, bearing red and gold banners. The Lannisters, he cursed as they had been played. If they were here, then either Naruto had been crushed, or they had abandoned Casterly Rock early and came down. If they had prior knowledge of their attacks, then it might have been their plan to attack Ned from his flank, while his army was dealing with the Tyrells. We're being attacked, everyone is ready for battle. Ned yelled out for them to abandon their siege efforts and in turn focus on repelling the incoming force. However, as they began to change gears, the gates of Highgarden opened, and a flood of soldiers came swarming towards them. "Fuck," Ned muttered as he grabbed ice and prepared to join the battle himself. He had sent a raven to his Dornish counterpart, telling them to pull back and regroup with him, as they were spread too thin around the city to counter the Lannister army. It wasn't long until the Lannister forces punched through the siege and managed to enter the city to escort the royal family inside. Naruto arrived at the scene of chaos as Ned's army and Tommen clashed outside of Highgarden. He looked upon the scene with regret as he wished that things didn't end up like this. It was a mess of soldiers and dead bodies. The smell of fire and death was soaked into the ground, as this would prove to be the bloodiest battle in the war. Besides him were most of the remaining Stark children in Jon, Robb, and Arya. "What a mess," Arya said as she looked at the three older men. All of them were worried about the same thing, Ned. They had no idea how long this battle had been going on for, but from the looks of it, it was clear that the Baratheon Martell army was on the losing end. Naruto drew in the energy of the old gods around him and entered his sage mode. His eyes shifted from blue to gold as he was now able to sense everything around them. Looking at Highgarden, he could sense them: Tommen, Cersei, his family, and right now his mortal enemies. "Are you ready, Naruto?" Arya asked beside him as she had demanded to join the battle beside him. Behind them were the combined armies of the Crownlands, the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale. "Yeah, I just don't know what to do with Tommen. He's not really at fault. But if I don't do anything, he might try and claim the throne again," Naruto replied as he knew that. His brother might eventually try and take the throne back by claiming to be the rightful heir. Arya nodded. She couldn't imagine having to fight against her own family. If for whatever reason, Sansa had decided to stay with Joffrey and become his queen. "We'll figure it out," she said, looking forward to the battle ahead. At the helm, they could see the Mountain wearing the King's Guard armor. He was just as massive as they remembered him to be. Besides him was the Hound, who Arya still had a bone to pick with. "Looks like Jaime stayed back to guard Tommen. Good, I don't have to worry about kinslaying," Naruto stated as he drew his sword. "This war ends today," Naruto yelled out as he rode in front of his army. "Today, we make them pay for all those killed in this senseless war. Today we bring peace to Westeros." Naruto roared as his army let out a battle cry before they charged towards the Lannister army. Now it was their turn to be attacked from behind, as they had hoped to finish off the Baratheon Martell army before Naruto arrived. But it seemed that they caught up faster than expected. Naruto went straight for the Mountain. As it stood, he was the most dangerous knight on the battlefield, so he wanted to take him out as soon as possible. "This time I will end things," Naruto said to himself. Jumping off his horse, Naruto leaped towards Gregor, his hand back as blue energy rapidly started to gather in the palm of his hand, condensing into a spiraling ball of energy that moved in multiple directions at the same time. "Rasengan," Naruto roared as he thrusted the blue ball of chakra towards the mountain that rides. Gregor moved to meet the king in battle and end the battle by claiming his head quickly and ending their efforts. Seeing the blue orb in the palm of Naruto's hand, he brought his sword up to block the attack with the large blade. However, as the Rasengan collided with the metal, it twisted and grinded away at the blade. His knees buckled under the pressure before his sword snapped in half, and the spiraling attack slammed into his head. Naruto slammed Gregor into the ground, his Rasengan ripping through the helmet and his face. The ground under them exploded, knocking back anyone near them. As he pulled his hand back, he looked down at the body of the mountain. Where his head would be, there was only a spiraling smudge of red on the shattered ground. "One down," Naruto stated, before looking over at the hound fighting against Arya. She had wanted to take on the man to avenge the death of the butcher's boy years ago when they were on the King's Road. Despite being much smaller and weaker than Sandor, Arya was quick on her feet and danced around the heavy swings from the larger man. For years, she had practiced under Sirio, learning everything that he had to teach her, as well as from Naruto and some of the other knights in King's Landing. Arya ducked under Sandor's swing, looking over his armor in search of a weak point to stab at with needle. Unlike the Knights of Westeros, she didn't wear heavy armor to protect her, as it would only slow her down. However, because she lacked armor, one solid hit from Sandor would be enough to incapacitate her, if not outright kill her. Avoiding his swing, Arya stabbed at his side, where she saw but her sword was deflected by Sandor, who, despite being larger and heavier, had far more experience than Arya. "Not bad, little wolf, but you're too inexperienced if you want to beat me," Sandor stated as he kicked Arya in the stomach, knocking her down to the ground. Bringing his sword up, he swung down at Arya, seeking to land the final blow on her while she was down. However, he never expected her to recover so quickly. His eyes widened as she rolled out of the path of his sword and grabbed her own, jabbing at the gap between his armor near his stomach. He could feel his blood leaking out as Arya pulled needle out of him. His breath hitched as her thin blade had managed to penetrate deeply into his side. "That was for Micah," she said as she stood up, looking at the blood dripping down the tip of her sword. Arya was about to try and go for a killing blow on the bleeding hound, who had gripped his sword, was taking. Arya more seriously now, as an opponent bit was interrupted by a Tyrell man who rushed at Arya. However, it was Sandor who moved to kill the man, slicing his chest open with one swing. "This battle is between you and me, Stark," he stated, as he wouldn't have anyone interfere. He had seen his brother get killed by Naruto, erasing any chance he might have of one day getting his own revenge against the monster of a human. He had done a lot of bad things in his life. If those things led to him dying, then so be it. "Sandor, it doesn't have to be this way," Naruto said, as he moved to step in if it became clear that Arya would lose. "You might have done bad things in the past, but don't act like you didn't do some good things. Even if you don't believe it, I believe that you could do good, Sandor." Naruto yelled at the burned man, who looked over at the black-haired king. "Sansa told me of the stuff you did for her when she was held at Casterly Rock. How you helped cover her when Joffrey had her stripped to torture her. Just stand down and you don't have to die here. Don't die for people who treated you like a dog." Sandor looked at Naruto before looking back at Arya, who looked like she was a bit conflicted now that she knew that Sandor had helped her sister while she was captured. He knew that he was dead if he continued to fight. If he fought against and lost, she would likely kill him. If he won and killed her, then Naruto would kill him in return. He had killed his older brother without any difficulty, and looking into his now golden eyes, he was certain that Naruto could use that power to kill him too. Sighing, he dropped his sword and raised his hands as he surrendered. There was no point in fighting a battle he already lost. "Arya, escort him back to the camp," Naruto commanded as he swung and killed two others who came at them. For now, the Hound would be their prisoner of war until the conflict was resolved. Looking at the walls of Highgarden, he knew that this whole thing wouldn't end until the royal family fell. First and foremost was Ned's safety still. He wouldn't abandon the battle until he was certain that his mentor was all right. Focusing on the various energies on the battlefield, he could sense him. He was surrounded, and on the ground, some Baratheon men were protecting him, but they wouldn't hold forever. Rushing forth, Naruto hacked and slashed through any enemy who got in his way. His sole objective at the moment save Ned. Breathing wind chakra over his sword, he rushed forward and bisected one of the men attacking the northerner. As the attention was turned towards him, the king looked at the group and then at Ned, who was severely injured on the ground. "Get him to my camp. Have Melisandre treat him," Naruto ordered as he fought off 5 men with ease. With his Sage Mode, normal fighters were no longer a major threat to him. As the men took Ned away, he saw Rob and Jon, back to back as they fought off swaths of soldiers. The brothers worked like a well-oiled machine, blocking and attacking for each other as if they were dancing. The battle was starting to turn in their favor, as they outnumbered the defending army by almost double. The Westerlands and the Reach at one point had some of the most immense armies in Westeros, but war had cut them down severely. Now they would pay. If Ned died, he would put all of them to the sword. He knew that even if they got past the walls of Highgarden, they would be thrown into a long and painful labyrinth that left them vulnerable, as they would have to worm their way through. However, it was that maze of thrones and the vegetation that gave him an idea. Highgarden was soaked in natural energy. The entire area was filled with life. The forest nearby, the plains, the plants inside the stronghold, and even the 3 weirwoods inside. It was teeming with the power of the old gods. Clapping his hands together, Naruto smirked as he decided that he was going to put all that power to good use. The ground seemed to crack and break around him as he pulled in and used more natural energy. Sweat dripped off his face as he focused heavily on his plan to break through the walls of Highgarden. Slamming his hand down against the ground, a massive wooden dragon tore its way out of the ground behind him. It was made of a composite of trees, roots, vines, and roses. Parts of all the local flora used to create the monstrous beast. The sight alone was enough to get many opposing soldiers flee in terror. In Westeros, dragons were typically associated with power due to the Targaryens' use of them during their takeover centuries ago. To see one come out of the ground at the command of the Whiskered King was too much for them, accepting that fighting would only lead to their deaths. Would dragon jutsu? Naruto called out with a wide grin on his face as he pointed at the walls of Highgarden. The dragon responded by letting out a massive roar before charging towards the wall. As the dragon slammed against it, the walls came tumbling down around it, breaching the capital of the Reach and allowing his soldiers to enter. They kept going as it crashed into the castle and tore out the other side, before looping back around into the sky before it stopped moving. His Sage Mode started to fade as he used up too much of his energy. However it did, he noticed a group of people moving underground towards the nearby river, likely through secret tunnels that were built in case they were invaded. "I'm not letting you get away," Naruto muttered as he was soon joined by Rob and Jon, who had seen the dragon appear. "You never cease to impress me, you know," Rob said as he looked at the massive wooden dragon. He was thankful that Naruto was on their side and not against them. Had he been with the Lannisters, he was certain that this war would be going in a completely different direction than it was. With Highgarden breached, the war was all over. "I need the 2 of you to come with me. They're trying to escape to the river," Naruto stated as he made a hand sign. Popping the clone he had left behind in the command tent in order to regain some chakra. "You need help?" Jon asked with a raised eyebrow. "I can't kill Jaime, or I'll be labeled a kinslayer. Same with Tommen and Cersei if it comes down to it," Naruto told them honestly. The Mander arriving at the river, the 3 spotted a boat docked on the shore. The Mander didn't drain at Old Town, where the bulk of their blockade would be. Instead, it ended by the Shield Islands. On board, they could see Tommen, Cersei, Jaime, Margaery, Mace, and Olenna, along with the remaining Kingsguard. As they spotted the 3, the ship's captain began to sail, confident that they could outpace 3 men on foot. Naruto met Tommen's eyes, a frown on each of their faces as they hadn't seen each other in years. When Naruto last saw Tommen, he was just a young boy. And when Tommen had last seen Naruto, he was his hero-like older brother. Now things have changed. Tommen was attempting to usurp him from power, and in his eyes, Naruto was a demon who used full magic to get what he wanted. "I'm sorry," Naruto said as he used his Sage Mode to interact with the water, and with a forceful yank forced the water to jolt, capsizing the boat onto land, ending their escape attempt and knocking them out from the crash. King's Landing peace. It had taken years, blood, and tears, but at least there was peace in Westeros, at least for now. With the destruction of Highgarden and the takeover of Casterly Rock, the Lannister side of the war had fallen, leaving only Naruto as king. But now it was time for trials. He had already banished the remaining members of Tommen's Kingsguard to the wall, feeling that it was a just punishment for them. Sandor was being kept in a room in the Red Keep, with gold cloaks watching over him, until they felt that he could be trusted fully alone. The ones on trial now were Tommen Waters, Margaery Tyrell, Cersei Lannister, Jaime Lannister, Mace Tyrell, Olenna Tyrell. And sadly Selwyn Tarth, who had leaked their battle plans to the Lannisters as revenge for executing his only daughter. Now all 7 were before him as he sat on the Iron Throne, his crown proudly on his head as he looked down at them. Tommen Waters, you are charged with the crimes of attempting to usurp the throne, Naruto stated. Having stripped his brother of the Baratheon surname, and instead gave him that of a bastard. It was cruel, but Varys told him that he needed to stomp out any chance that he might try and claim the throne again. For that, I exile you and your wife Margaery Tyrell from the 7 kingdoms. I strip both of you of any titles and lands you may own. You shall both be bound to an island of my choosing, and monitored. Neither shall leave the island without permission, and all visitors must be vetted before entering, he ordered, as he couldn't bring himself to execute his brother. He had just been a puppet in all this. Margaery herself hadn't done anything wrong aside from marrying his brother and supporting the Lannisters through marriage. So as long as she made his brother happy on their little island, he would let her live. But if she dared break his heart, then that woman would find herself deep in the narrow sea. As he waved them off, 2 gold cloaks escorted them off to get ready for their exile. Next was his mother, Cersei Lannister. Cersei of House Lannister, you are hereby judged for the crimes of adultery, incest, regicide, and attempting to overthrow the king. For your grave crimes against the 7 kingdoms, I sentence you to be beheaded, Naruto declared as his mother's eyes widened at Naruto's cold declaration. Naruto, please. I know I have never been the best mother, but there are other ways. She cried out, hoping that by chance she could play to his love for his family. Please bring my mother to the Black Cells, Naruto said as he looked away from her. It hurt him to have to execute his own mother, but she was too dangerous to keep alive. Too power-hungry, too tenacious. Looking at Jaime, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes on the man who had tried to kill him once before. Jaime of House Lannister, you are judged for breaking your oath of celibacy to the Kingsguard, incest, attempted murder, and supporting an insurrection against the king. I give you the option of execution, or taking the black and joining the Night's Watch for the rest of your days. Jaime looked up at Naruto as he was given a choice in either death or the Night's Watch. He knew that unlike being in the Kingsguard, if he broke his vows, then he would be killed on the spot. Plus, attempting to leave would make him a fugitive across the entire kingdom. But more importantly, he would never be able to see Cersei again. Could he live without his beloved sister? I choose execution, Jaime stated as he decided he'd rather die than live without Cersei. Naruto nodded his head before looking towards Olenna and Mace Tyrell. As for you two, you've had plenty of opportunities to step aside in this war, yet twice you decided to back the Lannisters. I sentence you both to be executed, he commanded as he wasn't about to trust them after everything they had done. Last was the man who had thrown his plan into chaos, Selwyn Tarth. He had almost cost Ned his life because of his betrayal, something he wouldn't soon forget. For the crime of treason, Selwyn Tarth, you shall also be executed, Naruto said as the last of the main culprits in the war were taken away. He wouldn't attend their execution. He didn't think he could see his mother's head cut off, even if she was a bitch. Naruto walked into the room that was holding Tommen. While the rest enjoyed the displeasure of being kept inside of a cell, his brother was allowed to use his old room in the Red Keep until his punishment was carried out. Naruto walked in to find him standing at the window, looking out at the city that he once lived in. The smell got better, Naruto said as he startled the blonde teen when he walked in. I also weeded out most of the more sinister parts of the city, he said as he walked over to the window and smiled at the city. Why did you spare me? You didn't show mercy to mother or father, Tommen asked, acknowledging that Jaime was his father, not Robert. Even if you fought against me, you're my brother Tommen. Unlike Joffrey, I heard you were still kind, even after everything that was going on. And after Miachella's death, I don't think I could sentence my last sibling to death, Naruto said, patting the young blonde on the shoulder. You know, for years everyone has tried to make you out to be a demon, a monster, and I won't deny that I did buy into it after a while. But you're not the Boogaman everyone made you out to be, are you? Tommen asked as he realized that his brother was still the same person that he was before when they all lived in King's Landing. Despite his magic, he was a good man. Naruto smiled as he gave Tommen a one-armed hug. To think that after so many years. Our reunion can only be so short, Naruto stated as he knew that he couldn't show too much weakness. If he did, then people would think they could walk all over him if he let someone who tried to overthrow him walk. But I can visit, Naruto mentioned casually before standing up. Thanks for sparing Margery too, he added as he was thankful that his wife was to be with him too. I'm not that cruel, Naruto quipped before walking towards the door. I'll see you around, little brother, he said before exiting. So Tommen gets Napoleon to an island. Anyways, please let me know what you guys thought. Chapter 20. One Black Cells. Naruto wondered what Varys wanted to show him as they traveled deep into the Black Cells under the Red Keep. The spider had told him that one of his little birds had caught quite the worm while traveling from Esso to Old Town. Arriving at the cell, he saw a man with a rather severe case of grayscale chained to the wall. It was likely to avoid him getting too close and infecting someone with the disease that covered most of his left side. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at Varys with a confused look. Care to explain why you have someone with grayscale down her? Naruto questioned as he didn't quite get what he was supposed to think of the random man. Do you want me to cure him? The king asked as he didn't really know why else he would be brought down to meet the guy. As soon as he mentioned curing the disease, the man looked up with a startle. Can you cure grayscale? He asked Naruto out of instinct before looking at who was in front of him. Spiky black hair, blue eyes, 3 lines on each cheek. His eyes widened as he realized that the person in front of him was the king of the Seven Kingdom. The very person that Daenerys dreamed of overthrowing. Looking at the man, Naruto couldn't help but think that he looked familiar. I can, that is true, but who are you? He asked, wanting to know exactly who he was talking to. The man looked away as he knew that if he told the king who he was then, he might as well ask to be executed. He was one of Daenerys' Queensguard, someone who stood against his rule, his enemy. He is Jorah Mormont, advisor and Queensguard to Daenerys Targaryen, Varys answered in Jorah's place. I figured that you would want to meet with him. Looking at the man, Naruto frowned as it was clear that he was dying from his condition. Pulling in the natural energy around him, Jorah's eyes widened as the red markings that appeared around Naruto's now golden eyes. The king opened the cell and walked in with him, seemingly unafraid of contracting the disease. Kneeling in front of Jorah, Naruto looked straight into his eyes. The exile flinched at stare. He could almost feel the power the man had behind those eyes. So, why have you returned, Jorah? Last I knew, you rejected the pardon my father gave you to kill Daenerys. Saving her even, so why return? Are you a spy? He asked the former lord of Bear Island. Jorah swallowed his nerves as he began to talk. I came to Westeros to find a cure for my condition. I heard that there might be a cure in the libraries in Old Town, but was discovered before I could, he said, glaring at Varys, since it was his spies that had found and captured him while traveling to Westeros. And Daenerys? Naruto asked, wondering if maybe she was already in Westeros hiding somewhere. She's in Meereen, Jorah claimed, lying as he knew that by this time Daenerys would be on her way to Westeros to reclaim her throne. Naruto smiled at Jorah. Don't lie to me, I can tell when you're lying, he replied, knowing that it wasn't true. Sasuke had sent them a raven when they set sail. He asked if they wanted him to sink her ships on the way in order to hinder her, if not outright end her campaign before it even began. Naruto considered the idea, but Varys insisted that they meet with Daenerys beforehand. Daenerys is currently sailing towards King's, landing with her army. From my knowledge, they are seeking to make landfall at Dragonstone. Varys stated as he had heard from Sasuke that their general plan was to take Dragonstone. That was generally empty, due to Howe's Baratheon leaving and Davos being too busy with the fleet at King's, landing to return and settle in. Naruto hummed as Jorah looked horrified at just how much they knew about their plans. Of course, he already knew that Sasuke worked for the two of them. The brother that Sasuke was looking for was Naruto himself. "Well, I suppose we should greet her," the king said to Varys as he intended to go and confront Daenerys before she arrived at King's Landing. But first, Naruto stopped as he reached towards Jorah, who closed his eyes, expecting the man to kill him with a touch. However, instead of pain or death, he felt a cooling sensation spreading over his body. Looking at Naruto, he saw the man's hand glowing on his shoulder, the grayscale cracking and falling off him like clumps of wet sand. Within seconds, the whole infection was gone, nothing but ashes on the ground. Jorah knew that Naruto had magic like Sasuke, but he never expected him to be able to heal him. But in his mind, he had one other question. Why? He asked. Why did Naruto save him? Why did he spare his life? Losing your mind is a terrible thing, and I want to try and avoid a fight with Daenerys. As it stands, I just finished unifying Westeros under my name. I would prefer not getting into yet another war, Naruto said as his markings faded away, returning his face back to normal before leaving to the cell, closing it behind him. Even if he was cured, Jorah was still a criminal in Westeros, and an ally of their possible enemy. As Naruto and Varys left the black cells, the king looked at Varys, who walked beside him. "Varys, I hope you know that if you betray me when Daenerys gets here, it will be the last mistake you'll ever make," he told the bald man, who nodded his head. Naruto knew that on some level, Varys wanted the Targaryens back on the throne. But he couldn't deny that Naruto was the best ruler Westeros has had in ages. And with his power, few could really break his peace. Naruto watched as Tommen and Margaery sailed away to start their exile on an island in the summer sea that he had claimed. Under his name, and built what amounted to a large house with some staff to help clean and cook for the two. It was a generous punishment, to say the least, but in return, they would have to live knowing that their family had died in part due to their actions. As Tommen's ship vanished into the distance, Naruto decided that it was time to board his own vessel. This one, unlike the passenger ship that Tommen was on, was a military vessel, one that was equipped with weapons that could help against dragons. He always knew that Daenerys would one day try to cross the narrow sea, so when he was upgrading his navy, he was sure to have them built to be able to counter her dragons. Looking over the command ship, he hoped that everything went well. He desperately hoped this wouldn't evolve into an entire naval battle. Sasuke told him that Yara Greyjoy had joined Daenerys after fleeing the Iron Islands when her uncle took over, killing Balon Greyjoy. "I really should get rid of those people," Naruto muttered, as he always hated the way the Ironborn acted. They were hardly better than pirates. "We're ready to sail, Your Grace," Davos said, walking out of the captain's cabin. Walking towards his king, he looked out at the vast sea before them. On the other side was another fleet sailing straight for them. He had prepared his men for a battle for their lives. "You sure it's a good idea to meet them at sea?" Naruto nodded his head. "If we let them make landfall, they'll be able to use their Dothraki horde against us. But while they are on ships, they're forced to rely on the Iron Fleet unit. We try to board their ship." "How many of our new model ships do we have?" he asked, as they had recently started to build newer ship models. During the war, the Alchemists Guild had discovered a power that when ignited would explode. Giving them more funds, they created a large iron tube that could fire a metal ball with tremendous force. In battle, they took too long to reload and didn't have enough impact to justify having a crew man them instead of fighting. But on a ship, they could have them preloaded and sink a ship by breaking their hull. Equipping a ship with multiple of these weapons would allow them to attack ships without having to board. "We have 10 frigates currently, 9 with 26 cannons on the top deck. The last one is your flagship, the Red Queen's Revenge, which has 40 cannons in total between the top deck and the lower deck," Davos told his king, as he had to be in awe of the monstrous ship that had been built by the Alchemists Guild. The weaponry on it made attempting to board it a serious risk. Humming, Naruto leaned against the rail of the ship. "I wish we had more, but that can't be helped. Hopefully, we won't need to use them at all." Narrow Sea Daenerys looked out towards the sea with a small smile on her face, as everything that she had endured and suffered through was finally bearing its fruit. be sold by her brother, losing her husband, losing her child, being attacked over and over again. All that for the throne that had been stolen from her family years ago. At her side were Tyrion, Missandei, and lastly Sasuke, who seemed more joyous than normal, a small smile on his face. "Are you excited to see your brother Sasuke?" Daenerys asked as she looked back at the normally gloomy man, who seemed to be genuinely happy to be going to Westeros. Her plan was still to try and convince him to stay loyal to her. Maybe she could propose to his brother if he had similar powers to Sasuke. Maybe showing him the good she would bring to Westeros could convince him that by her side was where he should be. Sasuke nodded his head. "I haven't seen him in such a long time. I thought that he was dead. But when I found out that he was still alive in Westeros, I knew that I had to find him. To be by his side once again," Sasuke said as he looked at the white-haired woman who gave him a smile of her own. "I'd be honored to meet him once we land," Daenerys replied as she was happy for the Uchiha. While his attitude wasn't the best, he often corrected her mistakes and made her rule overall more stable. He saved her time and time again. She wouldn't have made it this far without him. Without him, she might have died to the Manticore years ago. "I'm sure you would. He is the best person I have ever met." "My best friend," he stated fondly. Daenerys wondered what kind of man his brother was to gain such praise from someone who so rarely praised anyone. Their goal was to land on Dragonstone, her ancestral home, and take it quickly to set up a base of operations before they invaded King's Landing itself. With their fleet, they shouldn't have much problem taking an island that small. On land, she was certain that she was near unbeatable given the scope of her army. "Ship." One of the Ironborn yelled out as over the horizon, a large fleet of ships started to appear into view, their ships adorned with the sigil of a stag with 9 foxtails behind it. She remembered seeing it once before. It was in the House of Undying when she had that vision of that child. Her hands clenched as she stared at the ship that led the incoming fleet. A massive ship with multiple sails and strange metal tubs on the deck. She had never seen anything like that before, but looking over, Tyrion's eyes were wide as he seemingly recognized what that thing was. "So he finished it," Tyrion muttered before looking at Daenerys, who looked confused as to what Tyrion was referring to. "We need to stay away from that large ship. Our spies told us that the Alchemists Guild, with the extra funding from Naruto, created a way to fire large orbs of metal fast enough to break stone walls. If Naruto has an entire ship armed with them, we'll be kissing the bottom of the ocean if we get too close," he cautioned before seeing his nephew walking out of the king's cabin and standing at the bow of the ship with a small smile on his face. As they got closer, Daenerys noticed a few features on the man. He was rather young, younger than her even by a year or two. He had black hair like his father, but what mystified her were the golden eyes and red markings on his face. She had always heard that he had blue eyes like the rest of the Baratheons, but instead he had golden ones unlike any she had ever seen before. Then there was his armor, made completely of Valyrian steel, enough of it to buy a whole kingdom. "Is that him?" she asked, staring at the man who sat on her throne. Tyrion nodded his head. "That is him, the Fox King himself, Naruto Baratheon," Tien said as he wasn't looking forward to meeting his cousin once again. "The yellow eyes are new," he said as he caught sight of Naruto's altered facial features. As their ships neared, the royal fleet seemed to stop before them, forming a massive wall of vessels in front of them. Naruto smirked as he jumped off his ship and landed on the water in front of him, his chakra allowing him to walk on the water much like Sasuke did during the siege of Meereen. Controlling the water under him, he used the waves to propel himself towards the ship, shocking even Sasuke as he never saw Naruto control water that well. The men on Daenerys' ship scrambled to get their weapons as Naruto was pushed up by a jet of water onto the boat, his knees bent as he landed, rocking the ship. Drogon flew overhead, eyeing the man who was getting too close to his mother for comfort. Something about the man made his and his siblings' instincts run wild, telling them to avoid fighting him. Naruto raised his hands as he looked over at Daenerys, Sasuke, and Tyrion. Now no need for conflict. "I just wanted to talk to Lady Daenerys," Naruto claimed, bringing his hands up to show that he didn't mean any problems and wasn't looking for a fight. "Very well," Daenerys said, walking towards him. the men parting to let their queen talk to the usurper's son. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the first of her name, Queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, protector of the Seven Kingdoms, the mother of dragons. The Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the Unburnt, the Breaker of Chains, she said, introducing herself with her many titles, including ones that would go to the ruler of the Seven King Kingdoms. Naruto chuckled as he looked around at all the men who held their spears towards him. I didn't know you were my queen, since I am the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar. And the First Men, the sage joked, earning a small blush from Daenerys before looking up at Drogon, who was hovering above them, waiting for the order from his mother to tear the man apart. Dany frowned as she felt like Naruto wasn't taking her seriously. Naruto Baratheon, titles and all, he said before Sasuke started to make his way forward. Daenerys looked over as Sasuke walked past her wordlessly towards the king. Part of her wondered if maybe he felt that Naruto was such a threat that he needed to eliminate him on the spot. Sasuke, do what you have to do, she said to him, taking a step back so that she wouldn't get caught up in the conflict. Naruto and Sasuke stared at one another for what seemed like an eternity. Daenerys looked anxious as they didn't say a word to one another. Their eyes just locked between the two. Gold meeting red. She wondered if maybe Sasuke had tried to trap him in one of his illusions, but Naruto was able to fight back with his magic. The tension broke when a warm smile appeared on Naruto's face, which and the two hugged one another much to the shock of Daenerys. Her eyes wide as her strongest soldier embraced with her mortal enemy, the son of the man who took her family's throne. The two pulled away and Sasuke turned back towards the white-haired queen. I guess thanks are in order for reuniting me with my brother, Sasuke told her, revealing that the person he had been talking about the entire time was Naruto. Daenerys' heart dropped as she made the realization. Sasuke, the man who had been with her for a large part of her journey, who had saved her time and time again, was looking to reunite with the very person she wanted his help to defeat. Then it clicked. That was why he never committed to helping her. He planned on turning against her from the very start. You traitor, she growled at him as she couldn't believe that she proposed to him at one point. I did tell you, Daenerys, I wasn't your soldier, Sasuke reminded her. He had been very clear about that from the start. I knew that things would eventually come to this point, he admitted as Daenerys clenched her fists. But I have my reasons for wanting to protect you, especially after seeing that you had what it had to be a proper ruler, Sasuke complimented. Naruto looked at her from a small frown. He felt a bit bad for Daenerys. But regardless, I don't want to fight with you, Daenerys. If possible, I would prefer to settle things between us in a more civilized way, he mentioned as he looked back at his fleet, which was already moving back towards King's Landing minus his flagship. I won't settle for anything but the Iron Throne, Daenerys stated as she was already furious that her ally had been her enemy the entire time. If you want to settle this without conflict, then bend the knee, she demanded. Naruto sighed as he could already feel the headache coming. We'll parley at Dragonstone. You can dock your fleet near there. Lucky for you, not many live on the island at the moment. The lord I gave it to was too busy to move in just yet. Guess I can give him Tarth instead, he mentioned, as Davos had been named Lord of Dragonstone. But now that Tarth had no dead, he figured the man would like to move there, and might be able to fight back the pirates that sometimes attacked the area. Why should I parley with you? Dany questioned, as she felt that she could win against him if it came down to it. Naruto smiled at her, not bothered by how enraged she was. He could understand why she was in such a bad mood after all. I don't like fighting. I've spent a long time at war against my own family. I've lost almost my entire family to that war. One of my brothers was my nemesis. Then my other brother inherited his position, and I had to exile him. My sister was poisoned, my mother conspired against me, my father died because of my mother, and my uncle tried to kill me. I almost lost the man who was like a father to me. I'm tired of war, Daenerys, so I want to avoid it as best that I can, he stated honestly. Oh, and I have your friend there as well, Jorah, I believe, Naruto mentioned as he and Sasuke walked to jump off the ship and return to the Red Queen's revenge. Before Daenerys could ask about Jorah, the two leaped off her boat and ran back towards the frigate. Don't worry, he's safe, and I'll hand him over as soon as you dock, no questions asked. Dany wanted to order her dragons to attack them, to send them to the two magic users and burn them to cinders before they could even make it back to their ship. But if she did that, they might kill Jorah. They might even be able to kill one of her children as well. Tyrion, what do you make of this? She asked the imp who looked worried beside her. Let's hear him out. Naruto has never been a liar. He has too much honor for that, Tyrion advised, as he didn't particularly want to fight his nephew, especially with Sasuke now at his side. He was raised in the north. He has many of the same beliefs that Ned Stark does. He will likely avoid playing dirty, but he'll fight tooth and nail for his family. He told her a bit about the type of person Naruto was. Our spies always said how the people of King's Landing were happier under him than they've been in decades. Dragonstone as Daenerys landed on Dragonstone, along with Tyrion, Missandei, Grey Worm, Yara. And Theon, they couldn't help but marvel when they got a closer look at Naruto's flagship. That thing would be a nightmare to see on the sea, Yara said, as the ship was massive, seemed durable, and looked equipped with weapons. Makes the sea bitch look like a bitch, Theon muttered as the ship dwarfed his own. Khaleesi, they heard as Jorah walked up to them with Varys at his side. Dany's eyes widened as she saw the person who had been at her side from the start of her journey, all right and fine. You're grayscale, she asked as he approached her and showed his queen that the areas that were once infected were now cured. How? Daenerys asked as she hugged the man. Naruto used his magic, Varys answered, smiling at the arrival of the last Targaryen. Daenerys Targaryen, it's my pleasure to make your acquaintance, the man said as he had been working towards bringing her to Westeros for years now. And you are? Daenerys asked, not recognizing the man. He is Varys, Master of Whispers to Naruto Baratheon. Before him, he served his father and your father before, Tyrion answered, revealing who the man was. He was also the one who helped me get to you when I was to be executed, Tyrion added, as he didn't quite understand what game Varys was playing. He was the one who found me and asked Naruto to cure my grayscale, Jorah told Daenerys, as he had to admit that he might not have been cured had the bald man not found him. I was also the one who convinced King Naruto to send you supplies whenever you needed, and I also sent you Sasuke to make sure that you were safe, Varys admitted. And why would you, who works directly for my enemy, want to help me? Daenerys questioned, as after the whole thing with Sasuke, she wasn't exactly in a trusting mood. Varys smiled at her. I work for the betterment of the kingdom, and I believe that the best path for the kingdom involves you. As the last of the Targaryen line, you are the true successor to the Iron Throne. Your dragons are a clear sign that you have the power to bring great change to this world. But Naruto is the same. He holds the loyalty of the people. While many distrust him for his magic, many love him for his kindness, Varys stated as folded his hands together. I believe for Westeros to thrive, both of you are needed, as king and queen. You intend to have Daenerys marry him? Tyrion asked as he caught onto what Varys was implying. He won't deny that he had thought about it in the past as a bloodless solution to their issue. That is the reason I had Sasuke protect her after all. She wouldn't be much of a queen if she was dead, Varys replied, revealing that Sasuke had been sent by Varys to take care of Daenerys while she was in Essos. I thought he was married to the Stark girl, Tyrion countered. As king he may take more than one bride, just as the Targaryens did many years ago. Aegon Targaryen took both of his sisters as wives, one for love and another for politics. This could be the same. He'll marry the Stark girls because he wants to and marry Daenerys to maintain peace, he suggested, putting the idea out there for them. Daenerys frowned as it was suggested that she marry someone who was already married just to gain the throne. I will not be some side wench, Daenerys stated, as she didn't like the idea of marrying someone just to be some side woman while someone else was queen. As it stands, two regions still need rulers. Between you, Sansa Stark and Arya Stark, I'm sure that you could find compromise. The child born between you and Naruto shall be next in line to the throne. The one born from Sansa shall rule the Reach. And the one from Arya the Westerlands. Varys explained the plan that he had drawn up with the small council as to how to avoid issues between wives. All in all, you would be the paramount queen, and you children with him shall inherit the throne. Or I could take Westeros myself, Daenerys replied firmly. still believing that even without Sasuke she could defeat Naruto with her armies and dragon. However, the thought of fighting someone who could be as powerful, if not more powerful than Sasuke, did make her fear for the lives of her dragons, and risk a war you can't win. Varys asked, knowing that between Naruto and Sasuke they had the advantage. How about you and him parley? He has much to say to you. I dare say it could be one of the most important parleys in history, he said, before walking away from the group with a small smile on his face. Daenerys looked at the man's back. There was a knot in her stomach that she couldn't undo. The fear of knowing that Sasuke had betrayed her for Naruto as soon as they met. It made her paranoid of Tyrion as well. The man was Naruto's uncle. What if he was a spy too? Jorah had been held captive for a while. What if Naruto could control others like Sasuke? What if Jorah decided that Naruto was a better king than she could be queen? Missandei put a hand on Daenerys' shoulder and smiled. Don't get so worked up. Let's see what they have to say, she told her queen, who nodded and followed after Varys. And there you go. Sasuke and Naruto are together. Daenerys met her one true rival. And next chapter, we get down to the issues at hand. Please leave behind a review. It takes like 3 seconds. Kinda wanna reach 1K at some point lol at 1K. I'll write a lemon with all the girls XD JK chapter 22. Dragonstone Naruto looked over a map as he waited for Daenerys to make her way to the meeting room to discuss what would happen now that she had arrived at Westeros. Part of him wondered if it was the right idea to listen to Varys and allow her to reach his shores, and not end her at sea or order Sasuke to assassinate her while she was still in Essos. He didn't know anything about dragons. He didn't know what their weaknesses were or what they could do aside from breath fire. All he knew was that at one point, the Targaryens used them to take over Westeros and establish their dynasty until his father took over. But that was centuries ago, and the usage of dragons had fallen into myth and legend. Varys, I hope you know what the fuck you're doing, because if this blows up in my face, I'm going to fire you out of a cannon, Naruto said to himself before hearing the door to the chamber open up. Daenerys met Naruto in a room where a map of Westeros laid on a large table before him. Sasuke didn't seem to be in the room, a choice made by Naruto to avoid any problems due to bitter feelings from his betrayal. He had asked to meet with her one-on-one to see how she fared without her myriad of advisors. He wanted to see what she thought on her own. Varys had been pushing for him to offer her a marriage as soon as he found out that she was on her way. He wouldn't have been shocked to know that the whole Jorah thing was to help him establish a positive relationship with Daenerys by saving her friend. Looking up as she entered the room, Naruto offered her a warm smile, but was met with a cold look as she didn't seem particularly amused. I hope Dragonstone has found you well, Naruto said as he looked back at the map. It's a familiar feeling, Daenerys responded as she walked up to the map and noticed that he had markings as to where his troops were spread out. A decent amount were in the Westerlands and the Reach. However, he seemed to have a rather large amount in the north as well. I recently finished regaining control of all the kingdoms. My brother Joffrey and I had a dispute over who was the rightful heir. He was the firstborn. But my mother had a relationship with her brother who gave her 3 of her children, but she denied it till the day she died, Naruto explained, as she noticed that he had also placed markings beyond the wall and in the Blackwater Bay. If there was a dispute as to who was the rightful heir, then the correct answer is I, she replied, as it was her birthright to rule over the 7 kingdoms as her brothers had perished before her. Daenerys, I don't want to fight with you, Naruto said, looking up at her. She could see just how tired he really was, having been at war for years on end. I would have preferred to stay in Meereen and maybe take over Essos or something like that, to be honest, he lamented, earning a chuckle out of her. But you have other ambitions. You want the Iron Throne. You want to rule the 7 kingdoms, am I right? I was born to rule the 7 kingdoms. From the moment I was reborn in those flames and my children hatched, I knew that I was destined to sit upon the Iron Throne. It is my fate, she stated, believing that it was her destiny to become the queen of the 7 kingdoms. The birth of the 3 dragons was proof of that. No dragons had hatched in centuries until hers. That marked her as the true heir to the Targaryen name. Naruto chuckled as he looked back at the map, placing more white tokens beyond the wall as he estimated just how large the undead army would be. Fate, huh? To be honest, I never believed in such a thing. I believe that everyone is free to shape their own destiny. To become what they want, not because some gods foretold it, but because they worked for it. To become strong when you're weak, to save the world, to destroy it all. In the end, the choice is in our hands, Naruto replied to her. I never wanted to be king, he admitted as he moved pieces from the veil up north. I always thought that I would be some advisor, maybe a general to my brother. Maybe I'd leave and go on a great adventure elsewhere. Naruto told her honestly, as he never really imagined that he would end up becoming the king of 7 damn kingdoms. Daenerys raised an eyebrow at that. Then why become king if you didn't want to? Naruto frowned, sighing as he looked up at her. I became the king because I knew my brother wasn't going to be a good king. He was cruel from a young age, entitled, spoiled. He believed that the world was his to do as he wanted. That people were merely puppets for him, and what they wanted didn't matter. If I let him become the king, people would have suffered. So I stopped him, Naruto told the Dragon Queen, who could see more and more age in Naruto's eyes. And also a burning determination. Peace, Daenerys muttered, getting him to look up. Sasuke once mentioned that all he wanted in this life was a peaceful world without constant fighting and hatred. You share the same dream that he does, don't you? She questioned, recalling one time that Sasuke did open up a little as to what he wanted to do aside from finding his brother. He told her how he wanted to break the cycle of hatred. Yep, we live in a world that is trapped in a cycle of hatred. One killing another for themselves, their families, their own justice. They fight for the ones they love, and by fighting they breed hatred in those they slight. They in turn hurt them back, which breeds more hatred and resentment. I want to end that cycle, and bring forth a world where the price of love is not hate, Naruto claimed, looking her in the eyes as his conviction burned behind the blue globes. Daenerys was taken aback by the passion in Naruto's speech. Taking a breath, she decided to reply with her own goal. I want to break the wheel that crushes those underneath. I want to rule a kingdom where the common folk aren't trampled by the High Lord's games. All the houses, even my own, are spokes that are constantly turning to be on top. I want to break that wheel to stop the suffering, she replied, as she wanted to help those who had been trampled and stepped on for centuries by those of a higher class. That's very noble of you, Naruto complimented, as he could tell that she wasn't lying. She wanted to help those who were suffering the moment from the actions of others. Daenerys smiled at the small compliment. As is your dream, she replied in kind. My advisor Varys wants me to marry you. Using my father's Targaryen blood and my subjugation of the faith of the Seven to bend the rules just as your ancestors did centuries ago, Naruto told her. Following the fall of the Tyrells, Naruto had the Mardells take Old Town and dispose of the Sparrows, with the High Sparrow being executed for treason along with the most devout who enabled him. Following that, he instated his own, more accepting High Septon, who would establish a more tolerant council to manage the faith of the Seven. Subjugation. Daenerys questioned, since as far as she heard the kings and queens of Westeros were still bound to the laws of the Seven. Naruto nodded his head. The leaders of the faith were rather antagonistic towards me due to my magical abilities and my acceptance of multiple religions within my court. They took it too far and began to attack the small folk who had converted to other religions. So I dealt with them, he explained, as he wasn't going to sit by and watch as the faith of the Seven made a mockery of his reign. I personally believe in the old gods of the forest, he added on shrugging. I think you did the right thing. If they were out of line, then they should have been brought back into their proper place, Daenerys replied, before deciding to address the issue at hand. Your master of whispers told me that he believed that marrying you would be best for the kingdom, she told him. Wondering if he knew that she had talked to Varys yet, or if the man had gone to her without consulting his king before. An annoyed groan filled the air. Fucking Varys, always with his little plans. I should paint his head pink one day to get back at him, Naruto muttered to himself, as he didn't know what else Varys may have told Daenerys. Right, I have the total allegiance of half the 7 kingdoms in the north, Riverlands, Vale, and Stormlands. However, the Westerlands and Reach are still requiring military occupation. Dorne, while on my side, has no real formal connection to me. However, many houses in Dorne and the Reach hold loyalties to House Targaryen still. By us marrying, it would help tie the kingdom back together after our fathers fractured it. He explained to her the reasoning behind them getting married. So you want to marry me to strengthen your power over those who would rebel if I went against you? Daenerys questioned, as she figured that she did have allies if she decided to fight against the Baratheon. It's more to avoid another bloody war when we have something much worse to deal with at the moment, Naruto replied as he got where she was going with her statement. Looking down at the map, he pointed at the large number of pieces that he had beyond the wall. At the head was a pale blue piece. As you may have guessed from my powers and your dragons, myths are often more than just that. Often they are rooted in reality, he said, grimacing at the thought of what they would soon have to face. The White Walkers are coming. They've been moving south and pushing the free folk further and further towards the wall. It got to the point that simply being on the northern side of the wall was too dangerous, and they launched a full attack to try and go past it. We managed to stop the attack, but seeing the danger they were in, I let them pass through. He explained to Dany the reason as to why he didn't want to enter in a conflict with her. As far as he was concerned, the danger of the White Walkers was more important than the Iron Throne. In his old life, he was terrified of the undead, something that carried over to this life as well. White Walkers? Please, do you really expect me to believe that? Dany questioned, as she didn't expect the reason that Naruto didn't want to fight her being a long-forgotten myth about ice zombies. Well, it's the truth. My men in the north have had multiple encounters with them over the last few years. Recently, they stormed a village that we were trying to evacuate. From what I was told, their abilities are no laughing matter, he stated, confident in what Jon had told him about the situation up north. Looking at her, his eyes shifted from blue to golden as the same markings that he had on his face appeared around his eyes and down his cheeks. Dragons are real, magic is real. The old gods are real, hell, even our lore seems to be real as well, and the White Walkers are too. Do you really think that out of all those things, the one that is the biggest threat to humanity is the lie? No, that is the most real one of all, Naruto said as he locked eyes with her. And I will not let my people suffer, because you are too blind to accept that this is what has been going on in Westeros while you were in Esso. I will protect everyone who puts their faith in me, Daenerys Stormborn Targaryen. I don't want your blood on my hands, I already had my fill. But I'll do what needs to be done, he growled as the 9 tails of his cloak swung behind him furiously. Dany took a step back, as she feared that she might die if he decided to attack her. His golden eyes screamed of untold power. However, her mind flashed back towards the vision she had in Karth. Taking a deep breath, Naruto exhaled as his sage mode faded away. I'm not lying to you. I have no reason to lie to you. In the end, we both just want to build a better world. But there cannot be a better world if this one gets destroyed by the White Walkers, he said. Once again, as he looked at the group of soldiers that he had been gathering at the wall. After the war had finished, he sent another 3,000 men north to help reinforce the wall and make sure that it was properly armed. And how do you propose we beat these White Walkers? Daenerys asked, crossing her arms as she didn't exactly believe the tale that Naruto was spinning about the possible end of the world. He almost sounded mad to her. From what Jon has told me, dragonglass seems to be effective against the undead whites, that the White Walkers resurrect from the dead bodies they come across. Valyrian steel is also effective against them, as is fire. Dragonglass isn't an issue. We found a large cache of it on this island that we're going to begin mining and exporting to the blacksmiths to build weapons. Fire, well, I have Melisandre. But having 3 dragons to help would really help even out our odds, he explained as he pulled out a large obsidian shard that they had mined from under the keep. Daenerys looked at the shard as Naruto handed it to her to look at. However, she had other things that needed answering before they talked about this whole White Walker situation. Her main concern was becoming the queen of the 7 kingdoms. If what he was saying was true, then she would help in protecting her homeland, but she wasn't going to just roll with it and be used without a proper agreement. Despite everything the Baratheon had said, Daenerys didn't look that convinced. However, their talk was interrupted when Sasuke came into the chamber with a hard look on his face. Naruto were being attacked. Ships from the Iron Fleets have been spotted nearby and have began launching raids on the ships we kept at sea. Sasuke told his friend, who glared at Daenerys. I thought that the Iron Fleet was under your command? He questioned, wondering if she had really been foolish enough to attack them while they were trying to talk. It is. I didn't order an attack, she replied back, as she didn't know why the Iron Fleet would be attacking without orders. But she was sure damn gonna find out who decided to attack while she was at the mercy of the Fox King. Had he been a more hot-headed king, then he might have even killed her on spot. As they got outside, they saw a large naval battle starting to unfold in the distance as an armada of ships came from the south, bearing the symbol of the drowned god on their flags. Arriving at the docks, they found Davos ordering his men to ready the Red Queen's revenge for battle. Davos, what the hell is going on out here? Naruto asked as they boarded the ship through the ramp. We were attacked by the Iron Fleet. However, it doesn't seem to be the ones that Lady Targaryen brought with her, but a separate group that came from the south. Some of the Ironborn ships from the Targaryen fleet were caught off guard and are currently fighting. Davos informed them as his crew gave him the clear that the frigate was ready to set sail into battle. Have the other frigates been deployed? Naruto asked as the ship started to move and turn away from the island and towards the battle. All 9 tails are deploying as we speak, Davos said as the multiple sails of the ship opened up to catch the wind and speed up. Despite being much larger than other ships, the multiple sails allowed it to better use the wind to keep up in terms of speed. In the air, they heard the roar of dragons as the 3 dragons came to the battle when they sensed that Daenerys was going with them. Ahead, they saw that fights had broken out between ships as many were boarded and had their crews slaughtered by the Ironborn. Daenerys' eyes widened as her fleet had been attacked by the very people who she promised to help defeat. It was Ironborn against Ironborn. Many of her ships also had Dothraki who hadn't been able to leave their ships yet and had trouble fighting at sea with their ships rocking. Sasuke, let's show them what we can really do, Naruto said as his eyes turned yellow and the red markings appeared over his face. The Uchiha smirked as the 2 rushed towards the front of the ship and jumped off, landing side by side on the water. Lightning sparked around Sasuke, his Sharingan spinning as his friend leaned forward. Bet I can destroy more ships than you, Sasuke taunted before the both dashed forwards towards the attacking fleet. Up above them, they heard a loud roar as Drogon flew overhead with Daenerys on her back. And here I thought the princess wouldn't join in on the battle, Naruto commented before leaping onto a ship and slicing the mast at the base, causing it to fall down and slam into the ship. Leaving the ship to sink, Naruto leaped off and landed on a nearby ship that was getter overwhelmed by the Ironborn. His blade was like a hot knife, tearing through those who tried to board before he moved on to the next ship. Sasuke leaped out of the water, his sword sparking with electricity when he landed on one of the attacking ships and sliced 4 men open with a single swing of his blade. Dancing around their attempts to cut and stab him, he cut down the men one after another until there was none but him and blood on board before spotting another nearby. Fire-style fireball jutsu, Sasuke called out as he exhaled a large ball of flames that tore into the ship. He was aiming at destroying it in a fiery explosion. Looking over, he saw Naruto board a vessel near him, but someone was trying to get a sneak attack from above while the king slaughtered those on the deck. As the man jumped down to skewer Naruto, Sasuke leaped and intercepted it, cutting the man in half in midair. Watch you back, Naruto, the Uchiha commented as someone rushed at him only to be cut down as well. As the 2 finished up the crew of the boat, they heard a roar over them as Daenerys flew into battle on Drogon's back. The dragon unleashed its breath upon the ships below, setting them and everyone on board ablaze. Have to admit that's kinda cool, Naruto said as he and Sasuke jumped onto another ship and began to tear through the crew. Ducking under a sword, Sasuke stabbed forward and killed the man while Naruto spun back around and bisected the man who was attacking Sasuke from behind. We could do worse if we really tried, Sasuke commented as another Ironborn ship was nearing them too. Support their allies only for Sasuke to exhale a barrage of small fireballs that set them on fire. Jumping off the ship, Naruto slammed his hands against the water, calling on the old gods that resided in the sea. He forced the water up into a massive wave that pushed multiple attacking ships down into the deep, their crews forced to jump ship and hope that the large wave didn't crush them. Catching his breath, he could feel his sage mode fading as he used up a large amount of energy to destroy those ships. But just as it went away, it came back as one of the clones he kept in the Red Keep popped and refilled his chakra. "That's new," Sasuke said, landing beside him, his outfit drenched in blood as he had been cutting sailors down. "Your sage mode changed." He questioned whether he could see the Iron Fleet starting to retreat as the royal fleet proved to be too much for them, along with the Targaryen fleet. The frigates proved their worth as they tore through ships as they sailed into battle. Oftentimes, just 1 or 2 cannonballs was enough to destroy the small vessels. The old gods are in a way one with nature. Their energy is what I draw in when I use Sage Mode. It lets me access some power and manipulate nature. Naruto explained as the battle seemed to be slowing down as their tide turned in their favor thanks to his fleet's arrival. As he looked around, he noticed that one of the men on a retreating ship had loaded a large weapon and was taking aim at Daenerys and Drogon in the air. Dany had decided to join the battle on the back of Drogon, while her other dragons supported her. This had been her fleet that had been attacked. She couldn't just sit back while Naruto came to the rescue. She feared that some might think of him as a stronger ruler and join him if they felt that she had just sat back, while Naruto and Sasuke did the heavy lifting. It didn't help that those ships he had were able to dominate the smaller news, who needed to get close in order to do any serious damage to them. However, as she flew, she saw something in the corner of her eye. Her violent eyes went wide as a scorpion bolt was shot straight at them. By the time she noticed, it was too late, and the metal spear was set to strike Drogon in the neck. The world seemed to slow down for her as the scorpion bolt came ever closer, Drogon too slow to react to it in time now. But just before it hit, a massive dragon-shaped stream of water intercepted it and caught it before turning back down and smashing into the ship that fired upon her. Looking down, she saw that it was Naruto controlling the water, while Sasuke prevented anyone from interfering with him. As time resumed, she flew over as the last of the Iron Fleet was either sunk or retreating. Part of her wanted to keep going after them and hunt them down until every last ship was destroyed. But she had come close to losing Drogon, and the fear of the same happening to one of her other children gripped her heart. As Drogon landed on the Red Queen's revenge, Naruto and Sasuke returned. She grimaced a bit at the blood on their outfits. As Naruto walked up to Drogon, he reached up and caressed the side of the dragon's face. The large lizard was taken aback by the gesture, but the man had a rare radiance to him that calmed its heart. For a magical creature like a dragon, Naruto's connection to the old gods and his magic made him feel almost like he was basking in the light of the sun. Daenerys gawked as she saw Drogon lean into Naruto's touch, letting out pleasant growls. She had never seen Drogon act like this with others. Even with herself, Drogon would at times show his furious nature. How? She wondered as she thought maybe Naruto's Targaryen ancestry was showing through. "Naruto is the sun, just as I am the moon," Sasuke commented as he walked up to Daenerys. "He is the light that brings all together. I am the darkness that protects from the shadows," he commented as he watched Naruto seemingly tame Drogon with a touch. The pit in Daenerys' stomach grew larger as with every passing moment, she realized more and more that she wasn't dealing with just a king. She was dealing with someone who in her mind bordered on the divine. If she lost her dragons to him, she would be powerless. Naruto looked back as he noticed the massive swelling of negative emotions coming from Daenerys as she looked at him with her dragon. Pulling his hand back, he decided that maybe it was for the best to talk with her a bit. "You did great out there. Gotta say I didn't expect you to fly in and burn down half a fleet," he commented as a squire brought them 3 glasses of wine. Taking 2, he handed one to her with a small smile. "To our victory," he toasted as the crew cheered. Daenerys laid on the ground covered in ashes, her skin gray as the soot fell from the sky around her. Behind her was her army, burned and slaughtered down to the last man and woman. She was all that remained, and then they landed, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion. On Drogon's back was none other than Naruto, looking down at her with his golden eyes. On Regal's back was Sasuke, whose red eyes slowly spun around his pupils. "You should have stayed in Mirin, where you belong, Daenerys," Naruto said, as Dragon reared back its head before lurching towards her with its jaws wide open. Dragonstone right as Dragon was about to devour her, Daenerys woke up with a startle, gasping for air as she looked around. She wasn't on an ash-covered battlefield, but rather in the lavish room that Naruto had given her in Dragonstone while she stayed there. Looking to her side, she grabbed a glass of wine and drank it down before deciding that she needed to get some air. Her mind was still filled with images of her nightmare of being turned on by her own dragons. As she stepped outside, she could see kings landing in the distance. She was so close to her dream, and now she felt like she was farther away than she's ever been before. Before her stood two towering figures in Naruto and Sasuke. One she always expected to fight, and another who she had hoped would fight at her side. "You're up awfully late," she heard behind her as Naruto walked up to her much to her surprise. "How did you know I was out here?" she asked, narrowing her eyes on him, wondering if he had people spying on her even as she slept. Naruto frowned. "I could sense your distress. You've been radiating negativity since yesterday," Naruto noted, but only got a confused look from Daenerys, who didn't understand what he was saying. "Oh, I can sense negative emotions. When people lie, when they want to hurt someone, when they are in pain. It's like I can see a growing cloud of darkness around them that tells me that something needs help," he explained to the Targaryen princess. "Quite the useful power," she replied bitterly, as it was just another box checked on things that her enemy could do. "You can't overpower him easily, and you can't trick him." How do you win? How was she supposed to win against him? In the end, it would come down to magic versus her dragons, and she wasn't sure who would win with Sasuke against her. "Why do you want the Iron Throne so bad?" Well, there you go. Also, damn, you guys really reviewed the last chapter to hell and back. I guess I might as well do the 1K for triple lemon for real. But it's more of a promise to do one once it makes sense, unless it's like OVA at the end of a chapter. At 1K. I guess I can have Naruto look into the fire, and our lore shows him the wrong vision of the future, revealing himself to be the god of tits and wine that Tyrion wanted. So would you guys rather wait until it makes sense in canon or an OVA? Or maybe just Future Vision/Dream XD? Let me know in the reviews. Chapter 23, Why do you want the Iron Throne so bad? The question rang in Daenerys' head as she looked at the man beside her. She knew that she couldn't lie to him. He had just told her that he could sense negativity. The only option she had was to give him the truth and the real truth. Anything less and he would be able to call her out. My entire life, I have been in a foreign land. I've had to beg for charity since I was old enough to remember. Me and my brother grew up on the streets before we were taken in by Magister Illyrio Mapatis. Until that piece wasn't enough for my brother. I have been sold like a broodmare to a call. I've been chained and betrayed, raped and defiled. I have had many people try to take my life. And the only one that I could count on to get through all that was myself, Daenerys told Naruto as she took a sip of wine from her cup. I want a better world. So others don't have to suffer like I have. To give those who have been slighted justice, she told him, giving him her answer. Naruto closed his eyes as he looked out over the water. There is more, isn't there? He asked as he could sense that, while she wasn't lying about wanting to create a world where justice was served to those who deserved it. Daenerys was taken aback as she didn't think that he would be able to see through her. I want, she paused as she thought about what she wanted. Not just for others, but also for herself. I want a home, she said softly, as ever since she was a child she had never had a real home. I see, Naruto replied as it made sense to him. Everywhere she went, she never really found a home. A place that she belonged. She always had to fight to get something. In the free cities, they often never wanted her there. Never fully accepted as the ruler even when she felt she was doing her best. From what he was told, she was fed that people would rejoice when the Targaryens returned to Westeros. That they would embrace them and their rule. That they would welcome her home. Only she arrived to find that they wouldn't welcome her home, but rather the majority of the 7 kingdoms would declare war against her. The only allies she would have were the ones who sided with her father against Robert. Only Dorne now was under the control of a branch line Mardel who was elevated by Naruto, and the Reach was decimated. She would never be the ruler she wanted to be. Over half her kingdom would always oppose her in support of Naruto. I was told that your father took the throne by force and forced Westeros under his rule. But now I find out that many of the great houses sided with him because of the acts of cruelty from my father, she stated. Looking out at the sea as dragons flew over the ocean, diving and catching fish to feed themselves. You were sold a promise that wouldn't bear fruit, Naruto said as he felt a bit bad for her situation. Or rather one that was outdated, he corrected as he knew the truth. Had my father continued to be king and not passed away, then many houses might have sided with you. You would have been welcomed in by many lords. Had my brother Joffrey been made king, even more houses would have bent the knee to you. My father was a broken man who lost the love of his life and could never recover. He ate, drank, and hoarded the kingdom deep into the red. He was an oaf in every sense of the word, quick to anger and not to use judgment. My brother Joffrey was a cruel bastard. He was fed beliefs that he stood above all others. He enjoyed toying with people and punished others harshly for the slightest slights. He would have been a terrible king as well, Naruto mentioned, as he knew that his rule had helped calm down the dissatisfaction that brewed within the kingdom. Daenerys was shocked to hear Naruto talk ill about his father so bluntly. She expected him to worship his father as the man who took down the great Targaryen dynasty, yet he painted a rather different picture. However, looking back at what she had been told about her father, she knew that hers wasn't much better. One didn't gain the moniker the Mad King without doing something wrong. Seems both our fathers weren't exactly the greatest people, she said, recalling what Sasuke had told her about her father. What Tyrion had told her while they sailed back to Westeros. The horrible things that the Mad King did that would eventually lead to his death. My father was an evil man, he committed many atrocities. I want to be better than he was, she stated as the sea breeze blew through her hair. Not the greatest king in history, Naruto quipped, the moon bright in the sky above them. Part of him wondered if there was some crazy goddess sealed up there like Kaguya. Gods, if there was, they would be beyond boned. But I agree, I want to be a better king than my father. Everything I did, I tried to do because I felt that it was for the best, Naruto told her. Daenerys could see why Tyrion spoke highly of his nephew. From this conversation alone, she could feel herself a bit more at peace with herself. His sunny presence also made her head feel clearer than before. Like the sun breaking through layers of clouds in the sky as it rose up from the horizon. I guess we agree on that, she said, agreeing that she wanted to be a better ruler than her father was. Looking at him, she could almost imagine him glowing with a golden-orange aura around him. She wondered if that was what people saw when they looked upon a great king, one who could lead them to a golden age. If that was what people saw when they met her oldest brother Rhaegar before his death. A small smile graced her lips as the memory of the vision she saw in the House of Undying. It was a possible future where she agreed to marry the man beside her. A future where she was welcomed home. It was the next day that Naruto brought Daenerys, Tyrion, Missandei, and Sasuke down into a cave under Dragonstone. He wanted to show them just what he was dealing with at the moment. You really have a way of picking lunch spots, don't you, nephew? Tyrion asked, as he was rather hungry and Naruto had dragged them into this on short notice. Rather you go hungry for a while than risk the destruction of Westeros because of petty conflict, Naruto replied as he lit a torch and led them into the darkness of the cave. He still hadn't forgiven his uncle for choosing to go with Joffrey when the conflict started. Naruto had hoped that due to apparent distaste that Tyrion had for his older half-brother that the imp would have stayed and helped him rule. But it was not to be. Furthermore was his part in Joffrey's death, which in turn led to Miachella's death as well. Tyrion had not left a good taste in his mouth after everything. Granted, he was his favorite uncle. Not that there was much competition. Leading them deeper into the cave, they came across large veins of black material in the walls. Dragonglass, one of the few things that we have that, according to the legends, works against the White Walkers. Naruto said, as he moved his torch over the area to show them just how much they had in this one area alone. Are there any other things that work? Sasuke asked his longtime friend as he walked over and saw some cave paintings. Valyrian steel, but given the limited accessibility of it. I think we're better off using this instead, Naruto replied as he moved over to the paintings that Sasuke was looking at. A long time ago, the children of the forest lived in these areas. Naruto told them as the fires lit up the area, revealing all the images left behind by the children of the forest. So this conflict goes back before even the dawn of man, Deanery stated as she was starting to actually believe that this issue would come up like Naruto said. No, they actually fought together, Naruto replied as he moved the fire over a painting that depicted the first men and the children of the forest together against the White Walkers. They united against the greater threat that was the White Walkers who sought to end all life in Westeros, perhaps even the world if they crossed the sea. I have yet to see one in person, but I'm sure that will change soon, Naruto admitted as he had never really encountered one, but believed John and the rest when they told him of what he saw. So you've never really seen one? Daenerys questioned as she was now more critical of the stories that Naruto had fed her. So how do you know that those who told you that they are coming are telling the truth and not just trying to use you? She asked, not sure now if she should believe him and dedicate her men to this battle. Narrowing his eyes on her, he felt a bit insulted that she would insinuate that he would go to all this hassle if he didn't trust the people who told him what was happening. I trust John with my life. If I died, I would not think twice before leaving my whole kingdom to him, Naruto replied, showing how much he trusted in the Stark bastard. Daenerys locked eyes with Naruto for a moment before nodding her head. Still, I will not commit my men until I have secured the Iron Throne, she replied, showing that first and foremost she wanted her family's throne. She accepted that she might have to marry Naruto, and was even optimistic about what her life might be like in that scenario. But nothing was set in stone yet, and in her mind that was enough to hesitate. Gods, you're insufferable sometimes, Naruto muttered as he didn't get how she couldn't see just how serious this was. However, before he could say anything else, he heard someone calling for him from the mouth of the cave. This discussion is not over, Naruto said looking at Daenerys before leaving the mine to find his men with Theon, who had survived the sea battle and found his way back to Dragonstone. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he remembered how Theon had betrayed him and the Starks by joining Balon in invading the North during the war, instead of helping him against the Lannisters. He was sure that Robb would have some choice words for him. Theon Greyjoy, it's been a while, Naruto said as he looked at the man who looked rather shaken. Behind him, Daenerys and company caught up and saw the man who had helped her get to Westeros again with his sister. Theon, she said, looking concerned for the man as he looked like he hadn't eaten in days and was soaked to the bone. We need to get him to a bed and get a Meister to make sure he's all right, Daenerys demanded, looking at Naruto. Why Yara? Theon said looking at the white-haired woman. They captured Yara, he told them as tears started to pour out as he felt guilty for abandoning her when it was clear that they were going to lose against their uncle. He jumped overboard and hid among the broken ships until Euron had left with his sister tied up. Daenerys' eyes widened as the woman who had been instrumental in helping her get one step closer to her dream was captured and could be executed. Without Yara's ships, she was sure that she would still be back in Meereen while Naruto recovered his strength after the war. Naruto watched as Davos once again was preparing his ship to set sail. This time, they would be on the offensive instead of driving back an attack from the Iron Island. Apparently, Yara Greyjoy had been captured by the Ironborn, who sided with her uncle after he was chosen as the next leader of the islands. While he had no real connection to the woman, this was a good opportunity to solidify his power, according to Varys. He was wondering if Varys was now just on Daenerys' side and wanted him to save her ally for her, or if he was some devious genius and figured that by saving Yara, he would corner Daenerys by showing that he was so far ahead in military strength. Daenerys had wanted to fly to the Iron Islands and burn them to the ground if they refused to give Yara back unharmed. However, he had talked her down from that plan. It was too risky as they could just execute her once the dragons came into sight, or they could use their scorpions to strike down her dragons from the air. Yara is my master of ships. I will not let her be captured and then saved while I stand by and do nothing, Daenerys stated as. She didn't want to be saved by the man who currently sat on the throne, she was hoping to get. She would have sent her own fleet, but after the attack from the Iron Island, it was severely crippled without Yara, and many ships sunk. However, she still had 3 dragons. She wasn't going to just be sidelined. As it stands, you'll just put yourself in danger. Even if you bring your dragons, there is a chance that things will go wrong. Naruto said the preparations to set sail were almost completed, and the cannonballs were now fully loaded onto the vessel. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he tried to give her a comforting smile. Look, there is no point in you risking your neck. I was going to sail there anyways, as they were the last part of the kingdom that wasn't under control, Naruto said, before walking up with his seamen to the Red Queen's revenge. Daenerys clenched her fists, relaxed at his touch, her anger clearing slightly. However, her pride had still taken a heavy blow as she was told to stand back and let someone else handle the issue because she couldn't. Her entire life, she had relied on herself. She had gotten to where she was because of what she did in order to thrive. I think this is for the best, Dany, Tyrion said, as he walked up to the white-haired princess he had aligned himself to. Our fleet suffered great damage in the previous battle. And he does have a point that the Iron Islands may be too well equipped to deal with your dragons, Tyrion stated, as he believed that it was for the best if they took the time that Naruto was away to strategize. He had severely underestimated his nephew. He believed that after the war with the Lannisters and Tyrells, his resources would have been completely drained, and yet he still had some fight in him. Naruto has the Iron Bank of Bravos backing him, he told her in a whisper. If you still intend to fight him, you'll need to play it smart, because he'll be able to outspend you several times over. Daenerys' eyes widened at the explained how, despite the wars, Naruto managed to keep fighting and building his forces even larger. Money was being funneled in from the Iron Banks. Money he used to strengthen his fleet and train his soldiers. Money that could power his war efforts for years on end, hiring forces from outside of Westeros if needed in order to defeat her. Naruto knew how to be a good king, she wouldn't deny that. He was kind, and yet he was also firm. The more she learned, the more she realized how far apart they were. His fleet was better, his army had more experience, he had more money, he had magic. The only thing she had over him were her 3 dragons and possibly more soldiers. It shook her. Her dream of Naruto and Sasuke taking her dragons made her feel cold inside. But the thought of the vision of Naruto with their daughter helped warm her a little. Red Queen's revenge, Naruto sat in his cabin as they sailed towards the Iron Islands. He had called Jon to Dragonstone to oversee the mining of the dragonglass and having it shipped to the Wall to have weapons made. Until he arrived, Ned was to be in charge of Dragonstone, while Sansa looked after King's Landing with Tycho to help her, since Varys was at Dragonstone. He didn't trust Varys to be alone with Daenerys while he was away. He didn't doubt the spider's loyalty to him. The man knew better than to betray him. Plus, as per his own word, the realm was prospering under his rule. He had proven himself a better ruler than his father or Aerys Targaryen before him. However, he didn't know what strings Varys may try to pull to get him and Daenerys married. Hearing a knock on his door, he was pulled out of his thoughts as Arya came into his room. You know, you've been spending so much time with that Targaryen girl, you missed a few spars. She started walking over to him and kissing him on the cheek. Since she had come of age, Naruto and her had decided that it was about time to follow through on their engagement. He had married Sansa first once he found out about her pregnancy, not wanting their child to be born a bastard. Due to the war, it was done in secret to avoid anyone attempting to interfere, and thus the ceremony had been short in front of a weirwood, but they had announced their union to the kingdom. He had been planning to wed Arya soon enough until Daenerys decided to show up, meaning that Naruto had to dedicate more time to that issue to avoid another war. Arya hadn't been happy about the plan for him to wed Daenerys as well, but regardless, she understood that it was for the good of the kingdom. As such, wedding plans between he and Naruto had been put on hold for the time being. Funny how we've been engaged for years now, and yet we're probably going to be married last, Naruto said as he put away the documents to give his fiancée the attention she needed. You owe me a new sword after all the waiting, she said, punching him lightly on the arm. Since she was the third of her siblings, she wasn't really likely to inherit much from staying in Winterfell. so she decided that she would stay at Naruto's side as a sort of warrior queen. "And a good night," she said, tracing a finger down his chest. "Arya?" Naruto questioned as she turned his chair to face her, a small smile on her face. "I have womanly needs too, Naruto. You slept with Sansa despite being engaged to me first," she said as she took her shirt off and threw it behind her. "We're gonna be on this ship for a bit while we sail, so I intend to collect with interest," Arya told him as she finished undressing herself. Despite being 17, Arya was rather short, standing at only 5'1". While she didn't have the figure of Sansa, she was certainly just as attractive in a cuter way. Walking to his bed, she laid down and looked back at him. "Now come on, Foxy, you owe me a spar," she cooed, motioning for Naruto to join her on the bed. Naruto smiled as he took his shirt off and threw it to the floor before undoing his pants and joining her on bed. Crawling over her, Arya wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down towards her. Arya claimed his lips in a hungry kiss as she wanted to make up for the time that Naruto had been focused on other things. Arya let out a soft moan, his lips pressed against hers. She could feel his manhood pressing against her lower lips as it slowly hardened. Reaching down, she grabbed his rod and aimed it towards her entrance. "Come on, don't chicken out now," she taunted him. "Don't get too cocky, Arya," Naruto said as he pushed the head into her. He whimpered, filling the room as she was spread open. She was overall smaller than Sansa, thus Naruto felt bigger to her as he entered her for the first time. Her breath hitched as she felt Naruto hit something inside of her. "What are you waiting for? Getting cold, cock," she teased as Naruto seemed to hesitate when he reached her maidenhood. However, she ate her words as Naruto thrust it into her, her breath hitching as his sword penetrated her down to the hilt. She felt full as her lower chamber was completely filled. A small trickle of blood escaped as her maidenhood was taken by her fiancé. "Sorry, what was that, Arya?" The Baratheon asked with a small smirk on his face, as Arya took in deep breaths, as she tried to get used to the feeling of Naruto being in her. "Fuck you," she replied, putting on a brave face, smile on her face as she bit down the pain. Despite the pain that came with her first time, it was slowly starting to fade away and replaced with a strange pleasure from her lower regions. "Now stop wasting time," she said, gyrating her hips against him, letting out soft moans. Naruto groaned as he felt her tight cavern around him. Moving back, Naruto's breath hitched as he felt her body pulling him back into her. Pulling out of her until just the head remained in her before plunging back into her. Arya's eye widened as her sacred chamber was suddenly spread wide open by her lover. Her moans filled the room as Naruto began to slowly move in and out of her. Arya arched her back as waves of pleasure surged through her body with each thrust. Her legs wrapped around Naruto's waist, trying to get him close and deeper into her. Her hips matched his pace as her hips met his. Pulling him down again, she moaned into his lip. She could feel something building inside of her, a growing pressure that became harder and harder to contain with every passing second. As her moans grew in volume, Naruto felt a familiar feeling as he rammed into her harder and faster. The bed under them shook as their pleasure continued to build towards their climax. "Arya," Naruto groaned as he could feel that he was about to hit his peak. "Shut up and finish me," Arya replied as she felt the mists of pleasure clouding her mind, her moans growing into howls of pleasure. She felt so close. "Fuck." She cried out, her body arching, her climax overtaking her. Naruto felt her clamp down on his manhood, his resistance breaking as he seed sprayed into Arya's deepest chambers. She could feel the warmth filling her as her body greedily drank from Naruto's blade, squeezing it as it tried to draw out as much of the fluid as she could. As she started to come down, her legs dropped from Naruto's waists and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "That was amazing," she said as felt some of the aftershocks. Naruto laid down beside Arya and placed his arm around her with a smile of his own. "See, not that much fruit being dropped. Anyways, please leave a review. I wanna reach 1K eventually lol." Chapter 24. Red Queen's revenge. Naruto and Sasuke stood at the helm of the ship as they sailed towards the Iron Islands. It had taken weeks for them to sail around Westeros with his fleet, but finally the islands were in sight. "Looks like they're getting ready to sail against us," Davos told them as he looked at them through his telescope. The fleet was currently docked at Lordsport, the largest town of the Iron Islands and the main port for the pike. Seems that their fleet has yet to fully recover from our battle, Naruto stated as he wondered how long this would take. He didn't want to be away in battle for too long. Their plan at the moment was to go in and strike down the Ironborn in a quick battle and put an end to their efforts. Rescuing Yara is a secondary objective. If she dies, then it'll be an unfortunate consequence of this fight, the king said to Sasuke, who nodded his head, not really caring what happened to the woman. Right, our primary objective is to secure peace in the realm, Sasuke replied, thinking of ways for them to attack the Iron Fleet. Looking up at the sky, he could see the gray clouds gathering above them. The soft sound of thunder in the distance as the sea of clouds spread out for miles. The sea was already starting to get rough, and the wind was starting to howl. This battle would take place during a storm. It was clear they had been noticed as some ships left the port and began to sail towards them. The meager number of ships was unlikely to beat their fleet, but they were likely just trying to buy more time in order for the rest of the fleet to mobilize. Well, looks like the fun's about to start, Arya said as she drew needle and got ready for a fight. As the first drops of rain started to come down from the heavens, the two were joined by Arya and Barristan, along with the rest of Naruto's Kingsguard. Your Grace, how shall we go about this battle? The elder Kingsguard asked, knowing that a battle at sea against the Ironborn could be rather costly even with their better ships and larger numbers. The Ironborn were natural sailors. They lived and died by the sea. Sasuke smirked slightly. I have a plan. It'll tire me out, but it will likely clear the way for a full invasion of the islands without fearing. Their ships, Sasuke said, sparks dancing around his hand as he looked over at Naruto. Do you think you can use your new Sage mode to gather a massive amount of lightning in the clouds above us? He asked, his idea forming in his head. Looking up at the sky, he thought about the limits of his power and nodded his head in response to Sasuke's question. Yeah, I think I can do that, he said as he sat down on the wooden floor and began to focus on taking in the natural energy from around him. The others watched as Naruto entered his Sage mode and got into positions around him in case they were boarded. The cannons on the ship began to fire as the Ironborn ships came within range of them. Despite the ships being blown apart, some managed to reach the Red Queen's Revenge and began to board the vessel. Those that survived the bombardment of the cannonballs began to swim towards their ship to join the fellow raiders on attacking the main ship where the king was. The sailors of the royal fleet began to take up arms and fight against those who came onto their ship. Arya stabbed at the neck of an Ironborn who came for Naruto, piercing through his throat. Pulling the blade out, she danced around a large axe swing from another, slicing through the back of his knee, forcing him down before a Kingsguard took off his head. They're like cockroaches, Arya said, as every time she cut one down, two more appeared. However, looking up, she could see the storm slowly becoming worse by the second. One of the Ironborn rushed at Naruto to try and kill him, only for his blade to be knocked into the sea, before being cut down by Barristan, who stood guard in front of his king. They've always been like this, Barristan replied to Arya as he proved why he had served in the Kingsguard for so many decades as he stood steadfast protecting Naruto. Above them, the flashes of lightning and the sounds of thunder became more and more common as Naruto used his control over nature to alter the storm. Sweat dripped down his face as he focused not only on creating more and more lightning above them, but keeping it contained and preventing it from discharging down upon them. Smirling, Sasuke leaped and climbed up to the highest point of the ship as the darkened sky was lit up. Landing on the crow's nest, his hand was coated in lightning. Raising it up towards the air, the massive amount of lightning that Naruto was having the old gods create started to gather together above them. Moving his hand back, the gathered electricity came together into the form of a titanic dragon. On the Iron Islands, the Ironborn who were preparing to battle against the royal fleet began to panic at the sight of the lightning dragon. The storm god has joined the Baratheons against us. One of the men yelled out as they saw the dragon as the avatar of the mortal enemy of their deity. They interpreted it as the evil god coming down to wipe out the followers of the drowned god with help of the invading fleet. Amazing, Arya muttered as she looked up at the Kirin. She thought that the massive wooden dragon that Naruto had used to breach the walls of Highgarden was impressive, but this was on another level. The combination of Naruto's power and Sasuke's control resulted in this beast that struck terror even into the hearts of their allies. Beristan deflected a blade that was directed at her back. "Pay attention, we're still in battle," Beristan chastised as he couldn't protect both Arya and Naruto just because she got distracted. "Still, I'm certain even the Targaryens of old with their dragons would have thought twice fighting these two," Beristan said as he didn't know who would win between Naruto and Sasuke, and the dragons brought from Valeria. Sasuke took in a sharp breath as he wasn't used to handling this much power at once. Luckily, this attack was one that required more skill than actual power. Living in this world for so long had made him comfortable with the lower power ceiling, but it was like riding a bike. He just needed a second to ready himself. "Vanish," Sasuke muttered as he swung his arm down towards the docks where the Iron Fleet was. With a great roar, the Kirin struck down from the sky, streaking through the air at the speed of lightning towards the Iron Fleet. They didn't even have a chance to react when the Kirin began to move, striking faster than their minds could even process. On impact, a blinding flash filled the area before the loudest thunder crash ever heard in Westeros rang out for miles. In an instant, the entirety of the fleet that was just preparing to leave port, and all those near it were wiped out in a titanic explosion. The lightning ripping through the ground, uprooting the earth itself with its overwhelming might. The nearby buildings were obliterated by the overwhelming force of the Kirin, as the entirety of Lordsport was sent into a panic. A massive amount of steam filled the air from the sea, as the immense energy from the lightning evaporated water on a large scale. Naruto's markings faded away as he stopped gathering natural energy. "That took more out of me than I thought it would," he said, panting as he never attempted to control that much energy at once. Leaning back a bit, he looked at the destruction of the fleet. Naruto didn't feel that bad about the lives lost there. In reality, he held the Ironborn as the lowest people in the Seven Kingdoms. He despised their culture of raiding and raping. They were no better than the pirates that attacked the eastern side of the kingdom. If he could end their ways now, he would. Getting up, he joined in on the fight to finish off the rest of the Ironborn, who had boarded his ship and had been out of range of the Kirin's explosion. As his ships neared the port, they took the smaller boats to sail into the town due to the ruined ships filling the bay. He also didn't want to risk the Ironborn setting fire to his ships during the fighting. Lordsport Naruto looked around as his army took control of the town, their numbers being enough to put down any efforts that House Botley could muster against them. Imprisoning their lord, Naruto put the town under direct military occupation while they were there. Taking the opportunity, he allowed his men to spend some time around the town to relax after months of sailing. He made it a point to reinforce that they were not to rape and pillage the town. Many had wanted to take revenge against the Ironborn for past conflicts against their houses and families, but Naruto refused to stoop to their level. Naruto and Sasuke decided to take some time in the bathing room in the keep of House Botley. "It's been a while since we had some time to talk," Naruto said as he relaxed in the water with his friend, leaning back against the edge as he faced Sasuke, who did the same on his end. While it might have seemed strange to those in Westeros, to them it was a common thing done back in Konoha with friends. "I've been having to keep that idiot of a princess safe in Essos. To be frank, I don't really understand why you and Varys had me help her. She's a pain more than anything else, Naruto," Sasuke said as he grabbed a glass of wine from the side of the pool and took a sip. "Yeah, but Varys insists that we need her. Her soldiers are loyal to her and her alone, and after all the fighting, Westeros has a need of people to fight against the White Walkers," Naruto told Sasuke as the main reason he had for keeping Daenerys around now was because he felt that he needed her forces to help him defeat the undead army marching south towards his kingdom. If he had to get married to her, then so be it. It would make everyone happy. She would get the throne back for her family through marriage, and he would get the army he needs. "So you're using her?" Sasuke asked, as it felt strange for his friend to act like that. "I'm doing what I need to do in order to protect everyone, Sasuke. If I don't defeat this foe, Everything that I have fought for over the last few years would have been for nothing. Everyone I love will end up as an ice zombie." Naruto argued as he acknowledged that to an extent he wanted to use her for her army. "But it's not like she isn't using me to get the Iron Throne," he muttered. Sasuke chuckled a bit. "You're really scared of these White Walkers?" Sasuke asked as he wondered why his friend was so spooked by these creatures. "Sasuke, I have seen things through the eyes of the weirwoods that would kill another with fear. I have seen armies razed to the ground and then brought back as mindless whites to kill their friends and families. Giants able to make even me strain from their immense strength. They are the Kaguya of this world, Sasuke. The biggest threat to life as we know it," Naruto argued as he was actually scared of the White Walkers. They were stronger than regular humans, and he didn't know how he would stack up against them. "Well, whatever you choose to do, I'll follow you," Sasuke replied as he didn't know much about these creatures. But if they were that big of a threat to humanity, he would stay by Naruto's side. "Thanks," Naruto said as he drank his own wine. "Gods, I wish I could have had you back here ages ago. You have no idea how stressful it is being king of being so many kingdoms," he lamented as he really never expected how hard it would be to be king. The pike Naruto had left Lordsport with the soldiers from his fleet as he marched towards the pike. He had sent Sasuke ahead to find and assassinate Euron and rescue Yara if possible, but that wasn't a priority for them. As he arrived at the pike, he found the remainder of the Ironborn army there to try and fend him off. "Euron," Naruto called out, his voice amplified by his chakra so that it would be carried over the entire battlefield and into the castle. "There is no point in your men dying today. Surrender and this shall all be over. You cannot win against us," Naruto declared as the Ironborn looked shaken at the sight of Naruto and the soldiers he had brought with him to the Iron Islands. They had seen how their people had been decimated by the Baratheon king. The sight of the lightning dragon that had struck down from the heavens had been seen by all who lived on the Iron Island. However, they weren't a people who were easily frightened into surrender, and as such they scrambled to gather at the pike to defend against the invasion. Seeing that they wouldn't back down, Naruto sighed in acceptance that they would only learn by being struck down. It was the same as their rebellion years ago. They needed to be taught a lesson through force. That was just the way that they were. People had tried to change them for centuries and failed at every turn. "Very well," Naruto said as he walked towards the defending army, his army beginning their charge behind him as the battle began. Pike Dungeon Sasuke walked into a hall of cells where he sensed Euron. The man had avoided going into battle against Naruto and instead seemed to go for Yara, possibly to use her as a hostage to get Naruto to leave his islands or risk her life. As he spotted him, he was with 4 guards and Yara with her hands tied behind her back, being dragged out by one of his men. "Well, I guess this makes my job easier," Sasuke said, drawing his sword as he approached them. "Well, I guess we have some company," Euron said as he pulled Yara towards him and placed a blade by her throat. "Not one step, or she dies," he threatened as the edge of the sword pressed against Yara's neck. The Ironborn guards got in front of Euron, ready to protect him if the man decided to attack regardless of the hostage. "You think I care about that woman?" Sasuke asked, causing Yara's eyes to widen as she realized that her life meant nothing to Sasuke. If she died, then it would just be another casualty of this war. "Well, aren't you the ruthless one?" Euron said as he got ready to slice her throat. "Or are you just..." Euron coughed out blood as a lightning sword extended from Sasuke, piercing both Yara and himself in a flash. Blood leaked out of his mouth as his herd had been punctured. As the sword receded, both Greyjoys dropped to the ground as Euron held his chest, while Yara clenched her shoulder where she had been stabbed. The guards turned around, gawking at how quickly Sasuke had taken out their lord before the world seemed to fade for them. In the moment that they turned away, Sasuke had surged forth and taken off their heads with his enhanced speed, faster than they could react. "You fucking cunt," Yara cursed as her body screamed in agony. The blade had not only stabbed her, but it electrocuted her the whole time before Sasuke retracted the sword. Looking behind her, Euron was on his back, blood leaking from the wound to his heart and mouth. "My mission was to kill Euron and you're alive. You should be thankful," Sasuke told her as he sliced off Euron's head to make sure that the man was dead. He didn't need him coming because of some magical bullshit. Plus, he also needed proof that Euron was dead to get his army to surrender more easily. "Fuck you," she said, standing up slowly. Her shoulder was bleeding and she couldn't move her arm, but it was better than being dead. "Not in your dreams," Sasuke said before turning to leave the dungeon. "Are you coming?" "Naruto can heal you once we regroup with him," he told her before the familiar sounds of dragon roars echoed out. That idiot! Pike Battlefield Naruto sliced through another one of the Ironborn, who came at him as his army pushed their way closer and closer to the withered fortress. However, the battle was interrupted as the sounds of roaring filled the air. Looking east, he saw 3 dragons flying into the battle. "She didn't," Naruto muttered, realizing that Daenerys had ignored his order and flown into battle regardless of what he had told her about the danger. The 3 dragons unleashed their flames upon the Ironborn army. One of the 3 flew towards the castle to burn the soldiers manning the top of the fortress. The arrival of the dragons threw the remainder of the Greyjoy forces into a panic, as they were now cornered between Naruto's army and Daenerys, and her Ironborn's numbers quickly began to drop around them as more and more died. It was then that Sasuke and Yara walked out of the pike and lifted up Euron's head, showing that their king had died. With that revelation, the remaining Ironborn began to surrender in order to save their lives. Naruto smiled as the battle had been won. However, the sense of victory was short as a piercing screech filled the air from above. Looking up, one of the dragons had been struck in the neck by a scorpion ballista. The large beast fell towards the ground, shaking the land as it crashed down. He heard Daenerys' cries at the sight of one of her children being shot down. Drogon turning back around to breathe hell onto the castle, incinerating the one who shot down its brother. Rushing over to the dragon, he noticed how deep the wound was. Most likely it would die shortly from blood loss. "That stupid idiot," Naruto said as he looked over the dragon, drawing in natural energy in order to attempt to heal the wound as best he could. Climbing onto the dragons, he rubbed the side of Regal's neck to try and soothe him as he grabbed the ballista and prepared to pull it out. "This is gonna hurt, big guy," Naruto warned. Not sure if the dragon could even understand him, but in case he could, maybe he could brace himself. With a forceful pull, Naruto pulled out the large metal bolt. Throwing it to the side, he placed his hand on the wound and began to focus his energy on healing him. All around him, hundreds of old gods gathered from the sky, land, and sea around him and the injured dragon. The injury was grave, but as he asked the old gods to heal the wound, they obliged and did as asked. Naruto smiled as a green aura coated the dragon. Daenerys landed near him with her 2 dragons and rushed to her fallen child. "What are you doing?" she demanded, panic filling her voice as she didn't want Naruto to hurt Regal any more than he already was. "I'm trying to fix your fucking mistake," Naruto barked back as the wound on the dragon's neck began to close. The dragon seemed to calm down a little as its body returned to a more stable condition. "There you go, just take it easy," he told the dragon as its body relaxed, allowing the energy coming from the king to do its thing. Pulling his hand back, he got off the dragon to give it some time to rest, before turning towards the white-haired woman who really shouldn't have been there. "I told you to stay back on Dragonstone," Naruto growled as he didn't like that she did something so reckless when he warned her of the dangers. "I'm not gonna sit back and let you do everything," Daenerys argued back as she wasn't able to hold back the urge to go to battle instead of sitting back. "And where did that get you?" Naruto roared as his chakra flared around him. "Open your damn eyes, you almost lost one of your dragons, and for what?" "Because your pride was hurt that I went to the Iron Islands without out. Think of what would have happened if I couldn't heal him." Naruto yelled at her as he lost his temper with her. "You keep going on about wanting to be queen, then act like one. Do you think that I wouldn't have wanted dragons backing me up if I felt that it was safe? I told you to stay back because I knew the risk for them getting hurt was high. How fucking selfish are you?" Away as she looked up at Regal, who was looking at her with hurt eyes. Walking over to her hurt dragon, she caressed his face as tears started to gather in her eyes. Daenerys hugged Regal's snout, crying as she allowed her fear of losing one of her children to express itself. "I'm sorry, Regal," she told the dragon as she admitted that she put him in the way of unneeded harm. Naruto watched the white-haired woman cry to her dragon before turning to leave, giving a glance at the other two dragons who looked at him cautiously. "Thank you for saving Regal," Daenerys said to him as she let go of her downed child and turned to her rival for the throne. She didn't know why, but around him it was easier for her to think clearly. "I am indebted to you," she admitted. Naruto's face softened a little as he didn't really think that she would thank him. "You're welcome," he replied before seeing Regal moving towards him, lowering his body when he got near the Baratheon king. Daenerys looked almost horrified when she saw Regal move towards Naruto and offer for the man to mount it. It was almost like her nightmare all over again, Naruto taking her dragons from her. But then, she realized that maybe she could share them with him. That nightmare would only come if she brought it upon herself. "He's offering for you to ride him," she explained with a smile on her face as she accepted that Regal also felt indebted to Naruto for saving his life. "Quite the rare opportunity," she added, as dragons only let those they wanted ride them. Those who tried to force their way on typically ended up dead. Looking at the dragon, he felt no negative intent from it. "Well, I guess there is a first time for everything," Naruto replied before jumping on the dragon, using his chakra to stick on as Regal lifted himself up. His army looked on in awe as their king mounted a dragon before it took off into the air. For Naruto, he remembered riding on Gamabunta as a child. "Whoa there, big guy," he said as the dragon flew higher and higher right off the bat. Soon Daenerys joined him in the air on Dragon, the two dragons flying over the pike. Naruto looked down at the castle as the dragon flew between the towers before moving over the sea. "This is kinda awesome," Naruto muttered as he tried to use his chakra to communicate with Regal. Daenerys watched as Naruto seemed to pick up the basics of riding a dragon rather quickly, which she attributed to his magical nature. Flying near him, "What do you think?" she asked him, wondering what it was like for someone else to fly on a dragon. He had been the only person who one for her children had allowed to ride them. In her eyes, that must have meant something. "I could get used to this. They're pretty fast in the air," Naruto replied as Regal flew down to the ocean and scooped up a large fish in its mouth. Daenerys laughed lightly as Naruto looked like a kid having fun with a new pet while on Regal. "We should really get back to Dragonstone. I'm certain your people are worried sick about you," Naruto yelled over the air as he asked Regal to land back down at the pike so he could rejoin his army. As he landed, Dragon landed soon after with Daenerys getting off with him. However, as he walked towards his men, he felt a splitting headache hit him hard. His pupils widened as he fell to a knee, clenching his head. "Naruto?" Arya yelled as she rushed over to her fiancé, fearing that maybe Daenerys had done something to him. Naruto found himself facing Bran in front of the weirwood in Winterfell. The world seemed slightly hazy, but he could clearly see the young Stark in front of him. "Naruto, I saw an army marching south to Eastwatch," he said as his voice sounded a bit hazy. Whenever he spoke, it was like the connection between them weakened for a moment. "Bran, what do you mean?" Naruto asked as he reached out, but his hand phased through the Stark. Bran seemed to concentrate. "White Walkers are coming," he warned before the vision faded, and Naruto found himself back at the pike. And here we go, another chapter done. So yeah, damn, so close to 1K lol, thanks for the support guys. Chapter 25. Red Queen's revenge snow fell from the sky as the fleet traveled north towards the wall and made landfall by Westwatch by the bridge. Due to the influx of men from after the defeat of the Reach and Westerlands, along with the soldiers provided from his army, they had managed to man some of the abandoned castles along the wall. "Once we reach Westwatch, we'll have to march east to Eastwatch. It will take less time than sailing all the way around Westeros then back north," Naruto told those on board his ship as the weather was becoming colder by the second. "I have already sent out a raven to King's Landing and asked them to start marching their armies north towards the wall. I sent Tyrion a raven as well. I ordered him to have all our men moved north with all the dragonglass that we can carry on our remaining ships." Daenerys said, much to the surprise of Naruto, who expected her to not commit anything to this battle. Seeing the shocked look coming from the king, she smiled. "I guess you convinced me. I owe you for saving Regal as well. It's the least that I can do," she told them honestly. A matching smile appeared on Naruto's face as he nodded. "Thank you, Daenerys. I promise that I won't forget this," he said to her before looking up towards the sea. The sea was starting to become frigid, and ice chunks were floating towards them. The waters are starting to become too dangerous for larger ships. We'll anchor here and take the smaller boats to the shore. Davos keep any essential men on board the ships and have them sail back around. He told his master of ships since leaving his fleet. Here would be a waste and a risk to them, due to the ice that could be floating in the water down from the land of always winter. "As you say, Your Grace," Davos replied as he understood his king's orders. "So what is the plan once we get to Eastwatch?" Barristan asked Naruto, as he was dreading the thought of fighting against the undead in battle. From what he had heard, these monsters were far beyond a normal human, and the White Walkers themselves were even more superior. He wondered how they would compare to Naruto in terms of strength. We'll see how many weapons they have managed to make out of the dragonglass so far, and how large the force moving towards Eastwatch is. If it's clear that we can't fight them, then we'll stay at the wall until more forces arrive. Worst case, you all retreat to Winterfell, and I'll hold them back until you guys are in the clear," Naruto stated as he planned to use himself as a sacrifice if things went south. He still had those last embers of Kurama's chakra that he was holding on to for when he needed it the most. He had figured that he might have to use it against Daenerys and her dragons if they ended up going to war, but this seemed like a better use for it. "I will not let you die on my watch," Barristan responded as he wouldn't let another king down. If he let 3 kings die under his time as a Kingsguard, he was certain that he would be the worst one in the history of the Order. Smiling at his protector, Naruto put a hand on Barristan's shoulder. "I'll try my best not to die, but in the end, I am protector of the realm. Should my realm be in danger, what kind of king would I be if I didn't lay my life down for it?" Naruto declared passionately as his smile grew into a fox-like grin. "And if I do die, then I know I have left people who will be able to lead Westeros properly," he added on as he walked up towards the front of the ship. He could see the wall in the distance. His heart was pounding in his chest as he felt anxious about the coming battle against the White Walkers. Who knew the true extent of the army the Night King had at his command? He had thousands of years to amass it from the wildlings who lived in the vast area beyond the wall. Daenerys looked at Naruto's back as she wondered if she could have made the same declaration. If she would have laid down her life for the kingdom and sacrificed everything for the kingdom. Walking up to him, she looked out towards the wall. "We'll have to make sure that you won't need to," she told him, intending to protect him if need be. Eastwatch, as Naruto and his army arrived at Eastmark, they were greeted by Tormund, who had been left in charge of Eastwatch by Jon. Following the revolt by certain members of the Night's Watch, Naruto had taken executive command of the watch, leaving Jon in charge of organizing the soldiers there, as well as assisting with the wildlings who lived in the gift. Since Jon was no longer a member of the watch, and only led them through Naruto's degree, he was able to continue his relationship with Ygritte, who served as a liaison between the watch and the wildlings. The vast amount of wildlings had been put to good use, as Jon suggested that they help man the wall to better protect themselves from the White Walkers. At first, they hadn't been too keen to the idea, as they felt that Jon was just making them join the Crows. But some convincing from Mance Rayder made them see that by manning the wall, they would be protecting the free folk beyond the wall who couldn't fight. Walking into the fortress, Naruto smiled as he saw Tormund commanding the wildlings to prepare for the incoming attack from the White Walkers. Winterfell had sent out ravens to warn everyone about the incoming invasion from the north. "How are the preparations coming along?" Naruto asked the orange-haired wildling. Looking around, it seemed like everything was running well. "It's going well, but we don't have enough dragonglass weapons for everyone. Forging has been rather slow, and given the amount we need. Depending on how many whites come, we might be overwhelmed," Tormund told the king. While he didn't consider Naruto his king, Tormund still held some level of respect for the man due to his hospitality towards his people, and allowing them to live south of the wall. Naruto sighed, as he knew that the production of proper weapons from dragonglass was a costly endeavor. They had to get blacksmiths with the skills to mass-produce weapons that were at the very least usable. But before that, they had to mine and ship the dragon glass north to the smiths to begin with. Steel works just as well against the whites. It's the White Walkers themselves that will be dangerous to those without dragon glass, Jon said as they. Stark walked up towards the two men as he arrived with a shipment of dragon glass from Dragonstone. Jon, happy to have you here, the Baratheon king said to the bastard, as it was clear that by this point, he was one of the most knowledgeable people in the world when it came to the White Walkers. Looking past Jon, he saw Melisandre joining them as well, most likely coming to help fulfill the will of her god. Melisandre, Naruto greeted the Red Woman, who got some weary looks from the sailors who had been at Dragonstone when the women first arrived. Your Grace, Melisandre replied, bowing slightly towards the king. She had seen in the flames that a great darkness was marching down from the north. However, there were things that she needed to tell the one she believed was the chosen one who would bring peace to Westeros and the world at large. I must talk with you when you have a moment, she mentioned calmly. Meet me in the war room in an hour. I need to get my men settled in, he told her before walking off to get everything settled in. As he promised, Naruto waited for Melisandre to join him in the council room. While his army was large, the force they would be fighting was much larger. The scouts from the Watch and Wildling groups had returned to give him an estimate of how big the incoming force was, and it was dreadful to say the least. Thousands of years had given the White Walkers ample time to gather forces from the free folk and any who ventured past the wall. Given how massive the army that Mance Rayder managed to gather, he dreaded just how large the true scope of the White Army was. In a sense, he was more worried about the undead than he was the White Walkers. He could fight a few dozen ice demons who would shatter when hit by dragonglass. A horde of undead that kept fighting even after you killed them, now that was scary. It brought back the fear of ghosts that he had back in his past life. It was scary fighting something that you couldn't just kill. Your Grace, Melisandre said as she walked into the room, a frown on her face as the fires had been silent. It was a sign that the Great Other's influence was strong and getting stronger. The enemy that she was certain her champion would face in due time. How are preparations? She asked, taking a seat and pouring herself a cup of wine to drink from. Rather poorly, if I'm being honest, Naruto mentioned, as he knew that the bulk of his army was still trying to make its way up north, but the journey was long and hard. I fear that we won't have the means to match the incoming army, and anyone who dies in this battle will just replace the ones we took down, Naruto told Melisandre honestly. The influence of the Great Other is growing stronger. I feel a chill whenever I look into the fire here, she said, looking at the flames coming from the fire heating the room. Something dreadful is coming, Naruto, and I too fear that we shall not be ready, Melisandre told him ominously. Seeing brief images of a twisted being that festered deep in the land of always winter. The god of night and terror is stirring, and the long night will soon be upon us, she warned. I don't know much about gods, but I can feel the old gods shivering, as if something cold is strangling nature, Naruto mentioned as he took in the natural energy around them. It was cold, colder than anything he had felt in either of his lives, a deep chill that touched his very soul. Melisandre frowned at the mention of other gods, but nonetheless relented as she knew that her king didn't fully believe in one religion. So what shall we do? We'll fight, Naruto said as he walked towards the window and looked out over the snow-covered land of Westeros. Regardless what gods one may worship, everyone has the right to live in peace. That is my dream, to bring peace to Westeros, and protect them from any who would seek to bring pain and fear. The Baratheon stated, as he wanted to establish a kingdom where they wouldn't fight among themselves anymore. No more bloodshed between houses. A noble dream, Your Grace, Melisandre replied as she could feel the warmth coming from him. It reminded her of the feeling she got from the flames. The Lord of Light will assure that it comes to pass, she added. For the sake of everyone, I hope you're right, Naruto said firmly as he also felt dread creeping onto himself. Melisandre, yes? She questioned, raising an eyebrow as Naruto seemed to take a much more somber tone, his hand clenched on the windowsill. If I die in this battle, please support those who succeed me. They will need your help against the White Walkers. To save humanity, Naruto told her as he was prepared to die if he had to in order to protect those he loved. If they got overwhelmed, he would sacrifice himself to push back the incoming army long enough for everyone to flee back to the wall. Let's hope that it doesn't come down to that. You might be the only one capable of facing the Great Other, Melisandre replied, as she didn't like the idea of her champion dying. But I promise to assist whoever succeeds you against the Great Other, she told him, shocking herself a bit that she would give her word to someone who wasn't Arlor. Naruto stood on top of the wall with Sasuke, Daenerys, Arya, Jon, and Tormund as they looked out over the land past the wall. He could feel them, a cold wave that was slowly coming closer and closer towards them. "They are coming," Naruto muttered as he looked down to see the wildlings and his army setting up fortifications against the incoming army. "You can feel them?" Tormund asked, as he wasn't quite as knowledgeable about Naruto's abilities. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I can sense them through the old gods beyond the wall," Naruto told Tormund, as he felt that as the leader of wildlings at Eastmark, he should know a bit about what he was able to do. The wildling's eyes widened as Naruto claimed to be able to communicate with the very gods that he and his people worshipped. "You can talk with the old gods?" Tormund asked in shock. "Talk is a loose term, more like I can feel their presence and what they feel. And in return, I can use their power to perform greater magic," Naruto replied, as he couldn't have full conversations with them, but could read them well enough. Tormund looked at Naruto for a moment, before turning back to the land beyond the wall that he once called his home. "We lost many good people to those monsters. I can't wait to shatter one of them to pieces," he stated before one of the dragons flew overhead carrying a baby mammoth, likely their meal for the day. "We'll make sure no more are lost," Daenerys said in return, as she was confident in their chances against the White Walkers. She heard that fire was one of their weaknesses, and her dragons had the strongest fires in Westeros. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a small frown. "We should get going then, they could attack at any moment." "Last thing we need is for them to come, and we're all up here gawking," Sasuke stated, before jumping off the wall back down to Eastmark below. Naruto nodded as he followed suit and leaped off the wall following after his friend. Jon sighed, as he should have been used to Naruto acting like this, but it never got easier seeing Naruto doing such inhuman feats. Now that there were two of them, "I wish I could do that," Arya muttered as she made her way towards the elevator with Daenerys in tow, leaving Jon and Tormund. "So you are one of Naruto's lovers?" Daenerys asked Arya as they were lowered down from the top of the wall. Despite having been on the ship and traveling along the wall to Eastmark, the two hadn't really talked much to one another. "Yeah, we've been engaged for a while, but he wanted to wait until I came of age and see if I really wanted to marry him," Arya replied to the white-haired princess. "I decided that I did love him, but by that point, my sister Sansa had already fallen in love with him as well. To be honest, I didn't want to share, but I didn't want to hurt my sister," Arya said, as she hadn't been the most thrilled about the situation. Less so when Sansa had claimed Naruto's first time. But in the end, they were both happy to be with him. Of course, when it came to Daenerys, Arya had quite a different opinion. Naruto had married Sansa for love, and she would marry him for love as well, but Daenerys was marrying him for political reasons. She didn't exactly agree with it, but knew that it was for the best to avoid another bloody and costly war. "And soon, I guess you'll join us," Arya said with a small scowl on her face. "I have a feeling you aren't happy about it, even though Naruto was the one who brought the offer to me," Daenerys replied, seeing the sour look on the younger woman's face. Arya didn't even bother hiding it from the Targaryen. "Sansa and I love Naruto. He's only marrying you because he doesn't want to risk another war," Arya told Daenerys to her face. Daenerys frowned at the frosty attitude that Arya had towards her. "I will not deny that's the case. But I won't deny that he is quite charming, more so than some other men I have met. Perhaps our marriage could become more intimate," Daenerys told Arya as she could see herself happily married to Naruto. In the back of her mind, the vision from the House of the Undying was still alive. "He gives me this warm feeling when I'm near him, like my mind is clearer," she told Arya. Arya glazed at Daenerys and chuckled. "What a knucklehead," she muttered as she shook her head. She had taken the time to observe the two while they were together, and over the last few weeks, She could tell that the Dragon Queen was falling for her lover. "Well, perhaps politics won't have as much to do as I thought." "What do you mean?" Daenerys asked as the elevator landed back on the ground level. "Who knows?" Arya replied before leaving the Targaryen princess to herself. Naruto sighed as he got a raven from his armies in the south. Several houses were complaining about sending men up north to fight against fairy tales, as many houses in the Westerlands put it. His uncle Kevin had taken up the head of House Lannister, having sworn loyalty to Naruto following the defeat of his brother's children and grandchildren. He had been working to gather the houses to follow him north in accordance with the king's command. Naruto had stripped House Lannister of much of their power, leaving them a shell of their former self. But many houses still respected them in the Westerlands and looked to them for guidance. As such, Kevin had become a sort of intermediary between Naruto and the other lords in the regions that followed Cersei during the war. So in return for retaining some level of authority in the West, Kevin and the rest of remaining Lannisters were on a short leash and were forced to publicly denounce Cersei and her children. "Trouble in paradise?" Sasuke asked as he walked into the room and saw his friend reading a letter he had gotten from a raven. "You could say that some of the lords in the Westerlands and the Reach don't want to send their men up north. They claim that I'm asking them to risk their lives again in search of fairy tales. I don't really blame them. We spent years fighting, and now I ask them to come to my aid against creatures of legends. I would hesitate as well if I were in their place." Naruto replied as he poured himself a cup of wine and sat into a cushioned chair. "I need to keep a military force there to make sure that things don't spiral out of control. Spies tell me that some lords have found out that Daenerys is back and want to make her offers to join her if it comes down to war against me," he added. The Reach had sided against his father when he fought against the Targaryens. Now, it seemed that some still had enough fight to side against him again. His army stationed there would help squash any attempts to rise against him. Luckily, without the Tyrells, they were disjointed, and too much communication between them would get them stuck in the spider's web. He wasn't worried, but it was a nuisance. "I never expected you to be the conqueror," Sasuke mentioned as he poured himself a cup of wine and sat down across from his friend. "But this world only respects power. You can keep them happy, but once one gets ideas of grandeur, shit hits the fan," the Uchiha said as he leaned back. "Yeah, I figured that out a while ago. No matter how good of a job I do, there will always be people who want more. People who see me as a monster. Maybe in time, I can sway them to meet me eye to eye. But until then, I need to keep a heavy hand on them," Naruto said as he knew that he could only muster half his army at the moment because of that. Dorne was currently occupying the Reach, and the Riverlands were keeping watch over the Westerlands with aid from the Vale. "I wouldn't want to be you," Sasuke replied coolly as he took a sip of his wine. "But while I'm here, I'll do whatever it takes for you to succeed," he claimed with a wide smirk. "To your reign," Sasuke declared, holding up his cup of wine. "To peace," Naruto replied, holding up his, bit of a shorter chapter, but well, it be like that sometimes. Please leave a review. Chapter 26, Eastwatch Panic. That was the feeling that was overcoming Eastwatch as whites had been sighted near the wall. It was a truly countless amount of undead that their scouts had found making their way south towards them. It was a true army of the lost men and women that lived beyond the wall for the last few thousand years. Naruto looked around as the gathered men of the Watch and the wildlings assembled together to confront the incoming force. His armies hadn't reached the wall just yet, but Daenerys' army had arrived to back them up. He felt bad for the Dothraki warriors who had been used to the heat of Essos and were now thrown into the bitter cold of the north. Above him, he could see Daenerys' 3 dragons flying around the castle. They were their greatest weapons against the White Walkers. The flames from the dragons could prove instrumental against the cold creatures, able to burn away the undead and shatter the White Walkers with pure heat. At his side were Jon, Sasuke, and Robb, who had led his men north to join him in battle. "You think we're ready?" Robb asked as snow started to fall, a possible sign that the White Walkers were near. He noticed that the bulk of Naruto's army hadn't arrived from the south yet. "We don't have much choice," Jon replied with a heavy frown. "They'll be upon us by nightfall. We need to repel them here, or they might be able to get past the wall." the Stark bastard added, as he knew that their cold-hearted only attacked once the sun fell and night took over the sky. Naruto nodded in agreement. We'll have to make do with what we have. Worst case, I want everyone to retreat to Winterfell if it's evident that we'll lose the fight. The king told the 3 men who would be helping him lead the army against the White Walkers. As it stood, Sasuke would help lead Daenerys' forces with help from the Dragon Queen, who would be on Drogon's back. Robb would lead the northern armies, while Jon would lead the Night's Watch and the Wildlings. Naruto himself would lead the men from his navy, who had followed him here after the conquest of the Iron Islands. You really plan to sacrifice yourself if we call a retreat? Sasuke asked, getting the attention of Robb and Jon. What's this talk of sacrifice? Robb asked, narrowing his eyes on his brother in all by name. He didn't like the idea of leaving him to die alone against the White Walkers and their undead army. He wasn't sure if he could stomach letting his friend die to save his own life, even if that was what was ordered. Naruto clenched his fist. I am the king. And a king who isn't willing to lay down his own life to save his people isn't someone worthy of being a king, Naruto declared. To the 3 men around him, as he made an intent clear to those who would lead the charge against the White Walkers. He wouldn't let thousands die for him. He already had so many dead people on his hands. He had so much blood on his own hands. He didn't want to have any more if he could avoid it. Sasuke didn't say anything regarding Naruto's statement, but let out a sigh. We should get moving. They should be near soon, the Uchiha said as he walked towards Daenerys' army and told them to prepare to move out. Looking at his friend's back, he nodded and dismissed the 2 Starks. Naruto, if you're going down fighting, I'm not going to leave you behind to die to those things alone, Robb declared as he walked up to Naruto, despite being dismissed by the king. You saved my wife, my child. You are my brother-in-law, but more so you are my best friend. I will not leave you for dead, Robb said, before walking back with Jon, who looked back at Naruto for a moment before leaving. A heavy sigh escaped through Naruto's lips. Let's get this over with, he muttered to himself. Beyond the wall as night fell, Naruto stood at the head of the massive army that had been gathered at Eastwatch. Daenerys landed beside him on Drogon, with an unsettled look on her face. They are here, she told him, as she had seen the massive army of the dead marching towards their location from the air. Glancing back at Melisandre, he gave her a nod. The woman in red began to pray as she touched the sword of one of the men, causing it to ignite with flames. To the amazement of the whole army, all their weapons followed suit. Naruto smiled at Melisandre. He was thankful to have her on his side. Her magic made her a formidable asset in many ways, and against the creatures of the cold. Fire was their greatest tool looking forwards. Naruto saw the Night King on top of an overlooking hill on a white horse. At his side were 2 other White Walkers. The sound of running could be heard as the horde of undead began to rush past them, moving towards Naruto and his army. Golden eyes met blue as Naruto locked eyes with the Night King for a moment. Everyone, you have your orders. This is where we protect our people. Where we protect all of Westeros and the world, Naruto called out, using his chakra to amplify his voice before charging towards the undead army. Behind him, the entire mixed army followed behind their king and rushed to meet the undead in battle. Chaos descended as the 2 forces clashed, the masses of undead recklessly attacking the living humans while they fought back the creatures with all their might. As the sound of war roared around him, Naruto rushed forwards, cutting through swaths of whites with his greatsword. The blade glowed red as flames licked the Valyrian steel. While greatly outnumbered, Naruto was vastly more powerful than the shambling corpses that attacked him. Out of the corner of his eyes, he spotted an icy sword swinging towards his head, snapping around. He blocked it with Kurama. The large blade stood firm as Naruto was met face to face with a White Walker for the first time. He noticed that unlike with human enemies, he had to put some effort into holding back the attack. These creatures were significantly more powerful than anything he had encountered thus far. Behind him, a White rushed towards his exposed back, only to be shot by a flaming arrow courtesy of Ygritte, who had joined in the fighting with the rest of her wildling allies. Pushing the White Walker back, Naruto looked around to see that it wasn't alone. 2 more White Walkers encircled him as they recognized him as the larger threat. Taking a breath, Naruto pulled in as much natural energy as he could, as he knew that they were likely going to be a tougher fight than even the mountain. The mountain was human, a monstrous human, but human nonetheless. These things were magical monsters made from forces unknown to him. One of the White Walkers thrusted his spear towards his chest, which Naruto slapped away with his sword. The cold being staggered back from the force behind the swing, but that alone proved the difference between a human and these things. The amount of force he put behind his swing would have sent the average knight into the air, yet this thing was only staggered for a moment. Naruto whipped around and kicked back another White Walker in the side when it went to slash his back with its icy sword. A cold chill ran through his leg as he made contact with the frosty beings. The third rushed towards him with his sword aimed at Naruto's neck. Ducking undercut, Naruto thrusted his blade towards its exposed stomach, only for it to roll out of the way of the attack. "Tough bastards," Naruto muttered as the three circled around him like sharks. All around him, he could hear and feel the armies clashing against one another. However, due to their lack of proper weapons, he could feel that more and more of their men were falling, while the whites continued fighting even after they were cut down. "I need to do something," Naruto said to himself as he spun around the thrust of a crystal sword and leaped back from a spear thrust. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto called out as he pushed himself to create 4 clones of himself, the most he could do while using senjutsu. He didn't want to mess with his control too much and risk turning to stone. "Try and help as many people as you can," Naruto ordered as the 4 leaped off into battle. The 3 White Walkers rushed towards him at once, seeking to overpower him together and bring him down. Meeting them, he knocked the spear into one of the swords, but was hit by the second blade that slashed into his side. Luckily, his Valyrian steel armor was strong enough to repel the attack, leaving only a gash in the metal. "Bastard," Naruto muttered as he swung at the White Walker's head, sending him back when he brought his sword up to block the blow, the crystal sword shattering against Baratheon's greatsword. As the spear-wielding White Walker went to stab Naruto in the back while he was dealing with his comrade, the sound of chirping birds filled its ears for a brief moment before the sound of shattering filled the air. Behind Naruto, Sasuke had leaped and sliced at the neck of the spear-wielding White Walker with his new sword made from dragon glass. Running his chakra through it to enhance its cutting power, he was shocked by how easily they shattered when they came into contact with his weapon. "What your back dobe," Sasuke said with a smirk as he brought back the old nickname he used to call Naruto. All around them, the whites seemed to form a mob, while the 2 White Walkers backed off when they saw one of their own die at the hands of the dark-haired man. They talked in a language of crackling ice, as they knew that engaging the 2 together would likely result in their demise. Fighting off the swarm of undead, Naruto and Sasuke were brought back to back as the dead kept coming. Naruto's sword was coated in Melisandre's fire, which seemed to not have affected the White Walkers as much, but was very effective in setting the dead ablaze. "They don't stop," Sasuke said to his friend as he sliced through 3 reanimated wildlings, the heat from the lightning incinerating them. "So many damned souls," Naruto said as he felt a sword nick against his armor as one of the whites got too close, but was kicked away by Sasuke. Looking up, he saw Daenerys flying on Dragon, burning away the whites that were rushing to join the war before they got too close to the living. The dragon fire was dangerous, and using it too close to their soldiers put them at risk of getting them caught in the crossfire. "Nothing we can do for them now," Sasuke replied, before looking at the 2 White Walkers that had been attacking them before, now waiting among the swarm of undead for their chance to strike. "It's pointless to keep going through these. When I killed that White Walker, several whites fell to the ground. We need to target them," the Uchiha told Naruto before spinning around and exhaling a large fireball towards the 2. Naruto spun with Sasuke, covering his back as the ball of flames tore through the whites before being snuffed out by the touch of a White Walker. "They can put out flames?" Naruto asked as he saw that even Sasuke's fire seemed to die when it got too close. "Sasuke, cover me," Naruto yelled as he rushed through the gap in the undead created by Sasuke's fireball. His armor became hot from the flames as he ran through, but not unbearable as he lashed at the 2 White Walkers to try and put them down once and for all. He knew that this wasn't all of them. There had to be more of them, but everyone they put down was one less the others had to deal with. Sasuke clicked his teeth as he called upon his Susanoo, the purple aura, forming a ribcage around him with 2 skeletal arms. Forming too much would drain his chakra too quickly and leave him vulnerable. Forming 2 swords, he slashed through the dead that went to interfere with Naruto, as he once again clashed with the 2 mystical entities. The 2 blocked Naruto's blade together as he leaped into the air, and brought it down in a great swing that cracked the ground under them. The sound of crackling could be heard, as their swords gained new cracks running through them before mending. Pushing off, Naruto forced the 2 to take a step back from the force behind Naruto's force. Taking a deep breath, Naruto dispersed one of his clones to regain some of his senjutsu. "I won't let you destroy everything we worked for," Naruto yelled as he rushed towards the 2. Seeing that running was no longer an option with Sasuke backing Naruto up and keeping the whites back, the 2 rushed towards Baratheon. As they clashed, snow was knocked up into the air. Naruto grit his teeth as he pushed the 2 back before swinging at their necks. One jumped back while the other surged forward, ducking under his sword and slashing into Naruto's sides. Sparks flew as the blade cut deep into his armor. However, the White Walker couldn't follow it up as a large purple sword swung down on it, forcing it to leap to the side. "Watch yourself," Sasuke yelled as he saw the White Walker land a hit against Naruto, one that might have been fatal had Naruto not had an armor made from Valyrian steel. He really needed to get Taiko a castle for the set. Naruto nodded as he blocked another swing from the White Walker, using the momentum to spin around him and slam his greatsword into its back, shattering and causing several whites to fall to the ground as their reanimation ended. The last White Walker that had challenged him growled as he saw that he was now alone against the sage. The sound of ice crackling reached Naruto's ears as the man spoke to him. Naruto had no idea what he was saying, but the energy coming from him put it in clear terms. It was not happy. "Just you and me, Naruto replied, not even sure if the thing could understand him. Naruto was thankful for the old gods. Their power gave him the power edge against these monsters. He was certain that if he didn't have his new sage mode, he might not have been able to fight 3 at once. Slamming his hand into the ground, several large spears of rock tore out of the earth from under the snow towards other. The creature's eyes widened as he didn't expect magic on this level from the human. However, like steel, it assumed that it could shatter the rock with sheer cold. Stabbing the blade into the incoming rock, frost covered the spike, slowing it enough to prevent it from impaling it. Naruto scowled as it seemed that the natural energy inside his attack seemed to have been frozen. "I see," Naruto muttered as he narrowed his golden eyes on the blue-eyed creature. Spinning his blade, Naruto rushed towards the last White Walker before him. Bringing his blade up, the White Walker blocked the swing, taking a step back, but was forced to quickly block again as Naruto didn't relent against it. Strike after strike, Naruto forced the White Walker against a large rock. Naruto scowled at the man as it let out a screech before being impaled by Naruto through the chest. Letting out a breath, Naruto's sage mode dropped as he looked at the shattered remains of the frosted creature. His breath was heavy as he had expended a decent amount of chakra to take out the 2. Sasuke landed next to him as he wiped blood off his face, his eyes burning from the use of the main Jikayo Sharingan. "This is going poorly," he said as more and more whites came down from the north. Looking up, he could still see several White Walkers watching from on top of a cliff. "For everyone we kill, 10 more seem to join the battle," Sasuke said as more whites seemed to come towards them. As they fought back against the incoming wave of the dead, Naruto could feel men dying around him at an increasing pace. They weren't pulling any punches. He was certain that those monsters were using their full force now to try and overwhelm them. "Get to John and Rob, tell them to fall back to the wall, at this rate we'll be destroyed," Naruto ordered as Sasuke made a wall of flames around them. "What will you do?" Sasuke asked, narrowing his eyes on his friend. "I'm going to try and deal as much damage against them as I possibly can," Naruto said as he began to walk towards the cliff to confront the White Walkers directly. He figured that the 3 they sent down had been meant to target him and take him out early in the battle. a risk that they were willing to make in order to deal with their largest obstacle. "You will not," Sasuke replied as he stepped in front of Naruto. "If you go up there, you'll die. 3 were able to keep you at bay. Who knows how many will swarm you if you go up there? I will not let you march to your death," Sasuke growled before a large explosion was heard. Looking up as one of the 3 dragons fell out of the sky, with flames spewing from its neck. Their eyes widened as they realized that the White Walkers had managed to take out a dragon already. "Fuck!" Naruto yelled at the sight. "This is what I'm talking about, Sasuke. We need to end this now," the king yelled at his friend before catching a glimpse of his spinning red eyes. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt his body grow heavy, falling down to a knee as he felt the need to sleep fill his head. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" he asked as he forced himself to look up. "I'm doing what I need to in order to keep you alive," Sasuke said, walking behind Naruto and chopping the back of his neck, knocking his friend out. Picking him up, he rushed towards where John was tormented, on the ground bleeding from a hold in his chest. Bringing a torch down, John lit the man ablaze in order to keep him from coming back as a white. Looking at Sasuke, he noticed Naruto in his arms. "Take him back to Winterfell. This battle is lost. Call for a full retreat. I'll hold them back on my own," Sasuke told John as he passed Naruto back to him. The Stark looked at his unconscious friend before turning back to Sasuke. "You know, he's going to be furious when he wakes up," John asked as he knew from the look on Sasuke's face that he would never be able to change his mind. He would never be able to convince Sasuke to come back with them. Sasuke smiled as he ran his hair through Naruto's hair. "I know he's going to scream, shout, and cry. He'll curse my name. But I know it's what I have to do to make up for everything I put him through," the Uchiha stated before turning back towards the war. Filling his lungs with chakra, he called out for a retreat. "All soldiers fall back to the wall. This battle is lost," he announced as he accepted the reality that they wouldn't win this fight. Daenerys landed beside them to see Naruto unconscious. She had never seen him so vulnerable. Since the moment they met, he had been an indomitable demigod capable of holding back an army. Dany, take Naruto and John back to the wall, then once everyone is ready, go back to Winterfell and regroup, Sasuke commanded as he looked back at the battle. The forces of Westeros fleeing back towards the south. "What are you going to do?" she asked him, her voice hoarse and her eyes red from losing one of her children. Drogon and Rhaegal had unleashed furious waves of flames across the battlefield at the command of their mother when their brother died. "You already know," Sasuke said as he began to walk towards the battle, weaving around the retreating humans as purple energy began to emanate from his body. "Sasuke!" Daenerys yelled as she realized that Sasuke was going to take Naruto's place as the scapegoat and die so that everyone could get away from the undead army. "Please come with us." "Don't do this," Daenerys yelled at him as she was already vulnerable from losing Viserion. She didn't want to lose someone else she cared about. Despite everything they went through, despite his betrayal, Sasuke was still someone who had been instrumental in her being here, to her being alive. She didn't want to see him die. "I, as your queen, command you to return with us," she cried out as John got Naruto on the back of Drogon. Sasuke smiled back at her, one of the few real smiles she had ever seen on his face. "Sorry, Dany, but this is my destiny, just as it's yours to be a just and righteous queen. I know you have what it takes to do a lot of good, Daenerys. You freed so many people. You have a big heart and have suffered a lot throughout your life," Sasuke stated as his aura grew larger than ever before, growing until it stood on 2 feet and dozens of meters tall. Daenerys' eyes grew wide as Sasuke displayed a power unlike any he had ever shown her. "Take care of Naruto, Daenerys." "I'll leave him in your care," Sasuke told her as his eyes no longer bled. He felt stronger than he had in a long time. However, with that came a huge drain on his chakra. "No go," he ordered as he created a massive sword and swept through hundreds of whites with a single swing of the purple weapon. Bringing his hand up to the Susanoo's face, it exhaled dozens of massive fireballs towards the undead army as he moved forward. With each step, dozens of undead were crushed under the weight of the construct. The appearance of the purple titan drew the attention of the attacking army, commanding the attention of the White Walkers, as many looked upon the large creation. Sasuke had quickly shot up to the top of their list of dangers, as he moved towards them, slamming his sword down onto their army. Black flames erupting around him, devouring their whites with absolute ease. Sasuke swung his blade directly at the assembled White Walkers, forcing them to scatter as the blade cleaved through the cliffside. Pulling the sword out, he formed a massive wall of black flames behind him, trapping the bulk of the White Walkers' army and any new whites away from the wall. Expending a massive amount of chakra, he made the wall spread out across the entire battlefield. Some, unfortunately, had been trapped on the other side of the flames, but it was the price he was willing to pay to protect Naruto. Good, that will at least hold them back for a few days. Sasuke muttered as he knew that even if he died, the Amaterasu would keep burning. It would force them to wait or try to find a new route to the wall. His breath as growing heavy as his chakra was starting to run out, using as much as he could to wipe out as many of the creatures as he could before he reached his limits. As he reached his limit, the Susanoo began to shrink down and fell down until Sasuke was on the ground, a knee to the snow as it degraded into the skeletal form. The construct continued to slam its fists into the army around him, as they tried to stab and break through his defenses. As his chakra began to run dry, the arms started to break down along with the head of the skeleton, leaving just the ribcage. That had not been enough to stop a spear from piercing through from one of the White Walkers and piercing his chest. Sasuke spat blood as he fell back onto the snow, looking up at the sky as the white power was dyed red. Sasuke smiled as his eyes grew heavy. "I'll leave this to you, Naruto," Sasuke muttered as Susanoo finally fell, leaving him fully exposed. However, the whites seemed to stop coming closer, likely waiting for their masters to come down and decide what to do with the powerful human. As a pale-skinned woman walked towards him, looking down at him with glowing blue eyes. "See you later, in this world or another," Sasuke said as his eyes looked with the feminine White Walker. "Boom," Sasuke muttered before his body exploded in black flames, bathing the area. The White Walker screeched in agony as even with their powers to snuff out flames with cold, the flames spread and consumed their body. The whites and other White Walkers took a step back, as Sasuke used himself as a bomb to take out anything around him in a storm of dark fire. Winterfell Naruto gasped as he sat up, his eyes widened as the memories of the battle came to him. Looking around, he realized that he had been back in his old room in Winterfell. Holding his head, he cursed as he realized what had happened. Sasuke had knocked him out during the battle when he decided to retreat. "Damn it, Sasuke, I'll kick your ass next time I see you," Naruto growled as he slammed his hand into the table, cracking the wood. Hearing the door open, Naruto saw Daenerys come in. Despite how composed she seemed, he could feel the negative emotions rolling off her. It was almost overwhelming how much anger and sadness was coming off her. "How are you doing?" she asked as she sat down on the chair beside him. "Angry, sad, I feel like shit," Naruto replied as he leaned back against the back of the bed. Looking at Daenerys, he reached out and grabbed her hand, causing her to flinch at the sudden warmth. "Are you all right, Daenerys?" he asked her. Daenerys felt like his touch broke through the last remaining barriers she had put up to lead everyone back south. Tears started to pool in her eyes before letting out a wail as she remembered Viserion falling from the sky to his doom and Sasuke walking off towards his death. Naruto wrapped his arm around her and brought her towards his chest and let her cry in his arms. "It'll be all right, Daenerys," he said softly, as he didn't know if he even believed what he was saying, but he could tell that she was suffering. Daenerys didn't say anything as she continued to cry, his warm energy helping her process what had happened. Naruto ran his fingers through her white hair. Despite the army she commanded and the dragons she had, she was human. Just like despite all his power and magic, he was also human. "I promise it will all be okay," Naruto told her as her cries seemed to lessen in intensity. Despite that, he could feel his own tears streaming down his face at the thought of Sasuke dying. Pulling back, Daenerys looked up at Naruto. "Yeah," Daenerys replied as she wiped her tears off. "Those who stayed back at the walls say that the White Walkers haven't been able to get past the black flames Sasuke left behind," she told him as it had been Sasuke's last gift to them. Time to recuperate and reorganize themselves. Naruto let out a small sigh and smiled lightly as he held her. "I'm sorry about Viserion, Daenerys, I know he was your child," Naruto said, rubbing her back as she leaned against him, wanting to get more of his warmth. The clearness that she had around him. He and the others helped fill the void after Rigo and Drogo died. She told him, as she admitted that she had been with child before. But she knew that Naruto already knew most of her history from Sasuke or Jorah. They were taken by a witch, which led to the hatching of the three, Daenerys told Naruto as she relaxed with him. We both lost a lot over the last few years, haven't we? Naruto asked as he looked up at the ceiling of his room. I lost my father, my uncle, my siblings. I had to imprison and execute my mother. And now I lost the person closest to me. How did you and Sasuke know each other? Daenerys asked him, as Sasuke never explained how a prince from Yitai knew a prince from Westeros. Tyrion had told her what the Red Priestess had said to him and Sasuke. How Sasuke and Naruto were locked in an endless cycle of light and darkness. How they were unbound from fate. How they were outsiders. What did that even mean? I know there is something more than just being friends. A Red Priestess told my advisor that you and him were bound by some connection. Naruto looked down at Daenerys as her purple eyes looked into his blue ones. Sighing, he figured that if she was going to be his queen, she might as well know the truth. Me and Sasuke are special. I guess you can say we are destined to die and be reborn time and time again. Just like Sasuke had his original house name of Uchiha, mine was Uzumaki. So I guess you can say that my original name is Naruto Uzumaki. He and I died during a battle. Then I was born in King's Landing, and over time I started to gain my memories back. And I'm sure something similar happened to Sasuke and Essos, Naruto admitted, as he was in a vulnerable place and being open with Daenerys, and finally telling someone his secret felt good. Daenerys' eyes widened as she didn't expect that. To think that Naruto and Sasuke seemed to be some sort of reincarnated duo seemed surreal. That battle did you and him kill each other? Yes, we did. It's a long story. And one that I think sounds more like a fantasy than anything else. Naruto admitted, as he didn't know if he should go into everything involving Indra and Asura. And the Sage of Six Paths, that might have been a bit much. Is that how you two became so powerful? She asked him. We were stronger. Naruto laughed as he reminisced about their old world and the war. I remember once I cut down a tree the size of a mountain range. We fought a goddess. We actually blew up a mountain at one point, he said, chuckling. Daenerys was speechless for a moment before smiling as she knew that he was being truthful with her. We could really use that kind of power now, she replied. I wish I had that power. If I did, Sasuke wouldn't have died, Naruto admitted, as he was sure that with his old level of power, he could destroy the White Walkers, along with anything in his way. But when I was reborn in Westeros, I was given a Westerosi body, he said. His body as a whole was weaker, far weaker. He had some of his powers back, but that didn't mean he was back at the level of power he was when he used those same powers back in his world. The exception being when he lost control of Kurama's chakra within him. Thank you for telling me, Daenerys said before looking at his lips, gripping his sheets. She solidified her will and leaned forward and claimed his lips. Well, a lot happened there, didn't it? A few choices that I wasn't exactly sure on and have been contemplating for a long time. I hope you guys enjoyed the chapter, and please be sure to leave a review behind. It only takes like 10 seconds, and it really does help motivate him right when I see that you guys are enjoying it. And if you're not, well, feedback for next time. Chapter 27, Winterfell. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt Daenerys' lips pressing against his own. He didn't expect her to make a move like that, but he couldn't help but melt into her kiss as he pulled her closer to him. He wouldn't lie, emotions had been running high in the room as they both had been reeling from the events of the battle. Right now, he felt like he just needed someone with him. Someone to help numb the pain he was feeling, and Daenerys was someone there to help him, just as he was there for her. Pulling his lips away from her, he let out a few light breaths as he pulled her closer over onto his bed. Daenerys blushed as she laid on top of him. Sitting back, the Targaryen princess could feel him under her, his manhood under the blanket pressing against her lower regions. It was then that she realized that, when they stripped Naruto of his armor to put him in bed, they left him completely nude. I think I made my choice, Daenerys stated, pulling her dress up over her head and tossing it to the floor. Now it was Naruto's turn to blush as Daenerys revealed all of herself to him. Daenerys definitely had a body worthy of a royal. She was toned with near-flawless skin. Pulling the blanket down she exposed the rest of him for her eyes to enjoy. Naruto was different from her previous two lovers. He was almost like a middle ground between them. He was smaller in stature compared to Drogo, but bigger than Dario. However, he was more chiseled than either one. Running her hands down his chest, she could feel the powerful muscle just below his skin. The heat of his power warmed her skin as her fingers traced their way down to his abs. "So, we're doing this?" Naruto asked, as she reached up and cupped one of her breasts, getting a small gasp from the princess as she felt his touch on her skin. Of course, he had been the one to offer marriage to her, as a way to avoid war between the two. But part of him always expected her to try and turn against him once the conflict with the White Walkers ended. At first, she gave off a sort of twisted feeling, a sort of distorted sense of danger that wasn't quite malicious, just off. But the more time they spent together, the less he felt that feeling coming from her. Now, he could still feel it, but it was minuscule. He couldn't sense that darkness coming from her anymore. "You're really beautiful, Daenerys Targaryen," Naruto told her, his hand feeling down her side. From her breast to her rear, caressing and his fingers burying slightly into her supple ass. Daenerys moaned slightly as she felt herself being touched differently than she was used to. Naruto was gentle with her, a strange sensation compared to her previous two lovers. Daenerys gyrated her hips against his manhood. She could feel Naruto hardening under her, his shaft pressing in between her lower lips as his arousal grew with each of her movements. "You're not half bad looking yourself," she moaned out as she felt herself in a state of power over him. She was the one mounting him. She was the one ruling their actions right now. A small smile spread over her lips as thoughts of dominating the man under her filled her head. "Let's see how you handle the dragon," she whispered to him, laying her hands on his chest as she lifted her hips up, letting his manhood rise to its full height before lowering herself back down onto him. She couldn't hold back the moans as the head split her open, pushing through into her deepest cavern. Looking down at Naruto, she bit her lip at the sight of him blushing pink, his eyes half lit as his own moans reached her ears. As she lowered herself down inch by inch, she could feel a fullness that she hadn't felt in quite some time. Daenerys let out a hot breath as she felt him hit her cervix. Leaning down, she claimed his lips in a more fiery kiss than before, moving her hip back and forth with him inside her. Their lips muffled their moans as he felt her walls squeezing around him, while she could feel the tool shifting and moving around in her with each gyration. Letting go of his lips, she reared back, sitting on his lap, and let out a loud moan like a dragon roaring into the sky. "I think I'll be able to handle the dragon just fine," Naruto said as placed his hands on her hips, giving her a challenging smirk. "Good," she replied as she lifted her hips up, letting him slide out until just the head remained inside her folds. "Fuck," she yelled as she dropped her weight, his hands guiding her down. The sound of skin hitting skin filled the air as her pelvis kissed Naruto's. After giving herself a moment to adjust to his full size inside of her, Daenerys brought herself back up before forcing him back inside. She began to move her rear up and down. The feeling of him filling and leaving her filled her head with a cloudy bliss as his manhood rubbed against her inner walls with every motion. She could feel everything. The head parting her open until it hit the wall at the back, sending a shock of pleasure. Her moans filled the room as she slowly picked up the pace, looking down at her blue-eyed lover. She smiled when she glazed over look in his eyes as he felt the same pleasure she was feeling. Since she arrived in Westeros, she had felt like she had been under his control, obeying his orders despite her ambitions. At first it was because she was scared of his power. Scared that he would destroy everything that she had worked so hard to build over her hard life. But as time passed, she listened to him not because she feared him, but because he began to worm his way into her heart. She grew to respect him. As a king, then a friend, now a lover. But now, as she was over him, in their most intimate moments since they met, their emotions on high, she couldn't help but feel power over him. She controlled the pace, she controlled how deep he went, she could stop and leave him hot and bothered and walk away. She didn't want to, however. She wanted him to climax with her, to reach the peak of pleasure under his queen. Her nails dug lightly into his chest as she clenched her walls, feeling herself nearing peak euphoria. Her pace quickened as she greedily wanted to feel more of him. Their moans mixed with the sounds of their bodies hitting one another as Naruto thrusted up into her as she came down, matching her pace. Their hips moving together sped them towards climax. Both threw their heads back as their pleasure reached its zenith. Like a dragon bellowing out its fire, Daenerys let out a bliss-filled cry, her inner folds clenching around Naruto like a vice, her body compulsing as pleasure overwhelmed her. Naruto let a loud groan out as he slammed her down against him, feeling her walls squeeze down on him. His brain foggy as he felt himself come inside of the last Targaryen. Streams of white jetted out into her deepest chambers as he came. Daenerys felt a searing warmth filling her most sacred area. Daenerys' legs felt weak as she reeled back from her orgasm. Leaning forward, she used him as support to hold herself up. "Wow," Naruto breathed out as he cooled himself down. "You can say that again," Daenerys said as she rolled off him, letting him slide out of her. "Should I take that as your formal proposal?" she asked as she could feel his seed within her. "I think I can live with that," Naruto said, wrapping his arm around her to hold her close. After a moment of silence, Naruto let out a heavy sigh. "Thanks for this. I think I needed something to help me relax," the Baratheon told her, as it helped distract him from the loss of his best friend to this whole mess. "Same," she replied as she leaned against him. Before he could say anything else, he steps closer to his room. "I think we should talk about this later," Naruto said as he heard a knock on his door. Daenerys nodded her head and got out of the bed to dress herself, while Naruto put on the clothing that had been left for him beside the bed. Once they were decent, the Targaryen queen walked over and opened the door to show Tyrion walking in with Grey Worm following behind. "Hope we didn't interrupt your fucking, but I think we should really talk about the undead army marching towards the wall. We don't know how long Sasuke's fire will last, but as of right now, it seems it is doing its job," Tyrion said as he poured himself a cup of wine before plopping himself down on a chair with an exhausted look on his face. He had expected sailing back to Westeros and possibly having to convince Daenerys to spare his nephew after she took the throne. He never expected to be fighting the dead. Looking at Naruto, he could feel the distrust in Naruto's eyes. He knew that he had to walk carefully around his nephew. One lie and Naruto would know. And that might be the end of him. Twice he had betrayed him. Once when he joined his siblings instead of supporting him in Westeros. And another when he sailed to Essos and eventually joined Daenerys on her quest to take the Iron Throne. Easy to say that he probably wasn't Naruto's favorite persona anymore. But he knew that Naruto had a forgiving nature, forgiving to a foolish extent sometimes. He had forgiven the Tyrells and showed them mercy once before, having the chance to crush them while they were licking their burns from their failed siege of King's Landing. But instead he took some gold and returned home, only for the Tyrells to once again join with the Lannisters in their war against him. He wasn't as forgiving the second time. "I guess you're right," Naruto asked as he put on his shoes. "With what we have, I think it's time we really pulled out all the stops," he said, knowing that this was likely where they would make their final stand against the White Walkers. If they got past them there, their only other chance would be to cut them off at the neck that separated the north from the rest of Westeros and hope the rest of his army could move up and put up an all-out attack. "What do you mean by that?" Daenerys asked, wondering what he meant by that. She had assumed that he had pulled out all the stops back during the previous battle. Naruto looked a bit somber at the thought, as he knew that it had been his ultimate plan before Sasuke knocked him out and took his place. "I have another form that I can take, one that I used to completely destroy Sunspear and the area around it in a second," Naruto told the three. "However, I only have a limited amount of that power that I can use throughout my lifetime before I run out. I won't deny that I wasted a lot of it. I'll assume you're talking about that red energy that you used to rip through Joffrey's army when he broke the agreement at the Deep Den," Tyrion interjected as he recalled seeing it from the castle. The crimson cloak that covered his nephew when he got too injured, healing all his wounds and letting him rip right through people like parchment. "If you had this power, then why didn't you use it before?" Daenerys asked, narrowing her eyes as she felt that if Naruto had even more power and was holding back, maybe her child would still be alive. Because I used up a lot of it to destroy Sunspear. I lost control of my anger and transformed into a monster who only had one thought: avenge my sister. And that's what I did, and it almost killed me, the king of Westeros admitted to the white-haired woman. Daenerys looked down as she remembered when Sasuke defended Meereen, while she was away with that massive purple avatar and black flames. She remembered how his eyes bled and he passed out in the water. Like Sasuke and his eyes, some of your powers hurt you to use, she concluded out loud. Yeah, the main Jikayo Sharingan eventually causes the user to go completely blind, unless they can replace their eyes with those of a close family member who also had the Sharingan. My red energy puts a lot of strain on my body, and if uncontrolled can cause heavy burns of myself and others. I only really have enough of that power to use it once more. I was planning on using it in one last attack to destroy the whole of the White Walker army, Naruto explained to them as he had wanted to put the rest of Kurama's chakra to use by creating a final tailed beast bomb with everything he had. We're not sacrificing you after Sasuke already did the same, Daenerys declared as she refused to let Naruto die like Sasuke did. She didn't know if she could lose another friend, let alone another lover. Naruto looked at Daenerys for a moment before sighing. I'll try not to, but I'll do what must be done in order to protect my kingdom, he declared before getting up. Let's meet up with Ned and the others to talk strategy. Winterfell throne room Naruto and the rest walked into the room to find Ned, Robb, and Jon. Already, they're talking about things going on in the north. Hey, Naruto said, walking up to the three Starks with a wide smile as Ned met him halfway, giving each other an arm shake. Ned, thank you for helping keep things down, Naruto stated as he was grateful for everything that Ned had done for him over the last few months. How's Sansa doing? He asked, wondering how his first wife was. She's doing well, she's been taking more time to rest recently. A Meister said that she will likely give birth within the month, Ned told Naruto as he knew that his daughter was heavily pregnant. He hoped that either himself or Naruto would be there for the birth, but knew that with the danger on the way, it was possible that they wouldn't be. Let's get this done, Naruto muttered as he didn't want to miss the birth of his first child. Daenerys looked a bit uncomfortable at the thought that her child wouldn't be the firstborn from Naruto and might have a challenge to the Iron Throne. However, feeling Naruto take her hand helped calm her nerves. Right, he promised our child would inherit the throne. She reassured herself as Tyrion had told her that Naruto hardly lies. I'll have all the lords of the north call their bannermen to Winterfell, and to gather any small folk who can join the fight as well, Ned told the group as he knew that with the numbers they were facing, they would need as many people cutting down the dead as they could. Would that be a good idea, Lord Stark? Tyrion asked as he wondered how effective farmers and bottom dwellers would be in a fight against these monsters. Everyone who died would just become another puppet for the White Walkers. We might just end up feeding them more people, he cautioned, as he felt the risk was too high compared to having just trained knights and warriors. Tyrion is right, Naruto said, much to the shock of the dwarf. Throwing the untrained at them will only add fuel to the fire. Some might not even know how to swing a sword, they would just get in the way, he concluded. They could still serve as a distraction against them, should we need time to Grey Worm began to say before a feeling of dread washed over him. Looking over, he saw Naruto looking at him with crimson eyes. They were not the same as Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's eyes were cold and calculating. These eyes were ferocious, almost like a beast's eyes. I recommend you don't talk about using my people like fodder, Naruto stated in an even tone that sent chills down the backs of those in the room. We'll find a way to deal with them without resorting to sacrificing innocent people. It was clear that Naruto wouldn't accept any other answer. While he knew the stakes, he wasn't going to throw away the lives of the small folk who lived in the north. I'll have the free folk move more south for the time being. As it stands, they are rather vulnerable if the White Walkers manage to get past the wall. Jon spoke, knowing that there were a lot of wildlings who lived in the gift near the wall. And how do you suppose they are getting past the wall now, after failing to do so for thousands of years? Tyrion asked the group. With Viserion, Daenerys replied, clenching her fists at the thought of her child being used against them. But from what she was told, the White Walkers could raise the dead, and Viserion was dead now. He died during the battle. Dany, I'm so sorry, Tyrion said, feeling bad for the Targaryen princess. It's fine, she dismissed as she couldn't afford to show weakness now. Let's just get ready, she said, before walking away from the group. Naruto sat on top of the tower where Bran had fallen as he looked towards the north. He could feel the darkness just beyond the massive boundary that split the north in half. Down below, the soldiers were preparing for war, to meet the White Walker army once again and finish them once and for all. They had lost quite a few people during their initial battle, but their backup had arrived now from the south. However, he knew that just killing whites wouldn't do anything. He needed to kill those at the top. Lots on your mind, or need a break from fucking the dragon girl? A soft voice said behind him. Looking back, he saw Arya climbing to meet him on top of the tower. Sitting next to him, she gave him a light punch. You too are pretty loud, she teased him. Like you're one to talk, Naruto replied with a smirk causing her to go red. The two laughed for a moment before falling into silence. She looked at the wall in the distance. It was really hard, fighting people who didn't feel pain, that no matter how many times they stabbed them, they would keep coming. Needle was useless against them. I had to fall back early on. I couldn't help you guys, the young Stark said as she looked up towards the sky. I felt so weak. All that training, and when it mattered the most, I couldn't do anything. The dragonglass weapons weren't made for someone who fights like I do. I can't use them well. When I saw you unconscious, I felt like I had failed you. As your protector and your partner, she said, but was cut off when Naruto turned her head and kissed her lips, getting her to stop talking. You didn't fail anyone, Arya, Naruto told her before looking back at the wall. You wanna go, don't you? She said, smiling at him slightly. I can feel them. It's been a few days since the battle, and I'm sure they'll breach the wall soon. I can feel them. They're cold chill. They're nearing, the Baratheon muttered. Then go, she said, taking his hand. You always supported me, even when people wanted me to be a prim and proper lady. So I'll support you when you want to be the honorable yet stupid king, Arya said, as she didn't think it was a good idea. But if that was what he felt was best, then who was she to stand in his way? I love you, he told her. I love you too, you idiot, Arya said before standing up. Now go, the sun is setting, she said, turning away from her as she hid her tears. Thank you, Naruto said before leaping off the tower, landing on the soft snow outside of Winterfell. He felt the snowfall growing heavier. Winter is here, Naruto declared before dashing forward, his eyes a deep shade of amber. As he neared, he felt a sudden surge of heat coming from the wall. He could feel the towers collapsing as something attacked it from the other side. He could hear the roar of a dragon. Creating a clone, he sent it back towards Winterfell to warn them to get ready. As he arrived, the wall finally gave out and collapsed before him. The immeasurable structure that many assumed would stand until the end of time had been breached at long last. And the first thing that flew past the rubble was Viserion, now blue-eyed with the Night's King riding atop of it. As the dragon flew towards him, it unleashed a torrent of azure flames that seared the ground as it traveled towards him. It was the same heat that had toppled the might barrier that had kept the White Walkers at bay for so long. Closing his eyes, he focused inwardly. Reaching his mindscape, he could see the soft glow of Kurama's chakra within him. However, instead of the massive orb of energy that it used to be in his past life, it was a mere ember that lightly illuminated the darkness. A gentle smile appeared across Naruto's lips. However, it was also mournful, as he knew that this would be the last time he would feel Kurama's chakra. The last connection he had to his lifelong friend from his home reality. Thank you for all your help, Naruto said, reaching out towards the embers. His smile becoming a wide fox-like smirk as he wrapped his fingers around the light. Let's go, Kurama, Naruto roared before the world exploded in light. Just as the fires consumed his body, Naruto exploded in golden light. In a flash, he was in the air over Viserion and the Night King. The leader of the others barely caught a glimpse of Naruto. His body was covered in golden flames with black markings that spread over his body. His eyes turned orange with cross-like pupils. With a swift kick, Viserion was sent straight into the ground. The earth ripped apart as the dragon's body slammed into it, its bones and tendons snapping and tearing from the force behind the blow. The Night King was sent tumbling off the back of the dragon into the rocks that were uprooted by Naruto's kick. "This is where it ends, you assholes," Naruto yelled as he saw the armies of the dead rushing past the wall towards him, covering the Night King, in order to give him a chance to retreat away from the danger. Landing, Naruto's body tensed before he vanished in a blur of golden light. He moved at speeds that no one in Planatos could begin to comprehend. In an instant, he tore through hundreds of whites. Finding a White Walker among the masses of the dead, he rushed straight towards it, his speed alone ripping apart the whites between them. The White Walker attempted to bring his sword up to block, but Naruto's fist slammed into its jaw with more power than it could stand, the force behind the punch shattering their skulls. Around them, hundreds of whites fell down as their controller was killed by the glowing king. "Don't have much time," Naruto thought to himself as he knew that he wouldn't be able to last in this form forever. Growing a massive arm out of chakra, he swept over the area, destroying anything in his way. Slamming his hand against the ground, a massive fox head made of stone and magma tore out of the ground before crushing down on the invading army. "I have to protect my kingdom," Naruto thought as he saw that the actual White Walkers were retreating away from him. "I'm not gonna let you guys get away from me." Naruto roared as he leaped into the air and landed in front of two, the ground shaking and knocking them off balance. Creating a massive Rasengan above his head, he slammed it down on the two, breaking their bodies and releasing more of the dead from their curse. His breath started to grow heavy as he could feel Kurama's chakra beginning to fade away. Closing his eyes, he focused in on the energy of the Night King. The White Walker leader had retreated far behind his whites and fellow White Walkers. Hearing battle cries, he looked over to see a small army of wildlings joining the battle. They must have been on their way south when they saw that the battle against the White Walkers had already started near them. However, it was then that he felt his clone's memories return to him. Above him, he saw two dragons flying, breathing fire down upon the army of the dead. "Did you really think you could run off without us?" Rob asked as he rode his horse towards Naruto, an army behind him as he stopped by his glowing friend. "Were you always on fire?" he asked with a smirk. "What are you all doing here?" Naruto asked, wondering why they had came. "I never said I wouldn't tell the others that you were leaving," Arya said as she met up with the two. "I'm not going to become a widow so early in my life," she joked as she knocked an arrow and fired at one of the whites that attacked them. "You idiots," Naruto muttered but couldn't help but smile. Taking a deep breath, he looked back at the army. "I need to get to the Night King. I can feel that every being in his army is tied to him. If he falls, then this whole thing might end just like that," Naruto said before Regal landed beside him, lowering himself for Naruto to climb on. "I guess that works," Naruto said before climbing onto the dragon, using his chakra to stick onto his scales. "Take me towards the back of the army," Naruto asked as the dragon took off into the air, leaving the two Starks on the ground as the armies clashed. As he lifted into the air, he flew Regal towards Daenerys and Drogon. "Daenerys, cover me. I'm going to end this," Naruto yelled at the white-haired dragon rider. Getting a nod from his new lover, the two flew towards where Naruto could sense the Night King. Drogon breathed hell down on any who sought to intercept them, while Regal focused on getting Naruto to his goal as soon as possible. Spotting the Night King among the swarm of undead, Naruto stood up on Regal. Holding his hand up, he began to charge up something he hadn't used in a long time. His aura faded away as all of Kurama's chakra was used in order to create an attack Naruto was certain would destroy the Night King once and for all. He couldn't afford to let him get away. If he did, he would eventually make more White Walkers and raise more dead for his army. And in due time, he would launch another attack against Westeros. He wasn't going to make that mistake. He wasn't going to put the future generations through this sort of conflict. It was a Rasen Shuriken with a purple core made of a mixture of Kurama's chakra and his own Senjutsu chakra. Running up the length of Regal's neck and jumping off his head, he focused on the Night King, riding away on an undead horse. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. He yelled as he threw the attack. Faster than any being could move, the condensed energy shuriken streaked through the air before slamming into the back of the Night's King. Naruto could only imagine the look on his face before his attack detonated. A massive maelstrom of spiraling energy engulfed the area around the Night King. A torrent of destruction that ripped apart everything inside of its dome. The dazzling sphere nearly ended all combat, and it drew the attention of all the warriors and White Walkers who had been outside of its range. As it started to dissipate, no trace of the Night King could be seen. Moments later, the White Walkers began to shatter, the whites falling to the ground as they were deanimated with the death of the Night King. Above them, the snow started to lighten before the clouds slowly faded away to reveal the moon above them. "It's over," Naruto said before raising his hand into the air. "We won," he declared as he felt the taint of the White Walkers vanish from the area. Looking around, he felt bad for all the dead who had been used by the White Walkers. The countless who had been desecrated and used as tools post-mortem, but they were finally free. "Hope you're smiling down on a Sasuke," Naruto said as he sat down in the snow, looking up at the crescent moon that hung in the air. And like that, the White Walkers are done. That was a rather long time coming, lol. Now what to do next? Anyways, you guys be sure to leave a review. Do it. Just do it. Gosh Elmao Chapter 28, King's Landing. Naruto looked upon the gates of King's Landing with a relieved smile. It had been a long time since he had last been in his capital. The last year had been extremely busy for him, far more than he had expected at first. Between Denaries arriving, the Ironborn continuing their revolt, and then the White Walkers making their move, he had been all over the 7 kingdoms. As he stepped inside, the first thing he noticed was the smell. It wasn't the same smell of shit and piss from when his father was king. It smelled of flowers and fresh treats being sold in the streets. Tyrion was wide-eyed at the transformation that the one putrid city had gone through since Robert died. It was better than even when the Targaryens had ruled. Daenerys herself was speechless. Not just at the splendor that was King's Landing, but at the reception that Naruto got when he arrived with his host. The people rejoiced at the return of their king after so long. They didn't just admire Naruto, no, these people loved him. "I never had a chance," Daenerys thought as she realized that if she tried to take the city, she would never have this level of adoration from the small folk. She would always be the one who killed their king. "They love him," she said to Grey Worm and Tyrion as they rode behind Naruto. Naruto has always been charismatic. He managed to get the kingdom's finances in order with some help from the Iron Bank. However, instead of hoarding wealth, he gave it back to the people through investing in infrastructure. Varys said as caught up to the group from Essos. He felt that leaving the poor in the slums would only waste their potential. The spider added on. "I heard Naruto had some of the best advisors in Westeros," Daenerys replied as she looked around the streets. "I guess I heard correctly," she said, looking up at Naruto, who smiled and waved at the people as he passed them. Her heart ached as she hoped that one day people would look at her the same way. Her Dothraki and dragons had been sent back to Dragonstone in order to avoid a panic. She felt a bit insulted by the request, but understood that seeing 2 dragons flying through the air would likely cause a panic among the small folk. Hay has never been someone to turn away good advice, especially when he knows it's in good faith, Varys said as he brushed off the flower petals on his clothing. Arriving at the Red Keep, Daenerys gulped as the doors opened to reveal the throne room. Before her, the Iron Throne, the symbol of power that she had fought to obtain for all these years. Besides the throne, she could see a beautiful red-haired woman who was clearly late into her pregnancy, if the large swell of her belly was anything to go by. That was Naruto's first wife, Sansa, if her memory served her right. As they neared the throne, Naruto stepped up and stopped at the seat before looking back. "Care to take a seat?" Naruto asked, offering for her to take a seat in his throne. He knew that she had been wanting to sit upon the throne since she started her quest to return to Westeros, and while it wasn't official, he felt that letting her take a seat would be a nice gesture. Looking at him stunned, she didn't know if she could even walk. Looking at the throne, she saw the results of all her life's work, all the suffering she went through. The people she lost, the love she felt, the hatred, the sadness, the grief, the anger. The mat in her racing thoughts were brought to a stop as a warm hand took hers. Removing her eyes from the throne, she saw Naruto holding her with a supportive smile on his face. "This is what you wanted, right?" he asked as he helped her up the steps. Step by step, she saw the throne getting closer to her until she was just in front of it, Naruto at her side as he waited for her to sit down. Taking a deep breath, she turned and sat down, never letting go of Naruto's hand until she was firmly sitting. The seat was cold. It was kinda prickly. "How is it?" Naruto asked honestly. Daenerys took a moment to think about it before responding. "It's uncomfortable. It kinda hurts to sit in. But that's how it's like to rule. A constant reminder of one's duty," she responded, feeling that the chair exemplified what it meant to be a king or queen. It was uncomfortable to rule. One had to always be on the edge. Sometimes one had to make hard choices. "It's everything I thought it would be," Daenerys said, straightening up her back. "Good, I think we'll announce our union within the next few days once the city settles down. The City Watch has had to put down a few out-of-control gatherings after some people got too rowdy," Naruto mentioned, as part of him was happy that he might not have to do as much ruling with Daenerys around. Between everything, he was exhausted. He had been in a constant state of war for years on end, managing his kingdoms while leading armies into countless battles. He had lost a lot of friends, a lot of family. He felt he earned a vacation. The room turned to Sansa as she held her stomach. Fluids dripping down her legs, she felt a sudden shift inside of her. "I think the baby is coming," she announced to the gathered group, her breath becoming labored. Naruto's eyes widened as he called for the Meisters and Septas to come assist. As everyone rushed to help Sansa, Daenerys brought her hand to where her own womb was, the memory of her first child coming back to her. She wondered if she herself would be able to give birth properly, or would she be doomed to birth stillborn monsters? However, the image of Naruto holding their future daughter resurfaced, calming her nerves even if a little. A few days passed since their return, and Sansa had given birth to a healthy girl with red hair like Sansa and Naruto's blue eyes. One defining feature was the 2 lines on each of her cheeks, similar to Naruto's own though thinner and less noticeable. However, that was a sure sign that the child was completely his. Naruto and Sansa had decided on the name Arana Baratheon Nay Stark. Having announced the birth of their daughter, Naruto also announced that she would be the Wardness of the West and Lady of Casterly Rock once she turned of age. Sitting in one of the gardens, Naruto rocked the infant in his arms to give Sansa a moment to rest. Between falling back into his role of king, integrating Daenerys into the current political landscape, and being a father, he had hardly any time for himself. Keeping busy, Ned asked as he walked into the garden and sat beside the son of his deceased best friend. Looking at his granddaughter, she had the same color hair as his late wife. For a moment, it made his heart heavy how the young girl's features reminded him of his past loved ones. "She has your whiskers," Ned commented. "Yeah, fiery one." "Like her grandmother," Naruto commented, as Arana would stay up late crying some nights. "Strong too," he mentioned as he could sense some chakra within her. It was extremely sparse, but enough to make her stronger than the average baby. "How's Sansa doing?" "Asleep, she really needed to rest," Ned replied as he leaned back. "I was thinking of stepping down as Hand of the King to help you 2 raise Arana. I was thinking that maybe Jon could take over as Hand of the King. He's gotten quite some experience leading from his time with the Night's Watch," Ned told Naruto as he figured that, with the wildlings returning back north, Jon would have more free time. Mance was talking about leading a group further north, into the land of always winter, to make sure that there weren't any remaining White Walkers up there that would endanger his people as they returned to their homes. He promised to send a raven to Winterfell and King's Landing as soon as he found anything of note. "I'll talk to Jon about it," Naruto said, thinking that it might be a good idea. "How hand her over, you need rest too," Ned said as he motioned for Naruto to hand Arana to him. "Thanks, Ned," Naruto muttered as he could feel his eyelids getting heavy. He hadn't been sleeping much recently between his kingdom and his family. Nighttime, Naruto was back in the garden as he waited for the person who asked to meet with him. Sensing someone coming, he looked to see Melisandre entering. However, instead of her usual look, she looked ancient. She looked like she had aged 100 years since he last saw her. In the north. She had left soon after the battle was over, and no one had been able to find her since. Melisandre, he questioned as he didn't expect her to reveal herself in this form. He had heard from Jon that this was what she actually looked like, but he never expected it to be this drastic. "Hush now, Naruto," she said, slowly making her way towards him. "I don't have much time. The Lord of Light was gracious enough to allow me these last moments to talk to you before I leave this world," she said, knowing that her mission was finally done. And with that, her Lord's power would leave her, and she would die as she should have ages ago. "I wanted to thank you for all you have done. I won't deny that at first, I only saw you and Stannis as tools for the purpose of following the will of the Lord of Light. But you showed yourself to be a true leader. And friend," she said, acknowledging that she did enjoy her time with the young king. "I know we shall never meet in the afterlife. You and your friend are destined to return to life time and time again. Saviors when the world needs them most," Melisandre said, as she knew that Naruto and Sasuke were unbound from this world. They were heroes who would come wherever or whenever needed. Closing her eyes, she began to crumble away, aging rapidly until there was nothing left of her but dust. Naruto frowned as he kneeled where Melisandre once stood, the only thing left behind being her necklace. "Thank you for all your help, Melisandre," he said, taking the jewelry into his hands, tears starting to come down his cheeks as he didn't expect her to pass like that. 6 months later, Naruto stood in front of the weirwood of the Godswood in the Red Keep. He was dressed in formal clothing with a cloak bearing the sigil of House Baratheon. After much planning, Naruto had managed to put together his wedding with Daenerys, gathering the high lords and ladies of the 7 kingdoms to witness the union. Given Daenerys and her family's past, including the severe atrocities committed by her father and her ancestors, they needed their wedding to be seen by the other power players of the continent, to show that the fractures created by Robert's rebellion were now mended. And now began an age of peace. Looking up, he saw Daenerys being escorted by Jorah towards him. Since Daenerys had no living relatives as far as she knew, Jorah filled in as he was one of her closest advisors and friends. Given their differing cultures, they had decided to mix their ceremonies, including the changing of cloaks from the faith of the 7 and the weirwood for the old gods. Daenerys wore a pure white dress that matched her hair color. On her back was a black and red cloak to signify House Targaryen. As she arrived, Jorah reached up and took the Targaryen cloak off from Daenerys' shoulder, which was replaced by Naruto, putting a gold and black cloak on her to signify that she was now under his protection and house. "With this kiss I pledge my love," the two said together. "And take you for my lord and husband. And take you for my lady and wife," with that the two brought each other into a loving kiss, holding each other close. "Naruto of House Baratheon, Daenerys of House Targaryen, you are now one flesh, one heart, one soul. Now and forever," the High Septon declared for all to hear as he officially married the Fox King to the Dragon Queen. Later that night, Naruto got out of the bathing room and walked back to his bedroom. At the moment, he slept with each of his wives in order to marry them. Sansa, then Arya, followed by Daenerys, then repeat. Yesterday had been Daenerys' night, but he figured that they would let her have a second day as it was their wedding night. Entering the room, Daenerys was laying on their bed, clothing nowhere to be found, her hair loose as she waited for newlywed husband to enter their room. "About time you came. You could have left Ned to manage things," she stated, her hand between her legs, 2 fingers spreading her lower lips open. Naruto smirked, beginning to undress as he walked toward their bed. "Not like we haven't done this before, Dany," he said, crawling into bed with her. "But today is special. It's that time of month for me," she said, telling Naruto that she was currently capable of being impregnated. "Then let's make tonight count," Naruto said as she gently pushed her on her back and pushed his manhood 9 months later. Months of getting used to being in King's Landing flew by as she was integrated into the kingdom as Naruto's wife and queen. Between the two, they had decided to have a more split approach to ruling so both could take time to themselves. Daenerys primarily governed issues related to Dorne, the Reach, the Westerlands, and the Iron Islands, while Naruto dealt with the Riverlands, the Eyrie, the North, and the Crownlands. While it wasn't part of their kingdom, Naruto also managed relations with the wildlings up north, with help from Jon and Ygritte. It worked for the two of them to cut down the stress of managing 7 kingdoms and gave them more time to grow closer. Now here she was, her body screaming in pain as she gave birth for the second time in her life. Only this time, when she looked down, it wasn't a deformed monster that was presented to her, but a beautiful girl. The anxiety that had been building over the last few months, as she feared that she would give birth to yet another stillborn. She went as far as to demand that only Naruto and those who would be helping her deliver were in the room. She didn't want to risk another run-in with blood magic. But now, looking at the infant that had been handed to her, she saw the mixture of features that came from her and Naruto. She had the same black hair as her father while having her purple eyes. Like Sansa's daughter, she had 2 thin whisker marks on each cheek. She was slightly tanner than she was, but not as much as Naruto was. What should we name her? Naruto asked as he sat in the chair beside his queen. Daenerys looked down at her daughter as tears swelled in her eyes. Vaisnya Baratheon, she announced pridefully, 5 years later Mama. Daenerys walked into the throne room only for her legs to be tackled by a small black-haired missile that nearly knocked her off her feet. Looking down, she saw Vaisnya hugging her. She had inherited the enhanced strength from her father, which made her hug just a little pain. "This, your strength," Daenerys said as the little girl's eyes widened and loosened her grip. "Sorry, Mama, I just got out of a spar with Arana and Micah. I managed to hit the center of the target today," she told the young queen in an excited tone before 2 other kids ran into the room. First was Arana, Naruto's eldest child with Sansa. Second was Micah, Naruto's 3rd child, which he had with Arya. Arya had named her firstborn after the first friend she made outside of Winterfell that had his life ended by Joffrey. He was to inherit the Reach once he came of age. "Come now, children, it's time for lunch," Sansa said as she walked in, her belly starting to bulge as she was with her 2nd child now. Sansa had taken on a hand of the king role as she helped organize the city and helped Daenerys and Naruto rule the 7 kingdoms. When they would leave for business out of the city, Sansa would fill in as queen and manage the kingdom. She also helped raise their children when the others were busy. "Oh, come on, Sansa. I'm sure we can fit in another archery lesson," Arya said, walking in after her older sister. While Sansa was dressed as a lady, Arya wore leather armor as she had taken the role of Lord Commander of the City Watch. "Where is Naruto?" Daenerys asked as she walked with her co-wives and their children down to the hall where their meal would be waiting. "He got a letter from Tommen. It turns out that he and Margaery are having their 4th child and wanted to invite him to meet his nephew," Sansa told Daenerys, as despite being banished from the mainland, Tommen was still his brother, even if only halfway. Since the end of the war, their relationship had gotten significantly better, leading to Naruto visiting his brother on occasion throughout the year. "Those 2 keep pumping out children," Arya muttered as despite how much time had passed, she had only had 1 child with her husband. In reality, she was rather busy and didn't feel like she could raise 2 children, and she couldn't put too much on Sansa since she was going for her 2nd child. Daenerys smiled as she placed her hands on her belly, a motion that didn't go unnoticed by the other 2. "Well, we're about to pass them, if you could, all our children," she said, announcing that like Sansa, she too was with child. Arya's eyes widened as she realized that Daenerys was also with child. "Got a name in mind already?" she asked her sister wife. "If it is a boy, I want to name him Sasuke. If it's another girl, after my mother," she responded, having already thought things out. While the fear of having another stillborn was always present in her, having had a healthy daughter in Vaisnya had curbed her anxiety. "That's sweet of you. I'm sure that Naruto will appreciate that," Arya said, knowing that Naruto would be happy to name his child after his friend. "Well, come on, let's go get some food," Arya added on as she motioned for Daenerys to follow after her. Naruto sighed as he drank some wine as he watched Tommen's children play among themselves. "I wish that you could move back into the Red Keep, Tommen," the black-haired Baratheon said to his half-brother. He wanted nothing else than to have his last living sibling back home with him, but his punishment was still in place. Peace within the 7 kingdoms was always a stone thrown away from being shattered. Showing weakness and pardoning, his brother would open the door for some more ambitious lords to start trying to test him. "It's for the best," Tommen replied, taking a drink of his own wine. Besides, a benefit of living on a secluded island helps keep my family out of the political chaos of King's Landing, the blonde added. As being away from that mess was rather pleasant, especially after everything that happened during the war against his brother. Fair enough, Naruto said, leaning back into the chair. You know, sometimes I almost wish I could abdicate the throne and explore Essos. There's so many things to see, so many mysteries to investigate. I heard one island has lizard people. And all the way to the east, where legend says dragons come from. He told his younger brother as he wanted to know more about the dragons. Daenerys was upset none of her children would have dragons of their own. Given the rise in technology of Westeros since he became king, with greater and stronger ships with Yara as his master of ships once Davos stepped down. He was considering having her go and explore those regions in hopes of getting more dragons. Well, if any ever end up in Westeros, I wouldn't mind having a pet dragon, Tommen jokes. Please, those things are a pain in the ass, Tommen. Seriously, they require so much food, and if they don't get enough, they try to eat the livestock. I had to kick Drogon away from a poor sheep last week. Naruto complained comically. You kicked a dragon? Tommen asked with mirth filling his voice. Geez, why did Mother ever think we had a chance against you? He said, knowing that the war against his brother had been his mother trying desperately to cling onto power. Would have saved a lot of lives if she hadn't, Naruto replied, leaning back in his chair. I wonder how Dad felt when he was king, if he ever felt the pressure of the 7 kingdoms on his back every day. He questioned as he relaxed. Running the 7 kingdoms wasn't easy given that each one was typically out for themselves, but he had more or less brought all to heel under his command. I'm sure he did, brother, I'm sure he did, Tommen replied, looking down, wishing he had more time with his father. Dinner is ready, they heard one of the servants announce. Why don't you stay for dinner, Naruto? Tommen asked his older brother, who smiled and nodded. Dinner with my brother? Count me in, he said as he followed him into the house. And there we go, the end, it's over. -3 some extra bonus later on, but besides that, wow. I actually completed my first story. Wow, that was a lot of work. Thank you to everyone who has been reading since the start, and those who joined in along the way. I'm gonna be frank. I probably won't continue any of my other stories, except the Metroid one that I wanna get back into TBH. I just need a plan as to what to do. I don't know why, but none of them really speak to me anymore. The reason why I really focused down this one was because it was the most fun to write. I may try and reboot the Golden Fox. I don't really like my setup at the moment, so I'll look into it. I've had a few ideas as to what I could write next. A Naruto/Elden Ring fanfic. I have like 80% of a prologue done. I have like 1/4 of a One Piece/Naruto chap written. It's just hard to know exactly how he'd fit in among the cast without completely derailing the story of One Piece early on. I do have a chapter for a neglected Naruto story, and like half of one where he gets a redo in a parallel universe. Any ideas? I know I turned down a few in the past, because I didn't really know where I was going moving forward. So yeah, I won't promise I'll take your idea suggestions, and if I say no, then that's that. Anyways, I would once again like to thank you all for your patience with me. I know that I took a while, but here we are laters.